docs, custom browser docs, put the YouTube chat in, hit apply, good. Go to YouTube Studio, content, live, unless that one, it's in the playlist, we're good. Use a bathroom.
Nothing.
$375's enough, bro. To the forge! Hey, Toasty. Does the grit check command complete RNG if it's successful or failed? I think so. I think it's like you do grit and then the amount of points you want to test grit with. That's what they get, bro. They're just mad because they were trying to style and they fucked up. Nah, I'm fucked. Can you don't? Alright, we're gonna try and kill everybody here. So my shots don't fucking home in on no bullshit. Who just howdy boysed me? Ban him. Ah, what the fuck? My ear's itchy. Fuck that buzzard, bro. Bro, jump down. Oh my god, everybody jump down. Not the stink! Where did you come from? Please, 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 please. Ah! Dude. I hate this. Can I get him? Bruh! I hate this so much, bro. Just let me up. Please tell me I killed everyone up here. I bet I didn't. I know I didn't, bro. How many of them are there? Oh, dude, why did it look like I was falling through the fucking floor there, dude? What the fuck? Get me out of this hellhole! Fucking release me! Bro. Oh my god, they're all jumping down, dude. How many are there? No, 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 not the fuckers, dude. Okay. Lock, 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 please. How many motherfuckers are there? Gonna run out of fucking ammo! fucking ammo, dude. Shit's gonna start fucking respawning. Oh my god. There's a ladybug on the TV? Yeah. One sec. Ugh. Alright, lock the fuck in. What are you talking about, December?
God damn it, Piston! You know you're not allowed to interfere with ranked matches!
December, what are you saying, bro?
retreating ass into the
Am I gonna have to mod check you, December? What the fuck am I reading?
Baseball tactics!
shoot the gondola! How is this possible?
Fire!
With the nukem? No, the bounty expired. No one ever got it. Gave everybody a year to do it.
Hey! Use them rocket turrets if you want to bring the pain! The blimp's coming back in! Accuracy means! Alan, write some dialogue here! You're breaking the game, dude!
SA Wonderlust would actually be unusable if it wasn't. Oh, I thought you were saying it'd be usable without it. I was like, eh. Is there like a random buzzard hanging around here? Ow!
Remember what accuracy means! So many stacks! How is this possible?
Let me in, let me in, let me in.
Numbers, math, math, math.
Where's the link? Did I miss it? Yeah, I'm not adding that. I'm be honest, I'm not adding that. One Archduke, it's not even on the website, and two, I'm not adding that. Hold up, why is the better half making a beat when the gun is shooting for full mag? All guns make a beat. They all do that. You just hear this one so much because it's so slow firing and reloads every 2 shots.
The shields have been breached! Others, let's go!
Fuck.
Snap, son! Knock those out! Look out!
Come on, let me get one for free. Come on. Come on, you
Help you all if I actually hit something!
stupid fucking buzzer, dude.
Alan, write some dialogue here!
Down, down!
I can't believe you removed it as soon as you read it, though. Why can't you believe it? I didn't know what he was talking about. It sounded sus, though. Oh, please. Where's the slag? There it is.
You're breaking the game, dude! Help you all if I actually hit something!
Oh, please, dude. That guy's slagged. Come on.
I am the god of damage!
Welcome to the gang.
Yo, thank you, Connor, for the membership. This is fucking awful, dude. I hate these stupid fucking buzzards. Need some fucking ammo. So weird, bro. People are so weird. No. Please, instant. Fuck, that doesn't blue tunnel me, dude!
Thanks for using this Hyperion New U station. Please dial
We got a live one. Goddamn mercs. Kill Crunch. On the way.
What happened? I tried to jump off to safety, but I did not land in a safe spot. I landed in lava. Ah.
High quality, low prices, and no questions asked.
No, I do not want to color tonight. I want to get this done. I do not want to start this up again. I'm going to do this until it is done.
Start the stacking. Alright,
Have a
let's
good
keep
night.
this going.
Have a good night, Elias. I know you're trying to fix your schedule. Yeah, I was. I want to get this done. I just gotta fight. Like, once the fucking blimp's dead, it's fine. I could just fucking get it done. Shaq, thank you for the 100 bits.
Anarchy forever.
Lamau. I didn't even notice that strange. I thought that was someone else.
So inaccurate, but so awesome! Anarchy on Pandora. reload. Don't accidentally reload. So inaccurate, but so awesome! Haha, everything's gonna die. My hit-to-miss ratio is sadness. I am the strongest girl alive! Give me more anarchy! This is getting ridiculous!
Thank you, Strange. I'll make sure that adds to the timer later.
Stop now! God complex, and I like it! Mealy, mealy, meow! I know, I'm so bad at this. Never-ending stacks! Mealy, mealy, meow! I know, I'm so bad at this. When I hit you, it will hurt! So many stacks! I'm going mildly insane! I'm going mildly insane!
A fantastic day for capitalism. Pleasure doing business. Remember, we're always open.
God damn, I am so hardcore! I feel the cosmos! Unlimited power!
All right, back to gaming.
It's a fine day, full of opportunity. I'm sure we'll be doing this again.
No way already, dude, right? You always come the worst fucking time, you stupid piece of shit buzzard, and I fucking hate you. Please kill it. Thank you. Another fucking buzzard, dude. Yeah. How many fucking buzzards are there?
God help you all if I actually hit something! So many stacks!
Ay caramba. Hey, still are 8 people in chat. This man doing numbers. Thanks. Don't do this to me.
Now let's write some dialogue here! I am the god of damage! I rule!
Please, dude, get me out of here.
You're gonna be my new pizza! Look at me!
I can fix this!
What? You should activate Discord more. Why? What, for the health regen? Yeah, for the health regen. Sometimes the health regen just isn't, like, worth it, I feel. For how fast it fucking drains my damage. Like, I feel the difference of 20 stacks. Like, I could, like, game feel it. And, like, I probably could have healed there, but if I still went down, I would have had, like, no damage for it, I guess. I don't know. The fuck's hitting me, dude? Fuck, those weren't weighted.
Another rest. Sweet, sweet slate. They told me to bring a pail, but you look ill enough to me.
Fucking, that fucking barrel, dude. Yeah, this is what I get for not killing them all, dude, because now they're just gonna start.
Once my Vault Hunter destroys your airship, they are gonna stomp your cheating ass into the dirt!
I am not a cheater! These are tactics!
So many stacks!
Okay, we're gonna put the shock potent on.
Alan, write some dialogue here!
Ow. Maybe I should go down there and kill the, like, fucking wave of fucking enemies down there. God fucking... Otherwise my shots are just gonna fucking home in on them. That was a stupid thing to do right there. don't want to stand next to this chest because it's just gonna fucking blow me up. Why are these not homing in good? Dude, this is the worst fucking thing ever, dude. Why'd I agree to make this a sub goal?
The flame's coming back in! I am like negative accuracy right now! You're breaking the game, dude! I am like negative accuracy right now!
Yeah. No Twitch Prime subs? What do you mean? Or is Twitch just freaking out? Twitch might be freaking out. Unless you used your Prime somewhere else. Hello, Taco Knight. How's it going, homie? I hate this fucker, dude. Yeah, fly over. Is that the stacking shock lust? No. This is a potent binary, or this is a potent wonderlust that doesn't have as much DPS, but it has better DPR. So I get more for my ammo's worth, but less DPS. Since this guy doesn't regen health, I don't really need the DPS. I go for the DPR instead. Whoops.
More hurt for the Discord.
That was scary.
I am the god of damage!
I think the Zeppelin is made out of lead. Maybe. Might be why it's nuke proof. Dude. Buzzards are so fucking annoying! Get in!
Too many snacks!
Patience, bro. Patience here, dude. Uh. I hate these stupid ass bitches, bro.
Remember what accuracy means?
No! Maybe send out Death Trap. If I sent out Death Trap, it would be more Death Trap damage than me. Death Trap would be doing more of the work than me, and it would not really be Wanderlust only at that point, in my opinion. I swear, dude, why'd I even jump out here?
Player, what are you doing?
Leave nothing standing.
Cool. Another buzzard. Okay. Please be last one. And of course you're level 91. Love that for me.
I am like negative accuracy right now.
Are there 2 buzzards out there? This math ain't math, and I'm gonna be honest. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm fucking alive somehow, dude. I hate this so much, dude. Good.
Anarchy forever!
Gladiator! The Door Corporation recommends buying and using weaponry from our kick-ass vending machine. Your enemies will be able to fight back when they're exploding!
Okay, hopefully there's no more buzzards. Hopefully we can kill this guy fast enough to fucking not have to worry about it anymore. Let me put the potent one on.
Numbers, numbers, math, math, math.
I should not be shooting near those things. That's a quick way to blow yourself up. Dude, get over here. Dude. Dude. Fly over, bro, please. Dude, I need him just to do a flyover. Like, directly. Is that it? Is he doing it? I think he is. Come on. Fuck. No, he's not. When's he gonna fly over, bro? When's he gonna fly over?
What accuracy means!
Leave nothing standing.
I really just burned my chance right there. Dude, this is awful. Whose idea was this?
Fire the rocket.
You're breaking the game, dude!
Rain hell on all.
Allie, fight some dialogue here!
This is stupid.
Blow away.
No, 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 dude, why'd I do that? Let me test something.
Hyperion thanks you for your patronage.
The door port is open for business. Help our technicians force some more metal, or just grab a gun and start shooting stuff.
I want to sleep and cry it. I'm feeling it.
I think I'm just gonna go to bed. I don't got time. I don't feel like. I feel like if I restack, it's just gonna. This is gonna take too long. This is gonna take too long. I do not deal enough damage, even if I fucking kill it. It's gonna take forever. I'm just gonna figure out what the game plan for tomorrow is real quick. Cause this guy's solid. Why not use purely shock? Because I thought it could have get slagged. Because it can get slagged. Because he can get slagged. Is this solid?
Start the step.
Alright, yeah, so I think I break the shield and then tomorrow I do it the boring way. Let me bounce. What's the boring way? Using the Wanderlust.
Rise from your grave.
I fight my way up, I break his shield, I don't deal with the stupid buzzards. I come over here. And then I wait for him.
Keep your eyes on the forward, fight fan! With 5 voice men buzzing around in the thunder-racing hell, you won't want to miss a moment of the aorta!
I wait for him to come over here.
Forward!
And then as he flies over, I deal a little bit of damage. Are you going to use the speed up mod for it or no? Who do you think I am?
Put the stinky on him.
Just going to ignore that one.
Accuracy's overrated anyway.
Yeah. I think I might just shower in the morning, chat. Alright, let me add time for all the merch and stuff. New order. They got a beanie, that's 10 minutes. And then how many tubs we sell? Lean, blowhole blast. Blowhole blast. Chug juice. You add 50 minutes to the timer. 165, 56, 50. Alright, I'm gonna go to bed.
Duelists, wake up.
Thank you, MTB.
Alright, if you played Borderlands 2.
Sorry, Jada.
After killing Simon, we only had one more obstacle in the luxury spot. I mean,
Turn the headset
layer-
off, please. Alright, bam.
no, it's not the floor spiders that I can't dodge. No, it's not the invincibility shield. It's the frickin' life drain move that really biffs up this whole run. Usually, you just have to run away from her, and she can't steal any health from you. And I swear to God, if I have to explain why that isn't an option...
Oops, the playlist. Bam.
Oh, for the love of... What is it, Mick?
Why can't you run away from the...
Because I have the movement options of Flappy Bird! Anyway, our first attempt ended in big tragedy because we were actually really close to getting the kill. Worry not though, I had an absolutely masterful plan. I think Past Me explains it pretty well, so I'll just let him do the talking. Alright, I'm gonna make a tactical decision, guys. I'm supposed to be wrapping up stream right about now and starting dinner. I'm gonna go make some dinner. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna start it. Hey guys, how's it going? I'm back. Actually, my desk is kind of messy. I'm gonna clean it up real quick. Alright, I'm back. You know, actually, I have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. And we are going to fight the sorcerer's daughter now. You know what? Hold on. Actually, I'm pretty thirsty. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a monster. Alright. We got a monster. Let's kill this thing. We fucking did it. Let's go. That was fucking easy. The final thing in our way was the fight with the handsome sorcerer. Climbing up the tower proved to be pretty difficult. The sheer amount of wizards and dynamite skeletons and oh my gosh, don't even get me started with these things either. Skeleton seer? No I fucking don't, seer. Finally at the top of the tower, we start phase 1 of the fight. We quickly use a slag and shock combo to destroy the sorcerer's shield, and then a slag and fire combo to finish off the first phase. Phase 2 got a little bit tougher. On top of trying to keep the skeletons at bay, I had to make sure to shoot the skull spells out of the air in order to not get downed, which with the Bane's starting accuracy was relatively hard to do. Even if one of your Banes is at max accuracy, the recoil from a freshly reloaded one just throws everything off. This was all manageable, but phase 3 is where things started to really drag on. Get it? Because he summons drag. The sorcerer was now resistant to fire, and on top of that, this phase also has the biggest health bar out of them all. Our next best option was going back to the slag and shot combo. By this time I was running out of ammo, so I tried to inch my way to the ammo shrines when I could. We were so close, and this challenge was almost over. But you know how these things go. Oh, he limping. And just like that, now we know. You can beat Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep with only the Bane. Bonus content time, woo! In my other Bane video, I did the Bane side quest as a way of saying goodbye to the run, and I'll do the same here. In this game, you can find the Bane quest in the Mines of Avarice, and oh my god, it turns out you could get a legit level 22 Bane. Anyway, we talked out to the dripped out version of Marcus, found Horus out by the docks, marked McNally in the forest, did a sick grenade jump to get Gar's map in Flame Rock Refuge. I promised this was first try and did not take a full hour to get right, and finally met my demons face to face. And with this, our true final victory has come. Before you go, I just want to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the algorithm a lot. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you emotes and videos a day early. It also helps me get videos out faster for everyone. I will link my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And for everyone who is already subbed, I want to thank you again for helping me hit this 50k milestone. I promised to do a Wanderlust only run at 100k subs because I truly despise that weapon. And after that, who knows? I could use the Bane in the other Borderlands game that has it for the 200k special. Anyway, shout out to Instant Gaming for being this channel's first sponsor. Make sure to check the description below and save some money. And also shout out to Mango Soda for this video's thumbnail art. He does commissions and he will also be linked in the description. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Hey guys, just wanted to let you know that I'm partnered with Instant Gaming. More on how you could save money on games later in the video. So a few videos ago, I posted the Sheriff Posse Challenge run, and I got a lot of comments asking why I didn't use the Law and Order combo to make the run even more on theme. Which honestly was a fair question. I literally opened the video like, Pandora's always been a lawless place. But what if we wanted to bring some order to this wasteland of a planet? While that little tease wasn't on purpose, excluding the Law and Order was, because I wanted to make a challenge out of the combo on its own. So here we are. Today we ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the Law and Order? Before we start, let's go over the rules. Or should I say laws. We'll be playing on Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode. If you're new to the game and not sure what that means yet, it just means that everyone has 4 times health, health regen, and they're all 10 levels higher than us. No big deal. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and of course, the Law and Order are the only gun and shield I can use. Shooting the Law is allowed, but we're going to mainly focus on the melee aspect of the combo, cause how do I put this? This thing sucks. Even though it does more damage than the purple rarity non-unique version of itself, the bullets are practically useless. So I'll only be shooting to activate Be Like Water for more melee damage, to kill any enemies I cannot melee, or to get second wins if needed. Spoiler alert, I think that last one only happened twice. For the other gear slots, I'll be using the Vault Hunter Relic as a placeholder and the Legendary Ninja class mod for obvious reasons. This being a Melee Zero run, you might assume I'll be using the Lightning Bolt to strip my shield to get access to that juicy Roy damage. But come on now, when do I ever use meta strats? So instead, I'll be using a Slag Grenade. Yeah, you heard that right. I'll be throwing a Slag Grenade at myself and also be calling it Strategy. Why a Slag Grenade, you ask? Well, 2 reasons. 1, masochism is a hell of a drug, and 2, Zero's kunai are great for applying Deathmark, but the slag chance is very inconsistent. So when I'm using a grape Kool-Aid jammer as a smoke bomb, I'll have another chance at making the bad guys purple before I go in for the kill. Here's a quick peek at my build. I am very confident that this was the best setup I could give myself skill-wise, but I'm probably still going to have people in the comment section tell me I should have spec'd into Money Shot, but whatever. Anyway, let's hop into the run. We start our journey in Liarsburg because UVHM has you skip the whole Claptrap Optometrist appointment section of the game, and we started clearing out Tutorial Town. It's been years since I've played Melee Zero, so it took some time to get the setup down. That setup looking a little something like this. First we activate Deception and throw our kunai at the baddie we want to attack. This will apply Deathmark to him and hopefully slag. Then we set up ourselves behind the target so we get the backstab damage boost. And then we wait for the last 2 seconds of deception before throwing a grenade at ourselves and going for the kill. If we got the kill, Many Must Fall would let us possibly get an extra kill or at least get a decent chunk of damage before we ran off and hid. The timing for this might be a little bit more precise than you think. So when I set up for these runs, I usually make all my gear have matching parts to the manufacturer because, well, aesthetic reasons. But for some reason, the Order Shield cannot spawn with bandit parts, so I opted for Hyperion parts instead. Reason number 1 for this is because Hyperion parts have the second best stats for special damage, and this being OP 10 and all, we kinda need that damage in order to, exist. Reason 2 is that they have the best recharge delay stat out of them all. But GASMASK shield recharge delay is bad for roid shields. Yeah, and? The extra challenge of timing my melee strike in a 1.79 second window was a fun added challenge for this run. And the third reason for this decision was because the Order actually uses the Hyperion accessory model instead of the Bandit one, so we still got those aesthetic points. Anyway, we cleared out Tutorial Town with 1 casualty and headed towards Boom Boom. Mobbing along the way was simple enough. After I got rid of all the gun guys, 1v1ing the Ironclad Psychos was a piece of cake. Them being 10 levels higher than me and all meant that 1 slap would healthgate me instantly, but the Law and Order combo heals us for all melee damage we deal. Quick math says 0 melee build plus OP10 roid boost trying to heal a level 80 0 is just full health on every swing. Yeah, you would not want to be in a slapping contest against 0 in this build. Anyway, after we made it to Boom Boom, we decided to target Boom first, and well, homie just got outplayed. After that, we jumped up on Boom's turret and started his operation. Things weren't looking too good at first, but luckily, my trusty operating assistants were there to help. Psycho, scalpel please. After a successful operation, Boom was dislodged from his turret. After our first use of deception, he was one hit away from being finished off thanks to Killing Blow. With this game being made out of spaghetti, he just wasn't taking any damage from melee hits. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with his armor pieces or backpack, because scavengers also have this issue, but we managed to shoot him down not too long after this mishap. Boom and Boom both dropped a bonus package, and I thought that was pretty cool because that's never happened to me before. Anyway, we mobbed our way up and made it to the Flint fight. The main issue of this fight was closing the distance and getting close to Flint. And even if we did manage to get close, the amount of enemies shooting at us would leave us very low on shields. And in order to strip our shield without blowing ourselves up entirely, we need at least 85% of our shield left. It also didn't help that Flint would run up to our hologram and spam his AoE slam move, making it practically impossible to get close. So if we wanted to deal significant damage, we had about 5 seconds after throwing out our decoy to close the gap, throw kunai, strip our shield, and land the melee within the small window where we still had roid damage. Which I did. Oh! This is a historic day in Gas Mask Challenge history. Today, we defeated Captain Flint without any cheese whatsoever. Our next goal was to make it to Sanctuary. To get there, we needed a car, so we stealthily stole one and dripped it out. Our character skin, gun skin, and car skin were all matching, and this boosted our confidence stat by a solid 100%. After that, we found Corporal Reese as he was skillfully fending off hordes of psychos without even breaking a sweat, but we decided to help him anyway. Alright, Reese sent us to go grab this power core. This should be a piece of cake. Oh, look at this clown. He actually fell for it. You stinky. Oh, wait. No, we needed that power core, didn't we? Guess we could just kill the 20 bandits for Reese while we're here. Well, in that case, now is the perfect time to talk about our partner, Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is a website that gets you set up with deals on the games you love. I'm willing to bet a good portion of you guys have a huge wish list of games. And from my experience, that wish list can end up being a graveyard. You either have to wait an unknown amount of time to get a deal that might not even be good, cave and end up purchasing a game for full price, or just completely forgetting that game ever existed. That's where Instant Gaming comes in. No waiting for deals, no full price games, and no missing out. It's not just for PC gamers either. They got deals if you're on Xbox, PlayStation, and even Nintendo Switch, so they've got everybody covered. You could see the deals for yourself right now. Just think of a game you've been wanting to play and use the link in the description. And if you like the deal you see and end up making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you're also helping the channel a lot. Heck, if you want to take your savings and support even further, make sure to bookmark the link so that your gaming is always instant. Anyway, let's see how the run's going. Oh, it looks like the power core just checked off. Weird. What were we doing again? I don't know, I forget. Let's get out of here. We got back to Sanctuary and did all the not dangerous at all tasks. It's pretty much impossible to die here, so I'll just skip to Frostburn Canyon. As per usual, we just ran through this place, bobbing and weaving through bullets, jumping over spikes, doing some things we aren't very proud of, and doing some things I am very proud of. Oh yeah, I should have specified this earlier, but Zero's execute skill has the stinky property, aka knockback, which if you've watched this video, you would know is my favorite way to deal with bad guys, especially these tanky psychos. The rest of the mobbing was going great. As long as Lilith didn't say her cringe one-liner, everything was gonna be... Okay, Lilith, I'm going to be extra nice one last time. I'm going to let this slide since we're kinda doing a cowboy run, but this is the last time ever, okay? You got that? Thank you. Anyway, after all that, we had to go rescue one of the cool vault hunters. In order to get into the Bloodshot stronghold where Roland was being held, we needed to go to Ellie's and get a new bandit car to sneak in. While fighting the cars with cars is allowed for the run, I usually like fighting them without them, because these guys aren't balanced properly for Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, and I just like the power trip. I mean, just throwing my kunai at them would likely handle the situation on its own. We decked out our new whip and headed towards the Bloodshot Dam, where Bad Ma was already waiting for us. And well, we made pretty quick work of him, honestly. While I was kinda sad that we didn't get to put the Stinky on Bad Ma this time around, it was nice seeing the little homies rejoice in their freedom. The Stronghold was up next, and the main problem we ran into here was the non-stop onslaught of bullets coming from every angle. Usually the Law and Order's healing can keep us alive in one-on-one fights, but against a horde of crazed marauders, you know, the bandits that run really far away after they down you for some reason, we run into some issues. Here we got our first second wind from an actual bullet. To be fair though, I'm pretty sure they forgot to balance these turrets past normal mode, so literally anything can one-shot it, so it wasn't really that impressive. After struggling through the first part of the map, we made it to the toilet room. And this place is usually the hardest part, since the bad guys all have the high ground. But Zero's deception kinda turns the tables in our favor, since we could get some great strategic positioning. Oh! Angry Michael showed up, and well, he just straight up started flying.
What the hell?
It didn't take more than 2 seconds before my brain's prime directive kicked in and I seen my opportunity.
Dub.
I was so baffled that this man just alley-ooped himself, it somehow triggered my flight reaction. After that, Roland managed to escape his jail cell, but in probably the worst way possible. The blue toaster known as the Warden took Roland, and that was a big problem for us. If we don't kill Warden fast enough, he can actually take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag, where the fight can be even harder. So we needed to make sure we were focused and got this fight done here and now. We fought our way through the chaos and started our fight against Warden with a good amount of confidence, but then things started to take a turn for the worst.
Miss!
The Warden spawned in a super loader that would kill me before I even got to see him. The Warden also has an AoE slam that would launch me far enough to the point where I couldn't make it back and heal in time before my health gate ran out. And all these things just piled up. I died a bunch of times, and the drop barge showed up to take Roland away. But I wasn't gonna let this toaster run so easily. Moments away from losing this fight, I had a Jimmy Neutron brain blast type moment. If I couldn't heal because I couldn't stay close to the Warden, I would just have to make it so I couldn't get knocked back. And thus, a new strat was born. I'm talking about wedging. Using the ramp that is so conveniently placed behind Warden, we can absorb his slam attack and take little to no knockback. This way we could stay close enough to keep our healing up. We even went down close to the end, but killing blow came in clutch.
Fuck you guys. Doubters in shambles.
This had chat rioting because there was a prediction going on the outcome of this fight. People seen that the fight was going bad and dropped all their points into the Gulag side and had a major upset because of it. And honestly, it serves them right for doubting me. Let's go, baby. Up next was the train robbery mission, bringing back some more cowboy vibes. We met up with Mordo and Tina, who helped us secure some bombs to blow up said train, and everything went according to plan. And then it was time to fight Wilhelm, which, didn't go according to plan. This fight was actually pretty tough. Getting close to Wilhelm was a big issue because of his knockback spin attack. Gone were the days of sneaking up on a bad guy and pulling a silly little prank on them. On top of that, hitting Wilhelm with melee attacks feels incredibly buggy, almost like it's a 50-50 chance whether or not your melee just whiffs or not. My game plan was pretty much to wait until he started making more shield surveyors and then land a hit then. This was a slower process than I could have hoped for, especially since between hits he would just build up a chunk of his shield to buffer my next hit. A few deaths in, I noticed some conveniently placed health vendors following me around in the arena. Utilizing those gave me a bit more wiggle room when it came to setting up for attacks, and I eventually got him down to killing blow range. And yeah, that skill is really good. After that, we got back to Sanctuary, and we found out that the siren that's been talking to us was actually working for Jack the whole time. Bro, I knew we shouldn't have trusted Lilith, man. Now she kidnapped the whole city. Anyway, after running through the fridge and probably contracting some sort of disease because I had to do a little lifesteal to get through, we made it to the other side and found ourselves a spaghetti monster. I died once here, but after the loaders showed up, they distracted the thresher so I could line up my shots. Or stabs, I guess. We made it to Overlook, and I was not expecting good things to come out of this place. Mobbing is fine with this build, but it definitely takes some patience, which the beacon definitely doesn't have. I tried my best to hold off the loaders, but the beacon got busted 8 times and became invincible, which is fine and is helpful, but it's also just kind of embarrassing, especially because all of this happened in under 2 minutes. Anyway, yeah, I just kind of had to brute force through all the loaders and constructors until the fast travel landed and I could run away. Our next stop was the preserve. After wounding the loaders, we infiltrated the preserve and joined on the stalkers vs loaders chaos. Here I stuck to the shadows, waiting for my time to strike. But I obviously didn't know when that was because I was getting rolled. And oh boy, was I not ready for the boss at the end of this mobbing section. Like bro, I was genuinely surprised when I took him out first try. Yeah, I'm not sure why this was so easy. The bull loaders were way more of a threat, honestly. Anyway, we started fighting the loot homies and also started getting bodied again. The warloader loot dudes have an AoE slam. Jeez, man, this is like a recurring issue, isn't it? Anyway, we died a few times, but we started using wedging strats and eventually got them all. And they didn't drop anything cool. After petting some puppies and experiencing the most unsatisfying thing ever, we made it to the Bloodwing fight. Early testing showed that this fight could be doable. I just had to wait for the skags to be released because Bloodwing usually lands when they come out, and then just go to town swinging. A few mishaps in, Bloodwing adapted and decided to, well, stop landing. I'm pretty sure I waited for a good half hour for it to land, and I just didn't think it was gonna happen. And instead of resetting the map, I just dealt with it and brought the fight to her. Yeah, so the new plan was to wait for her to do her stationary fire breath attack, flank around, and go in for a hit. Eventually we got through fire phase and she started landing again. Shortly after she reached corrosive phase, the stars aligned and we got a satisfying finisher. I don't really have revives, so this is kind of scary.
How hilarious. You just set off my trap card. Your death approaches. I'm loading the trade dot.
Scary? What was I even saying? This brought our rivalry score to 6-4. Let's go, we got a few buffer points, let's try and keep them. After bodying the bird, we had to go recruit our next homie, Brick. On the way there, we found Face McShooty, and sadly, we can't slice his face off and have it count for the mission, so we were gonna have to snipe him later. Anyway, we started Brick's initiation and died immediately, but that didn't stop this ninja cowboy from summoning a Godliath for some extra challenge. And that's all of them. Wait, why isn't the cutscene triggering? Oh wait, silly me, I really forgot about this guy. I really can't believe I almost forgot about Back McStabby, bro. What the heck is wrong with me? Anyway, we started clearing out loaders with our homie Brick, and after the first wave, we came back to deal with the sarcastic slab. Using the knockback property of Execute, we slowly but surely pushed him over to this cliff for hopefully obvious reasons. Since we're playing as Zero, I wrote a little haiku in honor of this moment. He was near a cliff. I put the stinky on him. R.I.P. bozo. Anyway, yeah, Brick and I were styling on these loaders. We even got the good luck Brick Stinky. We secured our final homie in the roster by finishing off the super loader, and there was one more task before the big bunker raid. That would be the Jack Doppelganger assassination job. A quick hit job here would be pretty cool, and since we're kinda built for this exact type of job, I thought it would be fun to see how fast we could get in and out of here. So I threw up the speedrun clock and started some attempts. After a few tries of dying before I even got to Jack, I managed to line up a clean stealthy kill and started rushing to the info kiosks. We made ourselves a pocket watch and made it out of there in just under 3 minutes. You know, I really needed some stealth combat gameplay in my life, and this run is hitting the spot. Never mind, I just realized the bunker was up next. The climb up to the bunker proved to have a few challenges. Problem number 1 was this death wall that I couldn't get past. Mainly because I'm a bozo and forgot to tell Claptrap to pull up to the function. After I got that situated, the real first challenge was this toaster. In order to get past this guy, I first ran up and threw my decoy to the left of it so it would face the door. And after that, I could use my runaway prankster strats to whittle down the health bar. After a few attempts, we got lucky and had a low level one, so we were able to finish it off even though we went down. Up next were the baby turrets. Now, I want to say Execute helped us destroy these guys by letting us dash up towards them, but in reality, I think Infinite Vertical Melee was the real culprit. On the way up to the Super Toaster, we found another bonus package, making that our third one for the run. Is this a sign that we should do a bonus package only run? No, of course not. It's just pure coincidence. Don't be silly. Anyway, the big toaster got me a few times before I realized I have Boar, which allowed me to destroy a good chunk of the constructor's health by shooting the side turrets off. This also got us our second win with a bullet, while also putting the constructor within killing blow range. The last thing before the bunker was Face McShooty. Ahem. Face McShooty? I said Face McShoot. Oh, here we go. Anyway, Zero, being the skilled assassin he is, also imbued with the true spirit of the West, took aim and easily got the headshot first try after 40 warm-up shots. At the bunker, we start taking out the turrets. Most of these guys were pretty simple to fight, but 5 of them were a bit tricky. First off, 2 of them required the infinite vertical melee that this game has in order to take them out, and another 2 just couldn't be meleeed. There's an invisible wall right here that prevents me from getting close enough to destroy these things. I even tried to grenade jump over it, and that didn't work either. So for the first time in this run, we actually had to shoot something for the kill, which is, yeah, kinda lame. But if we're being fair, it's a whole lot harder since this thing sucks for bullet damage. I'm pretty sure they would out-heal my DPS if I didn't have them slagged, so yeah, this was definitely harder than just smacking them a few times. The final turret could be meleeed though, but at a cost. Since this thing is straight up hanging over the void, I just had to make sure I could kill it before I hit the death barrier, which happened a few times. Execute is great, but sometimes you just slip right past your target and fly in some random unfortunate direction. Anyway, I think I was messing up because I kept missing the roid damage window, but ended up one-shotting it in the end. It was now time for the bunker fight. The bunker, being airborne and constantly hovering over a death pit, meant that melee combat was a pretty bad idea. So the best thing we could do was just use Boar. But that's boring. You're watching this video, and that means you've seen the thumbnail, so you could probably guess where this is going. If you can't tell, this strat was incredibly risky. If I didn't miss the bunker and managed to actually land on top of him, I would be in a constant state of bouncing and would have to focus on micro movements in order to not fall off. We also rarely had roid damage up here, so the process was also very slow. After the bunker had enough, he would just kind of shake us off, and that was honestly the scariest part. I'm pretty sure this would stress anyone out, knowing that at any moment, this could happen.
Goodbye.
Parasite, you jinxed it, dude! Why is everybody jinxing it, dude? That was truly a heartbreaking death, but I wasn't going to let it deter me. I was determined to not take the boring way out. When a cowboy falls off the bull, do you think they just give up and forget about it? No way. They get back on the saddle and keep going, and when they inevitably fall off again, they learn how to land.
Oh god. No, not this again. Someone find a loader. Okay. Right there. Right there.
Ghost.
Yeah, that's right. The cowboy keeps going until the job is done. After over an hour of this cycle, the bunker reached killing blow range, and victory was in our sight. We set ourselves up under the bunker, and we castrated this raging mechanical bull. After partaking in some cowboy caviar, we started the fight down in Angel Core. Things were going relatively well down here. Loaders aren't exactly the best at running away from you. As long as I went down close enough to them, I could get a second win. To help ensure this, I started jumping at them. This way, if I did go down before I got to them, I would keep getting closer instead of just stopping in my tracks. After that adaptation, the rest of Angel Core went smooth.
Howdy, boys.
Lilith, you fucking piece of shit. I swear to God, I hope... Hey guys, sorry about that. My lawyer said I should not include that in the video, so I just had to take that out real quick. Anyway, Roland ended up dying. I tried to give him a new shield, but homie just didn't listen. After that, Jack kidnapped the giraffe, and Mordecai suspected he was taking her to the vault. I would have guessed the wildlife exploitation preserve, but we'll just go with Mordecai's plan, I guess. I'm just following orders. So we headed to Sawtooth Cauldron. The ambush commanders here reminded me a lot of Badma, which also reminded me of my regret, so I took it out on them appropriately. After that, we hit the conveyor skip using one of the Gravedigger's grenades, and that felt pretty cool. We blew up Boombringer and also murdered its pilot, and then made our way up to a tough part of the run. You see, we had to destroy some buzzards up here. If at this point you're still not sure why this is an issue, let me ask you this. Have you ever tried to box a helicopter? If the answer is yes, are you okay? And if the answer is no, yeah, me neither, because it just wouldn't work. Zero is also way cooler than your average person, and he still had trouble fighting these things. So how did we deal with these things, you might ask?
Is sleeping.
Well, each kill went a little something
Alright.
like this.
Got my face washed, teeth brushed, all that good stuff. Time to go to sleep. Alright. Yeah.
Yeah, if I wanted a chance at taking these things out, I needed to get them right as they were taking off. And descending the tower to get them to despawn and respawn was the best way of doing so. It took about an hour, but we managed to get all 5 buzzards and steal the bombs we needed to get to the boneyard. Everything here went as usual. We got away from the bad guys at the first pumping station, died to the sergeant loaders in the second one, almost had our car blown up at the third, and then rammed that same car into a pipe and end up in the Arid Nexus Badlands. Now, I could just run through this area, but I seen Saturn and I thought, yeah, I could take him. Okay, maybe not in a fist fight alone, but I had some ideas. I started shooting at his turrets and letting Boar deal some damage. I wasn't completely killing the turrets off with this, so I was able to keep boring them by letting them heal a bit in between shots. This also staggered Saturn every time, and it felt very weird being able to bully him around like this. After I got him low enough, I figured I'd go for his Achilles heel and deliver the finishing blow. The only other thing I had to worry about here was the big toaster, but I ended up killing that thing on accident by barring both turrets at once. Anyway, we got our info and made our way to the claptrap door. The culmination of all the mobbing practice I've had throughout the run was going to be shown in this fight. Oh, never mind. I died to my own grenade on the first loader. Neat. Real talk though, the mobbing here is pretty simple. A little too simple if you ask me, because almost every surveyor decided to just start bugging out, making them super easy to kill. On the other hand, I kept blowing myself up by meleeing hot loaders. These things will always explode after they die, and when everything is blue thanks to deception, all the loaders start looking the same. And then it turns into a fun game of, am I attacking a robot or a propane tank covered in landmines? Guess we'll have to find out. I tried to use this to my advantage by targeting the hot loaders first, using their explosion to reset the 1.79 second delay on my shield, and go for a more consistent second kill, which felt pretty cool. After all those loaders were dealt with, we were able to sprint through Hero's Pass, avoiding all the unnecessary combat, and finally start our fight with Jack. I had some trouble with this fight at first. The entire run, I never realized that you only get healing from melee damage if you deal damage directly to the enemy's health bar, so Jack's shield was holding us back a bit. That issue is easily fixed compared to our next problem. You see, Jack has a number of advantages in this fight. First off, he has some very strong health regen, meaning our kill was going to need to be quick. This comboed with his ability to literally teleport away and spawn an invincibility shield drone makes it very hard to pull off a quick kill. And to top it all off, Jack is extremely hard to slag, meaning if we executed our setup perfectly, no pun intended, it was still up to chance. During our first attempt, we got lucky with slag and found out how much damage we could do in one hit to his health bar. This wasn't going to be a one-hit kill, but we could for sure get him down to killing blow range and finish him off. So what happened here, you might ask? Well, he cheated. I was literally 1/3 of a second away from finishing this guy off first freaking try, and he just leaves. And after that, things just started falling apart. Jack managed to keep getting more and more shield surveyors, which were kinda hard to kill because they moved around so awkwardly. At first I thought I was just whiffing a lot of hits, but I found out that landing a hit on this specific surveyor doesn't end your deception for some reason, and you could just get big damage at no cost. Learning this, I got used to landing consecutive hits on it and destroying it quickly. At this point, I had been playing for a while, and after several deaths, I decided to continue the next day.
What's the likelihood you're gonna do this the first time?
The first try?
Yeah.
1 in 20, please.
Fools you are. I move for the kill.
I'm gonna be surprised if this works, honestly. Alyssa, I did it first try!
Well, I guess that just leaves the warrior now. This final boss was definitely a worthy one. The fight was nothing but back-to-back constant risk-taking. Getting close enough to the warrior to melee him also meant I was in the worst possible spot if the warrior decided to do a slam attack. On top of this, if a Crystallisk, Rack, or the warrior somehow landed a hit on me right before I tried to strip my shield, the whole attempt would just be lost. I had some strategies to combat these issues. First off, I made sure to always know where the nearest Crystallisk was in case I needed some quick health and or a second win. I would utilize the wedging strat we learned earlier to maximize damage when the warrior was in this spot, and use this bridge to stop us from flying when he was in the other two spots. Our first attempt made it pretty far before we lost to our own mistake. Usually breaking all the crystals on a Crystallisk would be enough to kill it, but since I let this one live for so long, it managed to regen enough health to survive having all its crystals broken. If this happens, the only way to kill is if you have enough explosive damage, which we didn't. Attempt number 2 also ended pretty far into the fight, but just like before, we kept hopping on that bull, learning every time. After 20 minutes of fighting in our third attempt, we managed to get him down to killing blow range, and victory was in our sight. We landed one last power move and finished him off with one final blow to the heart. Which means, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the Law and Order. Bonus content time, woo! So Jack might be dead, but there's still a lot of crime on this planet, so our work isn't done yet. We're going to investigate the 2 sanctuary crimes and also go take down the outlaw Nisha. First off, let's talk about the gutter quadruplets. If you're impatient like me, you probably figured out who did the crime by accusing someone, and if you were wrong, just saying, oh well, guess I'll try again in the next playthrough. But today, I actually wanted to crack this case. Talking to Marshall Friedman, Moxie, and Zed, we found out the murder was from a single bullet. He has a shield and took some damage, but then Zed patched him up good as new. So the one who has a sniper, shield, and full health is the only person who could have done this crime. Case closed. Let's move over to the other case in Sanctuary, where we gotta find out who stole the cash from their homies. Marshall Friedman told us that only one of these guys will tell the truth and the other 3 are liars, and using that info, we can easily find out who took the money. Jim pretty much said it wasn't me, Lindy says Sam took the cash, Sam said it was O'Cantler, and O'Cantler just says Sam's full of crap. That last one was actually verbatim too. So if we factor in our 3 liars and 1, truther rule, we can quickly find our answer. Sam and O'Cantler's responses both contradict each other, so we can deduce that one of them have to be telling the truth. And in either case, that would make Jim a liar, meaning his response of, I didn't do it, is proof of his thievery. So yeah, you could solve the case in this convoluted way, or you could just look at Jim's back and see that the money is literally right there. Anyway, let's move on to Lynchwood and Nisha. The first mission here was pretty easy. We pressed a few buttons and then a train blew up, so that was pretty cool. And after that, we put the Stinky on Mad Dog while also managing to keep the dynamite from falling off this time. And then we robbed Nisha's bank and set off to hide all the money. Oh boy, I sure hope Nisha doesn't sick her posse on me. Oh my god! After all that, Nisha was mad, and now she wanted to challenge us to a pistol showdown to see who came out on top. But honestly, screw all that noise. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the YouTube algorithm and helps the channel grow. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you emotes and videos a day early, and also helps me get videos out earlier for everybody. You could also check out my link in the description to Instant Gaming. I am partnered with them, and they have some great video game deals over there, so definitely go check them out and save some money. I'll leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description as well. And last but not least, I wanted to give a shout out to our thumbnail artist, Mango Soda. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Today's video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you could save money on video games later in the video. So on my channel, I usually explore the viability of cursed, low tier, and just downright bad gear in endgame Borderlands. But today, we're going to explore the viability of one of my favorite skills of all time. Today we ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only Light the Fuse? I'll go over the rules real quick. First off, we will be playing on Ultimate Vault Hunter mode and starting out on OP10, and then lowering the OP level as we go if necessary. The goal is to beat the game at the highest OP level possible. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and last but not least, all damage dealt to enemies must be a result of Light the Fuse. So damage from things like Bloodsplosion or barrels is allowed as long as it's initiated by Light the Fuse and not some other source like melee damage. And before the run and valid 8-year-olds get to the comment section, jump damage will be allowed because it's so insignificant in UVHM that it wouldn't kill anything anyway. We are also allowing the use of pull a pin to drop a stock grenade when we end up dying. These also deal barely any damage, but I decided to allow it because it's kind of on theme with the run and the funny knockback property is just too hard to pass up. Damage done to myself can come from any source. So things like hitting myself, throwing Buzz-X bombs, throwing stock grenades, and punching barrels are all fine as long as I don't hurt the enemy in the process. As for the gear, we're only going to be using an explosive relic and a flesh crunch class mod. Both these things together gives me an extra 166% explosive damage. I should mention that if I do end up dropping my OP level, I will also drop my gears level accordingly, which doesn't matter much. The difference in damage boost is like 8% from OP0 to OP10, but I decided to keep the playing field level anyway. Here's a quick peek at the build. If you're wondering why I picked some of these skills, it's probably because I ran out of useful skill points, so I threw them in random spots so I didn't have to see the blinking in the corner of my screen. Alright, with that out of the way, let's hop into the run. Right off the bat, we get a nice taste of gas mask luck. We got good starter spawns. Okay. Yeah, so surprising nobody, Light the Fuse was not working in OP levels. The first set of Bullymongs already had us drop down to OP 7 before we could chain together a kill. Using this knowledge, we could play a fun game. You should comment down below what OP level you'll think we'll be at by the end of the run, and see if you're right. Anyway, the bandits in Tutorial Town are usually the really squishy kind, but even so, we still needed to drop down to OP 6 to get through this part. So yeah, OP 6 is possible, but I definitely couldn't have done it without. So if you're using Light the Fuse and you want to make sure you throw as many dynamite sticks as you can before you inevitably blow your arm off, make sure you're not spamming the click button. Instead, time your clicks for right when Krieg is touching the bundle of dynamite, and you will throw them a lot faster. This allows you to throw 22 sticks of dynamite instead of the usual 14 per Light the Fuse duration. After repairing Claptrap, we started fighting our way to Boom Boom. After ignoring some major wannabes, we hop in and start our first boss fight.
Light the fuses, bitches!
He said the thing!
I'm ready to blow!
Our first attempt ended near instantly since my bleed out timer was still scuffed from the last fight. Our first real attempt made it painfully obvious that OP6 wasn't gonna happen. OP5 was better, OP4 was close, and OP3 was just barely doable. We were able to kill Boom, which triggered Psychos to start spawning, and these guys were vital to our victory. The plan was to stay close to the Psychos as I was chucking my evil candy canes at Boom's turret. This way, when my timer ran out, I would get a revive off of them and potentially deal some extra damage via Bloodsplosion. This strat worked well for knocking him out of his turret, but not as well when it came to actually killing Boom. Boom's AI makes him run pretty far away from you when you go down, and it's kinda hard to hit him when he just jumps out of range. But lucky for us, we know about... If you're sick of the bad guys running away as you're trying to feed them the scary looking candles, totem trolling is just what you're looking for. When in Light the Fuse, you won't bounce off enemy heads. This allows you to effortlessly keep close to them and deal your damage. The bad guys are also so dumb that they literally don't even know you're up there. Anyway, after we killed Boom and Boom, we blasted Claptrap and made our way towards Flint. Along the way, we saw some bad guys bullying Claptrap, so I decided to join in. And then we made it to Flint. And, yeah, this didn't go good. I spent 2 hours trying to set up a Bloodsplosion chain using all the mobs provided, but it just wasn't happening. It also didn't help that he would just light himself on fire and get some goofy damage reduction. Oh, not to mention that every time I failed an attempt, I had to save quit to get all the bandits to respawn, which meant running all the way back over to Flint. Well, since we still have a minute before we get back up there, I guess now is a good time to talk about our partner, Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is my go-to place for getting deals on games I want to play. Just recently, I decided to try to get Fallout 4 and replay it because it's been a while. And I managed to snag the Game of the Year edition with all the DLC for under $9. The best thing about it is there's no waiting for deals here. Sure, you could just wait for Steam to have a sale, but who wants to wait? And even if you did wait, the odds of their deal beating Instant Gaming's deal is pretty slim. I just checked the price on Steam, and even with it being 75% off, it's still cheaper on Instant Gaming. And now I may be on PC, but Instant Gaming also covers all of our console homies. So do us both a favor and think of a game you've been wanting to play, and use my link in the description to see if you like the deals they've got. And if you end up making a purchase, just know on top of saving yourself money, you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's see how far we made it. Oh, we are resetting again already. I guess I should have expected that. Anyway, blood explosion chains are really hard to get without slag tripling your damage on every explosion, so I decided that OP2 was going to be necessary. This was still hard even on OP2, but after a while, we got a god chain. Let's go, dude! After that, we made it to 3 Horns and stole ourselves a car, visited Door Guy, hit a sick quad feed, stole some guy's batteries, and let the blood explosion chain handle killing the 20 bandits for Reese, before finally making it to Sanctuary. Ah yes, home sweet home. We can kick back and relax.
Come to Frostburn Canyon or people will die.
Okay, we're off to Frostburn Canyon then. You know the drill. We usually speedrun through this map because all the mandatory fighting is at the end. Running through this time was especially fast because of a largely forgotten part of Light Diffuse is the speed boost awarded to the player after detonating the bundle early. If you get a kill like this, you get a speed boost for the remainder of time that you had left in Light Diffuse. And the best part about it is that speed boost can stack. That's what we call some high risk, high reward gameplay. Anyway, after making it through the bandits and spike pits, we found Lilith and happily revived her. Psych! Real talk though, it didn't take Lilith long to utter her cringe one-liner. It was literally her second phase blast, and I just wasn't having it. At this point, some of you guys might be thinking, I thought Light Diffuse was bad. How the heck is this man AFK eating chips and French onion dip and still winning? And yeah, fair enough. I've heard a lot of people say that this skill is terrible, and while I could agree that the skill is definitely not optimal, terrible is kind of a harsh take. Ironically enough, I think that Light Diffuse excels in the 3rd playthrough. Did you know that this skill receives a 600% damage boost in UVHM? Because it does. If we take the health multipliers from each playthrough, we can see that Light Diffuse has the best potential in UVHM. I also find it kind of funny that TVHM is the worst time to use this skill. Anyway, yeah, Light Diffuse isn't bad. It's just not as strong as swapping to a Norfleet.
What the f, amigo? Vos estás re loco.
For example, I still can't kill these big psychos, so that sucks. I had 2 options for these guys. I could wait for Lilith to take care of them since they don't have health regen, but relying on Lilith plus waiting on Lilith isn't something I want to do. So I just lured them over here and let Pull the Pin handle it. You can't see it in the clip, but they definitely got launched off the cliff here. After all that noise, we set off to Ellie's to get a car upgrade. I couldn't afford a new car, so I got a local job working on a food truck. They put me on hot dog duty, we destroyed the competition, and I managed to make enough money for a new car, and then we set off to the Bloodshot Stronghold. Bad Ma was waiting for us, and I had a plan for this fight. Come closer. Come closer, big man.
It was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
There we go. Easy. It was now time to fight our way through the ramparts. They thought they were going to be able to stop me with their numbers and manpower, but they didn't know about my main goal.
My main goal is to blow up.
The close quarters combat here made it easy to set up blood explosion chains and corner enemies. After we made it to the toilet room, I managed to survive 7 back-to-back instant bleedouts. We even ended it on this cool stylish one. Hold that, wait. Hold on. Come down here. Truck it. Oh my god. Angry Michael showed up and he made the mistake of standing too close to the edge. And then we had a little family gathering. he's got a, that's a suit, that's one of me behind me. It's my own brethren behind me. We caught up to Roland and watched him get kidnapped by our next big problem, the Warden. Fun fact, constructors have a 90% damage reduction to grenade splash. Also fun fact, Light the Fuse and Bloodsplosion are both considered grenade splash. Another fun fact, the Warden can take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you don't kill it fast enough. Fun fact, we're going to the Gulag. Yeah, I tried my best here, but we just did not have enough damage to take him out. Especially because our potential revives were all super loaders or angelic guards, so bye Roland. Anyway, usually the Gulag version of this fight can be harder because the Warden also has the ability to moonshot loaders in over there. But like, what's the worst that can happen? They down me? Yeah, the extra bad guys actually came in handy to set up for bigger Bloodsplosion chains here. Only thing we had to be careful of is our bleed out timer not getting too low. So how bleed out timers work in this game is that every time you go down, your bleed out timer will be reduced if you went down within 26 seconds of your last second wind. In order to reset this, you would not only need to wait longer than 26 seconds before your next down, you would also need to get a second wind with that already bad bleed out timer. If your next down is going to make you instantly bleed out, no amount of waiting alone can reset your timer. So you need to really set up for your next second wind to reset it back to normal. So after a few kills, I started counting out loud, making sure I hit that 26 second mark, and we patiently waited for Warden to keep spawning our revives. On the 14th activation of Light the Fuse, we finally managed to take this toaster down. After Roland and I finished off the rest of the loaders, we made it back to Sanctuary. Our next mission was to go steal the vault key, train robbery style. Right as we got to Tundra Express, we lost a fight with a snowman and took a shameful shower with the VAR kids because of it. After that, Mordo and Tina helped us blow up a train, and it was now time for the Wilhelm fight. This fight was honestly kind of a joke. Homie straight up just spawns 2 surveyors every 20 seconds, and that makes it way too easy to just
Blow up.
Altogether, it took 7 full detonations and 1 beef stick to take Wilhelm down. After that, we got back to Sanctuary. Lieutenant Davis wanted to try our build out, so I tried to show him the ropes, but I don't think he understood that well. Oh no, I got all of Sanctuary doing it now. What have I done? What the f***, Lilith? On the way to the fridge, we found a tubby skag and blew his cute little head right off of his body. He dropped an Unforgiven, so that's pretty cool. Which reminds me, I've got all these save files on my Discord channel. If you want to try any of the runs you've seen me do on YouTube, there's a link in the description. Anyway, after almost surviving the fridge, we fumbled again and forgot to hit the fast travel objective. After we got that fixed, we started our fight with the hungry moon squid. Yeah, this one didn't go good at all. I had no hope of killing this thing, especially since it can just hide underground as I try to detonate, or just say, I have a shield now, and ruin everything. So I decided to hire some friends to help me out. Except, they weren't my friends at all, actually. It was really hard to get them to stay mad at the Thresher because as soon as it went underground, their lack of object permanence kicked in and they just started blasting me. After like an hour of trying to figure it out, I got to a spot where they would just leave me alone and fight it out themselves, and I just took my hands off the keyboard. About 2 minutes later, the Thresher kicked a bucket and I made off with the contents of its stomach. Overlook was up next, and with the hordes of loaders, you would think this wouldn't be too bad. Only problem is, they really just didn't want to target me. Shoot me! Shoot me! Shoot me!
Like littering or profanity.
What the fuck? Yeah, they were just dead set on destroying that beacon, so it eventually became invincible and these guys were still shooting at it. I had to adapt, and this is probably the first time in human history that adapting was running up and trying to eat the bad guys' guns. But we gotta do what we gotta do. After what felt like the longest Overlook fight of my life, the fast travel landed and we made our shameful escape. We weren't at Sanctuary long before we were given another job to do while everybody else sat around. What is our job anyway? Oh, come on! Anyway, after wounding all the loaders by simply not getting a second wind, we ran through the preserve and started taking out all the required bad guys. I had to be a bit careful here because I knew an Uba was coming up. That's an acronym for this, by the way. And in order to take this thing out, I was going to need to really utilize the 2 loaders it spawns with. I I was really scared that I was going to have to farm map RNG for this barrel to be slag for the kill, but I was lucky enough to kill him without needing to do that. And I was even lucky enough to do it a second time because I forgot to grab doctor's orders. We started fighting the loot dudes, and this time around I figured bunching them all up would increase my odds of surviving. I died anyway, but on the bright side, the corrosive skag killed all the jet loaders for us, so that was cool. We ended up getting a legendary psycho class mod and an infinity, so that's pretty neat. And after playing fetch with the local puppies, we made it to the Bloodwing fight. At face value, you might think this fight is just not possible. She has 3 phases to fight and resets if I end up dying, and that math just doesn't add up to me winning. But lucky for us, right about the same time she lands and gets into our range, she also spawns a bunch of skags. Those skags are also getting slagged by Mordecai. I think you guys know where this is going.
There you go, guys. Good job. GG. Let's go. First try, baby.
The new rivalry score is now 7-4. I think we need to give Bloodwing a chance, so maybe comment a challenge that Bloodwing can score a point on. Anyway, we got the Claptrap upgrade and finally had a chance to high-five our homie. Our next goal was to recruit Brick and his buzzard support. He has a whole army of crazed bandits, so I thought I would fit in pretty well, but nope, I needed to do some dumb initiation. This guy is literally begging to get shot in the face, and he's still part of the gang. I'm running around with lit TNT and blowing my arm off every 4 seconds, and I can't join? What the heck is that logic? So I started the initiation and immediately went AFK to just go eat more snacks because I could. Anyway, after I killed all those guys, Brick agreed to help us out. We also got to tell Sarcastic Slab about our main goal.
Blow up.
After getting a loader to take out Face McShooty for us, we fought off all the loaders with Brick. I was having trouble doing our usual strats, but luckily Brick knows what he's doing. Brick! He did it! We seen it! The last thing we needed for the bunker raid was Jack's voice. We tried our totem trolling strat on the Jack double, but one light diffuse duration wasn't going to be enough. After that attempt, he started running away, as he does, but I bet he didn't know about. When you're in Fight for Your Life, enemies change up a little bit and try to move a bit further away from you than they usually would. Normally you can't use this to your advantage, but with Light Diffuse, we can run, jump, and hurt all the bad guys right to where we want them. After using the fear of the engineers to our advantage, we were able to kill the Jack double and steal his voice, and now we were finally ready for the climb up to the bunker. Obstacle number 1 was another toaster. Believe it or not, this guy was way more of a hassle than Warden. You see, all the Warden does is just keep spawning bad guys. He can't shoot missiles or nukes or anything like that. On the other hand, these guys have a limit to how many loaders they can spawn. So if I didn't get enough damage done with the provided bad guys, I would have to reset the map. Which I did over, and over, and over, and over again. Yeah, some of the most random problems just decided to show up. To list a few, bad guys would die way earlier than I thought they would, and that would waste their blood explosion damage. A loot homie showed up and that ruined everything. Enemies wouldn't get close enough to the constructor. Surveyors would fly out of my range at the last moment. The toaster would nuke my revive last second. Random pieces of geometry would eat my detonation. What? Or, you know, I would just casually be held hostage by a jet loader. Yeah, just a bunch of generally annoying crap that you would totally expect when you're trying to kill a grenade splash resistant toaster with grenade splash. 1 hour, 6 resets, and 11 deaths later, we finally managed to take the thing down. Man, I sure hope the next fight isn't as bad as... Well, I guess this is the end of the run. Until next time, breathe easy, homies. Psych! Yeah, I'm not counting these guys, because what you're seeing here is 100% a glitch. These guys are super weird and just don't take a lot of splash damage for some reason, so since they're cheating, we're gonna do a little cheating too, while keeping to the runs theme. If we allow ourselves 2 very specific grenade mods, a long fuse sticky homing slag bouncing Betty, and a short fuse sticky homing corrosive transfusion grenade, good god that was hard to say and record, that took like 18 tries, we could kill these guys with pull the pin. First off, we die right about here with our slag grenade equipped. We want to die as far away as possible, but still have the grenade be close enough to home into the turret. The sticky property is important here because the grenades would just bounce off otherwise. The slag Betty will now get stuck in the turret and slag it with bullets while we respawn, After we come back, we need to quickly go equip the corrosive transfusion we dropped on the ground, take enough damage to get health gated, and then open and close our inventory to get rid of the invincibility window from health gate. And then we would instantly bleed out and hope that we were fast enough. And also hope the grenade went for the right turret. This was a pretty tight window. It probably took about 15 tries before we nailed this kill. For the further turret, we had to get a little creative. Instead of bleeding out normally, we would have to jump into the death barrier in a level spot where our grenade would drop, bounce directly upward, notice the turret, and start homing in before we equipped our corrosive transfusion and tried to bleed out with that one. Surprisingly enough, we somehow got this one first try. Well, glad that fight is out of the way. Can't possibly get any worse than... Yeah, I'll be honest guys, this was probably the worst Super Toaster fight I've ever had. I literally couldn't do anything to this thing, so I just had to wait for it to slowly nuke itself. This was unbearably slow, so I tried to manipulate it by baiting out slams every time it chose to shoot missiles instead of nukes. And honestly, I thought it was working, but I was actually just slowing him down. The optimal strat here was literally to wait pretty much AFK and just eat some hot fries. 2 hours I waited there before I couldn't see his health bar anymore. He was practically dead, so I decided to finish him off the proper way.
This is probably stupid, but oh well. Just do it.
Would like to remind you that there is only one thing worse than respawning, and that is not respawning.
After another hour and a half, we got it low again and actually took it out proper. Okay, now there really shouldn't be any other annoying thing we have to deal with on the way up to the what the f even is this? Alright, we're finally at the bunker now. Step 1, blow up some turrets. Step 2, blow up some more turrets. So in order to destroy the bunker, we were going to have to be patient and wait for him to stand still on the edge of the arena and blow up his turrets to get second wins. Now this is some tricky stuff to land consistently, but we had a trick up our sleeve. Alright guys, it's time to teach you about my favorite light the fuse tech, short fusing. How many of you guys have tried to jump last second in order to reach a surveyor or rack, but in the end just landing before the dynamite has a chance to blow up anyway? I'm willing to bet a good portion of you that have tried this skill. But with short fusing, this problem will be no more. As long as you're not throwing a stick of dynamite as this animation starts, you can click at any moment to detonate the bundle early. My mind was blown when I found this strat, and honestly, it was the tipping point to starting this run. Anyway, by short fusing, we can jump at the bunker and detonate early enough to destroy the turrets and deal a little bit of damage to the bunker in the process. We lost our first attempt while we were still warming up, but on our second try, we got the bunker all the way down to his deathbed spot. It got a little trickier here because he was way higher up than I felt safe going for, so after I got second wins from the turrets, I lured a backup plan closer and started chucking. 3 loader sacrifices in, we secured our win. Our next objective was to survive the Angel Core fight. I was so hyped to see all the dumb loaders run towards their silly little ion loader homies, not knowing they grouped themselves up and gave me a free way to down myself and blow them all up at once. But then like maybe 2 ion loaders showed up, so that was kind of lame. But honestly, that was fine compared to the rest of the stuff I had to deal with down here. 10, 11, 12, shut the f up, Lilith! 14, 15. Alright, I've been getting a lot of comments lately asking why I despise Lilith so much, and honestly, it's more than her just dropping that cringe one-liner. She just constantly blinds me and is of no use in combat. You would expect her to deal some type of fire or even slag damage in combat, but no, she just doesn't deal damage in Angel Core. All the other Vault Hunters are cool. Roland can actually kill stuff and his turret gives you health and ammo. Mordecai understands UVHM and slags everything for you. Brick puts the stinky on loaders? And, what does Lilith do again? Fuck you, Lilith. Get stepped on. No, Lilith, what the fuck are you doing? She takes me to the fucking back rooms? This game is cursed. Why does this always happen to me? I can't make this up. Anyway, so the last few loaders are all the super ones, and in order to kill those, we were going to need some fodder enemies. If we somehow messed this up and we're stuck in a 1v1 versus one of these things, we were going to have to restart Angel Core entirely. I was down to the loader and one turret, and needed that loader to be as close to the turret as possible. And of course, Lilith kept distracting it. Oh my god, bro. We eventually managed to take it out and did not need to redo the entirety of Angel Core, thank goodness. Anyway, Roland Gott died. That is literally what I wrote in the script, so I'm just going to go with it. And Jack kidnapped Lilith. Great, now I won't have to listen to her. She's in my brain now, come on! We made it to Sawtooth Cauldron and started taking out the ambush commanders. This place was pretty crowded with bandits, so herding them to the big guys was actually pretty simple. I may have had a few minor blunders, but they all died in the end, and that's what matters. After those guys, we bombed Boombringer and accidentally looked at the explosion, but it somehow still counted as me not seeing it, so I'm basically a cheater now. We found Mortar and decided to let him live. We totally didn't try to kill him and failed miserably. No, that would never happen. I needed him to damage me for this next fight. So, buzzards. Not exactly something I could just chase down, so for this fight, we're going to need to do some shenanigans. Man, do I just make the same funny edit as I did in the last video? Screw it, why not?
Time's up. Explosions of life!
Anyway, yeah, we had to pretty much just get the buzzard as they spawned in order to get all these guys taken down. It took a while, but we got all 5 and stole a bunch of explosives. Wait, why are we even here? I've got tons of dynamite. Anyway, after the usual run through the boneyard, we made it to the Badlands and found Saturn. I humored the idea that killing Saturn was possible, so I made one attempt. Guess how much damage I did? Anyway, yeah, we got the data and it was time for the final stride towards the vault. The mobbing at the claptrap door? Easy. Skipping Heroes Pass? Even easier. Fighting Jack? Pretty much impossible. I could go on for hours describing how everything in this fight adds up to us losing, but instead, I'm going to try to cover all the basic stuff really fast. Here we go. At first, the Jack fight seems easy because he spawns all these clones that die to one dynamite stick, but after his shield breaks, those clones don't show up anymore and your options for revives are loaders or turrets. This wouldn't be an issue if it wasn't for Jack's crazy health regen, the fact he has grenade splash resistance just like constructors, and an invincibility drone. So in order to kill Jack, you just need to get his shield really low and then pray you get a good enough chain using all the clones. But most of the time you get the god chain when his shield is still full and just ruin the attempt. This is also very hard because the clone AI is incredibly unpredictable. Sometimes they chase you down, sometimes they try and gun you down, sometimes they just don't move. Which isn't helpful considering that we have to lure them all over to the spot for the blood explosion chain, because when Jack's shield breaks, he instantly teleports to the console, meaning the chain has to end here. But getting an actual chain is super hard because if you have too many runners, they clump up and it doesn't actually chain and it doesn't stack any damage. And if you have too many gunners, they're not close enough to get hit by the explosions. So you have to deal with their already buggy AI and spread them far enough to make the fight work. Also, apparently if multiple enemies die at the same time, only one of them will blood explode, and 99% of the time is the one that wasn't near any of the other bad guys. Yippee. I was honestly lucky to even enter Light the Fuse because these guys barely deal any damage. I could slag myself using Lilith's laser, but she can't slag Jack or any of the doubles because she's a She could slag the rack though, so maybe we can add those to the chain. Nope. You have to hit them with a stick of dynamite to get them mad, but that usually just kills them. And even if you do get them mad, they usually only do one swoop before forgetting about you again. We also need a bunch of bloodlust stacks for the chain to work, so we have to make sure to activate BuzzX Rampage after our initial detonation so that Taste of Blood gives us 45 stacks per kill instead of just 1. And then we have to try to keep these stacks by jumping on the bad guys' heads. That didn't go good. Jump on him, I swear to God, thank you. Jump, 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 you fuckers, I hate you. Just give me my 100 stacks, please. Oh my God, this is fucking Sisyphus! Sisyphus! Other than the actual fight, there were some other things that slowed me down. Like when the mailman sent me this picture saying my 24-pack of monsters was delivered, that's not my front door. So I ran around my apartment complex and discovered that's nobody's front door. This was actually just a picture of a package that wasn't even my monsters delivered to the back door of the main office. Why? Back to Borderlands, I also had Shift telling me I couldn't connect to my account even though I was in offline mode, which wouldn't be an issue, but they decided to tell me every time I paused to save quit and again in the home menu. It was messing up my fast save quits and I was getting really tilted. Insert dramatic sigh and pretend that I did all that in one take. Wait, hold on. Anyway, after 6 hours, I decided that OP2 Jack just straight up wasn't possible. So this fight is going to have two endings. The normal ending and the stinky ending. If we allow ourselves to use pull the pin with a singularity grenade, we can win the fight like this. Let's go. Let's go. That looked really easy, didn't it? Well, it actually took 3 hours to figure out. Stock grenades don't launch Jack, otherwise I would have just used one of those, so the singularity was needed here. On top of that, the singularity needed to be in a high place. This would give him more airtime and he'd get pulled further. It was also super annoying to make sure he stayed aggroed to you and even harder to get him close enough to this corner to pull it off. I had to be at a specific distance where I'm out of his melee range but still close enough to where he would try to run up and melee me instead of disappearing. I would then have to kite him to this corner because just standing here wouldn't get him close enough. After that, I just needed to spam jump and have him down me. If I didn't spam jump here, he would just run away and this wouldn't work. Also, the actual walkable area of this rock I had to climb was super slim. Too far to the right and I would be the one getting stinkied. Usually I would just be kinda mad that this fight was so convoluted and obscure, but like, we fucking put the stinky on Jack. This is fucking awesome. Anyway, for the normal ending, we were going to have to drop the OP level all the way down to 0. Hey guys, Future GASMASK here. So yeah, we managed to kill Jack at OP 0 after about 2 hours of attempts, but I was really mad that we had to drop out of OP levels after making it this far on OP 2. So we popped it back to OP 1 and did some testing, and within the first 10 minutes we had some promising attempts, and I instantly knew that this was possible. So I put my nose to the grindstone, letting my stubbornness completely overtake any urge to settle for the win at OP 0. I knew it was only a matter of time, but what I didn't know was that matter of time was 10 hours. Anyway, I just wanted to explain everything that happened. I'm pretty sure 50% of this challenge was this fight alone, so that's something. Also, this bit is 100% an excuse to show off the new merch. Queen Knight designed all of it, and I think she did an awesome job. If you want to cop some of this for yourself, find the link in the description or just go straight to GASMASK'Gang.com. Anyway, here's me killing Jack after I fought him for almost 20 hours.
That it? Huh?
We're staying OP levels! We're gonna fucking do it! And that just leaves the warrior. The plan here was to lure the crystalisks over to where the warrior stands and use them for revives while damaging the warrior with our thrown sticks. This fight was honestly so much easier compared to the Jack fight, but we still ran into some issues. 19, 20, 21, 22. Mori! With all respect, shut the fuck up. You're gonna jinx it. I love you, but don't say that, okay? What's the rule? We know the rule. We don't celebrate till it's over. Okay? Okay?
2 seconds later.
Quicker than I'd hoped. What the fuck? Whoa. Hold on. Alright, I'm not gonna get mad. But Mori. This is a direct example. Anyway, our other issue was that the crystalisks just straight up disappear when he enters his deathbed spot, leaving our only options for revives being rack or blowing off his chest pieces. So after a few failed attempts, we devised a strategy. When the warrior was close to entering his deathbed, we would make sure not to put him under that health threshold while he was already sitting in that spot. That way, when his health did get low enough, instead of standing there with no chest pieces for revives, he would dive under the lava one last time and regain his chest armor so we could guarantee at least one revive in deathbed phase. Using those chest pieces and this rack that luckily glitched out, we were able to take down the warrior and finish this run. Which means, yeah, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only Light the Fuse, even at OP1. Bonus content time, woo! We faced many hardships in this run, and we prevailed over every fight we were faced with. All except for one, and I think revenge is a dish best served cold. So we started blowing up snowmen. All these bandits and frosty dudes were no match for me. I was in a constant state of instant bleedouts, but they just couldn't escape me. Oh, the delightful sounds they made when their existence came to an end. Those satisfying crunches drove me to keep going right up to the very end when we faced off against the abominable Mr. Tinder Snowflake. He threw every last one of his soldiers at me, but with my ballpark francs in hand, he suffered a cold, cold defeat. So in case anyone ever wondered this, you can beat how Marcus saved Mercenary Day with only Light the Fuse. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps the channel a lot. I also read all my comments and love hearing your guys' ideas and kind words. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you emotes and videos a day early. You could also save yourself some money over at Instant Gaming using my link, or you could check out the new merch store. I will leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda who drew this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked down below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. This video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you could save money on games later in the video. Borderlands 2 is full of Easter eggs and references, but the most memorable one for me has to be the Minecraft Easter egg in Caustic Caverns. So today, we're going to ask ourselves, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the longbow? Here are the rules for this run. First off, this will be an Ultimate Vault Hunter mode Overpower 10 playthrough. For the Minecraft players that have never played this game, this just means enemies have 4 times health, health regen, and are all 10 levels higher than us. Fire will not be allowed for this run, and the longbow is the only gun I can use. The longbow being a sniper type weapon means that Zero is the character to pick for this run. To complement his skills, we will be using the legendary sniper class mod for a bunch of sniper buffs. This class mod also has us trade off 2/3 of our shield for some pretty intense crit damage bonuses, so we will be super squishy for the whole run. Melee attacks in Zero's kunai will be allowed for applying Deathmark and Slag to the bad guys, but I can't kill enemies with the melee damage. If any of the run invalid babies want to complain about this, I literally put it in the rules, so don't make a fool of yourself. As for the other gear, we have a basic shield and the Vault Hunter relic as a placeholder. Here's a quick peek at the build. Pretty basic sniper build stuff, so let's hop into the run. We start our journey in Tutorial Town, a village recently overrun by pillagers and their fearsome ravagers. And just like any Minecraft raid, I used my bow to start taking these guys out from afar. Lucky for us, every single longbow you find in this game comes with a flame enchantment, making combat with these fleshy bandits and creatures relatively easy. I used my time here to learn the arc of the arrow shot so I could hit crits more efficiently. The longbow being one of 3 snipers in the game with no scope and also shooting Minecraft arrows at an upward angle made it a little goofy to aim. The 10 out of 5 in velocity, tripling our bullet speed, also made this pretty chaotic to learn. I found we were really accurate when we used the top of our crosshair to aim instead of the middle. Anyway, we met with the town's only surviving villager. He helped us fix up our iron golem friend, and we made our way towards the first boss fight, Boom Boom. Here we learned a pretty valuable lesson for this run. No crits, no damage. This sniper is definitely a skill cannon, especially when it comes to armored fire resistant enemies like Boom Boom. Even on basic enemies, body shots won't get you very far, but if you set it up and land the headshots, you get the results you need.
Oh god, that hurts. That hurts. That hurts. That hurts.
Looks like you dropped a grenade mod. Be sure to equip.
After we dealt with those guys, we fought our way up to Flint. And I actually took my time here because I somehow survived this long while being super squishy this whole time. In most of my runs, I'm around 20 deaths at this point, so I was super focused. We made it to Flint and totally expected that this run could end here. Flint being a fire-resistant boss that has a phase where fire damage heals him was one thing, but also giving him a mask that blocks most of your crits made this fight pretty dumb. Before this run, I was under the assumption that you just couldn't kill Flint with fire weapons. Like, look at this clip of me spamming him with a fire Norfleet. That's not a great sign, eh? I knew this fight could be a roadblock before I even started the run. So I came up with a strat so cheesy, so goofy, and so impractical that I really didn't want to use it if I didn't have to. I'll be calling this strat Plan B. Plan A was to knock Flint out of his arena and bug out his AI, and then we would just feed him crits and hope that we could fight against his health regeneration. And at first, it looked like my arrows weren't doing anything, but Zero had a trick up his sleeve. I'm talking about Critical Ascension. This skill gives Zero more crit and sniper damage for every crit he hits. These stacks of Critical Ascension will start decaying if you stop getting crits after a short period of time or swap to a non-sniper weapon. So now the question was, could I stack enough Critical Ascension to actually move his health bar?
Slag, please. Please slag. Oh? Oh, what the f? Oh, that was a grenade. We're good. No way. We have enough ammo, dude? We don't need slag. We don't even need slag. Oh my god.
Well, I could be wrong, but I think I might be the first person ever to kill Flint with a fire weapon at OP10. I was honestly really glad that that worked out.
Looks like we're gonna have to save Plan B for another run. Anyway, we got Claptrap's boat back, made it to Three Horns, used my Bullymong whispering skills, stole a car, made it villager color, hit door guy, changed my mind about the vehicle color, met Corporal Reese, sniped the crap out of a guy that stole his battery, made a snow golem to avenge the 20 bandits for Reese, and finally made it to Sanctuary. Alright, so we're going to be waiting for Private Jessup to open this door for a while, so now is a great time to tell you about how instant gaming can save you money on your next video game purchase. Picture this. All your homies get a new game and you see them over there having a blast, so you decide to get the game for yourself, but uh-oh, it's going to set you back $70? Yikes! Yeah, video games are getting expensive nowadays, but that's where instant gaming comes in. They have deals on tons of games, and I'm willing to bet they've got deals on some of the games that have been rotting away in your wish lists. And the best part for me personally is that there's no waiting for deals here. That's why they call it instant gaming. And to the console homies watching, instant gaming has you guys covered too. So if you're on PlayStation, Xbox, or even Switch, they've got deals with your name on them. So how about this? You think of a game you've been wanting to play and use my link in the description to at least see what kind of deal they're offering on it. And just know if you do end up making a purchase, not only are you saving yourself money, but you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's get back to the run. What are we still doing here? Anyway, the Firehawk left us a pretty frightening message, so we set off to Frostburn Canyon. I usually run right through this place because all the mandatory combat is at the very end, but my haste got the best of me. I got greedy and died to a couple of fire-resistant nomads halfway through and took this run's first death. My first life in a run is usually the best, so this number is just going to start increasing fast now. Anyway, we made it to Lilith and died a couple more times. And honestly, I'm blaming Lilith for this one. For the Minecraft players, imagine Lilith as an annoying Enderman that is supposed to help you fight, but in reality just blinds you most of the time when it teleports, and you also have to constantly feed its drug habits. Oh yeah, and it also has a really dumb catchphrase.
Howdy, boys.
Anyway, some big boy Vindicators showed up, and I proved that they are killable with the longbow before dealing with the others in my signature style.
Rebozo. Whoa.
Put the stinky on him. After all that was dealt with, our next goal was to go save our boy Roland. He was captured and being held in the Bloodshot Woodland Mansion, and we were going to need a new car to sneak in. Now usually this is the part of the run where I get a break from the harsh, cruel combat and get to fight some cars that aren't balanced properly for endgame and feel like a god for 2 minutes. But like I said before, no crits, no damage. Even with Boar, fighting the cars was actually pretty scary stuff. This just goes to show how important hitting crits was during this run. After stealing enough parts to make ourselves a new minecart, we made it back to the Bloodshot Mansion and took on Badma. This fight was a bit rough. Homie had a shield and it was making it really hard to hit the crits we needed. It was sloppy, but we took him out and made our way inside. So we start fighting through all the mobs and things were going great, right up until the dreaded toilet room. Yeah, these bone crushers, they were turning me into bone meal. Anytime a bullet hit me, it would just break my shield and just take a chunk of my health in the process. Like, imagine getting shot, but all you have to block the bullet is a piece of cardboard. It's not gonna do much, but you're getting shot, so you're gonna take what you can get. The bad guys also had the high ground here. I wish I had some ender pearls to gain some height advantage, but all I had were these invisibility potions that only last 5 seconds. After a few deaths, I changed up my strategy a bit. I decided to leave some of the psychos alive and just keep them close by. This way, when I ended up getting shot twice, I had a totem of undying ready to get me back into the action. We eventually took out enough bad guys for the door to open and Mad Mike showed up. I don't know why, but he just decided to jump into the end portal without placing a bed first. Guess I wish him luck on fighting the ender. Oh, okay, that's unfortunate. Oh well. We found Roland and he was in big trouble. Homie set off a skulk sensor and the warden came and nabbed him up. We had to be quick here because if we didn't kill the warden in time, he would take Roland to the friendship gulag where the fight is a lot harder. On the run up to him, we fought our first loaders and honestly, that didn't go too well. These yellow health bar armored enemies are fire resistant and we end up doing about a quarter of the damage that we should be doing. So if fighting these basic armored enemies is rough, how is a giant armored enemy that spawns more armored enemies going to go? Well, extremely well considering that he has a giant crit spot and doesn't move at all. Yeah, I was able to get a good amount of critical ascension stacks using this Rainbow Six Siege type angle, and I managed to take out the warden before it could even spawn any bad guys. Anyway, we fought off the rest of the loaders with Roland and made it back to Sanctuary. Our next mission was to blow up a train and steal the vault key. For the first time in a while, we were able to light the 3 Varkids on fire without needing a fire melon. And after that, Mordo and Tina helped us make some TNT to blow up that train, but not before it could take another victim. Okay, maybe a couple victims. Anyway, we started our fight with Wilhelm and this fight was pretty rough. Between him spawning loaders and surveyors with no crit spots, he himself also hits pretty hard, so I had to initiate the gamer posture for this fight. Step 1 was to get the loaders dealt with. This would give me less to worry about and also help me build up some critical ascension stacks for Wilhelm himself. And after that, I would just target Wilhelm and try to fight against his shield being recharged. I tried to leave the surveyors alive in case I needed a second wind, but that wasn't a guarantee. No crits, no damage, so if I was going to kill one of these, I was going to have to hope they would line themselves up for a boar shot. For the Minecraft players, think of boar as the piercing enchantment, but the bullet doubles its damage every time it hits something. This skill can one-shot some enemies if their hurt boxes are overlapping because the damage just keeps stacking, so that was something we prayed for during the fight. This was actually a pretty close fight. I was running out of ammo towards the end of it. Gosh darn it, dude, I knew mending wasn't worth it. But we had plenty of critical ascension stacks, so we had just enough ammo to finish this fight. Anyway, we stole another battery for the city's shield system, but turns out it had a virus planted in it, and now Herobrine is hidden somewhere in Borderlands 2. I guess please leave a comment if you end up seeing him in the video. I'm kinda scared right now. Yeah, so Sanctuary turned into a giant end island and then disappeared. I forgot to place a bed up there, so now we need a new way to get home. I found a route through the fridge where all my other skeleton brethren live. Us bone boys need to stick together, so they didn't do me any harm as I passed through. We made it to the Outwash and found the beacon we needed to get back to Sanctuary. Only issue was an angry glow squid ate it, so we were gonna have to kill that thing. Our first attempt went pretty bad, and I thought this fight was gonna be tough. But then I came back, beamed it in the eyeballs, and killed it in like 5 seconds. Now that we had our beacon, all we needed to do was set it up and defend it. I didn't have 164 iron blocks to get any stat boosts, so when Jack moonshot 50 loaders at me, I was pretty much beat right there. After struggling my way through another 15 deaths, we were finally able to make it back home. Our next mission was to prep for the big bunker raid, and step 1 of that was getting Claptrap's upgrade from the preserve. We started trying to wound the loaders to get the front door open. I Emphasis on trying. Like, we could wound the loaders, but by the time we wounded the next one, they would just heal and not be classified as wounded anymore. Lucky for us, this game is spaghetti coded, and if you end up dying while one of the loaders is still wounded, the game doesn't realize that they heal back to full health, and they still count towards the 3 wounded loader requirement. So after a few tactical respawns, we made it deeper into the preserve and started fighting Pomone and Toomba. I didn't really need to fight these guys, but I just kind of felt like it. That was until I actually started trying to hit Pomone's crit spot and instantly regretted it. Those guys died eventually and I continued on. The first mandatory mobbing section here was, well, it was fine until the stalkers started throwing the loaders around, making it really hard to hit crits. Oh my god, dude, this goofy off fight, dude! We started prioritizing the stalkers to avoid this issue, and the Uba eventually showed up. This thing is big and slow, so hitting crits on it was pretty easy. Right up until both of his arms fell off and no longer had any crit spots. Honestly not sure why his eyeball is in a crit spot just like literally every other loader, ever. But at least these guys are one of the few enemies that don't have health regen. So we just had to be patient. But this still took a long time. Long enough that the loaders we previously killed hit their 25-minute respawn timer right as we were running out of ammo, so that was a bit scary. We managed to clutch up though and made our way to the loot dudes. Much like the baby zombies in Minecraft, you want to fight these guys one at a time because having 4 of them on you would be pretty bad. I think our gear had looting on it because this time around we got 3 legendaries. A Logan's gun, a Shred-a-Fire, and a Maggie. Pretty good haul. Which reminds me, if you want any of this cool loot or to try this challenge for yourself, I have the save file on my Discord server. Link in the description if you want to join. After that, it was pretty much a straight shot to Bloodwing. Uh-oh. Wolves, my sworn enemy. Anyway, after losing a few ribs, we made it to Bloodwing. So this fight had the potential to be pretty tough, because it's a 3-phase fight where she goes through fire, shock, and corrosive phases. During my last run where I was tied to a gun locked to one element, this fight took a long time because that last corrosive phase had so much damage reduction. Lucky for us in this fight, we take on the fire phase first, so all the pressure isn't built up to the last phase. We could die during this fight and it wouldn't be a big deal since the first phase is the only one to worry about. But honestly, we're getting ahead of ourselves and worrying too much. This gun killed Flint, and I fought the Ender Dragon before. So you think some spicy bird can stop us? Thank you. No, stop. Please kill it. Thank you. Cool. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. Alright guys, Bloodwing is starting to get bodied. I've got a feeling she won't back down easily though. Anyway, after stacking a bunch of critical ascension off of Bloodwing, we grabbed the Claptrap upgrade and made it back home. The next thing we needed for the bunker raid was Brick's air support, so we made our way to 1000 Cuts. And yeah, at this point the game just started falling apart. I think I tried to do that when I died. No. Anyway, we made it to Brick's initiation and decided to make all the Goliaths mad. We eventually got one to go full Godliath and we had to take him on. But for some reason, I just couldn't hit any crits on this guy. Sure, his head flails around a lot and that makes it harder to hit, but with the amount of rounds I shot in that general vicinity, I should have at least hit a few. I ended up dying and just summed it up as an anomaly, because as soon as I got back, I just bodied him, so I guess that's kind of funny. After that, we put the Stinky on Sarcastic Slab, put the Stinky on a loader, Brick put the Stinky on a loader, and then Brick and I used the power of friendship to put the Stinky on a loader together. Oh, set me up! Set me up! We now had Brick's air support backing us up, so all that was left was to go assassinate the Jack Double and steal his voice. We caught the faker by surprise and filled his face with arrows before he had a chance to run away. We stole his watch and pressed a few buttons and made our way out of there. With all the tools we needed, we made our way up to the bunker. Claptrap snuck us in, and our first door was guarded by this toaster right here. Usually we just use our constructor displacement strat to get him to look at this wall so all of his missiles just hit the door, but this time we tricked it into looking the other way. That way we could hit its crit spot from over here and take it out efficiently. Our next target wouldn't be this easy though. Long-time viewers know about the issues with these baby turrets. These guys are fire resistant, don't have crit spots, and are fueled by regeneration 2 potions. And am I forgetting something? Oh yeah, they're just straight up immune to splash damage because of a glitch. The longbow doesn't deal splash damage, so that's not the problem. The issue comes from our kunai not being able to slag these turrets so that they would take triple damage. The kunai still apply death mark, but that wears off quickly and is only an 80% damage boost. So in order to kill these things, we needed to use some type of slag grenade to make these guys purple. Or do we? Right before I went to go find a slag grenade, I had an idea that might make this fight doable. Right before you get to these turrets, a couple of loaders spawn. My plan was to disarm one and slowly fire shots at them to stack critical ascension, giving us some more sniper damage to use on the turrets. And this process was pretty tedious. I had to make sure I waited in between each shot to let him regen as much health as possible, but also not wait too long so that I started losing my stacks. Two Fang, aka our multi-shot enchantment, would proc as well. This is not good for stacking because it deals extra damage to the loader but doesn't give us an extra stack of critical ascension. I also couldn't unspec into it because I needed Two Fang for that extra DPS on the turrets. Ammo was also an issue. In order to have enough ammo to continue stacking, I would have to jump off this cliff to get the free ammo from respawning. I would lose about 10 stacks in this process, and the whole thing was just a constant tug of war. Eventually I got 35 stacks and went after the first turret and just barely got away with the kill. And for the second one, I accidentally killed off my stacking loader, so that sucked. I didn't want to have to reset the map and fight both turrets again, but I noticed that this turret was level 89, which is the lowest possible level it could spawn at, so I tried to brute force it. For this to work, we were going to need Two Fang to proc more times than not. We were also going to have to utilize all 4 of our longbows. We could not waste any time reloading, so instead we decided to swap to our other 3 fully charged crossbows to have a chance at killing this cursed turret. And after like 10 attempts, we managed to pull it off. Oh my fucking god, dude. This game's stupid. Well, that only took 120 shots to handle. Let's see how many this giant toaster takes. Oh, like 15 maybe? That's cool and makes sense. And the last thing we need to do before the bunker fight was face McShooty. Oh! So we made it to the bunker and our objective was to blow up 11 giant turrets. And if the tiny ones went bad, you can only imagine that the big ones would be worse, right? Nope, they have a crit spot conveniently placed on the back of them. After that, it was time to fight the bunker, aka the greatest defense spot ever built. If some tiny turret ate up all of our ammo, I can only imagine that this fight was going to be impossible. Oh yeah. Alright, for the Minecraft players wondering what the heck just happened, this boss has multiple hurt boxes that overlap on each other. So if you know where to shoot this guy, Boar just lets the bullet get stuck, bouncing back and forth and practically one-shotting this boss. It leaves it at 1 health since it has to die in this spot, so I decided to finish him off with style. Let's go. It was now time to jump down into Angel Core and deal with multiple waves of loaders. This should be fine though, right guys? Sure, the laser turrets have aimbot and no crit spot, but there will be plenty of loaders to stack critical ascension on. Everything's gonna be fine.
Howdy, boys.
Ah, fuck, the Enderman is back, hold on. Anyway, a fight that should take 5 minutes maybe took about half an hour. And then the last injector we had to destroy glitched out and just became invincible. Still not sure what causes this, but it has to be something to do with the other injectors respawning after 25 minutes or just taking too long in general. We got lucky and our kunai managed to take it out for some reason. I don't know, spaghetti code or something. I'm just glad we didn't have to redo this whole fight. Anyway, Roland died, the Enderman got kidnapped, and now we had to go to Sawtooth Cauldron. Here we had to take out 4 more shielded nomad dudes, and honestly, I was just kind of getting farmed by these guys. I was just constantly surrounded, and if you mix that with how squishy I was, you get an experience similar to falling into a mob grinder. We eventually got enough sneaky headshots and destroyed Boombringer so that Mortar would come down and fight us. The last thing we needed to do was fight a few ghasts, but this blaster Goliath was causing chaos up here. I decided to knock his helmet off so he would enter rage mode, but then my guy just started trying to punch the buzzards and just fell off the tower. That didn't matter though, because homie just set his game mode to creative and flew his way back up here.
Round 2.
Honestly, I don't even want to talk about killing the buzzards anymore. Just know that I did. I was way too invested in this guy's journey. He was launching other bad guys around and I wanted to see what happened. But tragically, he ran off too far before I had a chance to put a name tag on him, so he despawned. We'll miss you, Blaster Goliath. Anyway, we used the bombs we stole to get to the boneyard and spun a bunch of valves before crashing our car into a pipe and Tony Hawking the thing. We made it to the Badlands after that with the goal of sneaking in, getting the data we needed, and getting out. And if you thought I was gonna fight Saturn, the giant, tanky, fire-resistant, no crit spot having scary robot of death, pfft, yeah right. This guy is optional. Maybe when skags fly. What the? Oh, come on, dude. So the plan to kill Saturn was to use his little turret attachments to rack up bore damage. These turrets have separate health bars and have health regen, while Saturn doesn't. So after hitting one of these turrets, I would let them regen a little bit before continuing to use them against Saturn. After one heartbreaking fail, we managed to get the kill, sneak in, steal the data, and make it out. Were you expecting me to stay alive? Well, that's your own fault. We were finally ready for the final stride towards the vault. Combat at the claptrap door was going to be pretty scary because super surveyors spawn. Normal surveyors are an issue because they don't have crit spots, and now imagine one that's 5 times tankier. The plan for these guys was to lure them into a trap by wounding other loaders and hoping we could slag them with kunai and just brute force it. Or, you know, it could just fly too close to another surveyor and just get bored. We managed to stack a good amount of critical ascension during this big fight, and that helped us finish it relatively well. After that, we did the parkour map known as Heroes Pass and made it to our fight with Jack. The first phase of this fight isn't anything too special, but when Jack's shield breaks, 2 things happen that could cause some issues. First off, he's got some crazy health regen. And second, he spawns another one of those darn surveyors that gives him an invincibility shield. After 5 attempts, I managed to accidentally bore kill the drone, and then Jack just glitched out, letting me finish him off pretty much for free. And just like that, it was now time for our final fight with the warrior. So this fight would be pretty tough if we did it the intended way. The warrior has multiple slam attacks that are pretty much undodgeable, and our only realistic revives were phantoms, and healing was out of the question because the slams were just way too frequent. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm literally getting comboed in the air. I'm getting juggled. Now we could use one of the 64 different safe spots next to a respawning ammo crate on this map and just take him out the boring way. Or we could do something funnier and trick the warrior into stepping on a Lego and taking him out the boring way. As the warrior sat there with 1 HP left to spare, we set ourselves up and ended this run. And just like that, now we know. You can beat Borderlands 2 with only the longbow. Bonus content time, woo! Alright, so we might have beat the game, but we didn't find a single diamond the whole run. So we headed towards Caustic Caverns to go mine some. We made it to diamond level and were ambushed by a horde of creepers, but we weren't going to let them stop us from finding what we came for. A trophy to commemorate this run, and some diamonds. Why are they purple? Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with YouTube's algorithm a lot. I also read all my comments and love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, using my link and saving yourself money on Instant Gaming, or checking out the merch store. I will link my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description, but until next time, breathe easy, homies. The Alien Blaster is arguably one of the best weapons in Fallout New Vegas, but when you factor in its limited ammo, you realize it won't last forever, which makes you wonder, can you beat Fallout New Vegas with only the Alien Blaster? The rules for this run are simple. The Alien Blaster is the only weapon we are allowed to use. Any type of environmental damage from other NPCs or traps is fair game, with the exception of companions. It would be too easy to let them do all the work, so we're just banning them outright. And to add some challenge, we are going to be playing on hardcore, very hard difficulty. For the Fallout newbies that are usually here for my Borderlands challenges, hardcore mode adds hunger, thirst, and sleep meters and makes healing broken limbs a bit harder, and the very hard setting makes it so I take double damage and only deal out half damage. Since a big part of this challenge is trying to conserve the finite ammo we get with the Alien Blaster, I figured letting the game aim my shots for me using bats would be kinda weird, so I disallowed that too. Alright, with the rules out of the way, let's get into the run. Our journey starts as a handsome man leaves us for dead in a desolate wasteland, which felt oddly familiar, but to our luck, Doc Mitchell managed to save us. As we wake up, we can't help but feel anger and hatred towards the human race. I came in peace, and they brought violence, so they needed to be punished. The Doc will have my mercy, since he went out of his way to save my life, and made me the most handsome alien in the universe on top of it. A new me means a new name, so I chose the most appropriate one for the alien who will destroy the human race. I set up my stats like this. I don't need strength for anything. I made up a rule that I couldn't use speech to cheese my way through this challenge, and the Alien Blaster has a 100% critical hit chance, so luck wasn't that useful. For my tag skills, I chose medicine for the damage I'll be taking on very hard, energy weapons for obvious reasons, and science because I'm an alien. And for my starter traits, I chose trigger discipline to help with landing shots and conserving ammo, and wild wasteland because the Alien Blaster does not spawn without it. On our way out, we grabbed everything of use from the dock and sold everything not of use to Chet. We also stopped by the schoolhouse to grab some extra food and a stealth boy before plugging in the coordinates to the nearest alien ship, which was pretty much on the opposite side of the map. So while we try to sneak past these death claws, I'll tell you guys about our partner, Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming has been my go-to place for video game deals. Thanks to them, I got Fallout New Vegas for under $3. That's $7 I saved to buy myself a monster and get me through this challenge. And Instant Gaming has deals on all sorts of games, and their deals are hard to beat. No more full price games, no more waiting for deals, and no more games dying in your wish list. Are you a console player? Not a problem, because they've got you covered no matter if you're on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, or even Nintendo Switch. My favorite part about Instant Gaming is the whole instant part. Once your account is verified, getting a new game can literally take less than a minute. You get your code, plug it in, and I bet downloading it will be the longest part of the whole process. So stop waiting, make your gaming instant. How about this? Think of a game you've been wanting to play and use my link to just see what kind of deal they're offering on it. And if you end up liking that deal and making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's get back to the run. Uh-oh, looks like we cut too soon. Skip ahead? Skip ahead! After a few scary creatures and a few close calls, we finally made it to the alien ship. It turns out that the ship belonged to a rival alien faction and they were immediately hostile towards me. I needed the captain dead in order to steal his blaster, and I was determined to not use any of the humans' disgusting combat contraptions, so I had to lure the captain into a trap. Some of the locals nearby were of the extremely violent variety, so they shot at anything they saw, including me.
You can't hide.
Oh! That's a fucking grenade launcher. I just had to make sure they fought each other as I dodged their lasers and grenade launcher rounds. Usually NPC versus NPC combat is pretty quick on other difficulties, but on very hard, the alien captain was an absolute tank that could easily annihilate all the Vipers in its vicinity. I even tried to lure the captain into a landmine that was laying on the ground, and he pretty much ignored it. If I wanted a proper blaster, I was going to have to separate the captain from his henchmen and have him focus his fire on me while the bandits focus their fire on him. I was getting annihilated by lasers, so I attempted to eat some of the human food I found at Doc Mitchell's. These so-called stim packs tasted horrible and were extremely painful to eat, but my survival was more important than my comfort, so I choked it down. But don't even get me started on the super stim packs. Ugh. I eventually got the captain surrounded and was able to watch as the humans turned his gray matter into red matter. We stood nearby hoping he had a lot of ammo to get us through this run. He could drop anywhere from 140 to 250 shots for the blaster, and as long as we get around average, we should be
Okay, 165, that's actually terrible.
Oh, curse this planet. Well, as long as we don't miss, we should be Anyway, now that we had our blaster, we could finally start hunting down the checkered man who tried to kill us. Before we were shot and left for dead, we were masquerading as a postman, and the human that attacked us was after something we were delivering, so we set off to the Mojave Express in Prim for clues. Discovering the location leveled us up, and I dropped all 15 points into energy weapons and chose the intense training perk to increase my luck, which increases all my other skills slightly. Some heathens took the place over, and their deputy was also taken captive. Usually I wouldn't get into human affairs, but this deputy beagle had some answers. Leave it to the humans to leave a dog in charge. I entered the building where the deputy was being held and started looking for his kennel. I also killed some guards and stole their hats to blend in with the other humans a bit better. I look almost undistinguishable. After lurking in the shadows and dealing with all the savages, I found the deputy, who was in fact not a floppy-eared dog. Humans are murderers and now they're liars too? Despicable. Either way, he would not give me answers unless I let him free, so I did so begrudgingly. He told us that the checkered man was heading to Novak through Nipton, so we made our way in the same direction.
It's like looking in the mirror. Wah, wah, wah. It's like looking in the mirror. Wah, wah, wah.
We made it to Nipton, and we only found one person by the name of Oliver.
What sort of lottery did you win?
What lottery? The lottery. That's what lottery. Are you stupid?
There we go. Lottery ticket. It's mine now. I won the lottery.
After that useless encounter, I started to head towards Novak. Along the way, I learned what a Deathclaw felt like, put my 9 agility to the test, and experienced what I believe the humans call fear.
Oh god. Oh.
Oh! The trader at Novak offered to sell me a bunch of rocket ships for a really low price. I would have been excited to get off this planet, but the ships he was selling were much too small to fit my size. This human was absolutely delusional. Much like the one called Manny Vargas. He tried getting me to go to some far-off place and kill a bunch of irradiated humans in exchange for his info on my target. I told him I would not be doing that and decided to just steal the information from him. Don't get me wrong, I would usually just destroy anyone that got in my way, but under these circumstances, I needed to conserve ammo. If my pickpocket attempt failed and I was caught, I would have made him eat my blaster like a stim pack, but lucky for him, his senses are not up to par. We made our way to the next clue and found a couple factions at a standoff. A military group called the NCR had the Khans pinned down, but the Khans also had some NCR prisoners. As much as I would have loved to see both groups just take each other out, I needed info. So I talked to the Khans and paid the NCR to leave them alone. The Khans helped with my assassination attempt, so I badly wanted to end them all here. But I had to think about the long-term goal. So I put their death off for now and got enough experience from this little mission to level up twice. I dropped all 30 points into energy weapons and chose the perk Educated to get more skill points for future level ups. We now knew exactly where this Benny human was, and there was nothing else in our way.
Submit to a credit check or present your passport before proceeding to the gate. Trespassers will be shot.
Apparently a robot army guards New Vegas, and I was quite jealous. Imagine the work I could do with my own robot army. I'm getting sidetracked. Anyway, we were going to need to find a passport. My instincts told me that I was going to need to find a leader around here, so I went to see the king. He offered me work and I took it in hopes of getting into Vegas. I was ordered to hire a bodyguard and pretend to need his help. It was such a degrading task to act so weak. Even more degrading when I found out that the bodyguard in question was an actor himself, who hired other actors to pretend to be dead to raise his own business up. We were all pretending at that point, and it just made it all the more embarrassing. But the king appreciated my work. After that, I had to investigate some conflict between the locals at Freeside and the NCR. Long story short, the humans didn't communicate well, so they resorted to just murdering each other. Typical. Either way, the king rewarded me for my efforts with a level up and a passport. I used my skill points to max out energy weapons and then threw the rest into science. I also took another rank of the intense training perk to up my luck to 4. We stocked up on supplies before we entered the strip. So far, hunger and thirst haven't been an issue for hardcore, but I'm assuming stim packs are just very nutritious. Speaking of human food, I quite enjoyed this Nuka-Cola stuff. I mean, the shell tastes kinda bad, but this caffeine stuff on the inside made me feel great. Anyway, we finally made it to Benny, and upon entering his base, his henchmen demanded my weapons. You know, I went through a lot to get this gun, and they think I'm just gonna hand it over when I see my target right in front of me? That makes me angry. I could murder everyone in this building right now. I could level this place. Ah, fuck, I think the caffeine is kicking in. Pull it for the fun, I guess. Oh god. Good. Cool. Oh. Yeah. Stop. Good. Oh. Good. Dude, what the f? Did I knock them down? Holy shit. My god. They actually do. Holy shit. Why are they fighting me? Womp. Who's next? Womp. Anyone else? Okay. Note to self. Human food causes anger, mania, and blackouts. Anyway, after all that, I was pretty dehydrated, so I drank a bunch of water from one of the humans' dispensers. I also leveled up 2 more times and threw all the points into science. It will come in handy later, I promise. I also threw another intense training point into luck, bringing me up to 5. After that, I found a robot that wasn't a cringy cowboy or threatening to kill me. And honestly, I like this guy. He pretty much gave me the plans, blueprints, and ideas to take over the strip and build my own robot army. We had to find Mr. House, the head honcho of the New Vegas strip, and overthrow him. I was expecting another lie, much like the Deputy Beagle situation, but to my surprise, this Mr. House guy was kinda the entire building. But for being such a powerful leader, this guy was extremely dumb. He pretty much invites me over to his house, or I guess himself, shows me how to upgrade the robot army, lets me sell him a couple of useless snow globes for 4,000 caps, and left the password to the terminal that leads directly to his safe room so out in the open, I didn't even realize I picked it up. Sure, he's got a bunch of Securitrons guarding the door, but the stealth boy I got from the schoolhouse let me walk right in. The great Mr. House, bested by literal school supplies. Well, I'd say it's about time for a boss fight, eh? Man, what the fuck is this? I got catfished. Man, well, in that case, let's just end this guy with a headshot. Boo-wah. Okay, what about this kind of headshot? Balls. Anyway, after House was dealt with, I maxed out my science skill and plugged Yes Man into House's old system. Yes Man wanted us to go meet all the other factions and decide what we wanted to do with them all. I told him I wanted them all dead, but he really wanted me to go meet them all, so I humored him. Maybe not all humans are so bad. First on the list was the Brotherhood of Steel. I get there and they not only demanded my weapons, but my clothes too?
I want you stripped down to your underwear.
I didn't like that, so I started blasting. And so did they. Yeah, taking these guys on all at once was near impossible, so I decided to hide over behind some crates for cover and let the guy walk over to me to start the conversation. I killed him there and then killed off the 2 other door guards before getting out of there. So yeah, screw those guys. I got out of there and headed to finish off the other 2 aliens I totally forgot about until now. But I guess they realized their captain was weak and I was superior, so they joined my forces instead, meaning I had a ship to get off this planet when all was done. After that, I got lost at a Deathclaw construction site while trying to find Red Rock Canyon. I eventually found my way there and found their leader surprisingly easily. I asked them about their ways and they seemed like a clan just trying to defend themselves. But then I remembered these are the guys that left me in that ditch, so I murdered them all. Their leader was a coward anyway. The next faction to meet was the Boomers, and with my experience with human language, that could either mean they really like bombs or they're a bunch of old people. And when some guy bet me a bunch of caps that I couldn't make it to their base while dodging mortar strikes, I think I figured out which one it was. I took his bet, but I never got those caps back. Not because I didn't make it, but because I totally forgot to come back for my winnings afterwards. Anyway, I made it to the boomers' front gate. It gave them the good old "take me to your leader" line. They love that one. Oh, I guess they're old and like explosives. Okay then. Either way, they made the number in the top left corner of the screen go up multiple times, so I killed them too. After dealing with them, we leveled up again, dropping all of our points into medicine and grabbing the quick draw perk because it sounded cool. After that, we had a few factions in New Vegas to deal with, starting with the Omertas.
No one but Omertas are allowed to carry guns into Gamora. Check your weapons with me.
Stop moving. Good. Okay.
Man, I am so sick of these humans demanding my weapons. Let's hope that the white gloves are a little more understanding.
Beg your pardon, but could I trouble you to turn over your weapon?
Jeez, man, I don't know why people just keep demanding things from me. Is that just how humans work? In that case, subscribe to the channel or I'm gonna confiscate your weapons. Anyway, at this point, I realized that I killed all the factions leaders that I've met so far except for the Brotherhood, so I went back down to their bunker and burned through a lot of ammo dealing with these armored troops. I managed to hack into their turret systems and turn them against them so I could sneak by. I had quite a few deaths and resets at this part trying to assassinate Elder McNamara, but with a little bit of stubbornness, we eventually figured it out. Man, I told Yes Man this was gonna be a waste of time. We were down to 33 shots, which sounds like just enough for the final fight at the Hoover Dam. But just to make sure, I decided to take Yes Man's optional mission to upgrade more Securitrons over at House's hidden bunker, which at first sounds like a quick button pushing mission, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. I didn't realize Caesar's Legion was built right on top of this bunker. I played this game a few times before, but I got so into the side missions that I never really did this part. Is anyone else like that with side missions? Comment below if you do the same. Anyway, I snuck into their camp and rode the boat to the bunker, and I was immediately given the default human greeting. For anyone not looking at the screen right now, that means they shot me. With me not knowing how far I would have to go, I decided to conserve ammo and just power through it. That was a bad idea because the next hour of my life was now devoted to dying, respawning, and eating super stim packs. By the time I suffered into the actual bunker, the entire Legion was behind me with power fists and combat shotguns. A 94 sham would have been great for this part of the run, but I'm at the wrong kind of bunker for that. The defense system down here also hated me, but lucky for us, our 100 in science allowed us to hack a few terminals and shut the systems down. After that, it was just a matter of threading the needle and closing all the doors behind us. What you're watching now is every single death I had in the fort. This isn't even including the manual reloads when I knew survival wasn't an option. Starting now, the death counter is no longer accurate. So think of this number as a conservative estimate from here on out. We eventually found the right buttons to push and upgraded the remaining Securitrons. Now for the hard part, making it out alive. At this point, I had already eaten most of my food. Stim packs and super stim packs don't taste so bad when you use them to wash down gunfire. The medics in my system was working overdrive, and I used my last doctor's bag to make sure that if all else failed, my legs could still carry us out of here. I was tempted to take out their leader while I was here, water bottle at a concert style, but decided to let his brain tumor handle it for me. I was going to need all the ammo I could get for the final fight. Through sheer willpower, stubbornness, luck, and multiple chems, I made it back to the boat and swam to safety. At this point, I was starving, dehydrated, addicted to multiple chems, crippled everywhere from the waist up, and had absolutely no medical supplies to my name. So I went to the only human I could trust and had him patch me up. And after that, I went to all the vendors I could find and bought all the supplies I could for the final fight. The battle between the NCR and the Legion at the Hoover Dam will determine who takes control over New Vegas. And my plan was to swoop in with my upgraded robot army to take it all for myself. We let the humans do all the fighting amongst each other and made our way to the real target. Legate Lanius. With 33 shots in the alien blaster left, fighting some human with a sword should be a piece of cake. Yeah, emphasis on should? Yeah, I did not expect this guy to be so tanky. He's only the final boss of the game after all. We probably could have killed him here, but we wouldn't have enough ammo to deal with his henchmen. So we had to load back and make some more preparations. This whole next chapter of the run sucked. Basically, I wanted to get a perk called Better Criticals that would make all my critical hits do 50% more damage. And since all my shots are critical hits, that would be a flat 50% damage boost for me. Even a human could do that math. I thought all I needed to do to get this perk was to level up one more time now that I had finally gotten my luck up to 6 with the intense training perks and met the requirement, but there were 2 issues with this I didn't think about. First off, you only get a perk every other level, so I'd need to level up twice. And the second issue that I just now noticed while editing, I would need to level up 4 times to hit the minimum level requirement. So my whole goal of leveling up 1 time was a complete waste of time, but I'll go over my struggles anyway. First off, we went back to Prim and made Prim slim the sheriff to secure some mission XP. We then picked all the safe locks in the storage room for a little bit more. After that, we decided to do the tutorial mission, but didn't want to waste ammo shooting a bottle and felt like punching them would have been against the rules, so skipped all that. So I just picked their locks and hacked their computers instead. I went to Novak and finally decided to sleep for the first time. While I was there, I also did this mission for Boone to get some extra XP. He was not a companion at any point during this mission, so this was still fair. My next set of jobs would be the most degrading yet. I tried to do the bodyguard job with the Van Graffs. They demanded my weapons at the door, and I begrudgingly let them handle it. But only because I needed this job, and at least these humans know how to use energy weapons. Simon was a little grumpy that I brought my own weapon to work, but oh well, he did all the violence for me. I just got to sit here for 7 minutes as humans awkwardly walked up to me in the slowest manner possible. I thought this was a pretty easy job, but it wasn't over yet. For part 2 of this mission, Gloria sent me on a delivery. This was a bit of a hassle because that horde of legionnaires from the bunker finally caught up to me and kept scaring the client away, and even after that I didn't get my experience. The mission still wasn't over. They wanted me to bring some human named Cass to them so they could murder her. They didn't even give me any coordinates or anything, but luckily I've played this game before so I knew exactly where she was. But still, there are 2 issues with this. First off, I wasn't persuasive enough to get her to follow me, and second, even if I was, she's a companion, and that just didn't feel right, even though she wouldn't be doing any combat. So this whole thing with the Van Graffs was just a total waste of time. If I had the ammo, I'd go back and slaughter them all. While I was here, I decided to talk to Ranger Ghost and do her mission where I check on Nipton. I thought I was going to have to go talk to some people there, but alas, Caesar's Legion still hates me. I thought this lottery ticket I stole from the annoying guy here earlier meant they would let me live. I guess that's what I get for trusting humans. Anyway, yet another waste of time. I was running out of ideas and decided to see if the king had any work. His dog was looking halfway upgraded and I offered to finish the job. Long story short, this was another issue where I would have a companion follow me. Yet again, another waste of time. These 3 failures led me to change up my plan. I couldn't trust completing missions, so I decided to hack my way to leveling up. And no, I don't mean cheating, I mean hacking all the computers I could find. Repcon HQ had 8 computers we could hack, and Camp Searchlight had a few too. The radiation levels here were quite high, and the lizards, ghouls, and scorpions all coming for my life didn't help either. The very last terminal here pushed me past the threshold, and we finally leveled up. Make this next part easier. No, I need another level up for a perk! Fuck! Yeah, like I said before, I totally forgot that you only get a perk every other level. So I decided screw it, we don't need better criticals. We'll just eat some Psycho and hope it works. So we had Doc Mercy Gosh, dude, the amount of times I've said Doc Mercy instead of Doc Mitchell is not surprising, but still a lot. Anyway, we had Doc Mitchell patch us up one last time and we set off to the final battle. Dodging bullets was a lot harder this time around since my armor was broken. Luckily, I took that checkered suit from Benny's corpse. Still not sure how that works because he was cremated in it. I don't think it actually helped me that much, but I took what I could get. We made it to the Legate's camp and started taking the bad guys out. I was really abusing the quick saves here because every shot counted. Dude, you can't make this shit up, dog. Somebody clip that, man. When we got to the Legate, I pooped all my chems. I'm pretty sure I meant to write popped all my chems, but that's what the script says, so we're going with it. Hit a sneak attack headshot, and quick saved after every successful headshot because, well, just watch. Oh, dude, everything in this game moves so goofy, and I hate how goofy everybody moves. After a bunch of that, I found a rock that bugged him and his henchmen out and used that to my advantage. Halfway through the fight, he goes full coward and leaves to get more backup. When he returned, he decided to throw a bunch of grenades at me. He doesn't really care how close you are to him or his men, so I tried to have him blow himself up a little bit. That plan worked out as well as one would expect. That means it didn't. After I finally managed to survive his bombardment, we went back to our spot to finish the legate off. At this point, I was worried that I wasn't going to finish this fight. I had 12 shots left, and it takes 2 to kill one of these guys. And I counted more than 6 bad guys, so things were looking grim. But lucky for us, it turns out we only needed to take care of a few of these guys before we could move on and deal with the NCR leader, General Oliver. The final faction leader on my hit list was right in front of me. And with my final few rounds, I secured the dam for me and my robot army. So yeah, it looks like you can beat Fallout New Vegas with only the Alien Blaster. Well, that's gonna wrap up this video. I know this is the first non-Borderlands video on the channel, so your support is very much appreciated. And honestly, this was a lot of fun. So if you want more Fallout videos sprinkled in, make sure to let me know by liking the video and dropping a comment. Also, don't forget to subscribe. It helps the channel out a lot. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, checking out Instant Gaming's deals with my link, or check out GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I'll have my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live linked down below. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda for making this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked down below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies.
It's like looking in a mirror. Wah, wah, wah. It's like looking in a mirror. Wah, wah, wah.
This video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you could save money on video games later in the video. Whether you like Borderlands 2 slag mechanics or not, I think we can all agree that when you are the one being slagged, it's not that fun. Well, maybe for you guys, but I'm a masochist, so today I ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 while perma-slag? As per my usual, this is going to be an Ultimate Vault Hunter mode Overpower 10 playthrough. For anyone new to the game, that just means enemies have 4 times health, health regen, and are all 10 levels higher than us. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and I must be slagged at all times. Now, usually to become perma-slagged, you need to get to the Arid Nexus Boneyard and get slagged while driving a car. Exiting the vehicle before the slag has time to wear off will leave you in a state of permanent slag until you save quit out of the game. The issue with this setup is that you don't get access to this map until the second to last mission of the game. But worry not, because there's a way to be slagged 24/7 without the need of a glitch. And all you need to do is use this. That's right, everybody. This video is also going to be, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the wait, how the heck do you even say this word?
Cuckoo Lane. Cuckoo Lane.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in the cuckoo lane after this one. For real though, I'm 99% sure it's pronounced Cullen, but I'm 100% sure some people who call it the Chew Lane are going to convulse if I say it like that, so I've decided it's called the Chalupa now. That way, everybody's mad. Anyway, the other gear for this run is going to be a basic shield, Vault Hunter Relic to maybe get some funny drops, and the legendary Nurse class mod. Now, the legendary cat would have been the optimal decision with its crazy SMG damage buff, but I thought the nurse fighting against me getting one shot all the time would be funnier, more thematic, and more challenging. Here's a quick peek at the build. I'll answer any questions about it in the comment section, but I pretty much went for every type of indirect damage source that I could. Anyway, let's hop into the run. So, since I am perma-slagged, all damage that I take is going to be tripled. Therefore, my main game plan is to not get hit. However, that game plan came to a full stop when a bullymong forcefully threw me into Liarsburg where all the bandits were waiting to kill me. Just about any attack that hits me deals well over enough damage to just one-shot me, but BL2 has a mechanic known as Health Gate, which prevents you from getting insta-killed as long as you have over 50% of your health. This effect gives you 2 seconds to get your health back up to 50%. A good indicator of knowing if you hit that 50 is the animation of your health bar. If it's shaky, take a breaky, and if it's not, you're ready to get shot. Anyway, yeah, for a lot of this run, we're going to be playing like a cover shooter. Oh yeah, you remember that shield I showed you? Fucking worthless. Any amount of damage would just health gate me anyway, so this was pretty much just a security blanket for me. Now that we've covered damage taken, let's go over damage given, which, there's almost nothing to talk about. Enemies that are slagged would be taking triple damage, but since I'm never swapping elements, I'm not getting the full bonus. Slag damage on a slagged enemy gives you a 50% damage boost in UVHM, which is cool, but not very helpful. To offset the bad gimmick of constantly slagging the user, the Chalupa also is a dual element weapon, dealing both slag and shock damage. But even with that shock damage, this gun is just straight up bad. Lucky for us, Maya has 2 skills to help with this. First off, we all seen it coming, Cloud Kill. This skill adds corrosive damage to the mix. If any buzzkills want to complain about Cloud Kill making the run too easy, here's my argument. Yeah, so it was Cloud Kill or the legendary cat class mod, and I chose the harder of the two. Anyway, the other helpful skill I was talking about was Immolate, which adds fire damage to our shots while we are in fight for your life. So when we're trying to get a second wind, we actually have all the elements at our disposal. Why do I feel so handsome saying that? Anyway, Tutorial Town was a bit rough because of a bully rat we had to deal with, but using Thought Lock, we had the bandits and bullymongs deal with each other. This was actually super helpful because the power wasn't even on to buy more ammo yet. I had like 1,500 rounds before that bully rat ate them all. I know I kind of forced this bullymong to be my friend, but he was actually pretty cool. Yo, you put the stinky on him! I almost feel bad killing you now. After we met Hammerlock and got Claptrap all fixed up, we made our way towards Boom Boom. Some of the local rack decided to help fight the bandits guarding the place, which was weird because I didn't Thought Lock them, but I did Thought Lock the lunatic bombers and got them to blow each other up. The same plan also kind of worked for Boom Boom. I almost died 0.2 seconds after the cutscene ended by nearly running in front of Boom's cannon. This thing ignores health gate, so I would have been dead for sure here. This time around, I decided to go for Boom first and kick him off of his cannon. After that, I tried to get the brothers to fight each other. This was pretty awkward because they would just jump around like crazy when they would start fighting each other. I would try to use Cloud Kill on one of them, but they would just jump out of it. Oh my god, dude, what the f is going on? Why does he jump around so much? Oh my god. What the hell is he doing? What is he doing? Stop! Oh god, I'm so dead. I'm so dead here. After Boom died, I eventually distracted Boom with some psychos and put enough rounds into the back of his head to make me lose some frames. Oh yeah, he died too. I should tell you guys that. After that, we convinced most of the bandits we worked here before saving Claptrap and taking on Captain Flint. This fight was pretty tough. My initial plan was to just Thought Lock Flint to take his aggro off of me and unload into him the best I could. But I quickly ran into an issue, because I guess you can't activate Cloud Kill on enemies that you have Thought Locked? And we kinda need Cloud Kill for this kill, so we had to change up our strats. We would use Thought Lock on the other bad guys and hope he focused on them as we laid into him. I wasn't the only one adapting though. Flint's AoE slam seemed a lot bigger than before, and on top of being stronger, Flint also got a lot smarter. I think he's finally sick of getting cheesed. He's had enough! He's had enough! Oh my fucking god, dude! Fucking oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I shouldn't have ran that way. This is staying on until Flint's dead. Huh? Huh? Well, that was obnoxious, but we managed to kill Flint with a f***ing grape shooter, so that's cool. Anyway, we made it to Three Horns and needed a car. I used my bullymong whispering powers to have them deal with the bandits while I snuck in and stole the adapter. I got in my car and realized that I wasn't slagged while driving, so I made the rule of no cars right then and there. Instead of ramping over the gap, I just had one of my bullymong homies throw me across and started our run to Sanctuary. We made it there and killed Door Guy in a solid 4 frames per second. I should probably explain why this is happening. Anyway, we had to go save Corporal Reese. He would have been fine, but I accidentally slagged him, so he ended up dying. I grabbed the power core and almost forgot to kill the 20 bandits to avenge Reese, so I went back and Thought Locked the Nomad to get the 20 kills for me. After that, we made it to Sanctuary, and Private Jessup got stuck in a slag puddle. So while he tries to get out of that mess, I'm going to tell you guys about our partner, Instant Gaming. How fast do you think you could get a game on Instant Gaming? Take a guess right now. Once your account is verified, getting a new game can take less than a minute, and to prove that to you, I will now speedrun buying Fallout 3 Game of the Year Edition on Instant Gaming. Time starts as soon as I open Instant Gaming's website, and the time stops when I get the confirmation from Steam. Ready? Go! Instant Gaming's website, here we go, Fallout 3, bam, enter, Game of the Year Edition, buy now, there we go, go to payment, blur out all that personal stuff. Now this is the longest part of the speedrun right here, guys. The loading screen. Once we find tech to skip this part, the speedruns for this are going to be crazy, dude. Any second now. And code. There we go. Reveal. Copy it. Go to Steam. I accidentally clicked on my OBS. That was a major time loss. But anyway, time. Sub 30. And bam. In less than 30 seconds, I got Fallout 3 Game of the Year Edition for $3. That's $7 going towards more Monster for me, baby. So stop waiting. Make your gaming instant. How about this? Think about a game you've been wanting to play and use my link in the description to just see what kind of deal they're offering on it. And if you like what you see and end up making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you're supporting the channel. Anyway, let's see how Jessup's doing. Oh no, Jessup, be careful! Anyway, after getting all the hub world tutorial stuff out of the way, we headed towards Frostburn Canyon. Along the way, we found a tubby spider ant and killed it for its loot, so that was pretty cool. After that, we found a tubby spider ant and killed it for its loot, so that was pretty cool. Besides those guys, nothing crazy really happened. The siren went that way! Idiot. The spike jump this time around was way scarier than usual because I was slagged, but we still made it, so it was all okay. Never mind. I managed to photobomb the cutscene here, and geez, bro, do I really look like that? Lilith felt left out, so I gave her a grape flintstone vitamin so she could be purple too. To clarify, this is not me being nice to her, this was just mandatory to progress. This was the first time in the run where I was able to play the support role. I would use my Chalupa and Maya's Scorn skill to make sure all the enemies were slagged, and Lilith would take them out with her phase walk ability. That was until she dropped the one-liner, and then I just started doing all the work myself again. I'm just asking for one run where she doesn't try to be a cowboy. Like, come on, please. Anyway, after some mobbing and watching some World Star type stuff, we got out of there. Our next goal was to save Roland, and in order to get into the Bloodshot Dam, we were going to need a car upgrade. So we went to Ellie's and started taking bandit cars out for parts. Not being able to drive there really sucked because the buzzards would just smell us from a mile away and hunt us down. Usually this part of the run is pretty easy because the cars aren't balanced properly for UVHM, so they only take a couple shots to kill. Don't get me wrong, they were still pretty easy to kill, but it just felt wrong having to shoot these things this many times. I thought Cloud Kill would have insta-killed these things, but unless they're perfectly still, they just drive out of the cloud before it has a chance to destroy it. We got all the parts we needed and walked back to the dam and punched our new car towards the front gate and quickly got in to honk the horn. I know I'm not allowed to be in the car, but I chose the Iridium metal skin, so just pretend we're slagged for a second, okay? Badmos showed up and started giving us a hard time. I wanted to use Converge on one of the basic mobs around here in hopes that it would yank Badmos off the cliff for us, but they just weren't cooperating. So I stuck to the usual strat of hiding, distracting, and spamming rounds at my target. I eventually took him out and made it inside the Bloodshot Dam. For being this far into the run, 6 deaths isn't so bad. I sure hope that that number doesn't quadruple from one mission alone. Anyway, you guys have probably noticed something I haven't talked about yet, so I'll take time to address this purple haze effect that's been showing up on my screen. Does it bother me? No, not really. My brain is really good at drowning that type of stuff out. Like during the Bane only run, for example. I stopped hearing the screams by the time I hit Overlook, and life just felt normal. Anyway, something you shouldn't have noticed because the gameplay is muted was the slag whispers. Yeah, that's what I was hearing for the whole run. They would tell me the silliest things, you know, like, become one with the purple, drink the Grimace Shake, subscribe to LilGasmask, yeah, and a bunch of other nonsense. Anyway, we pushed our way through the bloodshots and made our way into the toilet room. The bad guys in here were just absolutely wrecking me. There's not really any good way to push forward in here without getting shot, and Thoughtlock wasn't too useful because everyone was so spread out. I tried desperately to wash the slag off of my body with no luck, and after a few annoying deaths, I decided to step up my game a bit and get back to my roots. Yes! That's right, baby. I started getting some momentum. and making some progress. It wouldn't be too long before... Ah, fuck. Alright, I got some explaining to do. So my game crashed because I have my physics settings set to high. That's also why you've been seeing slag puddles and low frame rate kills when I'm point blank on enemies. Slag particles is usually what makes the game crash with these settings, and Twitch chat redeemed their channel points to make me turn it on until the game crashed. Immediately after this crash, Lucas spent a bunch of points to re-redeem it, so yeah, don't use this setting unless you want to crash. After refighting our way through the dam, Mad Mike showed up. He almost put the stinky on a psycho, and that would have been pretty cool, but he failed pretty horribly, so I had to show him how it was done.
Hold it right there.
Yes! Yes! Alright, bye. We found Roland and decided to keep our distance from him. We didn't want any of our slag rubbing off on him because he might get hurt if that happened. That plan backfired when the warden came and nabbed him up. As I was sneaking past all the bandits and loaders, I found a legendary siren class mod. Doesn't help me at all, but if you want any of the cool gear I found in this video or to try the challenge out yourself, I'll have the save file in our Discord server. Link in the description. Anyway, we made it to the warden and started our fight. To the new viewers that know how to have fun without needing to impose restrictions and challenges to your run, you might not know that the warden can actually take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you don't kill it fast enough. And with our damage output, that means we would only get 1 or 2 chances to take the warden out. The warden really gave me a run for my money during this fight. I think it spawned like 4 angelic guards, which are pretty tough even with cloud kill. Thought locking them proved to be helpful for distracting the bad guys and aggro relief, but I still had to make sure to keep one around at low health just in case I needed a revive. At one point, I thought locked an exploder and it just took a chunk of the warden's health, which felt pretty cool. Near the end, I was getting pinched from both sides of my cover bus. I had to put all of my trust into my ears and the minimap so I could lay into the warden as much as possible. After a good long fight, I managed to take the warden down right as Lilith was telling me that the drop bard showed up. That was definitely a first try or gulag situation. We fought the rest of the loaders off with Roland and made it back to Sanctuary, where he gave us our next mission to go steal the vault key. Nothing crazy happened at Tundra Express, just the usual. Burn the Varkids, meet Mordecai, meet Tina, grab some bombs, use your Dami Mami mind control powers to get some guy to shoot his friend with a rocket launcher. Basic stuff. We made it to the end of the line and managed to die before I even had a chance to see any of the bad guys. Did a fucking fire pit seriously just kill me? Oh, what the? After that, we found Wilhelm. This fight was honestly not bad at all. I was able to thought lock his surveyors, which got him all confused, and he would just spam his Beyblade move, which meant he would just kind of sit in my cloud kill and let me lay into him. I also tricked Wilhelm to put the stinky on one of his loader henchmen, and that was pretty cool. The rest of the fight went pretty smoothly, and we snatched up the power core for Sanctuary. As I carried it into town, some of my slag wore off on it, and Jack took the opportunity to take out Sanctuary. Sorry, guys. I made my way to the fridge and managed to burn myself to death again. Absolutely ironic and embarrassing. At least dying to the rats is understandable. Those guys suck. Anyway, we made it to the outwash and started our fight with everyone's favorite spaghetti squid. A one-on-one fight with this thing probably would have been a real nightmare, but lucky for us, loaders get moonshot down to deal with it as well. Unlucky for us, loaders get moonshot down to deal with us as well. After I got all the loaders to focus on the real threat, we all worked together to fight against the shield regen and took the squid down. I made it to Overlook expecting that dealing with all the loaders would be pretty easy due to cloud kill. Yeah, I couldn't be more wrong. The loaders here are just dead set on destroying the beacon, and I just can't cloud kill them because of it. One of the best skills in all of Borderlands 2 is countered by the fucking Cha-Cha slide of all things. Anyway, the beacon became invincible, I died a few more times, and managed to kill off the last loader before making it back home. The next stop on our journey was the Wildlife Exploitation Preserve, and for once, I felt like I fit in somewhere. The animals here were being experimented on with slag, and I too was also being subjected to the long-term effects of grape Kool-Aid. Wounding the loaders was tougher than I expected. Ironically enough, it was because Cloud Kill was doing too much damage and just killing them too fast. Pomone and Toomba showed up after that. The Pomone fight, as always, felt like I was in a boxing match with SCP-372. That reference might be a stretch, but if you get it, you get it. Toomba, on the other hand, decided to get as close to a cliff as possible and cause some neuron activation in my head. He's asking for it, dude! The ultimate loader up ahead was pretty easy because you can trick it into just standing in your cloud kill, but the loot dudes ended up being pretty annoying. I tried to fight them 2 at a time so I could get them to fight each other, but I kept getting jet loaders that would just glitch out of bounds, so that was lame. Anyway, we made it to Bloodwing and somehow the game didn't crash from physics and all the slag particles in this cutscene. Looks like hydro cooling your PC with slag is a working solution for that. Anyway, the Bloodwing fight itself actually sucked. Each phase was just harder than the last. Fire phase was alright, shock phase she became resistant to most of my bullet damage, and then corrosive phase she was straight up ignoring cloud kill. Mordecai wasn't really helping as well as he usually does, because my existence just kinda means things are going to be purple already. His ammo and health vials were very helpful though, because surviving Bloodwing's elemental dot damage just wasn't possible. Come to think of it, surviving any dot damage wasn't possible. I was also burning through a lot of ammo trying to stay alive and dealing with these skags. Bloodwing would also power them up with elements, and that made second wind super sketchy. The third attempt at this fight was an absolute roller coaster. With so many close bleedouts, Bloodwing really made me work for this win. At one point, I had a fast bleedout and survived only because I got a lucky critical hit. And after 15 minutes of straight up dodging and getting second wins, the attempt ended like this. Get back, 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 back. No, you fucker, Bloodwing. Don't fucking do this, Bloodwing. I swear to God, Bloodwing. This one was a tough call, but I think Bloodwing gets the point on this one. I feel like with those last 2 second wins, I got a little lucky. She also reminded me of my mortality by nearly killing me with her dying breath. That almost fucking killed me! From one perma-slagged individual to another, GG Bloodwing. Anyway, with Claptrap upgraded, we set off to 1000 Cuts to recruit Brick and his air support. Things got off to a rough start as I blew myself up with a barrel because Converge just destroys any barrels in its range. Barrels are also considered environmental damage, so they just bypass Healthgate, so yeah, I was super dead. We eventually made it to the initiation and went back to playing the support role, helping my Godliath homie the best I could. Our homie started beating up some kids though, and that wasn't part of the deal, so I ended up murking him and finishing the initiation alone. I decided to let Sarcastic Slab live this time around, not before nearly killing him and leaving him slag so he knew how I felt. Yeah, you're not clapping now, are ya? After that, I played support for Brick. I don't know where he came from, but a little Goliath ended up putting the Stinky on a loader. I thought that was pretty cool, so I ate his soul Dragonborn style to absorb his powers. Brick disappeared after that, and I found him murdering Sarcastic Slab. This game is so incredibly cursed. What are you Brick! Brick, what are you doing, Brick? Brick! Brick! Anyway, after our usual loader launching shenanigans, we made it back home and set off to our next objective. We needed to steal Jack's voice from one of his body doubles. This guy is programmed to run away from you, so Cloud Kill wasn't too helpful. He is also considered a large enemy, so phase locking him just does damage without taking their mind over, so that didn't work either. Sometimes after a few attempts, he just bugs out, and this time around I noticed something extra cursed. If you watch closely, you could see that the Jack double is using a Hyperion SMG. But if you keep watching for just a second, it turns into this thing. The fuck is that? Anyway, yeah, he stood still and just let me kill him. We now had all the tools necessary for the bunker raid, so we went to 1000 Cuts and started our climb. Obstacle 1 was this basic toaster. We were really close to first trying a max level one, but on our second attempt we got a lowest level one, and that went a lot easier. But that's where the easy ended, because up next were the baby turrets. Yeah, so this is obviously bad. For the new players watching, these turrets are glitched and are completely immune to grenade splash damage. And they also have insanely strong health regeneration. But GASMASK, you're not using grenades. While that is true, a lot of guns in this game deal grenade damage on top of their bullet damage, the Chalupa being one of them. The gun's bullets deal shock damage, and then the slag grenade splash is added to them, so when we shoot these turrets, we are only seeing the blue damage numbers. I should also point out that Cloud Kill is proccing, but I do not see the cloud and I do not see the green damage numbers, so we are going to have to pull through with only our shock damage. First thing we did was save quit out of the game. These turrets can range from level 89 to 91, so we wanted to make sure they were both at the minimum level. Lucky for us, we got this on our third try. Now for the hard part. We had to sit in this spot, use Scorn to slag the turret, and just try our absolute hardest to fight against the health regen. The Chalupa is also pretty inaccurate compared to its non-unique counterpart, and with the slag particles it was hard to tell if I was even hitting it. I kid you not, the first turret took about 900 bullets to take out, which is like over half of my ammo pool. I had an idea for the second one that made it a little bit easier. There was an angelic guard nearby, so I lured it over and thought locked it. It helped shoot the turret with me and also gave me some extra fire rate from Maya's wreck skill, so this one only took about 700 bullets. Yay! Up next was the Super Toaster. This guy is super easy to cheese by just standing behind it, but even then I ended up dying multiple times. By this time in the run, I just seen all enemies completely differently. An RPG loader was just as dangerous as a gun loader because any amount of damage would just bring me to a sliver. A rabid skag bites you, you're dead. You get hit by a stray bullet, you're dead. High five claptrap too hard, you're dead. The list goes on. Anyway, I got sick of dying so many times, so I locked in and found this cool spot right here that makes it so the constructor just starts bouncing, and that made the fight way easier. After that, all we had left was sniping Face McShooty, and honestly, this was probably the worst Face McShooty snipe on this channel, except for that one time I died 3 times trying. But that one doesn't count, we're just gonna pretend it never happened. Like I said before, the accuracy on this thing is terrible and I ended up trying to do this for almost an hour. I gave up trying to tap fire to conserve accuracy because there was no accuracy to conserve in the first place. But after 30 non-headshots and 7,000 misses, we finally got him in the face. Thank God, dude, oh my goodness. Finally at the bunker, we started taking out the turrets. These guys aren't glitched like their tinier counterparts, so Cloudkill actually put some work in on these. After that, the bunker showed up and we started our fight. The game plan was to phase lock a loader, lane to the bunker, and have chain reaction help us out for this fight. Chain reaction, combined with bunker's overlapping hitboxes, lets our bullet hit multiple times, which gave us some extra DPS for this fight. We almost had this first try, but this loader decided to die like 1 frame after I bled out, so that sucked. After another 20 minutes, we managed to take the bunker down and bask in its blood. Angel Core was up next, and let me tell you, that place was just paradise. Everything was purple, there was giant slag feeding tubes, I befriended some ion loaders to protect me. Everything was great. Never mind, get me the fuck out of here. Anyway, Angel Core went decent, Roland showed up and I got to play support again while him and his turret distracted the loaders from my wet toilet paper squishy body. Alright Roland, let's get this vault key. Uh-oh, Roland, it looks like some of my slag wore off on you. Just make sure not to get shot until it wears off and you should be— No! Anyway, Jack kidnapped the wrong siren. You would assume the one full of iridium runoff would be the one you want to charge the iridium-fueled key, but oh well, at least Lilith is gone now. Now the only voices in my head are my own and the slag whispers. No! Sawtooth Cauldron was our next destination, and my worst fear ended up happening. Some of you guys might remember the Death Cubby. You spawn here, and you're trapped. You try to leave, and the ambush commanders are there to ambush you. Who would have thought? My only hope was to make a break for it as all the bad guys were getting thrown around from Converge and make it to a safer spot, which was standing on the cliff of a volcano, so that was cool. Or warm, I don't know. I'm not allowed to make jokes about other elements right now. I was having trouble killing these guys until a heavy nomad showed up and I tricked him into shooting them with a rocket launcher. After that, we found another slag homie, blew up Boombringer, let Mortar get his revenge, and rode the elevator up to deal with the buzzards. Man, these guys had the audacity to not stand still in my cloud kill clouds, and I ended up dying multiple times because of it. Luckily enough, when you're as bad at this game as I am, you learn to send the elevator down so you don't have to wait for it when you inevitably die. I tried to yank some of the bad guys up here off the tower so I had some breathing room, but that didn't go too great. So close. A loot dude showed up as well, and he decided that he was unslaggable, so that was fun. We eventually managed to take out enough bandits to give us the chance to take out the buzzards and watch the sunset with one of our homies we met up there. We made it to the boneyard and we were finally able to do the permaslag glitch after pushing a car over to a slag puddle. Fun fact about this glitch is that you can stack it as many times as you want. One stack will be 3 times damage, 2 would be 5 times damage, 3 would be 7 times damage, etc. I thought that since any amount of damage would just health gate me anyway, what's the harm of just getting like 10 stacks? That way, Recompense would deal some crazy damage when the enemies attacked me. Yeah, that didn't work at all. Anyway, we cranked some valves, listened to the whispers, got another stack of permaslag, turned some more valves, listened to the whispers again, got another stack of permaslag, watched our car almost explode from bumping into a skag with all of our stacks of permaslag, got another stack of permaslag, watched my car explode from hitting a skag with all my stacks of permaslag, and made it to the Arid Nexus Badlands. 10 seconds after I got here, I forgot that whole list I just read to you guys and tried to grenade jump over this gate and just died because of it. No grenade jumps means no Saturn skip, so we started trying to take this overgrown loader down. Honestly, Cloudkill did most of the work here. I did not have enough ammo to just lay into him, so I played it patiently until I felt safe not playing patiently anymore. The big toaster after that made it pretty hard to get into the info stockade, but my patented try again and hope they miss this time strat prevailed as it always eventually does. It was now time for the final stride towards the vault. The mobbing at the claptrap door went relatively well. Loader combat was easier than bandit combat for this run, and I also kind of just got to play support for the turrets, so nothing much to note here. After that, I save quit the game so that I could do the hero's pass skip without dying and made it to our fight with Jack. I'll be real with you guys, this fight sucked. This fight always sucks, but some even goofier stuff happened this time around. You know that invincibility shield drone that Jack gets when his shield breaks that lets Jack just teleport and heal all his health back in like 2 seconds? Yeah, that thing can't get cloud killed. Like, it just doesn't activate when you shoot it. I mean, I can kill these things, it's just kinda hard. But even after that, it only takes Jack like 20 seconds to teleport away and spawn another one. Which, considering Jack's health regen, that's pretty freaking quick if you ask me. I decided to try some converge shenanigans and use a rack to yank him into a death hole, but that just wasn't working. So we had 2 options. Keep trying an impossible fight until Jack glitches out and stands still, or just use the good old block him at the terminal strat and skip all the pointless stuff. They both have the same result, but the latter gets the video out sooner. So here's my PowerPoint presentation on how to kill Jack. Yeah, so if there's any part of you that thinks we can win this fight without some cheese strats, you are incredibly wrong. Even doing this strat, I almost lost because Jack is super hard to slag, and if he's not slagged, his health regen matches my DPS pretty much exactly. With less than 200 bullets left to my name, the slag kicked back in and we were able to kill Jack just barely. Now all that's left is the warrior. My first attempt here ended real quick because the warrior just used fire breath 4 seconds after the cutscene ended, but the attempt after that, we managed to get to some safer spots and just ran between ammo stations. It took a while, but the rest of this fight played out pretty normally. The warrior usually health gates you in one hit at OP 10, so this fight was pretty basic. Heck, most things at OP 10 will just one-shot you. Wait, did being slagged even affect the challenge at all? Is OP 10 really that unbalanced? Have I become so used to its abuse that I didn't even realize I've been subjecting myself to this the whole time? Oh no, I gotta end the video before you guys see how low the death counter— You can beat Borderlands 2 while permaslag. Bonus content time, woo! So usually during these runs, I like to see if the gear I'm using can obtain itself. Yeah, that was a bad idea for this run. You get the chalupa from Mick Zafford at the end of the Clan Wars quest line, which was probably 80 times harder than you think? 81 maybe? We start off by blowing up the Hodunk's big tire because we hate them, and then we blew up the Zafford's distillery because they have an alcohol problem and we want them to get better. After that, Mick hired me to go blow up some of the Hodunk's race cars. The race car fighting was actually pretty easy. Dealing with the slag hallucinations was a bit weirder. After that, we went back to the Zaffords and had to kill their bagman. We're supposed to side with the Zaffords, so I tried befriending the bagman and chilling near the waterfall, but that didn't work, so I launched him off of it. Only problem with that is I can't reach the key if he falls down there. No biggie, I'll just kill him with a gun. Oh darn, where did I put that footage of me killing him with a gun? Okay guys, I triple checked and I don't think I could kill this guy with a gun. He just moves and teleports around so much that he doesn't even stay in the cloud kill long enough for me to even think about doing this. I'm pretty sure he's corrosive resistant too, but I wouldn't know since I can't hit him with cloud kill. So it looks like we can't continue. It'd be pretty cool if I spent like 3 hours of my life trying to do some extremely convoluted setup where I put the stinky on the bagman and tried to grab the key as he died. Wait, where did all this footage come from? What is this? Oh!
Get some food in your system.
This is my last one.
Drink of water. You've been saying that.
I know I have. On gas mask, this is my last one for the day. Come on. Just grab the fucking key. Just grab the fucking key.
Yes! 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 Fucking A! High five!
That's odd. I don't remember any of that. Guess I must have blacked out or something. Anyway, that has to be the hardest part of this quest line, right? Oh, what the f— So yeah, we tried using Immolate's fire damage and that didn't work, so it looks like we can't continue. It would be pretty cool if I spent like 2 hours of my life trying to do some extremely convoluted setup where I farm the enemies at this house until I find a bandit with a fire weapon, and then go to the boneyard to permaslag myself so I'm allowed to drive cars and slowly ram that bandit to the Hodunk camp and have him shoot at me while I use the fire tanks as cover. Wait, what the fuck is this footage? Did I black out again? Bro, I need to lay off the slag. This stuff messes you up like lean. Wait a minute. Anyway, that made the Hodunks mad, so they told me to crash the Zafford's wake. So I got drunk at Moxie's to get in. Yay, more visual clutter. I got them Ice King wizard eyes, man. Anyway, we went to the wake, paid our respects, and left. This is not a lie for a comedic bit. The objective will check off even if you don't murder everyone inside. After that, it was finally time for the final fight. I started blasting the Hodunks and throwing my slag orb out, and played support one last time for my Zafford homies. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the algorithm a lot, and I love reading all your guys' comments. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, saving money over at Instant Gaming using my link, or go to GASMASK'Gang.com to snag some merch. I will leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Today's video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you can save money on the games you love later in the video. Borderlands and The Binding of Isaac are my 2 favorite games of all time. So when I found out there was an assault rifle that was a reference to The Binding of Isaac in the pre-sequel, I was pretty excited. Well, that wasn't until I found out that it kinda sucks. But to heck with that. Isaac Online is coming out soon, so what better way to celebrate than with a good old co-op challenge. So today we ask, can you beat Borderlands the pre-sequel as a bunch of crybabies? As for the rules, this is going to be a level 70 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough. Bar will not be allowed, and we will only be allowed to use the Crybaby Assault Rifle. If you don't know what this gun does, well, it kinda depends. Most unique weapons come with a special barrel that gives its unique properties, but the Crybaby can spawn with 2 different unique barrels, 2 unique elemental damage types, and 2 unique accessories, for a total of 8 unique combinations, and that's not even including all the variants when you get a normal element or accessory. Each variant shoots a different type of projectile, mimicking different types of tier effects you can get in The Binding of Isaac. To keep it simple, we will only be using the variants with the cool unique parts, minus the default shot barrel because wobbly bullets are more fun. Which leaves us 4 part combos, and each of us will use a different version. Speaking of each of us, let's meet our band of crybabies. Wait, who the heck are those guys? Our journey begins on Helios Space Station, which is currently under attack by some insane doll military forces. Things were a bit rough at the beginning. We had to get used to the low to the ground POV, our unpredictable action skill getting us killed, and some very unclear mission objectives.
Follow the claptrap unit. Which one?
Oh no. Upon starting our first few fights, the chaotic nature of this run became apparent. Tears flying everywhere on top of the randomness of Claptrap's action skill make it so you can't really plan for anything. Since I'm pretty sure 80% of all Claptrap players are the people you see playing with me right now, I'll tell you guys about Claptrap's action skill, VaultHunter.exe. This ability causes your character to analyze the battlefield and chooses one of 15 unique action packages based on your surroundings, which is just a fancy way of saying it's fucking random. A good chunk of his action skills also affect all the other players. Some combos can be extremely strong, while others can be quite unfortunate, and I'll be tier listing them as we go. Also, there's your first Isaac joke. First among B tier is Blightbot, which causes Claptrap to throw out a siren-style minion that flies around and burns and corrodes enemies. Which sounds and looks pretty cool, but the damage isn't that great. This still could be a blessing compared to some of the other ones we'll get to later. Anyway, after saving Jack, Tom almost cut the challenge short by killing Zarpedon during her intro cutscene using the pirate ship action skill. More on that one later. After that, we pushed through the moon base until we met our first boss, Flame Knuckle. We all activated our action skills and the true chaos began. I rolled Gun Wizard, which doubles the fire rate, reload speed, and mag size of everybody's guns. It also completely refills our ammo reserves, so we never really ran out of ammo because of it. Alone, this skill is an A tier, but when combined with others, it's probably the strongest skill out of the bunch, so it rightfully lands itself an S tier. Anyway, as you can see, this is a joke because you can't actually see anything. Our guns aren't necessarily melting the bad guys, so we had to work together and make sure we were reviving our homies through the fight. 10 minutes later, we busted his power suit and bullied Flame Knuckle into a corner, where we used our tears to put his flame out. Moments away from escaping Helios Station and our quotation mark escape pod quotation mark, Lucas ruined the one life challenge by getting crushed by its door, so that's cool. After all that, we made it to the moon and met Janie, who was gonna help us get to Concordia. She told us the key to getting there was in Deadlift's hands, and the path to his hideout was filled with giant tanky Kragans. But that's nothing pirate ship mode couldn't handle. This action skill would be joining Gun Wizard up in S tier based on its awesomeness alone. The cannons deal great damage, and the way the shots sync up to the beat of the 1812 overture playing is truly awesome. Well, usually. I had to turn the music off for copyright reasons or whatever, because people hate fun, I guess, but oh well. After fighting through some goons, we made it to Deadlift and started our second boss fight. This boss fight was definitely harder than the last. Deadlift was a lot more tanky than Flame Knuckle. On top of that, he would bounce around on his beloved jump pads and electrocute the floors. We had to make sure we were reviving each other here, because second wins were tough even with our extended 5-year lifetimer from Best Buds for Life. But reviving each other also wasn't much of a hindrance, as you would think. The kick him while he's down skill made it so that the bad guys would just focus on shooting the down player instead of the one that's trying to revive them. Best Buds for Life gave us health regen and damage reduction for reviving our homies, and reviving was the perfect time to activate high fives, guys, which lets you high five your friends to gain some increased gun damage, fire rate, and health regen for a short time. Not to mention oxygen revives are a thing in this game. At the cost of oxygen, you can revive your teammates twice as fast, and Claptrap doesn't breathe, so it was just free. Not sure why oxygen helps get another Claptrap up, but we can literally turn into pirate ships, so I don't know if logic matters that much. Anyway, we eventually murked Deadlift and all started dancing on his corpse.
Bye, Nene. Oh. Get Nene.
During our escape from Deadlift's base, I rolled Rubber Ducky, which causes all players to bounce around and reflect bullets. This skill makes it hard to aim or revive your homies, so it should realistically go in D tier. But the fact that it allows you to abuse slam knockbacks better and makes putting the stinky on bad guys easier bumps it up to C tier for me. We managed to get the Moonzoomy station working with Deadlift's key and had a little too much fun with our new cars.
The car, not the tow.
Hey, hey!
Why you parked there?
That jump's hard, Tom, by the way. Don't f it up.
Oh, no!
Okay,
Rigged to give me my money.
What? How are you? Wait. This is...
Oh,
no! Oh, no!
Anyway, we made it to Concordia, got arrested by a cop baby, gave him the crystal ball to bail ourselves out, met Nurse Nina, met Moxie, found another Isaac reference, had a few drinks with the boys, watched Lucas ruin the one life again, flew around the town, and found out that Crisis Scar was our next destination. Red Belly was controlling the jamming signal blocking us from Helios, so we had to take him out. Scavtrap met us at the gate and told us we had to join Red Belly's gang if we wanted to get past, and our initiation consisted of just wiping out the entirety of their rival gang, the Darksiders. So we high-fived for the big fight, and I immediately rolled Clap in the Box, our first F-tier skill. There are so many things wrong with this skill. You can't shoot while it's active, you can't revive your homies while it's active, the explosion can hurt your homies, the damage isn't worth it, and that's comparing it to the Crybaby of all things. You can sometimes melee during it, but it doesn't always work, and finally, if you don't hit an enemy, you get downed. This skill is more hassle than help. Anyway, after that first fumble, we actually got some good combos for some maximum chaos, and Scavtrap was pleased with our work, so we got the password to get into Red Belly's base. Okay, wait guys, let's prank these guys.
Prank him.
Wait. Let's all throw a stock grenade at them. You ready? Hit at these people right here, okay? Funny prank. All right. Ready?
Okay.
Set. Go. Oh.
Damn. funny, why that
Oh my god! This is where the difficulty of the challenge kicked up a notch by introducing these big guys. These guys are extremely tanky and required all 4 of us to focus on them in order to take them down. Tom and I both had triple shot crybabies, meaning we would have to get pretty close for all our shots to hit, and I was struggling pretty hard. But we had each other's backs, and that's what got us through this. After bringing a pirate ship to a playground fight and fighting another 3 of those ultimate mugger guys, we made it to the Red Belly boss fight. This fight pretty much went as expected. And by that, I mean I couldn't see a thing. If this game didn't have health bars overlaid when you're looking at bad guys, they could have just snuck out of the brawl like some kind of old-timey cartoon gag, and we wouldn't have known a thing. The amount of action skills we were able to pop out was insane. Our class mods gave us each 49% action skill cooldown rate, and Claptrap's Through Thick and Thin skill gave us another 25 that could be transferred to your teammates when your action skill is active. This pretty much allowed us to have some kind of crazy going on at all times. Red Belly eventually split up and we focused on Belly first. After he died, the smaller flying guy got all angry and started glowing red. I feel like they stole that from somewhere. And we eventually threw enough tears down range to finish this fight. And the dude dropped a perfect fucking shred of fire. Which reminds me, if you want this save file with all the cool loot we found, or to try this challenge for yourself with some buddies, I'll have it on my Discord server, link in the description. After we took out the jamming signal, Jack was able to escape Helios, and now we just needed a plan to take it back. Jack decided to meet with the Marif of Concordia to make a plan to do exactly that, so while the grown-ups are talking, I'll tell you about today's sponsor, Instant Gaming. Anytime I want to look for a new game to play with friends, I always check Instant Gaming first, because odds are, they have a deal on what I'm looking for, and the deals that they offer are just hard to beat. One of my favorite things about Instant Gaming is how fast you can get your games. Once your account is verified, getting your activation code takes less than a minute. Even the console homies can save time and money on Instant Gaming, because they've got deals for PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch games. I'm pretty sure the only time you're ever going to have to wait on Instant Gaming is if you pre-order a game. But even then, if the price ends up dropping even lower than when you made your order, they will refund the difference to you, making getting the best deal even more effortless. So stop waiting for deals. How about this? Think of a game you've been wanting to play for a while now, and just check to see what kind of deal they're offering on it. And if you like what you see and end up making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you are also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's see if the grown-ups are all done talking. Whoa, 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 what just happened? Anyway, Jack wanted to take back Helios Station and needed a robot army to do so, because just like in real life, we weren't enough. The first step was getting a combat AI, and Janie knew a guy that could help us out. She also gave us a password to get some new vehicles to help us get to them. The jump to get over this lava lake is like really dumb. It killed me once and killed Lucas twice. Man, it'd be cool to have individual death counters. Anyway, we met Pickle and made our way to the bosun's ship. There were a lot of big bad guys along the way, and we were reviving each other left and right to keep the fight going. But then, Funzerker threw a rock into that plan. Joining A tier, Funzerker causes the player who activated it to dual wield the gun they're holding and makes you fire your guns whether you want to or not. It also glues down the trigger of all your friends' guns too. I mean, I will say it's nice to rest our trigger fingers here and there, but when the action skill is up, we can't sprint or revive each other, making it extremely dangerous. We had some very close calls, but the big guys weren't the most deadly thing we had to deal with.
After the clap, you run, okay?
Okay.
Oh, use your boost, use your boost!
No, I can't make that. What the heck?
Why not?
Wait,
no.
It's like maybe my freshman year.
What?
You gotta make your moon first.
You know that hole in the middle?
Lucas, did you fall into the hole? I was gonna tell you to run over it, but you jumped in it on your own? No, Lucas died again?
I couldn't see.
Oh, no.
Anyway, we finally made it to the bosun's ship, and a few steps, or rotations, I guess, through the front door, PhysX strikes again. Just turn that off, and there we go. I wonder if that will help with the visual pollution. Back in the bosun's, we started taking out the bad guys and dealing with a lot more of these big guys. Lucky for us, we were getting some good action skill combos, and it was right about here we found the God combo, which is Gun Wizard and Mecro Magician. Joining S tier, Mecro Magician does a few things. First off, you throw out Mini Trap, and he seeks out enemies and damages them. All of the familiars you could throw out as Claptrap are kinda eh, much like another game I like to play. But the real magic, no pun intended, comes from the stat boosts you get. While active, you lose a third of your mag size and accuracy, but you do gain a 263% damage increase to your guns. So you can see why this would pair well with Gun Wizard. The cons aren't really that bad either. Our mag size was already big to begin with, and the accuracy never really existed in the first place. Anyway, yeah, when you get that combo going, it's actually possible to see the big guy's health bar move with the naked eye.
Why Alyssa contemplating her sin right now? He's like, what does it mean to take a life? And stop, guys!
The bosun was throwing a lot of goons at us, but lucky for us, the skipper, aka the bosun's AI girlfriend, had enough of that nerd and started helping us out instead. Pushing through to the engine room, I found out that you can revive your homies during Funzerk if you spam your weapon swap key, and I also got medbot a few times, which kinda helped. We were all pretty tanky with our health bars from Claptrap's All the Things Are Awesome skill giving us a 55% bonus, and another 30 from his Pain Simulator's Painful skill, which added an extra 20% damage reduction cherry on top. So if you're wondering why my shield is so small, it's not. Our health bars are just huge. And now that you mention it, I feel like I've seen this blue health bar over the red health bar mechanic before. Anyway, yeah, the healing doesn't seem like a lot, but I guess it's better than nothing. Also, there's a cool glitch where you could drop the laser and re-pick it up to use it infinitely, so I started hoarding them in my inventory because it's funny. Anyway, I'm dropping this in D tier. Even with all of our healing and teamwork, we couldn't keep up, and here we took our first death that wasn't Lucas falling into some kind of pit. This time, he bled out.
I don't have Lucas, I don't have Lucas! No!
I died!
It wasn't just that either. It was so much more sorrow.
Oh my goodness, what am
Oh, I had one bullet to barrel troll fucking Lucas and I fucked it up. No! No! I stinkied myself! No, sir!
You know what? No. We're not gonna let this stop us. We're not gonna let this bring us down. We will become numb to the sight of Lucas plummeting to his death. We will beat this game. And if you think we're gonna curl up into a ball and cry about it, you're god darn right we are. Lucas, Tom, and I may have died, but our rock, Queen Knight, is still rocking her first life. So let's take the bosun down.
I always clicked the wrong one.
Oh, what the heck was going on? Oh, no.
No, this is not how we're supposed to start the fight!
Alyssa died! Alyssa died!
Alyssa died?
Underneath the elevator, yeah.
Oh boy, Torg Fiesta. Yet another liability roll. This one causes everybody to throw one grenade and gives us all free grenades for the duration of its effect. The person who rolled it will also start lobbing out contact grenades at random angles in front of them that can also damage teammates. Mix that with a rickety old cramped elevator and you get what you just watched. Anyway, once we actually made it into the fight, everything got chaotic. Big surprise, I know. Tom and I used our triple shot guns on the bosun himself, while Alyssa and Lucas used their more accurate version on the little shield turrets. Halfway through, I started getting really up close and personal to the bosun, and I ended up using the same strat that Master Chief used on Regret and Halo 2 to deal a bunch of damage. Right at the end of the fight, the stars aligned and we got the God combo while I had the high 5 boost and finished this fight strong. I will say though, I am very disappointed that I burned the whole Ice King Wizard Eyes joke on the last video because good god, look at all this visual clutter. After that, we stole his girlfriend, which was the military AI we came for in the first place, and made our way to the nearest robot factory. Speaking of combat robots, we finally rolled Minion Trap while waiting for the train to show up, which causes Mini Trap to turn into a rocket turret, which sounds pretty cool, but this one's going into B tier because it's kinda eh. The damage isn't that good and you just kinda throw it wherever you're looking, and since you had no idea that you were throwing this thing out, it usually ends up somewhere useless. It's not dangerous like some of the other action scale rolls, but it's just kind of a boring dud, just like the character it's based off of. Anyway, we found a friendly scientist trapped behind all the scavs and torques, and by sheer coincidence, he was working on a military robot that could create near infinite amounts of other combat robots, which was exactly what we needed, which warranted a little bit of celebration.
Are you hitting the gritty? What the
We made it into the factory, and I knew this part was going to be a doozy from past playthroughs. So we decided to spend some of the moonstones we found throughout our journey to get some moxtails for the fight. I got the one that boosted fire rate and reload speed for 30 minutes, which gave me just enough time to kill one of these big mugger guys. Too bad there were 3 of them. Yeah, this trio messed us up bad. One of them had a cryo rocket launcher, and that was making it really hard to revive each other. Cryo? More like made me cry, yo.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
We were all downed and crawling towards a hopeless kill, and one by one, we all fell. First me, then Lucas, then Queen Knight, and then Lucas again. This defeat hurt more than all of them so far, but we couldn't stop here. We had to tough it out and keep going. After we finally managed to take that guy out, we started taking steps toward building our constructor. You know, steal some robot eyes, put them in a toaster, find the main body of the constructor, feed Queen Knight to it.
Michael, don't leave me here.
Watch as we lose half of our Moxtail duration waiting for the turrets to calibrate themselves. Feel embarrassed that they're still doing more damage than us. Have Felicity steal the legs from another robot. Wipe Felicity's memories against her will. Have her get angry about it and try and kill us. And then start crying about it until she dies. Dang, between this and the Marath, I kind of feel like we're working for the bad guys here. No, just me? Okay. Anyway, this fight was a little scarier than the rest because Felicity can spawn this repair drone that turns the whole thing into a tug of war. Usually repair drones aren't that scary, but our damage output was relatively poo-poo. Like, you know it's bad when Lucas says,
Oh, that's good damage, that's good damage.
but her health bar only moved down 1 tick. She also has a shield drone that gives her bullet deflection, causing us to straight up shoot each other at times. The drones themselves are also pretty tanky, so we had to prioritize these things in order to win. You can kinda see why I wanted to do this as a co-op challenge. Imagine trying to get second wins with this gun. In between dealing with the drone waves, Alyssa and I would try to focus on any bots that Felicity spawned so that we could activate the rage element in our gun and deal a little bit more damage. Not really sure how well the rage element was working, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't high on placebo. But just like real life, all your problems can be solved with a little teamwork, high fives, caffeine, and a whole lot of crying. We eventually took her down and did a little bit more celebrating. Everybody start hitting the gritty around her. Oh, 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 oh. We now had the robot army we needed to take the moon base back, and there wasn't anything that could stop us. So we all topped off our Moxtails and fast traveled up to the moon base to start our assault. Oh, Lucas! Lucas, why'd you die, dude? You killed me too! I would have been fine if you didn't do that. So we got up to Helios, but the weird thing is that I didn't see any of the robots we spent 3 missions trying to make, so that was weird. Oh well, maybe we are enough. Just kidding, no, we can't even open a fucking door. We had to find another baby to do it for us. This one was blue, locked in a box, and had a neglectful mother nearby. Come on, guys, this one has to be an Isaac reference. Anyway, the scanner that would let us into Jack's office was a bit busted, and I'm not sure if this blue baby was fixing it or making it worse.
Access denied. Scans reveal subject is a cat wearing a birthday cap.
Yo, Lucas is a cat.
Scanned or scammed?
Scans reveal subject
Whoa! We made it to Jack's office and secured our base of operation. The next job was to go to the R&D section to rescue all the scientists there. Nothing out of the usual here, you know, turning into pirate ships, questioning if my shots are actually hitting even though I'm at point blank range dual-wielding assault rifles, watching Lucas lose to gravity and getting rejected by Queen Knight. Just your basic Borderlands meta. Anyway, we saved all the scientists and they disabled the force field blocking us from Helios's giant eye laser. And then Jack airlocked all of them because they were acting a little sus. Oh, come on, dude. Is that my boss again? Hello? Come on, dude. Are you really squeezing in another Among Us joke into this part just like last time? Yeah, what's wrong with that? It's funny and it's relevant to... What? No, what? Relevant? Among Us is a dead fucking game, and it definitely doesn't help that you're playing the pre-sequel. What do you think you are, some kind of comedic necromancer? Yikes, dude, that's harsh. You know what? Just chill out, okay? I'll change the joke. No need to get hostile. Good. Now get back to work. Jeez, I hate that guy. But he's the boss, so, I guess those guys didn't meet the profit quota. Anyway, we finally made it to the Veins of Helios, aka the jump pad parkour section. I really like this part of the game, but I know a lot of people hate it, and I think I know what side Lucas is gonna be on. Mid-air high five, Lucas, behind you!
Wait, I'm already high five.
Oh.
Oh!
No way! Again, Lucas? What are you doing? Lucas, you see those pipes over there?
Yeah.
Go stand on them.
Let's jump it over here, Lucas. Oh,
Are you trying to kill Lucas?
What?
No, not again.
We had to fight some of these fighter jet guys, and while it looks super cool to see 200 bullets all flying at the ship at once, they were pretty hard to kill. Hopefully there isn't like a boss version of one of these things later in the game. That would suck. Anyway, we made it to the lunar launching station and started disabling the final force field in our way. I somehow found a reogenator in a locker, so that was pretty weird. But anyway, yeah, a little bit of survive until the timer runs out gameplay later. We made it to the Eye of Helios and started our super intense boss fight with Colonel Zarpedon. Honestly, this fight was cursed in so many ways, good and bad. First off, our first roll of action skills gave me pirate ship mode with a double gun wizard boost, which let us melt her shield super quick. And that would have been awesome if she didn't just get the whole thing back right away. All of our rolls after that just kept synergizing poorly. Like one time somebody rolled nonsensical sacrifice, which downs the user but revives everybody else. But none of us were down, so that was just straight up useless. I'm still gonna put it in A tier because it did come in clutch a few times during the run. Also, just watch this clip for me.
Hey, not needed. Anyone?
Yeah, I got you, Tom. I'm gonna get you. Who the f just threw a pumpkin at Tom? What'd I just watch? So, did you guys see that too? Yeah, when I said pumpkin, I didn't actually think it was legitimately a pumpkin. At first, I thought Queen Eye or Lucas just accidentally shot a jackal cannon they found, but from where they were standing and the angle of the pumpkin, that just wasn't possible. But slowing down the footage, we were able to see the real culprit. You see that orange? That is 100% the barrel of a jackal cannon that is in the hands of that basic enemy. I had no idea that these guys could spawn with the unique blue rarity drops in this game, but there he is, causing more chaos, as if this run needed more. I didn't even notice this until I started editing this video. Numerous pumpkins flew across my face and into the faces of my homies, and we didn't even know. Anyway, we eventually took down her power suit, and that's where the curse shenanigans started being good. Before this whole second phase, we all hid on this ledge to lure Zarpedon over, and I went out to get her attention to bring her closer. I went down, but Lucas's dying actually kinda came in handy.
I'm gonna get a revive by my action skill. Oh, no way!
I died anyway, but when I got back, Zarpedon was in the prime position.
Yes, come on. Come on.
Here.
Put the stinky
Oh!
So if you're ever having trouble with this fight, just know that all you need is a few stock grenades. We finally had the Eye of Helios under control and found out it was actually powered by the Eye of the Destroyer. Or another Isaac reference, I'm not sure. Anyway, Moxie said we could disable it if we overjuiced the thing to activate the failsafes, but that was a big lie, and she turned it into a giant black hole in an attempt to kill Jack because, plot twist, he's the bad guy. But we still survived somehow, and Jack was so happy that he started throwing it back on us, so that was pretty cool. All that was left to beat the game was to find the vault and secure the alien technology inside. This place was guarded by a bunch of these creepy looking alien dudes, but those guys weren't anything compared to the eternal doll soldier guys. If you don't kill these guys fast enough, they just evolve and get all of their health back, and through conventional methods, there is just no way we would be able to kill these guys fast enough. But lucky for us, this is Borderlands we're talking about. There's always something we can exploit, and in this case, it's the slam attack from our level 1 Oz kit. Using our slam would stagger the eternal guys and prevent their evolution, and as long as we could stun lock them like this, we could take these guys out relatively easily. One of the doll guys we found ended up surrendering, and we gave Lucas the choice in killing him or letting him go.
Now kill him.
Alright guys, let's see what's in this vault. Whoa, wait, did you guys see that? What the heck is that? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Oh no. It's a giant boss version of the jet fighters. No. Alright, real talk guys, this fight was the hardest one yet. I'll give you a breakdown. First off, 90% of the time this jet was pretty far away from us, making it so we would have to lead our shots far in front of where we thought it would be, which is 10 times harder when your shots have a mind of their own, and they're literally children's tears. It would sometimes get low to the ground with some missile strikes, but that was so rare it might as well have just not happened. Our action skills were also just not that great. Anything except for Gun Wizard, Mecro Magician, or Funzerker were just straight up useless because we couldn't utilize them even if we tried. This wouldn't have been too much of an issue if we actually got those good ones, but all we would get is triple clap in the box rolls or Queen Knight's personal favorite.
No!
Dude, how many Torque Fiestas was that?
3.
Oh my god. Oh my god, not the Torque Fiesta.
Rubber Ducky Fiesta. Fiesta.
Oh my god.
Fiesta.
Yes.
Fiesta. What the? Okay, Fiesta. Fiesta. Fiesta.
Like a fiesta.
I just keep getting to like bomb myself, punch myself in the face. Fiesta. Fiesta. Fucking Fiesta.
I can finish up the tier list here. First off, shh, trap is in C tier. This was the first time I got it during the whole run, and all it does is make you invisible to enemies. Not super useful when the giant airship decides to just nuke the whole arena, but I guess it's pretty nice if you ever want to revive some of your homies. And finally, for the absolute worst action package yet, Meat Unicycle, which causes you to switch out your gun for a buzz axe and start dealing fire nova damage. You can imagine trying to punch a jet fighter if you want. I'd be a liar if I said I didn't try. But even if I could, the damage from these melee attacks is just so abysmal. You know it's bad when the most optimal strat for Meat Unicycle is to not even try and just go high five your homies so they can deal some more damage. Easy F tier. A couple of honorable mentions. We could not get One Shot Wonder or Disco Inferno because we weren't using the right skills for them, just in case any of the Claptrap mains say we forgot them. I don't want to make all 4 of you guys mad. Halfway through this fight, our Moxtail power-ups wore off, and Lucas had to go AFK for a bit to get his dinner, so we had to worry about protecting him now too. RK5 added 4 deaths to the counter by the time he reached his Fate Acceptance phase, where we could just lay into him. And together, we finally took it down.
Necro Magician, that's it! Let's go!
Yikes! Other bosses so far have taken upwards of 10-15 minutes to finish, but this one took over an hour. Anyway, we jumped into the giant scary alien hole and fought through some more of those tanky guys. We definitely took a wrong turn somewhere because we got super lost, and we were stuck here for a while too. There were a ton of bad guys we had to kill here just to get out, and they were all just absolute tanks. After a good hour of totally optional fighting we didn't have to do, we finally made it to the vault and we were ready for anything. It can't get much worse than these creepy guys.
Oh no.
What happened?
Everybody close your eyes unless you want to witness childbirth.
Ew.
Ew.
Oh my god, it got way worse. Jeez, these things just keep getting tankier and tankier. What if we just like... Yeah, there we go, much better. Anyway, we eventually entered the vault and started our last boss fight of the run. Let's do this.
Oh god, no, not the bullet deflection on Gunzerker. Okay, rest in.
Well, that was a rough start. I really rolled Funzerker right as it entered bullet reflection mode, so that was cool. And everything after that went downhill. For the Sentinel, we started getting so many good action skill combos. We even rolled 3 pirate ships at the same time, which was just absolutely awesome. We started waiting for each other's action skills to be ready and just kept popping them all at the same time. Doing so let us take down the first 4 phases and spawn the true final boss. Imagine that, a multi-staged boss fight to finish the game. Who would even? This is where us triple shot homies really started to shine. For the first time in the run, we could have all 3 projectiles of our shot hit a bad guy's critical spot at the same time. We got the God combo and managed to finish off the first mask. After that, Tom popped a nonsensical sacrifice so we could secure phase 2, and thus began the final and hardest phase. Claptrap being made of metal means that he takes increased corrosive damage, so when he started vomiting acid and causing big eruptions of it from the floor, we had to play a bit differently. You ever play the floor's acid? It's a lot like the floor's lava, but it's for robots. Reviving teammates in the acid was pretty much impossible, so we either tried to set up a second wind enemy for them, or just catch them mid-air and fly them to safety.
I got you, Tom. I think.
We had a really close call when we all went down at the same time. If we all had to respawn and left the arena empty, we would have to restart the whole fight. At the very last second, one of those Sarah Guardian things spawned, letting Tom get up and prevent the full reset. And as soon as we went back in, we went guns blazing with a Funzerker Wizard combo, and another Mecro Wizard combo after that. Lucas came in clutch with another sacrifice, securing a triple revive from it right at the very end. And we finished the fight with pirate ship mode, leaving just enough rounds for some victory shots, signifying that yes, you can beat Borderlands the pre-sequel as a bunch of crybabies. Bonus content time, woo! So this run was a great balance of fun and challenge, but I felt it could have felt a little more roguelike to keep on the Isaac theme. You know, where death is a lot more than just a number going up, so I decided that we're going to tackle everyone's favorite DLC. 6 rounds of wave-by-wave combat where death means you have to sit on the sidelines, capturing that roguelike vibe I'm looking for. That's right, put on your blue light glasses because we're going to the Hollow Dome. Right off the bat, we met a ghost baby. Kinda feel like this one is required at this point. Anyway. Not much to say about round 1. This is pretty much just a warm-up. Flame Knuckle made a return, but we threw him into the big hole, so that was cool. Round 2 was pretty much the same. We had some more of these creepy Ofa things show up, but again, the giant hole made them pretty easy. Lucas got Queen Knight killed. You can clearly see that I'm looking at her, trying to revive her, but Lucas somehow snuck in between us, causing her to fall into a million pieces. On the bright side, we were able to test the individual death counter Tom coded. Thanks, Tom. Other than that, though, the Eternal guys started showing up again, and you guessed it, we used the hole. This round introduced the giant spinning blades of scary death and stuff, but if you know anything about patterns, you would know that we use this to our advantage. This is where things really started to devolve. Most enemies were extremely tanky, and it would just be more optimal to put the Stinky on literally any enemy that wasn't a basic mob. Also, Lucas could not follow the bonus objective and fucking died on wave 1 of 6.
Ooh!
Lucas! What'd you do, Lucas?
It sucked me in.
Oh. Good God. We put the Stinky on everything. And on our first try, we got way too comfortable, and we all went down against an enemy way too tanky for even all of us to kill, and all died on wave 4. On our next attempt, things got really dicey. Queen Knight and Lucas both took a dive about halfway in, so Tom and I had to lock in and stick to each other like glue. It kind of worked out because Queen Knight and Lucas had the more accurate long-range crybaby rifles, so they could just kind of distract the enemies from afar and use their action skills to juice us up. We fought hard, and it came down to one last enemy. This alien that glitched out. So if anyone's wondering, yes, you can beat the Hollow Dome Onslaught as a bunch of crybabies. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love reading all your guys' nice words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, saving some money with instant gaming using my link, or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I'll leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs in the description below. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. When it comes to FPS games, your HUD can provide a ton of important information, like telling you how much health you have or finding your next objective. But how valuable is that information? Do you really need anything else? Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the minimap? The rules for this run are simple. I can only see the minimap. And to make that happen, I cut a minimap-shaped hole in the box of my latest monster shipment and taped it to my screen. My webcam will also be aimed at the screen as proof that I cannot see anything but my minimap and Twitch chat. Also, you should go follow me over there and hang out with us while we do challenge runs. Anyway, you guys will be able to see everything, don't worry. The video won't look like this. Suffering through that is my job. This run will be a bit different from my other runs because we're actually going to be doing this in normal mode as opposed to OP10. I figured the XP farming and side missions I would need to do to level up might add a little bit more pizzazz to this type of run. As for the character we picked, Gage was an obvious choice with her bouncing bullets and death trap and whatnot, so we started our run by following our seeing eye robot home and watching him get his eye ripped. Oh, great. Now we're both blind. Before we took on Knuckle Dragger, I had to get some experience and catch my bearings. So after finding the fast travel station, I held up on the menu to travel to the Giraffe DLC. If you don't know why we call it that, Mordecai can kill some of the level 30 doll guys here, and that gives us a ton of experience. You could keep repeating this process as long as you save quit before the cutscene starts, so I decided to rack up some early XP here. So while we wait for Mordecai to level us up, I'm gonna tell you about today's sponsor, Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming has been my go-to place when I'm looking for game deals. Game prices nowadays can be pretty crazy, and we all want to save money when we can. Even you might be waiting for a game to go on sale right now. And if that's the case, odds are that game is rotting away in your wishlist, and by the time it goes on sale, you could have already moved on or forgotten about it. And that's where Instant Gaming comes in. They have deals on a ton of games, and odds are there's a deal that you will like over there. My favorite part about Instant Gaming is that it's super fast and easy to get your activation codes after your account is verified. I've tested it myself, and it could take less than a minute to get your hands on a new game, as opposed to the indefinite amount of time you could be sitting, waiting, hoping, and praying a game goes on sale. Console homies can save money too, because they have deals for PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and even Nintendo Switch. So stop waiting. Make your gaming instant. How about this? Think of a game you've been wanting to play and use my link in the description to just see what kind of deal they have on it. If you like what you see and end up making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you are also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's see how the XP farm is going. What? No, who let the cutscene play? Anyway, that farm is busted, so plan B. I found the fast travel again and held down this time all the way to the bottom to go to Digistruct Peak and open a door, which went surprisingly well. Since I have to edit this video and rewatch all the footage, I can see that we made it to level 4, but I had no idea what level I was at the time. We made it back to Claptrap and started following the silly sounds of his voice until the scary red dots showed up. After getting angry at a small cliff, my overleveled melee power took out the first batch of Bullymongs. Knuckle Dragger showed up after that, and I absolutely trick-shotted his little brother out of the sky. We killed Knuckle Dragger after that and started looking for Claptrap's eye. Luckily, the minimap gives an objective marker for most things that we need to pick up, so we had an idea of where to look. Items also make a distinct noise when their item card pops up, indicating you're looking at it. Here's an example of that noise. So we calmed our surroundings and listened for that sound until we found Velma's glasses and got a reward. I've played this game enough times to know that this chest always gives us a Jacob's shotgun. So I snagged that because more pellets equals more chances to hit. I did not realize what I was getting myself into, so I shotgun a monster to get me through this run. And honestly, I think that was kind of OP because I was clearing out Liarsburg way too easy. I was hitting more shots than I anticipated and developed a few strategies along the way. For example, I found the best way to line up melee attacks is lining up the inner angle of my yellow marker with the bottom corner of the bad guy's red dot. The minimap can tell me what cardinal direction I'm looking in, but it cannot tell me if I'm looking too far up or too far down. So to combat this issue, I would look all the way down and then estimate where the enemy would be, and I felt pretty cool doing this, but rewatching the footage makes me feel a lot less cool because it was not working as good as I thought. I took the Bullymon clearing mission for a little bit more XP and ended up taking the first death of the run. The second, third, and fourth ones too. We also took the Echo collecting mission here, but that didn't go too well. I'll point out the transparency of the minimap now, since I'll probably get comments about it. Parts of the map where there is no terrain are a bit transparent, and I can sometimes get hints to my surroundings. But with a 120 FOV, even if you see the thing you're trying to interact with, it's not exactly free.
I see the bullet holes, okay. Oh, I think I got it. I didn't. Where the f is this thing? I don't know. I'm about to skip this mission. I don't know if it's worth it.
Yeah, so the moral of the story is that even though I can see through parts of the map, it never really came in handy because learning lineups with the actual map proved far more consistent. Anyway, 5 minutes after I leveled up, I finally unlocked my action skill. So let's bring out Death Trap. Oh no, I didn't pick Gage. I picked Salvador. Anyway, we made our way towards Boom Boom. I wanted to wipe out the bandits here with a skyrocket, but I only managed to kill one psycho with it, so that was pretty cringe. When I got to Boom Boom, someone put a bounty on killing them in under 3 tries. My guess is they didn't have faith in me because I was trying to fight the clouds the whole time, so I don't really blame them. I jumped in and immediately tried to find my way to the back of the arena to lure Boom to a dark alley and take his loot. I was surprised when I got the kill here because I didn't hear any of the noises that usually play when you land a melee hit in Buzzak's Rampage. But like, Boom is dead, so I'll take it. Boom and Boom both drop a bunch of grenade ammo when killed, so I knew I had plenty of skyrockets I could throw at Boom. Too bad I whiffed like all of them. On my second try, I ran back to Boom's body in hopes that there were more nades lying around. I heard the ammo pickup sound as I ran by, so I knew I had at least one and managed to knock Boom out of his cannon. A few blind swings later, I made 15 bucks and leveled up. You might think that picking skills would be hard if I can't see the skill tree. But honestly, it was super easy because I have Krieg's entire skill tree memorized. Do other character mains memorize the entire skill tree? Or are Krieg mains just built different? I don't know. Anyway, if you open your menu and press 4, it will always take you to your skill tree tab. And you'll always start hovering over your action skill. So all I needed to do was press down once and then enter to spec in to pull the pin, which makes it so we drop a copy of our grenade mod when we die. And if it gets a kill, we get double the amount of XP. Using our new skill, we decided to farm Boom Boom until level 10 by running into the arena, dealing a little bit of damage, and then finishing them off martyr style. Oh look, a bonus package! I wish I seen that. The other 4 points I put into Empty the Rage because a majority of our damage is going to be melee, and the empty mag bonus actually came into play here quite often. We started our climb up to Flint's ship, and things started getting a bit dicey. The mini-map is locked to a 2-dimensional plane and will only show you the highest point of the map, so we were practically blind when we had to go under the ship. Yeah, I got really lost down here and started taking cryo damage? How the f did I end up in the pre-sequel? What the? We had to keep pushing forward with nothing but muscle memory from playing this game so much. And making it through this part was tough. But now we had to climb up the ship, and that was a nightmare. Staircases, tight ropes, walls, bathrooms, holes, skyrockets, enemies that could be below or above me, I don't freaking know. All these things made it just absolutely abysmal to traverse. I again had to go entirely based on memory. Dying would also send me so far back that it was just headache inducing. I got to the point that kept messing me up and decided to just go for a leap of faith over what I thought was a hole. It was actually just a wall. After that, I slowly tiptoed up to the lever to hoist Claptrap up, hit a new U station, and took a sigh of relief. Up next was the Flint fight. Now usually to get him to jump down from his throne, you have to hit him at least once. Insert joke on why that is hard to do. So we died a few times before we had a chance to get close to him. And when we did manage to get close to him, I found out that Flint was easier than the climb up. Never thought that would happen. After that, we made it to Three Horns and ran into a new issue. We needed an interface adapter to get a new car, but the objective marker was a big area circle. I had a general idea of where to go, but this one took a while to find.
Wait a moment while I hack the catch-a-ride.
After that, we got behind the wheel and somehow things got easier. I hit the jump on the first try and even nailed Door Guy pretty good. Finding Reese's Echo was pretty rough too because of the whole big circle objective thing, but the 2,500 hours in BL2 saved me there. A little bit of Snake gameplay later, we saved Reese and headed towards the Power Core Psycho.
Oh my god! Wombo combo!
We managed to nab the power core and absolutely slaughtered the 20 bandits to avenge Reese before making it to Sanctuary. At this point, my guns were very underleveled, and finding new gear would be tough considering I can't see any of it, and my numerous deaths would make buying whatever's in the shop a bit hard. But lucky for us, this mission turn-in always gives us a choice between an assault rifle or a shotgun, so I dropped my SMG and went for the shotgun. Glad I remembered it was the second option because I got a decent bandit shotgun from it. I was hoping for another Jacobs shotgun, but I wasn't disappointed once I heard the bandit gunshot sounds. I had to grab a bunch of stuff here in Sanctuary. I'll try not to go over everything I pick up unless it was tougher than usual, but one thing to note here was I spent my iridium on what I hoped was grenade SDUs. Fun fact, all the upgrades here are alphabetized except for the bank and backpack upgrades, so this was a rare case where extremely obscure Borderlands knowledge actually came in handy. Anyway, Frostburn Canyon was our next destination, and I made my way there after fast traveling back to the Draft DLC in Claptrap's place by accident. Frostburn was honestly kind of rough. First off, I'm not used to the map not being already filled out because this is a fresh character, and the terrain was far from flat here. I didn't mind dying often because that just meant pull the pin XP, but the fire damage on fire nomads was proving to be ineffective. Once I crawled out of that mess, I had the spike pit skip. Now, I have never failed this jump, but this time around, I wouldn't be able to see my usual lineup. I had a lot in the line, so I just had to go with my gut.
Yeah, I can't see shit over here.
Alright, hold up. I'm gonna John for a bit, okay? I still think my success rate is 100%. Screw you guys if you think otherwise. My player icon is way too friggin' big to see anything. Not to mention this objective marker screwed up my lineup. I'm not Craig, you're Craig. Anyway, we got the skip eventually, and honestly, I don't think it could get much worse than the— oh, I forgot about Lilith, never mind. The bright side to this challenge is that I don't have to see Lilith, but the downside is that I can still hear the one-liner.
Oh, Lilith, why?
Even though Lilith loves to torment me, she did manage to give us our first class mod. It happened to be the best one we could have gotten for this run, which was a blister com with a +6 grenade count. I didn't know this until editing though, so it probably didn't matter that much. Up next, we had to save Roland, and in order to do that, we were going to need a car upgrade. And honestly, destroying the cars proved harder than I anticipated. Half the time, I was just trying to figure out if the red dot was a buzzard or a car. I bet you guys can't tell the difference. My first plan was trying to tail the technicals while aiming up and down and hoping that enough bullets would hit. That didn't work. I then tried to hold all the way down because I knew the cars couldn't look too far down. That didn't work. And we also tried the good old pull the pin kill. And that didn't work. What was the game-winning strategy, you might ask? Well, I got one word for you.
Explosions!
With the rocket launcher runner and the looking as far down as possible strat, we were able to more consistently take out bandit technicals, and we eventually got enough parts to sneak into the Bloodshot Dam. Bad Ma was up next, and let me tell you, I died so many times trying to fight this guy. Death after death just kept piling on, and there wasn't anything I could do about it. I mean, I guess I could have tried to survive the fight, but then how would I get the double XP from pull the pin? You guys think I'm gonna farm up to level 16 and not take the twice as fast option? Come on now. Alright, real talk. We farmed Badma up to level 16 so we could get the most important skill of the run. Light the fuse. Now if we end up falling into fight for your life, we will have an extremely useful tool for revives. No more lack of movement and no more estimating how high I'm aiming because the splash damage means I could just get close and throw them at the ground. And if I'm feeling extra confident, I could just hold E to go full Minesweeper mode and murder everything around me. Doing this made the Bloodshot Stronghold relatively easy, right up until the toilet room, where my arch enemy, Verticality, found us yet again. It was back to being an absolute guessing game. And boy, am I glad that I took the time to get Light the Fuse here, because even with it, closing the distance between me and these crazed marauders was harder than normal. Anyway, Mad Mike eventually showed up, and I decided to use my out of sight, out of mind card here and just ignore him. I hit the next new U station and planned to run away after I came back, but my skyrocket murked him without me knowing, so I'll be taking that card back, thank you. After finding Roland, I got stuck in this hole and just could not find my way out of it. I ended up having to die to get out, which felt pretty cringe and embarrassing. And after that, we made it outside and I put the stinky on myself. Actually guys, this was 100% on purpose. You could tell because I got a pull the pin kill. Yep, After I paid the toll, I started fighting my way through the bad guys. Nothing too crazy, but I did put the stinky on this loader, so I'm glad we got at least one this run. After fighting through all those loaders, we made it to our next fight. If you're new here, you probably don't know that the Warden can take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you don't kill it fast enough. Yeah, and with our current setup, I estimated that chance was pretty high. I went in for my first attempt and got a few second wins before dying about halfway through his health bar. It honestly felt like a tough fight, and I had no idea how close or not close I was to killing the Warden, so I scrambled to get one more good attempt in before it was Gulag time.
Can't tell if I used my BuzzX Rampage or not, and I burned it or not, but... Okay.
Yeah, the Warden is weird. I feel like its shield gets weaker when the surveyors decide to start juicing it up or something, because that was pretty baffling. After saving Roland, I replaced my first shotgun with a sniper before realizing that didn't make any sense, and then swapping to a TDR SMG I found and heading back home. At this point in the game, my memory of enemy levels is a bit skewed, so I decided to do the Marcus dummy missions for a little XP boost and to secure a slag pistol for future fights. It's not the best option, but it's the only guaranteed slag weapon I could get realistically. Anyway, I also missed Michael Mamaril right here. I like never see this guy, and this challenge run made sure to keep it that way, but oh well, off to Tundra Express. Burning the Varkids here was kind of annoying because I messed up and lost my free tinderbox, and my skyrocket was just way too strong. I could have used this fire shotgun I found, but alas, I didn't know it was fire. I eventually got stuck on the fire melon and managed to wake up Mordecai, meet Tina, dodge a train, and grab the badonkadonks. The first one was pretty easy to grab, but for the second one, I needed to do a little bit of parkour to bypass the confusing staircase system. On the way to blow up the train, I gained the title of only person ever to unintentionally die to these giant cartoony proximity mines, so that was pretty cringe. I also had my first fight with a ladder and my second fight with a train. We made it to Wilhelm, and this was probably the toughest fight yet. Every challenge about this run piled on right here. I had no idea what level he was, so I had no idea how much damage I was dealing, or if I was even beating out his shield regeneration. I couldn't see incoming attacks, so I had to use audio cues to kinda guess where to dodge. And to top it off, Wilhelm is pretty hard to melee because he kinda has this spike shield effect when you get too close. I gave it a few attempts before almost calling it quits for the day. But on my last attempt before that, I heard Wilhelm start doing callouts indicating his health was low. So I gave it one more shot, this time with a newfound strategy I will be calling menu leveling. I found that opening and closing your menu put your crosshair at a consistent eye level, and using that we found our combat loop. We would run around, dodge, and throw pot shots until we heard him or seen him start spawning surveyors. At that point, I would pull out my slag pistol and level my crosshair to hopefully get some slag. I would then run at him with BuzzX Rampage if it was charged, or just my plain self and intentionally get downed. After that, I would instantly detonate my bundle. This would damage Wilhelm, stop his surveyors from giving him too much shield, and give me a second win, all at the same time. Once I started hearing his low health callouts again, I threw any skyrockets that I had and finished Wilhelm off.
You killed Wilhelm? Holy hell, Jack doesn't stand a chance.
When we got back to Sanctuary, I got rid of my Valtunta relic because I knew Lieutenant Davis was going to give me a new relic, and the one we got was probably the most useless thing I could have gotten. Honestly, I didn't know what it was, but I liked it anyway. It was way better than Lilith's gift of literally taking my home and my minimap. Like, bro, what am I supposed to do now? I ended up running towards the cliff to spawn next to the door, which was unnecessary because an objective marker did show up. But if you watched my vids before, you know that I'm all about the high road. And if you haven't watched before, consider subscribing. It helps the channel a lot, and if you've made it this far into the vid, there's a good chance you'll want to watch more. Anyway, we made it to the fridge and had a surprisingly easy time finding the levers to open the doors. Getting across the Hyperion Bridge went well too. I was a little worried about using the gondola to get across because I wouldn't be able to see it, but the thing is super loud, so I knew exactly when it stopped right in front of me. We made it to Mr. Noodle, and I was pretty scared of what this fight could entail. But then, like, the kill almost looked like it was ripped straight out of a casual playthrough. Like, if you haven't spammed skyrockets at this guy before, have you even really played Borderlands? Anyway, so that was like 3 wins in a row. Overlook, though. That was an L. Things started strong, but quickly took a turn when the toaster showed up. Yeah, I didn't think I was going to be able to kill this thing, at least not fast enough to make it worth my time. My favorite part about this whole section is when I got to watch myself try to repair the beacon while I was in Light the Fuse because I had no idea I was even down. Yeah, that was just really funny to me for some reason. Anyway, the beacon actually didn't go invincible this time around. I thought it did, but I guess it didn't. I still had to shamefully fast travel away from the evil toaster that was shoving nuclear bombs into my soft spot, so that sucked, but progress is progress. We made it back home and went for our next vital piece of gear, the law. Getting it was easy. I just had to empty a weapon slot, correctly identify a killer, accidentally desecrate a corpse, and bam, double melee damage for the rest of the run. The preserve was our next destination, and finding the place was way harder than it should have been. I got stuck in a cave somewhere, and for the first time in the run, I had to save quit because I just couldn't find a way out. Second try took a while, but I made it to the dreaded preserve. Wounding the loaders here went, just kinda got lucky with Light the Fuse and the door opened. But I did start feeling a bit underleveled here, so I made sure to kill every tiny dot I seen. Anyway, I pushed through all the mobbing and realized that I still get red dots for stalkers even though they're invisible. Didn't make them any less hard though because they just love running away from me. Also a very weird thing to do if you're literally called a stalker. Anyway, the ultimate loader showed up and worried me a little bit. The game plan was to slag it and just hope that a Buzz-Axe rampage duration was enough. I forgot to mention this during the Wilhelm fight, but enemies do have callouts for when they get an element applied to them. In the case for slag, they say something like unknown substance or unit slagged. So I was able to tell when they turned purple and knew exactly when to strike. So I was gonna do a bit here where I said I murdered all the loot dudes super easy while swinging at nothing because I didn't take doctor's orders, but I got lucky and one of them showed up anyway. I checked for a drop and ended up with quite the surprise. And we got like something, I guess. Don't tell me it was a grenade. Dude, is that a nasty surprise, dude? 3, 2, 3, 4. That's my shield, that's my grenade mod. Skyrocket's back, okay. After a little bit more mobbing, we made it to Bloodwing. This was going to be our first real fight with a flying enemy, so I wasn't sure how it was going to go. But I've been practicing for this fight the whole run. So let's do this. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. Tab menu. Okay. Let's go. Let's go, dude. All right, Bloodwing, you had me in the first half, but you gotta step up your game again. I'm about to hit double digits. After the fight, I made the mistake of trying to upgrade my gear and ended up losing my +6 grenade count class mod for something pretty much useless. But on the bright side, at least we got the high five our homie Claptrap. Up next was recruiting Brick and his air support. The initiation was pretty much just handled by the Skyrocket if I'm being honest. Apparently, I wasn't supposed to use this thing indoors, but like how the heck was I supposed to read that? I can only see the mini-map. Sarcastic Slab could have survived this time around because he didn't show up as a red dot, but his loud clapping let me find him using echolocation. Get it? Because the minimap comes from the echo. Oh, come on, please laugh. Fighting the loaders with Brick was pretty simple. I was mostly slagging bad guys while he fisted them. I'm pretty sure every single mortar strike killed me here, so that was rough, but hey, Brick is on the squad now and I can finally get rid of my level 1 shield. What the fuck is Michael doing here again? Whatever. Anyway, Roland will always give you a rocket launcher or a roid shield for turning in this quest, so not only do we have a usable shield now, we also get a melee boost when it's broken. Hopefully I don't have to explain why that's useful. Up next was Opportunity, and oh boy, I had to have jammed my shin on every crate, statue, bush, and railing in this map. It took me 10 minutes to find the Jack double as per the usual 10 seconds. Killing him felt about the same, but good golly, finding the info kiosks was horrid. I could get close, but actually finding the little buttons was harder than most objectives. I also had to find it while loaders and toasters were bombarding me with everything they had. It took a bit, but I managed to get them all. But that wasn't the biggest issue. I still had to upload the voice data, and to do that, you had to find this little cave, find the right door to get into, and place the watch. I think you guys know where this is going. The minimap only shows the top layer of the map, so this was just complete guesswork on top of tripping over every step along the way. I was going at this for a while, and I was getting very frustrated, but then my salvation arrived. I've never been so excited to hear about a hot loader in my area, because I knew that this loader always spawns in the room I needed to get to, so I found my way in and took a big sigh of relief. That breather would come in handy because up next was the climb up to bunker. Things started out really rough here. I absolutely butchered the ravine jump, I got pranked by Claptrap, and then I just got absolutely decimated by the loaders. I was positive that I was super underleveled at this point, and forcing through this would have been way too hard. So I had to do what I was regretting, and decided to farm some XP. I was hoping that farming the mutated Varkids would be some quick XP, but that proved very inconsistent, and I had to find this door valve every time. So regrettably, we had to do the entire Clan Wars quest line. Instead of just walking you guys through the missions, let's just count how many times we needed to interact with a small object. Nice. Clarifying. Uh. 42 painful interactions, not including fast travels and car spawns. And what do I get as my reward? I get to do this for the next hour. I was hoping Mick was at least level 22, but he was only level 20, and the experience falloff was rough. So this last jump from 24 to 25 was a majority of that hour. How many Maggies did I miss? I have no idea. I couldn't see. And rewatching an hour of footage to give you guys one number seems like a silly thing to do. Hey, whoa, editor, don't show him that. Get that out of here. Anyway, after accidentally going to the Hammerlock DLC, we made it back to 1000 Cuts and tried climbing the mountain again. Things felt a lot better this time around. The toaster only took a few tries, the baby turrets were a pushover, and the big toaster got cheesed the good old-fashioned way. And all that was left was Face McShooty.
This is gonna be so cringe if I'm way off.
Alright, so, the bunker. Screw the turrets, those guys were whatever. The bunker was genuinely scary. It flies out of melee range, and unless I'm throwing buzz axes, I have no indication if my shots are actually hitting it. It is also classified as an armored enemy, so the fire resistance made me think skyrockets were not going to help that much. My game plan was to wait for the bunker to do what I call the flex pose, which is the one where he's just stationary floating in the air. When I noticed the bunker stopped moving, I would try to slag it before entering Buzz Axe Rampage and throwing axes until I hear the axe hit marker and just holding that angle. There were a few spots where I could melee hit it from the bottom, but I didn't know how great that was. This is Can You Beat Borderlands 2 with only the mini-map, not Can You Beat Borderlands 2 with only health bars. I found a spot down here where I heard the melee hit marker sound, but I guess I was just hitting a dead turret hurt box or something. It's super complicated. This game's made of spaghetti. I shouldn't have known this, but someone in chat gave me a hint, which they weren't supposed to do, so I had 3 options. Use the hint and stop doing this strat because it wasn't actually dealing any damage, which felt cringe. Keep using the strat, consciously throwing to replicate what I would have done without the hint, which felt cringe. Or spec into silence the voices and just tell myself that throwing axes was safer because I didn't want to hit myself, which felt less cringe. No hints! I'm about to start strangling people who give me hints. You guys are getting cooked the f up in the video. It's a joke. I know this was not intentional, and I'm just probably being like an asshole over arbitrary challenge, arbitrary rules. Here's the lore, okay? I spec'd into silence the voices, so I did not feel comfortable meleeing the bunker in the way that I was. That way, I can lie to myself, instead of having to lie to myself through throwing. There's the lore. Exodeagle! What are we literally talking about? My fucking god. Oh my god. No hints! No hints! No hints! Someone sacrificed Exodeagle! Oh my fucking god. Oh. We love you, Exodeagle. Don't forget that. If anything else, Exodeagle, that's going in the video, and you get to hear me scream your name in the video. Anyway, this fight was tough, but I knew it was possible because the bunker started bringing out its big slag cannon, which meant it was at 50% health. which meant I was doing damage. But this also meant that standing still trying to throw axes wasn't gonna work anymore. So preying on the good old skyrocket was the way to go. Instead of going into BuzzX Rampage, I would try to slag the bunker and throw any skyrockets I had. If I was out, I would patrol the outer ring for Brick's air support drops, and then just hide up here until the bunker was in a good spot. It also probably would have helped if I didn't accidentally sell my class mod and lose my burn damage, but oh well, who needs a class mod anyway? My stubbornness was really put to the test here. 1 hour in, I had this heartbreaking death. Another hour later, history repeated itself, and after 3 hours and one extremely close clutch moment, the bunker entered its deathbed spot.
Jump, jump. Land right on him. Oh! Oh! Okay, here we go. Let's play this right. Oh, thank God, dude.
After finding the bitch that the bunker dropped, I descended down to Angel Core, where the only challenge was pressing this button every time I died and trying not to cringe at Lilith. I couldn't really tell where the injectors were, but some trial and error with my skyrockets was all I needed to fix that issue. Some other stuff happened that I couldn't really see. I think Roland's fine, but I know one thing's for sure. Lilith stole my friggin' minimap again. Anyway, after making it out of Marcus's closet, we got the Order Shield to combo with our Law Pistol and made it to the Iridium Blight. We took a few side missions here because I thought they would be easy. Yeah, I was totally wrong. I tried to visit Jack's grandma and it took me 10 minutes just to find the door to get in. The other mission was actually pretty easy. Jack just gave me a bunch of Iridium to jump off a cliff, but I've been doing that the whole run, so that was pretty easy. After those two side missions, we made it to Sawtooth Cauldron. Yeah, do I really have to tell you guys why this place sucked? Oh, I do? Okay, well, cave. I've been over it before, so this time I'm just gonna show you what I went through. Nope, this is being generous. You're gonna get exactly what I went through. This whole cave system was full of stairs, railings, boxes, bad guys, and lava pits, and it was completely untraversable because the map was displaying the top of the buzzard nest instead of the cave where I needed to be. My only hope was to go around to the west entrance of the cave where I knew the surroundings a bit better and try to take out the ambush commanders there. For once in my life, I was actually glad to constantly respawn at the Death Cubby. After I got there, I pretty much roleplayed like I was playing one of those games where the objective is just to completely dismember yourself to make the score go up. You would have thought I had a Mountain Dew addiction with the amount of double XP I was getting down there. Alright, so guys, how was that? Was that fun? Did you guys have a good time watching that? That was like 30 seconds of only being able to see the minimap. Okay, now try doing 22 hours. Okay, hopefully that gave you guys a little taste of what this was like. Borderlands players hate Sawtooth Cauldron anyway, so I bet this was therapeutic for some of you. After I killed the ambush commanders, I got lazy and save quit to go to Boombringer to blow it up. The game said I looked at the explosion, which was a fucking lie. I'm looking at cardboard, so that got me a little angry. So I took out my anger on Mortar and took the elevator up to the buzzard's nest. It was very important that I sent the elevator down before leaving it, because finding that other button without an objective marker would have been horrendous. I died many times up here trying to kill the buzzards. Throwing skyrockets and getting lucky with light diffuse was pretty much my only hope with these guys because I had no way to tell how elevated they were. I lost track of how many times I had to take the elevator up trying to kill these things, and the last one survived my stormtrooper aim for quite a while before I managed to take it down. Oh, I forgot to mention that we grabbed $9 off of Kai's body while we were here. It will come in handy later, I promise. We made it to the boneyard and leveled up. I didn't realize we leveled up, so get used to the skill point blinking now. I'm still surprised how much easier driving was compared to walking. Like, this shot through this narrow gap made my jaw drop while I was watching through the footage. I'm also surprised that I didn't perma-slag myself a single time here. I have trouble doing that when I can see. The tunnel pumping station, aka the Sergeant Loader Gang hideout, was another one of those places where the minimap just told me nothing. I was stuck in this little corner I didn't even know existed for such a long time, but we eventually hit all the levers, rammed the pipe, and somehow climbed the ladder sideways to make it to the Badlands. This part was concerning. Killing Saturn was just off the table, but I still had my out of sight, out of mind card that I stole back from Mad Mike. Running past Saturn was still pretty tough. Like, I had to like scramble to get on this elevator fast enough, and then I had to deal with loaders, giant evil toasters, frickin' stairs. A few resets in, my muscle memory guided me all the way to the top floor before the exploders got to me again. I wasn't mad at all though. I knew how to get to where I needed to be, and it was just a matter of staying alive.
Focus. Okay. Come on. Come on, no. Oh, that fucking constructor stole my kill. Oh, no shot. Hold on. Okay. Run, 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 run. Okay, I'm not in. I don't think I'm in. And then I go to the right. Holy shit. Okay, guys, I genuinely think that was going to be the last hard part.
It was time for the final stride, and to prepare, we upgraded that useless sniper relic we got earlier with a damage resistance relic that Tannis gave us, and we gave that $9 back to Marcus to get the evil smasher. I know what you're thinking, just trust me on this one, okay? The claptrap door combat went fine. It actually went pretty fast, but Heroes Pass, on the other hand, took a bit longer than usual. I didn't think I was going to be able to do the skip, and taking my skyrocket off to do grenade jumps sounded risky, so this time around I fought with Brick and Morty until the path was clear.
If I do this skip, I'm just saying, if I hit this skip, I am pogging so hard right now.
The final battle was upon us, and Jack was gonna put up a fight. Never mind, he just got swept. Like, absolutely rolled and smoked. The real final boss was a bit harder. The lava got me a few times because I just couldn't see it when it was rising. But GASMASK, just listen to Lilith's warn. Oh, shut the fuck up. No, shut the fuck up. We hate Lilith around here. The Chrysalisks were decent revive fodder here, but I had to trust my ears because their red dots would just disappear often. But as long as I could find one, I could usually get a second win. The warrior took my life 6 times before I found a working strategy, and this is how I did it. I positioned myself where the rising lava, Crystalisk projectiles, and warrior's fire breath couldn't get to me, and I pulled out the evil smasher. Guys, stop laughing at me. I'm being serious, guys. Just listen. Anyway, for the people who haven't used this since 2013, back before the nerf, this gun has a 7% chance to proc a bunch of stat boosts every time you reload. So while I was waiting for the warrior to show up in my line of sight, or route of sight, I don't know, someone tell me a better map joke, please. Anyway, while I was waiting, I would just keep spamming the reload until I heard the activation sound. If it did activate, I would dump my mag into him when he got there, and if it didn't, I would try for slag and throw buzz axes instead. The evil smasher is widely regarded as a terrible weapon nowadays, but I think it's actually pretty good. 7% of the time. I still had no idea how much damage I was doing or if I was even shooting the warrior sometimes, but I had faith in my strategy. And eventually, we noticed something.
He's not moving. He might be in deathbed. I'm gonna give it a second just to make sure. Oh, you know what? Super obscure Borderlands knowledge coming in handy. That Crystalisk is gone. That Crystalisk is gone because Warrior is in fact in deathbed phase. Come on, let me smash some evil. Let me smash some evil. Let me smash some evil. I want to end this run. Let me smash that evil. I'm gonna drink that fun. Let me smash that evil. The evil needs to be smashed. We smash that evil. Evil needs to be smashed. Everybody with me now. Let me smash that evil. That evil needs to be smashed. Let me smash that evil. That evil needs to be smashed.
Don't let that 7% get you down, cause you know when it procs it will flip your frown. Come on. Evil Smasher. I hardly know her. I ain't the sharpest smasher in the shed, but 7% of the time, that evil do be dead. Okay.
Get nay.
Let me smash that evil. That evil needs to be smashed. Let me smash. Ah, fuck.
Bozo.
No! I was the evil all along. Oh, first try. You wanna know why it was first try? Because it knows that we're about to be smashing some evil. And just like that, now we know. You can beat Borderlands 2 with only the minimap. Bonus content time, woo! So we managed to conquer every challenge that this run threw at us, all except for one. So I decided that it was time to go back and snipe Face McShooty. This is how we're gonna do it, okay? Everyone think of a number right now. You pick 1 or 2. Everyone think of the number in their head. Don't say it in chat. Everyone pick 1 or 2. If you picked 1, you're gonna give me hints. If you picked 2, you're gonna lie to me and pretend you're giving me hints. Bit more left? I don't know about the left, guys. I think you guys might be fooling me. Yeah, left down. You're too far up. Right there. That moment when everyone picked 2. Get out of here. Up. Okay, everyone saying up is a fucking liar. I've caught you. More left cheeseburger, more. How about that? How's that? Okay, okay. No Mask Jr. First time chatter. No, okay. I can trust No Mask Jr. They weren't here for the rules. Oh, No Mask Jr. Let's fucking go, dude. Yes! Holy shit! Oh my god! Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. It really helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, saving yourself some money over at Instant Gaming using my link, or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some... Editor, what is that? No, fix it. There we go. Or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I'll leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Today's video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you can save money on the games you love later in the video. The date was April 2nd, 2013, and Gearbox just released the patch that would drive the Evil Smasher into an early grave, never to be taken seriously again. 10 years have passed since then, and archaeologists have rediscovered the remains of this once powerful weapon, and instead of letting it rot away in some museum, they gave it to me, because the world needs to know. Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the Evil Smasher? I'll go over the rules for this run really quick. This is going to be an Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough. For the new players, or the players that never touched this game since the nerf, that pretty much just means enemies have 4 times health, health regen, and they're all 10 levels higher than us. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and the Evil Smasher is the only gun we are allowed to use. Also, just for clarity, the Evil Smasher glitch will not be allowed. This might be common sense because it was patched out, but the way we use it kind of makes it seem like I'm using a glitch, but I'll explain that more later. And finally, we are going to be playing as Krieg, but melee will not be allowed for this run. I know, not letting Krieg do his favorite thing is a war crime, but the run would devolve into a pure melee run really fast. As for the gear, I'll be using a basic shield, Vault Hunter relic for funny drops, and a low-level slag grenade because Krieg has no slagging skills. But if you're one of those people and want to see the slagless version of this run, I'll have a link to that down in the description. As for the class mod, we'll be using the Legendary Reaper, mainly for Bloodbath and the extra kill skill duration. And here's a quick peek at the build. Feel free to ask questions about it in the comment section, and I'll answer them when I can. With all of that out of the way, let's hop into the run. Right off the bat, we can't really fight anything, because the Evil Smasher is garbage. Instead, we have to start farming to activate its effect. Every time you attempt to reload this gun, you have a 7% chance to get a bunch of stat boosts that last for the duration of the mag. For simplicity, I'll refer to these powered up mags as Smasher mags. So yeah, you kinda see what I mean when I say this looks like I'm doing a glitch. All I'm doing is canceling a reload animation by swapping weapons and then trying again. Anyway, after we see this explosion in front of us or hearing the activation sound, we have 26 rounds to fight with, which lets us kill about 2 bad guys, assuming they're slagged, before we have to run off and try to get the 7% again. This is where Krieg's skills come into play. If we can keep our Bloodlust stacks high as we get our next activation, blood-filled guns can increase the mag size of our next Smasher mag. And if we get more stacks, the next mag can be even bigger. These are the basics of our momentum-based combat loop that we're going to be using throughout the run. We managed to clear out Tutorial Town with no deaths because of some good Evil Smasher luck and good planning. In between fights, you might expect me to farm Smasher mags on all 4 of my guns, so I had 4 guns to use right off the bat, which would be a good idea if Smasher mags weren't so fragile. You swap weapons, it's gone. You enter BuzzX Rampage, it's gone. You buy ammo, it's gone. You turn in a mission, it's gone. You open your menu, it's gone. Back before the nerf, you could stack this effect infinitely and then just apply it to other weapons, which allowed you to just one-shot anything. It was so busted that speedrunners downpatched their game for the AllQuest speedruns to kill Terramorphous 20 levels under-leveled. It made sense to nerf the ability, but leaving the Evil Smasher in the state that it is was just criminal. Pushing towards Boom Boom, we took our first death after messing up and losing a Smasher mag to reload spamming too fast. Fight for Your Life was extremely hard to survive without a Smasher mag. You would think that I could maybe kill someone without the boost, but the damage, accuracy, fire rate, and literally every other stat listed on the item card makes it just not worth it to go for a kill like that. Even with the 150% assault rifle damage boost from Bloody Revival and the 30% explosive boost from Strip the Flesh, you couldn't hurt the enemy even if you managed to land a shot. We made it to Boom Boom and started shooting at Boom's cannon, which looks like it was just straight up pointless, but damage wasn't our goal here. We wanted Bloodlust stacks. After I got max stacks, we started looking for our Smasher mag, and I got one pretty quick. We had 80 big boy evil smashing rounds, so I decided to slag Boom and take him out. After that, Psychos started spawning in, and that was good for us, because now we had some Bloodbath fodder. Getting a kill with a grenade would activate Bloodbath, which gives us gun damage based on how many Bloodlust stacks we have. With 10 out of 5 in this skill and 100 stacks, you get a solid 500% damage boost to all gun damage. Mix that with our extended kill skill duration, and the momentum-based combat loop really starts to take off. The only issue with this is getting a kill with a grenade. Lucky for us, we don't have to get a kill with an actual grenade because a lot of guns in Borderlands 2 deal bonus grenade splash damage, the Evil Smasher being one of them. In addition to the damage on the card, the Evil Smasher gets an extra 90% damage as grenade splash, giving us about a 47% chance to activate Bloodbath with each kill. Alternatively, I found that shooting the ground near the bad guys made it so only the grenade damage would hit and give it more consistency. Anyway, nerdy Borderlands mouth out of the way, we used the Psychos to activate Bloodbath and dumped a huge Smasher mag into Boom's cannon. All of that worked just for mediocre damage output. Yay! We managed to take out Boom Boom with no deaths, and then we were immediately bodied by the basic mobs afterward. We pushed our way through the mobbing to save Claptrap and made it to the Flint fight. The plan for Flint was pretty much the same as Boom Boom, but this time with a lot more dying. I spec'd into a few skills in the Hellborn tree, including Flame Flare, which made me stay on fire for longer. This is good if I can light myself on fire using delusional damage, but not good if Flint puts his OP10 fire dot on me. I burned through a lot of mobs here trying to get second wins, no pun intended, so I had to reset the map and reclimb the ship so that I had some weak guys to get Bloodbath off of. That took a while, and so did getting another Smasher mag to restart the fight. Jeez man, if the Evil Smasher has a 7% chance to proc, but Silenced Voices has a 12% chance, why do they feel so far apart? Alright, watch this. We're gonna see how long it takes to get a Smasher mag. And while we wait for that Smasher mag, I'm gonna put this up in the corner and tell you about our partner, Instant Gaming. I've been using Instant Gaming for a while now because it's a great place to find deals on games I want to play. Thanks to them, I managed to snag Fallout 3, Fallout 4, and Fallout New Vegas, all with great deals on them. I also love using instant gaming if I'm looking to get games for friends or games to play with friends. My favorite part about instant gaming is that once your account is verified, it's super quick and easy to get your games. They give you the code to plug into whatever platform you're on, you plug it in, and most of the time, downloading the game is the longest part of the process. Even if you're on console, they have deals for everybody. I'm talking PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and even Nintendo Switch. So stop waiting for deals. Make your gaming instant. How about this? Think of a game you've been wanting to play and use my link in the description to just see what kind of deal they have on it. And if you do end up making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, guess who still hasn't gotten a Smasher Mag? One eternity later, I found some creative cover and managed to build up enough damage to finally take Flint down. We made it to 3 horns and started our Sanctuary initiation. You know, the usual, ramming door guy, saving Reese, and retrieving the power core. We're playing Hitman now. Put the stinky on him.
That's the power core. Right. Jack walks to the sanctuary to get back to the city. We'll meet up once I get there. Welcome to the Crimson Ridge.
It's patience, guys. You gotta be patient. You gotta know when to strike. All right. So based off that math, about 1 stock grenade is 2 kills. So if I have 4 grenades left out of 10, subtract the 6 over the 18. 18 divided by 6 equals 3. These grenades should kill the 20 bandit. 1 more for just in case. Okay, those should get the 20 bandits for Reese. After we made it to Sanctuary and did all of our non-evil smashing chores, we made our way to Frostburn Canyon. We decided to just run through the place like we always do, skipping all the non-mandatory combat. I almost died to this big psycho, but clutched up, and the spike jump skip after that was easy as always. I never miss this jump. Totally unrelated, but please do not go watch my last video after you're done watching this one. Thank you. Anyway, we made it to the Safari Zone and started taking out the psychos. I managed to build up my momentum pretty quick, and mobbing honestly felt pretty good. Bloodbath was proccing and things were dying. I thought grenade ammo was going to be a problem for this run, but then I remembered Bloodbath gives enemies a higher chance to drop grenade ammo. And by higher, I really just mean guaranteed. Speaking of grenades, I gave our grenade mod a super long fuse time to add a little bit more challenge to the run, but then I remembered that the longer fuse time could be used as a good get-off-me tool for when I'm trying to find my next Smasher Mag. Anyway, my evil Smasher started giving me a lot of Smasher Mags shortly after Lilith said her one-liner. It's almost like the evil Smasher sensed the evil. Up next, we needed to go save Roland, so we met Ellie and started destroying bandit technicals to get a car upgrade. The cars here aren't properly balanced for endgame, so I kind of expected to be able to kill them without Smasher Mags, but even these guys were too much for this gun. I managed to stop the caravan and was going to use it as a ride back home, but the last technical I needed to kill force-fed me its bumper, so I ended up having to walk all the way back. That means I just save quit. With our new car, we managed to sneak into the Bloodshot Stronghold and start our fight with Badmaw. Honestly, this guy was kind of wrecking me. Circle strats on this guy have always been really tough, and getting smacked with his door makes a second helping of car bumper sound appealing. I was even failing at cheesing this guy because 2 loose shots would just leave me dead. All of my healing came from Thrill of the Kill, which makes 140% of my overkill damage come back to heal me. And since all of my guns are basically level 90, using that overkill damage to heal my level 80 health bars like Zenyatta popping all on a baby.
Does it feel good?
Let's hope that they don't rework that game again, so this joke makes sense for at least a month. Anyway, my point is, I had no way of healing if this was going to be a one-on-one fight. So after dying like 8 times, I save quit and used all his goons to build up momentum. As long as I could get kills fast enough, I could keep healing, and I managed to finally take Badmaw down. Inside the dam, we started experiencing a little bit of a Smasher Mag drought. It was bad enough that I resorted to trying to kill a few of these guys without Smasher Mags, and to my surprise, it was kinda working. Oh, never mind, that was just Bloodbath. Yeah, this skill's really good, guys. I also had some help along the way. Little dude, go get him!
Oh, little dude, grow up.
We made it to the dreaded toilet room and started having some real trouble. Ooh, call me constipated because I be stuck in the toilet room. Note to self, delete that last recording. Okay, there we go. Anyway, we managed to take out most of the baddies here, but the last few crazed marauders had some pretty crazy aim, and I just could not get close enough to these guys to kill them. I had nearly 20 deaths in just this room before Mad Mike showed up and added 10 more. It took some work, but we managed to deal with Mad Mike the way we always do.
Mad Mike, get over here. Jump over here, dude. Do it. Let's go!
Bye, Mike. Anyway, we managed to find Roland and started chasing after the toaster that kidnapped him. That wasn't the only robot giving me trouble, though. Oh my god, really? Every surveyor in the fucking world came to fucking power this dude up. Alright, I'll be real with you guys. I was 100% ready to go to the gulag. Constructors have a huge 90% damage resistance to grenade splash, which was pretty much half of our damage we dealt. Not to mention that this thing can't be slagged. Nonetheless, I decided to give it my all. I used a loader nearby to pre-stack and start the fight strong. And I played like I could win. Because I could win. We had so much momentum going. We actually had a chance. And we were so close. I had an entire bleed out timer to get one more smasher mag. But the fragility of this build finally came into play. This sliver of health bar led us all the way to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag, where we had to fight the Warden for another hour. And the fight gets harder here, because there are just bad guys everywhere, and now the Warden can just call in moonshot reinforcements that I can't do anything about. My only real hope for this fight was to kill off any of the moonshot loaders and then start taking the arms off the gun loaders that the Warden specifically spawned. From my experience, toasters have a limit to how many bots they can have on the field at once, so having all three of them unable to attack me gave me a chance to fight the Warden semi-one-on-one. I really shouldn't have been here for an hour, but the Warden just would not stop spawning angelic guards, big loaders, and oh my goodness, so many exploders. That's fun. Okay. Okay, they're all exploders. Alright. Fuck the exploders, whatever. Anyway, we eventually took the Warden down and saved Roland. After that, we headed towards Tundra Express to burn some bugs, meet Mordo, meet Tina, and blow up a train. There isn't any mandatory combat here, so not much to mention. I did find out that ladders can destroy smasher mags, which really just says something about society. Wilhelm was up next, and I just killed him. Like first try even. All I had to do was keep my distance and kill off the loaders quickly so they didn't kill me. You can dodge all of Wilhelm's attacks pretty easily, so I just shot the bad guy until he was dead. Easiest Wilhelm I've ever had. Not sure why the Destroyer of New Haven was easier than Warden, but I won't complain. First try Wilhelm? What the f? Why is a toaster stronger than Wilhelm? Like,
try to imagine if like Wilhelm was like easy on purpose, right? And the power core we got was actually like a trap causing sanctuary shields to go down. And then like Lilith does something like crazy, like phase locks the town so everybody doesn't die of mortars. But she also like kicks us out for some random reason. That would just be wild. Oh. We made it to the fridge and ran through that joint. I died a few more times than usual because rats have the most sporadic and goofy movement I've ever seen in a carbon-based life form. I hate rats! What the? Oh! I mean, even Mr. Noodle moves like a normal person, and he's a giant space whale squid. Anyway, even with Slag and Bloodbath, this guy was pretty tanky. I had the loaders helping me out a little bit, but I just had to keep running around this building to avoid being walloped until I could get the beacon. We made it to Overlook and started protecting the beacon. Mobbing was where the evil smasher in our build thrived, and this part of the game really let that shine. This was the first part of the run where the Hellborn skills we spec'd into really started to come into play. Using Fuel the Fire and Delusional Damage, my Slag grenades had a chance to light me on fire, giving me some more stat boosts. Being on fire would give me 50% damage reduction from numb nerves and an extra 50% gun damage from pain is power. No idea if the damage reduction did anything for me, but I took it anyway. Being on fire would also trigger Raving Retribution, which would send homing fireballs at any enemies that would try and damage me, potentially lighting them on fire. And that fire damage over time would then chain into Elemental Elation. With every stack of this, it gives me more mag size and fire rate, and you know we love that mag size. Slagging the huge groups of loaders being moonshot in really helped build up the secondary set of momentum, and everything was going great. I was getting second wins, I could kill the loaders pretty quickly. The only issue was that they could kill me pretty quickly too, making instant bleedouts my true enemy here. But I mean, it's just a few loaders, so there's not really anything really to worry. Oh, come on! Yeah, Jack really threw a toaster into my bloodbath, if you know what I'm saying. And you know what? I'm just really sick of getting bodied by household objects. For example, this clip of me dying because of a fucking stair. Oh, I can't climb up the stairs, dude! Oh! Yeah, after that, I just let the beacon become invincible, and I just started messing around, honestly. Anyway, yeah, the fast travel landed, but the constructor was camping it, so I just save quit and used a different one. We have now entered the bunker prep chapter of this run. First up was getting an upgrade for Claptrap over at the Preserve. Wounding the loaders here was pretty simple, and the mobbing after that was pretty similar to what I just faced at Overlook, so I was already warmed up. I got through most of the mobbing section and only started dying when the big loader came out to play. This guy wasn't really an issue though. The loot dudes were a lot more annoying to deal with. Apparently if they don't want to be slagged anymore, they can just jump and they are no longer perked up, so I couldn't really keep my distance and I ended up dying a few times. They didn't even drop anything cool, so this was just kind of a waste of time. Which is kind of awkward, because this is usually the part where I tell you guys that I have this save file on my Discord server with all the cool loot I found. But that didn't happen. And you guys definitely don't need 4 evil smashers, but I have them anyway for the masochists watching. Anyway, we gunned down a few pup skags without remorse. My gun said they were evil, so we shouldn't feel bad for this. And then we made it to Bloodwing.
That fucking bird that I hate.
I actually learned a very valuable piece of information during this fight, and that is, Bloodwing is just straight up evil, which is a good thing for us because of the whole evil smasher thing. Yeah, you know what's going on. So yeah, this fight went extremely well. Mordecai was slagging the skags for me, which meant free revives and bloodbath, assuming I had a smasher mag. Bloodwing's AI this time around was also just kind of goofy. This game is so cursed. I don't even know what to say anymore. Anyway, Bloodwing took less than 5 minutes, and the whole preserve took less than an hour. You know, when I went into this challenge, I really thought this area was going to be tough. Oh well, I guess Bloodwing is just weak to explosive damage. Ooh, that's 10 to 5, double digits. Let's go, baby. Up next on our to-do list was recruiting Brick and his air support. The evil here felt a lot more scarce. In a desperate attempt to distract the bandits, I tried to knock a Goliath's helmet off with a non-smasher mag and couldn't even do that properly. We started our initiation and got some of the Goliaths angry so they could deal with all of the non-evil bad guys in there. They also helped take some of the aggro off, which helped their survivability. I still went down quite a few times, but it was right about here I started tap firing or burst firing to conserve accuracy for long distance kills. Even with the accuracy bonus on Smasher Mags, this thing can still get out of hand. I only wanted to get one Goliath angry, but if you've ever tried to kill a Goliath with a Torg weapon, you know you don't really have that choice anymore. Anyway, we passed the initiation and it was Sarcastic Slab's turn to be tested. Evil Smasher, Evil Smasher. Is Sarcastic Slab evil? He's not evil. Otherwise we would have procced and would have smashed the evil. Sarcastic Slab's it's good to go. Good job, Slab. Anyway, we started taking out the loaders with Brick and things got a little goofy. How was a gun loader all the way over here, bro? Is he gonna run backwards on the bridge now? And then we're gonna run across the bridge again? Why do I know this game so well? After all of that, we joined Brick's gang, Brick joined our gang, and the last thing we needed was for you to join the GASMASK gang. If you made it this far into the video, odds are you're enjoying the content, so you might as well sub and stick around for a while. You could always change your mind later. The last thing we needed for the big bunker raid was to go steal Jack's voice, so we went to Opportunity and found one of his doppelgangers. I found a decent strategy where I would try to land on his head as the 19 other enemies I ran past to get here downed me. That way I could just spam crits into his head. One Smasher Mag wasn't going to be enough though. The first try I was super close to getting the kill but accidentally fell off. The second time around, I had no luck and couldn't get a second Smasher Mag. And on the third try, an ion loader shot me in the face with one of its shock lasers, making it look like I had the explosion effect of a Smasher Mag, tricking me into wasting time and reloading into nothing. I have never had my metaphorical ankles broken this hard before. After I tried that a few more times, I created a new strat. This time, I did the exact same thing but had it work. That way, I didn't fail. The rest of this place was just running through, pressing buttons, and getting second wins when I needed. So we got Jack's voice and got out of there. Up next was the bunker raid, and surprising nobody, the toaster on the way up gave me some issues. Now that's on some bullshit. Anyway, the baby turrets went surprisingly well considering they are glitched and are just straight up immune to any type of splash damage. I can still get the actual bullet damage to hit, so we're still keeping around 53% of our damage as long as we hit them directly, but I thought this was going to be a lot more of a hassle. And that's a win I'll just take, because after that, we had to fight the big toaster. This guy is usually cheesable by just standing behind it, but even then I ended up dying a few times due to some major blunders on my end. I managed to figure myself out, and my gun finally decided that all toasters were evil, and I moved forward onto sniping Face McShooty. Yeah, this took a while. Full auto fire without Smasher Mags was just straight up bad, and full auto with a Smasher Mag wasn't much better. So I started farming up Smasher Mags and just tap fired for the next 40 minutes. Honestly, the monotony was kinda getting to me, so I played some motivational stuff to give me a dopamine boost.
We want to thank you for all your hard work. You're the one who steps up and gets things done around here. Dream you're going for? That career you want? That recognition you're seeking? It is yours!
You can't do anything right. You're a hopeless, miserable waste of space. We all hate you. We think you suck. We believe you'll fail. We guarantee you'll be feeling worse about yourself and your life, or we'll give you a concussion. Call 1-555-478-25682.
Is your shoulder strap too tight and annoying? Introducing the Titty Bear, the cute little guy that eliminates all those problems. Move the pressure wherever you need it.
My shoulder strap used to pull so tight I could
Why
hardly
the f did I get it to Titty Bear, bro?
Passenger seat and fits all makes and models. Just snap it on, slide it where it relieves the pressure, and drive away.
We made it to the bunker and dealt with the turrets before taking on the bunker itself. I had a lot of stuff going for me on this fight. Plenty of cover, big large bad guy that's easy to hit and stack on, and weak auto turrets that could activate our whole fire setup to get 20 elemental elation stacks. It was here I found my maximum mag size of 117, and I felt powerful. Sure, the bunker was pretty tanky and I had a long fight ahead of me, but I was feeling good. Maybe a little too good though, because I ended up letting my guard down. Turns out the bunker wasn't the only enemy in the sky I had to worry about. 15 minutes into our first attempt, one of my favorite enemies, the jet loader, unleashed this long shot grenade throw. I had no time to react to it, and blam, the slag bomb set me up for death. After that, one of the bunker's missiles sneaks up on me and gets the finishing blow. I had no second wind in sight, and the bunker flew off, securing my fate. I just couldn't get my momentum back for the next 2 attempts. I would get about halfway before one tiny mistake set me back to square one. And on attempt number 4, the bunker decided to play dirty.
Oh my god, he's kidnapping that buzzard. No, my ammo!
After one more close call, we managed to take the bunker down and made our descent into Angel Core. Honestly, this place went great. Roland showed up and he came with his own Torg assault rifle representing the Evil Smasher squad. And when Lilith showed up, the Evil Smasher detected a disturbance and I was getting Smasher mags left and right. It wasn't too long before we secured the vault key. Whoa. What's wrong, Evil Smasher? You sensed something? No, don't worry, that's just Lilith. She can't... No! Jack killed Roland, kidnapped Lilith, and the entire bunker raid was in vain. We now had to find Jack in the vault before he had a chance to take the warrior for himself. Our first stop was Sawtooth Cauldron to steal some explosives, and the ambush commanders here were giving me a rough time. It was quickly apparent that we were going to need to have some existing momentum going in order to take these guys down, which is kind of a hard thing to do when you're getting curb stomped as soon as you spawn into the death cubby. My only hope was to abuse the 3.6 fuse time on my grenades to keep the bad guys back and just pray that I could get a smasher mag before they could get to me. Even with momentum, I would get absolutely slaughtered, and every kill was a second wind. Now normally when you're in Fight for Your Life, your kill skills get cancelled out. The cool thing about Krieg though is that he has 3 kill skills in his Bloodlust tree that don't get cancelled out while in Fight for Your Life. I call these the Bloodlust trio, but I hear them more commonly called the fake kill skills. Anyway, Bloodbath is one of these skills. If we stack that with the Bloody Revival bonus and the Strip the Flesh bonus we talked about earlier, you can actually get second wins without a Smasher Mag. Well, assuming they're slagged, you already have high stacks and you're within spoon feeding distance of them, of course. After a few attempts with some questionable tactics, we managed to take out the ambush commanders, Blast Boombringer, Merc Mortar, and rode the elevator up to the Buzzard's Nest. Fighting the buzzards up here was kind of annoying. Trying to match up timings with Smasher Mags, high Bloodlust stacks, and buzzard flight patterns all while not dying was no simple task. It was all pretty RNG dependent, and before you say, oh no shit Sherlock, that's been the whole run, it's the Evil Smasher. That wasn't the issue. Getting the buzzards slagged was very inconsistent. I pretty much needed to slag them with the initial explosion of a grenade or the first or second bullet the Betty shot out, because after that, they would just fall out of the sky. Now this might not sound that bad, but for reference, I had 12 grenade sticks in a row fail to make the evil metal pigeons purple. I didn't even need momentum to kill these things. A basic Smasher Mag and slag was enough to take out 2 buzzards, but I was still here for nearly an hour praying for slag. But after a few dozen elevator rides, we took them down and made it to the boneyard. The main scary part of this place is Pumping Station 2. I managed to crank all the valves in there, but the loaders had me on the edge of death. They absolutely thrashed my bleed out timer, and I had a close call on the way out of there. The rest of the boneyard went as expected, and we made it to the Badlands. Oh great, just a bunch of ugly, rusty old junk loaders to deal with here. That's a piece of cake. Oh yeah, that guy. I hate this guy. I thought I would be able to kill Saturn as long as I used up all my ammo with Smasher Mags, but I only dealt like 2/3 of his health bar. I went back to buy some ammo to finish the job, but he just disappeared. If you take too long fighting Saturn and try to buy ammo, the junk loaders respawn and that messes with the spawn cap and then Saturn just disappears. So I had to redo the whole 30-minute kill. If max ammo equaled 2/3 of his health bar, I figured that if I just used half my max ammo to deal 1/3 of his health, and then go top off ammo before the junk loaders came back, I would have enough ammo to handle the other 2/3. And guess what? It looks like I'm good at math because that plan worked perfectly. Now it should be a breeze to get into the info stuff. Yeah, nah, f that. I've had enough toaster trouble this run. I ran past that thing. Anyway, we grabbed the data from the info stockade, fought off all the loaders at the claptrap door, speed ran through Heroes Pass, and then found Jack. And let me tell you, This fight was the worst one yet. Okay, editor, you might be overdoing the looks maxing jokes. It's time to get serious. Go look for the dramatic black bars. Jack took his vitamins, and as a result, he has as much grenade splash resistance as the toasters do. Tanky bosses usually aren't an issue if you just don't die, but Jack also has health regeneration. Strong health regeneration, making this one of the most RNG dependent fights I've ever had. I pretty much had one chance to kill Jack after I broke his shield, because he would just teleport away and keep making invincibility shield surveyors. After a few test runs, I developed a strategy, and it went something like this. First, I would lure Jack over to fight him one-on-one while I was getting my stacks up and trying to get his shield as low as possible without breaking it. I would then need to roll a smasher mag and break Jack's shield, causing him to teleport to the main console. From here on out, I need to act quickly and precisely. The first thing I would do here is preemptively throw a slag grenade at the console to try to slag Jack and his surveyor. Usually Jack is like a 1 in 10 per grenade because he's just hard to slag, but he somehow seems easier to slag when he's invincible. Spaghetti game, I don't know. Anyway, it was also very important that the surveyor was slagged, but that was super hard because I would just need to get lucky and have it fly low enough to get hit by the Betty. While that was going on, I would try to kill one of the clones to proc Bloodbath, and if I didn't get Bloodbath, I was screwed. After I got Bloodbath, I would then try to kill the surveyor with as few shots as possible because I was going to need every shot I could spare for Jack. I pretty much needed to reproc Bloodbath on this kill too for this to even maybe work. And then finally, I would just try to lane to Jack as best I could without dying, throwing an extra grenade for a chance at reslagging and praying that I could get a smasher mag directly after my first one. I needed a perfect run to even hope for a kill here. I contemplated using the block 'em at the terminal strat, but I got so close so many times that I knew that I didn't need it. I just needed the Evil Smasher to cooperate with me. I think Jack's ambiguous motives led the Evil Smasher to hesitate. Yeah, Jack was an asshole, sure, but he also wanted to rid the planet of all the bandits plaguing it, which makes you think, does anyone truly believe they're evil? Or do we all think ourselves the hero from our own point of view? Is true evil even real? Or were we just smashing through everything we perceived as bad? Well, if you're asking me, nah bro, Jack's the worst. He was the last thing preventing me from victory. The last thing preventing me from my sweet reward. After every run I complete on this channel, I allow myself one of the last few original monster assaults as a reward. My own personal ambrosia that they just don't make the same anymore. To me, it's pure joy in a can. And Jack decided to prevent me from that joy. And if depriving a person of their happiness or joy isn't evil, I don't know what is. Hey editor, did you find those dramatic black bars? Awesome. Come on, here we go. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? He's over there. Okay. Good. Give me Bloodbath off of this. I don't know where that nade went, but sure. Where's the surveyor, dude? Let's fucking get you. Put the sneaky on. Put the Ooh, let's fucking go. After 3.5 hours, Jack was finally defeated and the warrior was summoned. This guy is pretty easy to avoid and therefore just took some time to kill. Honestly, Jack was the true final boss of this run and the warrior was more of just a victory lap. So I spent our final moments of this run chanting our theme. I think this is the final mag. Let me smash that evil. Evil needs to be smashed. Let me smash that evil. Don't go shoot the rack. Let me smash that evil. Evil needs to be smashed. Let me smash that evil. Evil needs to be smashed.
Not today. Not today.
You know, maybe Jack wasn't so bad after all. I wonder if this monster would have tasted as good if the fight was easier. Maybe he intentionally put me through that hardship to make my victory all the more greater. What do you think, Evil Smasher?
Okay. There we go. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'll do a flip.
Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, saving money over at Instant Gaming using my link, or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I'll link my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Every single day, for an entire year, Derber commented on the latest video on a quest to get a chopper-only run, even going as far to account for it being a leap year. And I told him if he could keep it up for a year, he would have a deal. So here we are with today's video. Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the chopper? I'll go over the rules for this run really quick. This is going to be an Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough. For the new peeps, that pretty much just means the hardest difficulty. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and the chopper is the only gun we are allowed to use. Our other gear will consist of a Vault Hunter relic, a basic shield, and the legendary Hoarder class mod, because I want to get this video out by the end of the year. Salvador was the best in class for this challenge, but I still made 2 mistakes with our build. I will honestly be very impressed if any of you guys could guess which 2 skills were completely useless before I talk about them later in the video, but feel free to ask questions about the build in the comment section. With all that out of the way, let's get to it. We're going to use Tutorial Town as a bit of a lesson for you guys. First off, if you don't know what the chopper does, it shoots 4 pellets per shot at the cost of 6 ammo. It has a mag size well over 1,000, which means even with all the ammo upgrades and filled to the brim letting us hold even more ammo in the reserve, we can't even fill the mag on this thing. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Actually, wait, am I forgetting? Oh yeah, I forgot that pressing the trigger even just once dumps all 1,638 rounds in like 9 seconds. Yeah, that's probably pretty important. I should remember that. If it wasn't obvious, ammo consumption was going to be our biggest issue here, and I learned a few strats along the way to keep a steady supply. The first and probably the worst way of getting ammo was just waiting. We had ammo regen on our Hoarder class mod, and Gunzerkin gave us some extra ammo too, but this was slow. Riveting gameplay, am I right? I know the scene hasn't changed in a while and your dopamine receptors are probably screaming right now, but I think you need a taste of what I was experiencing. This waiting was the sole reason I opted out of making a rule against canceling the chopper's fire via melee, swapping weapons, or giving them the bird. Because while not stopping the chopper from, chopping does sound really cool, all it would really do is just make more of this. Anyway, Tutorial Town was slow. I was learning how to play around this gun and experimenting with different skills. Like 5 shots or 6, which is a kill skill that gives us a chance for ammo to be added to our magazine instead of removed. Which sounds great, but in practice it wasn't that good because we already had to spend half of our ammo just to activate this skill. This skill also just kind of lies to you. It only adds ammo to the mag if your gun consumes 1 ammo per shot. All it was doing for me though was reducing my ammo cost from 6 to 4 sometimes. And on top of that, it only works for the gun in your right hand. So instead of 9 seconds of fire, we got 9.5 seconds of fire before it was back to the waiting corner. Tutorial Town took a whole 25 minutes to clear, and after that I decided I was not going to be waiting around like that for the whole run. So we went to Wham Bam Island, maxed out our cash, and filled our inventory with a bunch of high-priced items, which would bring us to our second source of ammo, just buying it. This strat was most useful for bosses that had vending machines near them, but the money farm was mostly just overkill because our third source of ammo was just way better. And that source is just dying. With OP10 ammo prices, we calculated that if I had less than $64 million, it would be more cost effective to just die, get 600 rounds added to my backpack and take the 7% loss. I kind of found this by accident because I died on accident. So after that, I decided that every death from here on out is 100% on purpose. Anyway, we cleared our way to Boom Boom, and for a brief moment, I thought we were going to fail the run very early on. Yeah, so a slagged armored enemy literally getting lobotomized by 2 corrosive choppers only loses like a quarter of his health and then just starts regenerating faster than I could keep up with my ammo regeneration. What the f, Gearbox? I did everything you taught me to do. Long story short, this guy is not a robot. He's just armored, so landing any shots on his body is still great with corrosive damage, but if we're putting 1,000 bullets up his fleshy nostrils, fire is actually the optimal choice here. Look at the difference. There's the DPS we needed for— oh, we still ran out of ammo. What do I do now? Well, first, we take out our anger on Boom by killing him in the back alley, and then we let the psychos that spawn after he dies hit us down to low health, so we could utilize Inconceivable, which gives us up to a 50% chance to not consume ammo based on how low our health is. This skill procs for half a second, and the whole time we just don't consume any ammo. There were a couple things about this strat that were hard to play around. First off, I couldn't gun zerk because then I would just regenerate health and lose all the free shot chance. And second, I was effectively playing with 1 health and risked getting one shot by pretty much anything. I managed to pop Boom out of his turret, but that doesn't give you a second win, so I ended up dying. Remember, these are all on purpose. And when I got back to re-kick him out, I guess he got perma-slagged somehow. It's probably some glitchy stuff with him getting in or out of his turret while slagged. I don't know, spaghetti code game. But it made kicking him out again and finishing him off pretty easy. After that, I used the mobs to farm up some ammo for the climb up Flint ship. It was a bit of a grind climbing up here. My main strat was to use Fistful of Hurt to stagger an enemy and get up close and land as many shots into their forehead as I could. This was pretty much a mandatory strategy because the accuracy only barely exists on this thing. Fun fact about the chopper, it is essentially just coded like a burst fire gun with a very long burst count, which means 2 things. First off, if we enter Fight for Your Life while firing the chopper, we burn a quarter of our ammo during the animation, which is just kind of silly to me, especially if you can manage to get a second win like this. And second, Salvador's keep firing skill was doing literally nothing here. This skill doesn't work with any type of burst fire weapons, even if you do hold the trigger down. So just remind me to respec when I get to Sanctuary or something. Just like scream at your TV or phone or whatever you're watching this on, I'll hear it. Anyway, we made it to Flint and started our fight. If you've watched some of my past videos, you might know that getting close to Flint just really isn't an option. And since we don't really have the DPS to fight anything unless we can smell their breath, this was going to be an issue. So we were going to need some cheese to get this fight in the bag. By launching Flint out of his arena, you can bug out his AI and he just becomes completely passive. Using this, we let some of his other goons hit us down to a sliver of health and then just blended his face with a shock chopper. If anyone is mad about how cheesy this strat is, just look at the DPS and imagine trying to do this while he's moving and launching you with AoE slams. Footage from the Gub run for reference. Also, I bet only 1% of you guys that watched this video actually noticed this silly little edit I did down here. Anyway, Flint died, we made it to 3 Horns, and I guess we needed a car to jump over a gap. Not sure why, because I have choppers. I could have just like... Anyway, we threw some sick flames on the car, rammed door guy, blended door guy, got stinkied by a rack while trying to save Reese, watched Reese die because of that fucking bird that I hate, rebalanced the world by getting a stinky myself, I put the stinky on him, and made it to Sanctuary. If you're wondering about me killing the 20 bandits for Reese, I unloaded like 1,600 bullets in the camp, so statistically I probably killed more than 20. Anyway, the Sanctuary chores we have to do here are pretty boring, so to drown out the monotony and the sudden influx of screaming I'm now hearing for some reason, I'm gonna tell you guys about our partner, GASMASK'S. Alright, I know what you guys are thinking, but GasMask, aren't you a monster guy? And yeah, I do like monster, but ever since they turned Assault into Assault, let's just say I've been broadening my horizons. Lucky for me, GASMASK'S reached out and set me up with this starter set, no strings attached. And honestly, I was pleasantly surprised. My favorite flavor I got to try was Copium. It's got an awesome cranberry flavor, and look at this little dude. He just like me for real, for real. I also got to try Raw Meat, which is a watermelon and cantaloupe flavor combo. Now normally I'm not a fan of melon flavored things, but holy moly, this one was good. And last but definitely not least, we got the Tri-Lead, a peach tea and lemonade flavor, which is super delicious. I actually have to hide this flavor from Melissa so she doesn't hog it all, so if she asks, just tell her I ran out. The shaker they sent me is also super high quality. Shakers I've had in the past tend to leak on me when I shake them, which like, dude, you had one job. But this one does its job, and it has an anime baddie on it. Win-win. Don't like anime baddies? No worries, they've got you covered. Sensitive to caffeine? All of their flavors come in caffeine-free variants. They've got you covered. Want to try a few flavors before full-on committing? GamerSupps offers free samples. They've got you covered. Also, starting July 26th, GamerSupps will be starting their big Xmas Came Early sale where you will get a bonus gift with every tub you buy. So if you want to try GamerSupps for yourself and support the channel at the same time, head on over to gamersupps.gg/LGM or use the link in the description, and make sure to use my discount code LGM to get 10% off of your order. Anyway, let's see if Sanctuary is over with. Oh, still working on that door, Jessup? No, it's cool. That's cool. That's fine. Anyway, Frostburn Canyon time. I said screw it and ignored all the bad guys on the way up to the giraffe exhibit because I was going to do plenty of mobbing up there. The psychos were pretty easy to handle with the chopper, and we even let them get a few hits in for more free shot chance, but the armored psychos slowed us down a little bit. So I opted for the good old put the stinky on them strategy in order to save some ammo. Well, that, and I was really sick of my 8-year-long reload time and really sick of Lilith. Where are my guns? Ah, why'd she say the thing? I'm done. I'm out. Bye. Bye, you got it, Lilith. I'm out. Bag. Okay, Lilith! Bag. Bag. Lilith! Stop me! Freaking hell! Anyway, a few more stinkies later, we got out of there and headed to go save Roland. The Bloodshots weren't going to let us in unless we snuck in with one of their bandit trucks, so we met with Ellie and started blowing up their cars for parts. I blew up all kinds of cars here. Normal ones, flying ones, protective ones, and well, ones that shouldn't be killable in the first place. I put the stinky on them. After that, we snuck into the Bloodshot camp and started our fight with Badma, and that did not go well. His shield would just block all of my shots, and even with the speed from Bust that can't slow down and Insight, I still couldn't circle strap this guy. So after buying some ammo from a cliff, I developed a new strategy that I would use for the rest of the run, and we're going to be calling it head crabbing. Much like the totem trolling strat I've showcased on Krieg in the past, head crabbing requires us to jump onto our target's head as we enter fight for your life. Not only does this let us land consistent hits on Badma, it also lets us gunzerk while at 0 health, meaning Inconceivable will proc on both guns, letting us deal enough damage to take Badma out. And like, yeah, I probably could have just punched him off of a cliff, but I didn't want to subvert the challenge too much, and it really took a lot of willpower not to. The little dudes though, those guys aren't required, so they got stinkied without remorse. Inside the Bloodshot Dam, things got pretty tough. I died a bunch of times because I just kept burning through ammo, and this place is just loaded with enemies that don't like to be that close. So I did a little bit more head crabbing here and eventually got Mad Mike to show up. Anyway, we found Roland, and then the toaster found Roland, and then we found the toaster, and then we tried to fight the toaster, and then bad things happened. I managed to interrupt its construction process, but the exploder it was making blew up and downed me, which absolutely confused me. That didn't really matter though, because this run was destined to go to the gulag. So then we found the gulag, and then we found the toaster again, and then we tried to kill the toaster again, and then we failed again. Yeah, this fight sucked. We had to resort to the age-old strat of hiding and waiting for ammo regen. While I have you alone in this back alley where no one can hear you scream, I just want to say I think you should consider subscribing. If you've made it this far into the video, you're probably enjoying the content, so you might as well sub. You can always change your mind later. Anyway, I noticed something odd during this fight. When shooting the chopper, the reticle doesn't get larger like most guns do when firing them. It just kind of has a static set accuracy to it, which also made me notice that steady as she goes wasn't improving our accuracy either. Which also reminds me, you guys definitely did not yell loud enough when I went to Sanctuary last time because I forgot to respec my skills. But I'll forgive you, just remind me next time. I eventually started started utilizing Get Some to get some cooldown for gunzerking. That way I could regen ammo faster, but I wasn't sure if the 6 ammo per shot to get 3 seconds of faster cooldown actually sped things up, especially if enemies just regenerated that health, but I figured if it was a boss like Warden that didn't have health regen, it would be beneficial anyway. After 45 minutes of edge of your seat gameplay, I managed to take the Warden down in style. Roland ended up taking nearly 50 deaths to save from the dust to here, so I hope it was worth it. We got our next mission to go steal the vault key from a train. Usually this part of the game goes super quick because all I have to do is meet Mordo and Tina, then just run and grab everything I need to blow up the train. But this time around, a Goliath blaster shot me down with some Stinger missiles, so that was pretty wild. But we still managed to blow up the train and started our fight with Wilhelm. Our first attempt was honestly going pretty good, right up until the part of Fabled Tortoise popped out of a bullymong pile and Wilhelm killed me while I was mid-neuron activation. That thing distracted me. What was that? I got killed by this thing. What the fuck? After that though, I started getting kind of sloppy. We pretty much had to just wait for ammo regen over in this corner to win the fight, but Wilhelm's surveyors were just not having that.
C-Mag, I can reload.
Dude, why'd they come up here and bully me like that? It's like a school playground. They come up here and just be like,
loser, loser, loser. I'm gonna give you a swirly.
why are they fronting on me like that, bro? I eventually remembered that I could just run back to the beginning of the map to buy more ammo, so I tried that. That idea blew up in my face. I just kept fumbling during this fight because it was a balance between being patient and killing Wilhelm fast. I could have just waited for ammo regen and made sure my health was always full to kill him in one go with some time, or I could run around with low health, risk getting one shot by loaders and kill him faster. I just couldn't make up my mind, and the loaders that Wilhelm spawned eventually hit their respawn timer and started causing even more trouble. Eventually, Wilhelm decided to make the mistake of launching me off of a cliff, and then I really locked in.
Alright, he's dead now. He's dead.
Put the stinky
Okay,
on him.
hold on. Hold on. Come on, dude. Just fucking die. Why did I have to reload these? Oh, dude. Oh my god, seriously? Dude, so fucking close. Dude, just fucking die. He's right there! I'm getting edged. Fuck you. 2. Gun. Reload. There, God.
Jeez, that took way longer than it should have. But at least we get to go back to Sanctuary. Oh, never mind. It's stressful here. Everyone is panicking. People are telling me to bring rocks to Lilith, and the screaming was just so Wait, screaming? Was I supposed to do something when I hear scream? Oh yeah, I need to respec my skill points. I'll just go do that real quick.
Sorry, kid. That was an accident.
Ah! After a quick sprint through the fridge, we found Mr. Noodle and started our fight with him. Things were going good. I found a spot where he couldn't get to me, so I had the ability to regen ammo in peace. And we almost had him, but his shield regen ability just barely saved him. Oh. Oh. I'm getting edged!
Fuck, I'm safe right here. I gotta pee again, bro. I think I'm safe.
2 seconds later.
Somebody clip it. What the fuck happened? Anyway, the loaders helped with round 2 and we made it to Overlook to start our beacon defense segment. I did stop by Wham Bam on the way to top off my money so I could just force buy like a Counter-Strike silver the whole time, but honestly, that was working great. I was mowing down loaders and surveyors non-stop. Sure, the toaster showed up and made the beacon die enough times to become invincible, but by the time I made my escape, the toaster was the only bad guy left on the field. We made it back home and Roland gave us our next mission to go get a claptrap upgrade from the preserve. Wounding the loaders to get in wasn't bad. I almost even got them all on the first try, but a rock got in my way and the only hint that I had to where the loader was its health bar, so that was kinda funny. After that, we died and pushed our way through the mobbing section just to have enough ammo to finish off the ultimate loader. And then I killed the loot dudes, but that's lame, whatever, who cares? Look at this little chonker. Oh, look at those little cheeks. Are you hungry? Anyway, the preserver was actually going pretty well, and all that was left was Bloodwing. I honestly don't remember the last time I had trouble with Bloodwing. She's been kind of lacking lately, so... Whoa, wait, why is there an hour of Bloodwing footage here? Oh, no. This fight seemed easy, and I really thought I was gonna first try this. Sure, I would have to wait for ammo, but Salvador can move pretty fast, which let me dodge Bloodwing's big attacks. And even if she did hurt me, I could either gunzerk or use come at me bro as panic heal buttons. Mordecai would also slag the skags for me, which really helped, but I started to crutch on Mordecai's help, and that was mistake number 1. After that death, Borderlands Spaghetti Code threw me a curveball, and I got a glitch where Bloodwing kept her fire resistance through changing elements. A fire chopper on her shock and corrosive phases should have melted Bloodwing, but that just wasn't the case. I knew of this glitch's existence prior to this run, so mistake number 2 was underestimating Bloodwing. This made the fight way harder, and instead of being able to use a neutral element for one phase and an effective element for 2 of them, we had to use a neutral element for 2 phases and an ineffective element for 1, which leads to mistake number 3, not bringing a non-elemental chopper with me. Now I could have went to go grab one, but that would have required me to mob through the whole preserve again, and then Mordecai would bug out and stop helping, so I decided to mask up, lock in, and just brute force this fight. Bloodwing also stopped landing as frequently, so I had to swap the chopper to anti-air mode. So anyway, the winning fight took like 20 minutes, and I ain't got much else to say except GG Bloodwing, glad to see you on the comeback. Our next mission was to go to 1000 Cuts and recruit Brick and his buzzard support, which is okay. I just guess one chopper wasn't enough. Anyway, we started our initiation, and since running back to buy ammo wasn't an option here, we just opted to make a Goliath and started slagging bad guys for him. Big Guy was throwing everybody around, including me, but in the end he fell and I had to go on alone. About a dozen deaths later, we got initiated and had to deal with Sarcastic Slab. Put the stinky on him. Fending off the loaders with Brick pretty much went the same way, and it didn't take long for us to clear the place out. Our next objective was to go steal Jack's voice, so we found one of his body doubles and did the good ol' strat to take him down. A few button presses later, we had the final piece we needed for the bunker raid. Okay, just gotta grab Claptrap, and I think that's it. Am I forgetting anything? Do you guys hear screaming? Oh well, back to 1000 Cuts. We tricked the first toaster to look the wrong way and dropped half of its health before running out of ammo. After that, I hid in my Harry Potter bedroom looking spot. 5 minutes later, we got our letter to Hogwarts and finished that toaster off. The baby turrets up ahead were a bit tricky. They were slightly outside of my combat range, so a majority of my shots were missing. Oh my god. Look at all the bullet holes around the turret, dude. Ugh. The strat for these guys was to let them down me before I activated Gunzerk. That way, I could have both guns get the full extra shot chance, and that managed to do the trick. Happy late 4th of July, by the way. After those two, we started the most boring fight of the run. Yeah, this was just a waiting simulator. I would just sit behind it, shooting it every 3 seconds for Gunzerk cooldown rate, and 20 minutes later, we finally took that thing down. And the final thing before bunker was Face McShooty, which was actually a lot more interesting than you would think. My plan was to throw my 1000 rounds downrange, and if I didn't hit him, I would just read-only farm to keep me from having to slowly regen all my ammo. But on the first attempt, not only did we hit him, we actually hit a crit. But we didn't notice this right away because the objective didn't check off, so I kept going because I thought my eyes were messing with me and continued for another 20 minutes. After that, I started to get suspicious. I knew I could hit him because Get Some was activating, but even the body shots weren't registering for the mission. I did some testing and everything seemed normal, and the chopper could in fact kill him with crits. We also reviewed the footage and there was a crit on the first attempt. I had a theory that this could have been some type of range-based thing, so I tested that for like 40 minutes before I finally found the answer.
Okay, there's proof right there. There's proof right there that I'm not smoking crack. Okay, somebody clip that one.
So yeah, turns out that in order for the objective to check off, you need to actually hit a certain damage threshold on a crit, which one pellet of the chopper just didn't manage to do. We further tested this by using a level 1 starter pistol and... Stop writing run invalid in the comments, come on now. You're not as funny as you think you are. Anyway, yeah, this thing couldn't do it. So we had two options for the face McShooty snipe. Manage to hit 2 crits by waiting for ammo regen, or just switch to a fire chopper and let the fire on flesh bonus one-shot him. We obviously did the latter. Took another 50 minutes, which is what I expected, but it hurts knowing that I could have saved 2 hours if I just used the fire one in the first place. Anyway, that was the most eventful face McShooty snipe I've ever had, but at least we made it to the bunker. The strat for the autocannons was to suck on the barrel until I got down to low health, that way I could have the free ammo chance. Yeah, so I feel like I've described this strat enough times, just assume that's the plan for everything unless I say otherwise. The first attempt at bunker was going great. I got him down to half health and decided I wanted to take this combat to more of an aerial level. Yeah, that didn't go well. The next few attempts after that ended pretty deep in. 2/3 of the way through the second attempt, I tried to fly again, and the attempt after that, I just got Hail Married by a random landmine. Very ironic for a chopper to do if you ask me, but oh well. After that, I used the chests outside to top off my money supply and locked in for attempt number 4. 20 minutes of paranoid gameplay later, I got the bunker into his deathbed phase, and then I realized I forgot to switch the chopper to anti-air mode. Down in Angel Core, I mentally prepared for my death counter to make a huge jump, because dying was going to be my main source of ammo. Actually, you know what? It was pretty much my only source of ammo. My prime directive for the next 50 minutes was going to be press button, kill loader, then die. Something sped up the process. Angel was dropping ammo crates for us, and Roland's turret gave us some crazy ammo regen. Saving him was definitely worth it, even though he is only here for like half a wave of loaders before Lilith takes his place and does literally nothing.
I was just thinking, I had a feeling it was coming.
Roland was the MVP down here, and for that reason, I made the plan to change history, to save Roland from his demise down in Angel Core. I was going to take Jack out before he had a chance to take Roland out.
She's dead. Jack just lost his only way to awaken the warrior.
I'll get him.
We got the vault key.
I'll get him.
This isn't over yet. We gotta find Jack and take him.
I'll get him. No! No, Roland! Watch out! No!
Anyway, Sawtooth Cauldron is up next. We needed to steal some bombs to blow up a bridge because Brick's buzzards can't just fly us across because... Actually, wait, why can't I could just fly myself across? What am I even doing here? The ambush commanders went surprisingly well. I just cornered each one of them and just shoved my choppers through their shields. Spawning in the death cubby even proved useful this time around because I wasn't locked in there with them. They were locked in there with me. After that, we killed our cousin Boombringer and spent precious moments of human life trying to put the Stinky on mortar.
If you can't. Look at this.
We made it up to the buzzard's nest where we claimed our territory as King of Choppers. Hey, you guys want to hear that AA gun bit again?
This sounds some crazy shit.
Oh! Anyway, we flew out of that joint and made our way to the boneyard to turn a bunch of valves and blow stuff up, and then we made it to the Badlands to completely ignore Saturn. Before you start booing, this is how much damage I could deal with max ammo. Keep in mind that it takes 5 minutes to regen back to full ammo after each burst. This wouldn't be challenging at all, it would just be 3 hours of waiting. And I also don't have enough hard drive space for all of that. Alright, fine. How about I make it up to you guys by, I don't know, adding the Hammerlock DLC to this challenge instead? Speedrunners beat that thing in like 7 minutes, I should be fine. Anyway, we ran past everything before I even realized we were there and got the info that we needed. The final stride towards the vault starts out with the Claptrap door, where we completed our last mobbing section of the run. After that, we ran through Heroes Pass, and then ran through Heroes Pass again because we forgot to wait for Claptrap to stop yapping, and then we found Jack. So, real talk, killing Jack in the conventional way was just not going to happen. He's got some crazy health regen, which is most definitely faster than my ammo regeneration, so a little bit of cheese was necessary here. Option 1 was the good old block him at the terminal strat. Once we got this set up, we just had to get him slagged while having low health, and then fed him a fire chopper to finish him off. That looked like something straight out of hell. Or there's option 2 if you prefer more of a stinkier cheese. Either way, Jack dies and the warrior shows up. Our final test of patience before we finish the main part of the challenge. 1.5 hours to reflect back on the run before finally taking the final boss down and tasting victory. So yeah, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the chopper. Bonus content time, whoa! As I said before, we are also going to be taking on the Hammerlock DLC. Everybody's favorite, I know. This DLC immediately starts it off with the action. You spawn in and have to walk all the way over to Hammerlock, and it's just so riveting. After that, we gunned down some squatters that were taking up room in our cabin. They didn't like us kicking, or I guess in this case, punching them out of our property, and they got all demonic. And fun fact about these guys, they just don't take fire damage. Like, damage numbers don't even show up, and I didn't know that, so I thought my sanity was finally slipping away from me. After we dealt with way too many of those guys, Hammerlock got us a boat and sent us to go fight Thermitage, which seemed undoable, until Twitch chat pointed out that its health bar is a lie and it's an armored enemy. That's twice in one run now, jeez. Oh well, it got melted as soon as I started throwing acid at it, so what's next? Oh yeah, more of these guys. Jeez man, I really hate the combat in this DLC. I guess it's kind of funny that the chopper can stagger lock these guys, but I will never not be mad that wooden masks and shields can block bullets full stop. Another 20 minutes of mobbing later, we had a new job of destroying all of Jack's DNA samples. I guess this Nakikiyama guy wanted to ruin our fun hunting trip. Oh well, just a few little safes to bust open and one boss to deal with. Should be pretty easy. Well, yeah, this should be easy. Okay, this should be... What the fuck is killing me? Oh, I see. Wound Spike has bullet reflection because, well, actually, I don't really know why. I honestly thought it was over for me here. There was just no way I could be accurate enough to take this guy down without murking myself in the process. So after a few tries, I just accepted my fate, murked myself in the process, and just let it rip while standing right up next to him. Yay, fight for your life meta. After that, there wasn't much left to do. We had to run through candle racks, but the elite savages here aren't even mandatory, even though there's an objective to kill them. But I felt like stinkying them all anyway. I put the stinky on them. And then it was time to fight Jackenstein. Let's do this. Oh, what the f***, man? Who thought bullet reflection was a good idea? It would be one thing if the bullets would just fly in random directions and you'd get hit from time to time, but they literally programmed it so they always fly towards the nearest player. Why the fuck did they give these guys the perfect deflect red brick, bro? I would rather every enemy in Borderlands 2 have those stupid wooden masks than any enemy at all to have this stupid mechanic. Fucking stupid mechanic. Yeah, this fight, guys, not happening normal. Belt sanding my face every time I try to shoot this guy, mixed with him being nearly undodgeable when he lunges at you or tries to throw giant tubes of acid at you, just makes this impossible without cheese. Good thing I know about this spot. Strat was just to peek out, spray, and hope to land some crits until I tasted my own bullets. After that, I would just flip him off for full health and then wait for my Gunzerk to cool down. Sounds tedious, but I should take him down in like 30 minutes tops. Oops, I misread that. 3 hours tops. Yeah, his health bar, it's just a fucking lie. You kill this guy by blowing up 2 back generators and then dealing enough damage to his chest piece, all while dancing with death every time you try. The first generator took 10 minutes. Another 15 minutes later, I managed to get a second wind off the second one. 50 minutes after that, I blew the guards off of his chest piece, and for the next 2 hours, I rinsed and repeated this strat, not knowing when the torture would end. Every time I sprayed Jackenstein down, I was hoping the fight would just be over. But that's not quite how it went.
You said you were gonna stream for 4 hours.
I remember.
How's it going?
I've been fighting this one guy for like 2 hours. And it's like not like I keep dying or anything because I've been alive for 2 hours.
It's just really slow.
Yeah. So I don't know how close I am. It could be one shot away right now.
2 seconds later.
Well, in case anyone wanted to know, it looks like you can beat Sir Hammerlock's Big Game Hunt with only the chopper. Mega bonus content time, baby! If you've been watching the channel for a while, you know that I usually try to see if the item I'm using for the run can be used to acquire itself. And if you don't know where the chopper comes from, well, it comes from Dexidius, the Invincible. To spawn this guy, you need to run around the grotto and put a total of 96 iridium in these 4 furnaces. Go pull this lever, get your ass handed to you for an hour while you kill off waves of demonic savages because you couldn't kill the witch doctors fast enough. And then this giant fucking stick bug comes out and you have to roleplay Dr. Pimple Popper until this thing dies. And trust me, there's no head crabbing this Strider. And yes, this video does have 2 Half-Life references because I practically spent half my life trying to kill this thing. Uh-oh, hold up, I'm getting a call.
Change your skill points.
That's all your points.
Change your skill
Oh yeah, I was supposed to respec, wasn't I? Oh, thanks for reminding me, guys. You should have said something earlier. Here's the new build for the raid. I got rid of all the kill skills because I didn't think I would be needing them. I also spec'd in to keep it piping hot for the boosting grenade damage. I'll explain more on that later. I promise it makes sense. Alright, let's talk about this fight. To survive here, I would need constant, and I mean constant, vigilance. One mistake and I could get hit with one of his giant corrosive bombs and the dot would seal my fate. I gathered up all the high-priced items I could so I didn't have to wait on all my ammo to naturally regenerate, but even buying it was scary because his attacks could hit right through walls. I developed a strategy where I would mark stuff as trash in my inventory so I could sell it faster, and when I would buy ammo, I would spam enter and left click to get my ammo faster and get the heck out of there. Usually if you're attempting this fight, you would be here for 10 minutes maybe using the Lady Fist B combo, but instead we're using a gun that doesn't even deal enough damage to one-shot face McShooty, so we had a long and stressful fight ahead of us. Another fun fact about Dexy is that the amount of damage he takes when a pimple is popped is amplified by any grenade stat buffs you have. So more grenade damage equals less pimples to pop. That's why we spec'd in to keep it piping hot. We only get the buff while Gunzerk is on cooldown, but if Gisum is constantly being activated, that still gives us the boost. I could only deal real damage if Dexy was distracted by spores. Usually the spores get murked in one shot, but the corrosive spores were actually very helpful because they could survive like 50 hits from Dexy. A lot of our downtime was running to spawns and hoping to see some green cauliflower homies and getting them not to follow me across their map with their insane persistence. On my first attempt, I actually made it pretty far. I took out 7 pimples before I got snuck up on by one of Dexy's attacks that dotted me to death. This wouldn't have been that devastating for a first attempt if it hadn't taken, 6 whole hours. With an estimated kill time of 12 hours, I pretty much had 1 try a day to get this kill. Attempt number 2 ended because PhysX decided to crash my entire PC, and attempt number 3 ended in a game crash even without PhysX because Borderlands hates me. And yeah, this was pretty rough. 12 hours of Dexy attempts and 2 crashes really had me second guessing my life decisions. I mean, Is anyone really going to be mad that I didn't fight a whole OP10 raid boss, notorious for having hard to hit crit spots, with a gun that has 1 accuracy? I don't think any of you guys would be mad if I just didn't do this fight, but I can think of one guy that would be pretty mad if I didn't take this stick bug down. And I see him in the mirror every day. I wasn't about to let some stick bug get the best of me. I don't care how invincible it was. So I went to the lab and tested how many pimples I would need to pop in normal mode. And I found out that we were going to need to pop at least 16 to get the job done. With my newfound knowledge, I put some more attempts in and failed a few more times too. Dying to letting my guard down, trying to fend off a triple O I accidentally spawned, and finding out that Dexy has bullet reflection if you're too close, which could cause me to put a fire dot on myself, killing the attempt, were all a few things I had to deal with. A few more fails like that happened before I made it back to my PB of popping 7 pimples. I was locked in and ready to go for another 6 hours. But Borderlands had a different plan for me. What? Okay, so you're probably like, what just happened? Which, you know, fair. Me too. I played the footage back and seen that Dexy's left chest pimple popped without any damage numbers and then just died 6 hours into what should have been a 12-hour kill. So I contacted my local Dexy expert, Abrupt Dusty. He's made some cool videos like this or like this, so go check him out. I'll have a link to his channel in the description, but I asked if he knew what happened and sure enough, he did. Apparently, some random no-name triggerman managed to get the last hit on that pimple. And when that happens, it does a huge chunk of damage, around 50 to 60% of his health bar huge. I was honestly so shocked and I wasn't really sure how to feel. On one hand, this was going to be super great to put in the video because it's super interesting, but on the other hand, my satisfaction of earning this kill was kind of taken from me. So I took some time to think it over and just processed everything going through my head. And now that I've thought about it, I think that kill felt rewarding just enough. Psych, that Triggerman 12-hour stick bug fight round 2, here we go. He didn't drop the chopper anyway. So, major attempt number 4. The good news is we hit a new PB of 11 pimples. The bad news is this is Borderlands we're talking about, the spaghetti game. No, I was playing great. I was playing awesome even. I really got my combat loop down. I was really focused, but then yeah, so I wasn't too beat up about this. I kind of expected this to happen, honestly. Have you taken any breaks yet? I have not because I'm afraid the game will crash. I'm still kind of surprised how well I took it. This was 9.5 hours into an attempt I was just doing great in. This was in no way my fault. It was entirely just Borderlands being made out of spaghetti. I realized that if the fight was going to be this long, I was going to have to do a couple of things. First off, I downloaded DXVK, which is pretty much just a mod that helps prevent BL2's notorious game crashes. Honestly, not sure how exactly it works or if it would even work, but I'll take anything at this point. I also duplicated this Bearcat I found during the run 39 times to make sure I had enough money to keep buying ammo and not have to wait on ammo regen. I did not like that I had to do this, but if unintended game mechanics were going to take a 9.5 hour attempt away from me, I felt fine using unintended game mechanics to manually dupe 39 Bearcats. I also sacrificed Lucas for good luck. I put the stinky on him. 1 week later, I prepared for what I hoped would be the final fight. I was improving on every attempt. I learned how to take out the initial savages in half the time. I was able to take out Dexy's first 3 pimples really fast using high-risk strats. I learned all of the spore spawning locations to maximize my chances for corrosive spores. And I really learned how to read Dexy, allowing me to get closer than I was before. Our strategy was becoming well refined. It almost felt like I had 30 hours of experience fighting Dexy or something. On day 4 of Dexy, I hit a new personal best of 12 pimples popped before this rock ended my 7-hour fight. Ah! That's fucked up, dude. That's real fucked up. That's real fucked up. That's real fucked up.
Don't think of your death as failure. Think of it as fun.
Lesson learned, I guess.
I just kept trucking through the hardship and came back strong for day 5. I started using a 25-minute timer on my phone so I knew when those darn savages would respawn so I could plan for them. But even then, it was hard to get rid of them because Dexy loves standing right on top of their camp. And just like that, history repeats itself, losing us another 7 hours. Day 5 of Dexy washed down the drain. But look at that smile. You might think it's a facade, and it's just there to hide the pain, but you would be wrong. I mean, you are witnessing pain. You are witnessing frustration. And you are witnessing anger. But that smile is still one of genuine enjoyment. I knew that every failure and every setback would make the victory all the more great. Joy and struggle don't have to be mutually exclusive. And heck, 6 is my favorite number anyway.
Alright, play a little bit risky at the beginning, but that's fine. Alright, so it looks like we got every element except corrosive on this first wave. That's fine. Alright, if you're on the believer side of the prediction, you guys better be manifesting corrosive spores. If you're on the doubter side of the prediction, you guys better be manifesting corrosive spores. There's 3. Okay, we're getting good at getting the first 3. And now we let the patience kick in. There we go. Level 90 corrosive spore. God, the fucking two-legged drifters fucking murk my homies, bro. There we go. There's 4. I gotta be jumping though. Oh, I killed him. Ah! Oh, fuck, I thought that was a drifter, dude. I got scared by a fucking branch. Nobody clipped that into 4. Oh, shit. Oh my god, dude. That fucking rock almost killed me, dude. I can't. Okay, 5 out of 16. Okay, 10 more. Cool. 9 more to go. Okay. 8 more. There we go. 7 more. Dexy, help me out, dude. I don't have health for this. I really don't. Dexy, you gotta fucking get those fuckers. There you go. And we're good. Okay, new timer. Okay, dude. Okay. That fucking shock dude is getting on my nerves, and I'm about to kill him myself. Stop, you fucker. Oh my god, I'm killing this fucker. I don't care. Jesus. What the fuck even was that? There we go. 6 more, 6 more. That was the back of the head. Okay. 5 more. I see you. I see you, though. That was a fucking big brain play, Dexy. I will fucking give you that one. Oh, I did not mean to bird there. Oh, I'm throwing. I'm so fucking throwing. Okay, we're good. We're good. I need to get the fuck out of here, though. 4 left. Jot her down.
Headshot.
3 more. 3 more. That was his head. What's he doing over here? Dude, this is freaky, dude. This is like foreign territory. don't like it too much. It stresses me out. There it is. There it is. 2 more question mark? Why are you over it? What is in this corner that you want? What mystical powers are you seeking from the waterfall? One more? That was his back. I feel like that's gonna be 2 more though. Alright, here we fucking go. Come on. One more. We got 1 more, guys. 1 fucking more. 1 guaranteed. Never again. Never again. Never again. Oh, dude, my arms and fingertips are going numb. Breathe, 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 breathe. Alright, dude, I'm afraid the game's gonna crash. There is no time for breaks, sadly. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fucking great. I'm stressed and excited and happy and scared and paranoid and fucking wired, dude. Congrats on the count. No, Quad. No, 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 no. Rule 1, rule 1. Don't do that to me, Quad. Rule 1. Can we get another exclamation point rule 1 in the chat? I think we need one. We got some silly geese in the chat. Oh my god. We almost fucking lost it there. We gotta fucking get a Gunzerk now. If we got dotted there, we would've fucking lost it. How'd that fucking hit me, dude? Fuck you, Dexy! Ooh. Oh, let's go, dude.
R.I.P. Bozo.
Put the stinky on him.
9 hours and 15 minutes. to
Get
kill this
nay
motherfucker.
nay.
Oh. Holy shit, dude. That's fucking crazy.
Put the stinky on him. After 48 hours of Dexy attempts, we finally took him down, and my thirst for a challenge was quenched. I woke up the next day, and I had received the most wild email I have ever gotten, and I just want to show you guys this thing. Yeah. No idea how my heart rate monitor knew I was playing Borderlands 2, let alone streaming it, but geez, man, I was on edge. I doubt the 6,000 calories part is right, but I definitely did smell like a gamer after all of that stress sweat. But it was all worth it, you know? Getting that kill was one of the best things I've ever felt playing a game, and I don't regret a single second of that 48 hours. But I felt like something was still missing. I felt like the chopper wasn't used as chaotically as it was intended. I mean, yeah, raid bosses are designed to be fought with 4 players, so it's not like I could just lay into them and expect to win. I had to focus and use tapfire strats for cooldown and just be locked in the whole time. And also, I didn't get a chopper to drop on this kill. So let's do it one more time, the right way. Alright, remember guys, if it bleeds, we can kill it.
Get him!
Get him!
Get him!
Well, there's the butt. Oh, there's another one. Oh, that's 3. There we go. We got one. Green Knight, go. Go. Get back in the fight. Go, go,
There.
go. Get out there, soldier. Go, go, go. Okay, I don't know how we got his armpit and not his shoulder, but let's go, baby. We got 5.
Oh, money shot, money shot.
I feel like someone did that with like, oh, back of the head. Let's go. That's 8.
Oh.
Wow.
Get the high ground.
Oh, there's another one. That's 9.
Yo.
Usually the barrel. Sometimes it's another thing.
Oh, did we get one? Oh.
Did.
No.
Did it?
No.
There's no gunners here. There's no gunner.
Oh,
There's
okay.
a gunner here. Wait, is there? Did this guy kill him? No shot. No shot. This guy killed him. Okay. Bandit is shooting him. You guys see this right here?
Oh.
Bandit is shooting him. Can you edge me, Tom?
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Let's do this. Oh no!
Oh
We
no,
lost
where are we
one.
stuck this one? Oh.
We lost Tom.
When you ride in the back of a truck.
When you do that, yeah. I do that all the time.
Oh my god.
Wait, what? Huh?
There's 2.
Oh, dang.
Time though.
Oh! That works, I guess.
Oh.
What happened? I don't know.
Oh, we got him.
Oh, he died, he died, he died.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh no. Oh
That's
no.
work as hero.
Yep. Oh. Oh.
The roach. Silly woman's sex recipe.
Oh, there's
Oh,
5.
that's
These are missing. Oh, okay, there's 6.
Oh.
That's interesting. Oh, there goes.
Stop.
Oh, there goes. Oh, there.
Oh.
Oh, there goes.
Oh.
Oh, we popped another?
Oh, we got him.
He died?
Let's go. I don't think I see it, guys.
Yeah, I don't think we got it.
Well, that was a 50-minute kill. Nope.
Well, okay, so I tried where you would do. Wait, why didn't you? Because I feel like knowing what.
I just see it dead.
Oh.
All right. Nope.
The wiki.
Can't.
I didn't even process.
R.I.P.
What?
Bozo.
That was 52 on the dot. That was 52 on the dot. That is crazy.
Oh, wait, we got. Oh, wait, never mind. We got a legendary.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Hands forever.
He exploded.
He always likes.
Slightly different.
There it is. 4004. Oh, what the f is that, dude? Doll spinny gun?
What?
No.
What
I got.
is it?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah, we got
Can someone revive me?
It's like no.
And milk. It's just.
Literally.
Oh.
Actually, Lucas is a.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the?
Yeah,
Oh.
wait.
3755. 3755. Come on.
37.
Really
Oh.
Lucas, stop.
It actually worked this time.
We got it. Party chopper. Let's
Oh, we
go.
actually got it.
Oh,
we actually
got it.
We know what we have to do.
Alyssa does not know what we have to do.
We gotta let it rip. Well, Derber, I sure hope that was worth the wait, especially considering that this whole run took 80 hours. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
Doing all of that helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love reading your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, grabbing something over at GamerSupps using my link, or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I will link my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live down in the description, and last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. The original Borderlands was said to have taken a lot of inspiration from the Mad Max series, so it only makes sense that the car combat in Borderlands is super cool, right? Right? In any case, today we're going to try and answer a question that everyone has never thought about. Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only cars? Before we hit the road, I'll go over the rules. This is going to be an Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough, and all damage I deal to enemies must be from vehicles or because of vehicles. We will be playing as Krieg for this run, and I'll explain a bit more on that later. For our gear, we will be using a basic shield, legendary sickle class mod, and the Afterburner relic. Yeah, to the guy that commented saying I should try to beat the game with only the car relic, you might have been joking, but I wasn't. Here's a quick peek at the build. Most of this isn't important, but Fuel the Blood, Fuel the Rampage, and Fuel the Fire are all vital to this run. With all of that out of the way, let's strap in and kick this run into gear. Oh, wait, we might have an issue here. I'm totally forgetting something. So normally we don't have access to cars until after we fight Flint, so normally, no, you can't beat Borderlands 2 with only cars. But you didn't come here for that lame answer, you came here for a challenge. So today's question is actually, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only cars? If you also use a mod to allow cars to enter maps they usually aren't allowed in. Using a couple mods, we can allow vehicles to enter maps that usually kick you out of the vehicle, and we are also able to change this door to take us to the Torg DLC, where we can grab a car and take one back to Tutorial Town. Quick little shout out to Pyrex for making that very obscure mod for me. Anyway, in true Cursed Run fashion, we got a couple of bully routes to spawn, and since cars are considered armored, corrosive damage was going to be something we would need to worry about. It's also not like we could dispatch of these guys quickly either, because our damage as well, I guess it exists. So right off the bat, things seem really bad. Enemies can kill us really fast, and we can kill enemies very slow. But one advantage we do have is stun locking. Even slightly nudging most basic enemies causes them to ragdoll for a few seconds, and as long as we keep doing this, they won't be able to blow our car up. Wobbling might be banned in Melee, but you know I'm capitalizing on it here in Borderlands. The Bullymongs proved to be far easier than the bandits. Unlike wild animals I could just drive away from, bandits had guns that could continue to damage me from afar. If I started taking too much damage, I would have to drive somewhere safe and wait for the car to start regenerating its health. I thought I'd be safe in this cozy little cave, but I guess not.
Oh, what the f***? No, you are not jumping down here. Nice try, bucko.
After some confusing interactions with the wall and clearing out Liarsburg, we met Hammerlock, he changed a tire for us, and we started our way towards Boom Boom.
Average F-150 driver.
For Dad. Hey, you think
While clearing out the last batch of bandits, I discovered that Torg shotguns really freaking hurt, and we took our first death of the run. Oh, by the way, the counter will be counting car deaths, just to clarify, which leads me to one of the worst parts of this run. Losing a car means I have to go all the way back to the Torg DLC and get a new one. I decided to allow a flight mod to go back to vehicle stations since this run was modded anyway. We aren't really doing anything challenging by walking back there, so to save time, hard drive space, and to get this video out earlier, we would just fly back to get a car. Anyway, after clearing out the bandits and accidentally learning how to parallel park, we finally made it to Boom Boom, and this fight was tough. You might think Boom's cannon was the scary part, but to my surprise, I was actually able to take multiple hits from this thing. Busting him out of his turret got a little weird, but that part was relatively easy. Dealing with their health regen and my lack thereof was the main issue. I could stun lock them, but repetitive collisions would slowly wear down my vehicle. I could definitely handle a one-on-one fight, but if I kill Boom first, I still have to knock down a few psychos to try and focus on Boom. I would also pretty much need constant crits to outpace Boom's health regen, but Boom was a lot easier to deal with. So I decided that killing Boom first would be best because he was the harder one of the two. And well, he just kinda died. I guess if you hit a guy really hard with the car, they just end up dying a few seconds later. I think this has something to do with his get-up animation not being able to go through because he was stuck in some weird geometry. He actually died like this twice because Lil Boom was using a torque shotgun. I told you guys about those earlier, right? Anyway, after 1 hour and 4 car deaths later, we finally beat out Boom's health regen and were able to continue the run. We were able to drive past a lot of the bad guys on the way up to Flint, but we still ran into a roadblock. My car was just way too big, and I could not get any further than this part right here. So it looks like no. You can't beat Borderlands 2 with only cars. Unless you guys want to allow one more mod.
Looks like them few boys are in a pack of trouble.
Alright, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only cars if you use a mod to allow cars to enter maps they usually aren't allowed to and the cars are 50% smaller? I sure hope so. Using our new go-kart, we were able to clear out the bandits, save Claptrap, and ascend to the Flint fight. I decided to leave my car in the elevator to get it up to the top the same way I was going to get Claptrap up there, but that was a mistake leaving those two together.
Why is my current objective to find Flynn? Oh, I'm blocking Claptrap.
Hey, yo, what the Claptrap! Bro, that is inappropriate, dude. There are kids watching my guy. Oh my bro. Dude, what the?
Dude, no way Claptrap was giving back shots to my car, bro. I'm half ready for my car to just fly into the air, into the ocean even. Okay.
Now for the Flint fight, I probably could have done this super easily. Vehicles are resistant to fire damage, and Flint just kind of rolls up like an armadillo if you hit him with a car. But for some reason, I was bent on just ramming him off the edge of his boat. And because of this, I lost many cars and had to keep driving all the way from the beginning. I also didn't have the elevator option anymore, and some of those stairs and tight turns were pretty tricky to maneuver.
Okay, fire barrels hurt. Lesson learned.
After way too much wasted time, I finally got Captain Roly-Poly to fall off the edge and took care of his goons from afar. After that, I just laid into Flint until he died.
Cool. Rock out. Yeah, jam. Oh my god. It's Lilith.
After dealing with Claptrap's sex drive, Claptrap, stop getting freaky with the car! We made it to Three Horns. Here I snuck into the DMV and stole a license so I can drive legally and warmed up my Bullymong whispering skills.
Bullymong, stop!
Ramming Door Guy was probably the most normal thing about this run, and then after that we had to deal with our first AVEF, or Anti-Vehicle Entry Field. Oh brother, it's my boss again. I freaking hate this guy. Hello?
Yeah, we're not calling it that. Just call it a car wall, okay?
What? Why would I call it that? The wall isn't made of cars.
Bro, what are you on? You're just complicating things, and AVEF doesn't even roll off the tongue. It's just an invisible wall that doesn't let cars pass through.
Yeah, so it's an AVEF.
No, it's not a fucking AVEF. Just call it a car wall or you're fired.
Man, one day I'm just gonna be my own boss, so I don't gotta deal with that frickin' buzzkill. Anyway, yeah, I couldn't find a way to get through this wall, so I was going to have to get creative, because I had 3 psychos I needed to kill to save Reese. Those Bullymongs I met earlier were nearby, so I decided to have them help me out by relocating the psychos to a place I could reach them.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah! Yeah, my Bullymong brethren! Hurt them more. That works for me. So the guy that's down here. Oh my god, they're all down here. Let's go. Perfect. The stinky prevails. Good job, guys. Proud of you, Bullymongs. Love you.
I managed to save Reese by watching him die, but then I remembered I still had one more psycho to take care of. I needed to get the power core, but their camp was in a spot where having the Bullymongs relocate him was not an option. So I had to get a little bit creative.
How do we get a car in here? Here, let's look around the map. No shot this works, just saying. If this works first try, I'm gonna be amazed.
After I got my Bullymong homies to kill the 20 bandits to avenge Reese, we made it to Sanctuary. Nothing too crazy happened here. I pushed Jess up into the button to speed him up, which was cool, and the only place I couldn't get my car was the fucking garage because that makes sense. So while I'm here doing all the boring Sanctuary chores, I'll tell you guys about our partner, GASMASK'S. So for the past few months, I've been drinking GASMASK'S and I've been loving every second of it. I used to be downing 2 monsters a day, but now with GASMASK'S, I'm not drinking 400 calories in a day. I'm able to control my caffeine intake since all their flavors come in caffeine-free options, and I'm saving money since GASMASK'S is only 40 cents a serving. They have tons of flavors to pick from too. One of my new favorites is Goof Juice, which is a nice strawberry kiwi flavor. They also have their signature waifu cups, comfortable merch, and dang could I go for another cup of their gamer soups right now. I mean heck, they made crickets taste good with their sus snacks. Yeah, you heard that right. There's crickets in this. But if you're worried about buying something you won't like, GASMASK'S offers free samples, so you could try it before you buy it. So if you're looking to find a healthier alternative to energy and want to support the channel in the process, head on over to gamersubs.gg/LGM or use the link in the description and make sure to use code LGM at checkout for 10% off your order. Anyway, let's see how Sanctuary's going. Our next destination was Frostburn Canyon, but well, let's just say we ran into another roadblock. So these invisible car walls tend to be pretty tall, but they eventually do end and you can get over them. For the purposes of testing how high these walls were, I decided to pull out a special vehicle I'm gonna call the Meat Bicycle. Yeah, this thing would make the challenge pretty trivial, so I will only be using the tiny sand skiff for wall testing. But who knows, maybe one day I'll try beating the pirate DLC with only boats. So if you end up liking this run and want to see that run, you should leave a comment and maybe you'll see it in your subscription feed one day. Just saying. Anyway, this wall tall. There was no way we were going to be able to clear this thing normally. Good thing this isn't a normal run. And also good thing that we're playing a game from over a decade ago and there's some jank that can help us. Introducing scroll boosting. By setting our boost key to scroll wheel up or down, we can use the free scroll mouse to do this. Okay, well, my game just crashed, but that doesn't happen every time, I promise. I messed around with this for a while, trying different frame rates, different angles, etc., and I got close so many times that I knew this was possible. And after 2 hours, we finally made it over the wall. Anyway, thanks for the raid, Jolts. You came just in time. 2 hours later, everybody! Now that we made it to Frostburn, we could drive past all the bad guys, do the skip and... Well, alright guys, don't worry. I found another way to get into Frostburn that was pretty consistent, so I didn't have to spend another 2 hours on this wall. Second time around, I actually hit the spike jump skip and found Lilith. Surprising nobody, I immediately tried to put my bumper into her forehead. Sadly, she survived, and everything that normally happens during this part of the game happens. Okay, Lilith, okay. I'll give you that one, okay? That was kind of cool. There she goes. She ruined it. She ruined it. She ruined it. Anyway, we had some close calls with some slag and corrosive guns, but we made it to the end, and I seen what I thought was my only chance I would probably ever get to do something I've been wanting to do for a long, long time.
Can't have shit in this fucking house.
For anyone wondering, this is what happens when Lilith teleports you while you're in a car. Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting either, honestly. Our next mission was to save Roland from the Bloodshots, which meant it was finally time for a car upgrade. So we met Ellie, found the second garage of the run that doesn't work properly with my cars, used my Honda Civic to destroy a few Ford F-150s, and finally got an upgrade. So, for most of the rest of the run, we'll be using the Saw Blade Technical. A lot of you guys might think the Barrel Technical is better and know that it is the fastest vehicle in the game, but do you see these saw blades I'm shooting? Yeah, those get melee damage boost, because that makes sense. Do you know who has good melee damage boosts? Krieg does. Not only is our car now tankier, we also have some significant damage to handle the rest of the game. After we got the Bloodshots to open their door, we pulled a real power move by not even using it, and then started our fight with Badma. I really wanted to ram him off the cliff, but nomad-shaped enemies have this bad habit of just folding under pressure. So we filled him up with saw blades and made it to the Bloodshot stronghold. Cue the foreshadowing. The lucky honk sound. The Bloodshot's gonna go fine. And if we don't, Bloodshot's gonna go terrible. Yeah, so at first I decided to be patient and careful because not only did I have to get through the entire stronghold, I would also have to make it all the way through the dam without my car blowing up. Things were working right up until the part where I perma-slagged myself with this barrel. How this barrel hit me and not the Marauder that was blatantly closer to the barrel absolutely baffles me. After that, I was pretty much screwed, so I reset, patiently killed all the bad guys, and made a plan for Mad Mike. The idea was to sit right next to his door so that when he showed up, I could knock him over before he had a chance to shoot me with his rocket launcher and insta-kill me. I was checking for his spawn after every kill, but he still caught me lacking. After that, I started getting impatient, trying to drive past all the bad guys, dying because of it, getting frustrated with the amount of corrosive weapons I was dealing with, and I was here for a while. But after 2 hours and losing several cars, I snuck through Mad Mike and re-locked in. By this time, I had developed a strategy where if my car was taking too much damage and there wasn't much room for escape, I would ditch the car and lure the bullets away from my more important half. For a second, I thought they put another car wall in the middle of a map that usually can't have cars, but I managed to just smack my car through it, thankfully. After that, we found Roland and quickly drove to the dam. But not before getting twerked on by the warden. Bro, why is this game so cursed? First, we have to deal with Freak Trap, and now this? I paid the toll so I could get my car through here, but they didn't even raise the gate for me, so that was just a scam. They also made me do this scary jump that would have made me cry if I missed it. I was being extremely careful, slowly taking out every loader and bandit until we made it to the warden. I was only going to have one chance at saving Roland, and if my car blew up, I was guaranteed to go to the gulag, and the fight there sounds atrocious. So I locked in, and oh my god, it died in like 12 seconds. Well, I definitely overstressed for that fight. Also, yeah, this meme you're seeing on the screen right now? Yeah, it's pretty much canonical.
Put the fucking money in the bag. Put the fucking money in the bag. Jack can't kill Roland if we kill Roland.
Anyway, Roland was saved and our next job was to go rob a train in Tundra Express. Upon arriving, I had a little bit of a scare. Yeah, cars definitely weren't meant to be here. I was a bit worried about lighting the Varkids on fire, but I bumped a fire melon and it just worked, so that was cool. After that, I met Mordo and Tina, had a minor fender bender, got the badonkadonks, watched Tina turn them into bombs with her mind, practiced my vertical parking, had another minor fender bender, and made it to the end of the line. So the Wilhelm fight was pretty, normal, actually. Ramming into Wilhelm sometimes staggered him, which felt illegal to see, but I couldn't get him to fully ragdoll, sadly. So I just kept my distance and laid into him until he was super low on health, and then I decided to try to finish him off with my front bumper, and that's where things got a little goofy.
Oh no!
Yeah, that fight was way too easy, so I did it again and actually rammed him to death. Didn't look as cool as the first one, but oh well. We made it back to Sanctuary with our catalytic converter we stole from Wilhelm, but things started getting scary. Lilith stole my car, so I rage quit. She said that if she can't have it, I'm not allowed to ride the cool flying city, so I tried to scroll boost back over this bridge and everything just fell apart. Time's up! Our next goal was to drive through the fridge so we could get back home. And yet again, we are faced with another car wall. And this one was a doozy. We pulled out the meat bicycle again and found out that the wall was pretty much the same height as this building right here, meaning we were going to need a scroll boost to get over it. I was here for a long time trying to find a good angle or ramp to make it over, but every time a jump looked promising, my game would just crash. At this point of the run, my total crashes far surpassed my total deaths. A couple of homies in the Twitch chat kept saying I should try and hit the jump with the runner instead of the technical, but I was being stubborn because I thought that I was going to need the technical for its speed. Speaking of Twitch, you should go check me out over there if you want to watch these runs live. Anyway, I did eventually break because it seems like the technicals crash the game way more often when scroll boosting. And when you mod them to be this tiny, trying to boost with them gets a bit squirrely. As soon as you press your boost key, the bandit trucks pretty much wheelie 90 degrees up, and unless you're on flat ground and just going straight, it's really hard to actually get speed out of it. So I caved and swapped back to the runner. And then I found that I could get my car up onto this section of the camp. But that doesn't really help. Only if I could do some grenade jumps, I could get up there and then like up there easily and... Never in my life have I ever thought I would have to perform a double grenade jump for a car. Because of their smaller size, these things also fly a lot further when hit with nades or punches. And after 4.5 hours of trying to scroll boost over this wall, I managed to blast my car onto the roof and over the wall. Guys, wait, everybody hold, everybody hold. Everybody hold. We might be good, we might be good. Okay. I'm gonna get out of my car real quick. So now, I believe we could just drop in right here. I think, I hope. Don't do this to me. 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 We see it. It's right there. Oh. Well, that fucking sucks. So basically, I think the car was still hitting the invisible ice that Angel melts for you here or something. I'm just guessing at this point. So I was going to have to figure out a safe way through that. But I seen the option to travel, so I knew it was possible. The only issue was trying to get it back in there was really annoying, and I think I was kind of losing it. Somebody clip that. Did anyone else hear the Mario theme there? Anyway, it didn't take much longer before I managed to get my car back over the wall and through the invisible ice. Car in the fridge. So we made it to the fridge, and then we drove through the fridge, and then we made it to the outwash, where I discovered that I could have just ran through the fridge because there's no mandatory combat, use this door to travel to the Highlands, get a car here, and then go back to fight Mr. Noodle. So you're telling me that 4.5 hours was pointless? Wouldn't be the first time. Alright, real talk, I'm just messing with you guys. I knew this door was here the whole time, but I felt that it'd be cool to get the car into the fridge anyway. It just felt right since I knew it was possible, even though the challenge didn't require it. Anyway, we were having some issues dealing with the constructor before Mr. Noodle. I felt really squishy and felt like my damage was starting to fall off, but my brain didn't think, maybe it's the squishy low damage car you forgot to swap out. But I did remember that I had something the constructor didn't. Tires. So I drove past it, slowly fought off the thresher that ate my new alternator, and made it to Overlook where car walls stopped us again. Geez, why do they even put these here? Are cars really that strong to prevent entry to a basic map? Oh, you could just drive around it. That's pretty cool. So I knew that the beacon defense section was not going to have very many breaks, and finding time for my car to heal was going to be tough. So I decided to sneak 2 cars into town and have one hidden way back here. That way, when one car is taking a beating, I can make a little pit stop and swap out cars so they could heal. And that strategy was honestly working super well.
That is not the pit crew I was looking for.
I mean, the beacon still got messed up, but I didn't lose any cars in the process, and for the first time in a while, I was actually able to kill the constructor instead of just rushing the fast travel to escape, so that felt pretty good. We made it back home and got our next job to go to the... Oh, brother, this is gonna be obnoxious, isn't it? So, even getting into the preserve is a bit annoying. Pretty much needed to climb the mountain and cross the waterfall to get in. I talked to Mordecai and started wounding the loaders. That was going fine, but I did have to deal with some saw blade technical jank. Confused? Yeah, I would be too. Long story short, the saw blade technical has some kind of huge bubble or box around it that causes some weird stuff. Some of you might know this car specifically can trigger the pipe explosion in the boneyard by simply driving near it. But in our case, the car's hurt box, or whatever it's called, clips through the floor and hits a death barrier. This game is truly cursed. Luckily, I was able to get around it and mow down any loaders in my way. Our next obstacle was trying to get through this small building. I was getting really frustrated trying to get through this building, but I eventually got over it. We drove ourselves up to the first mobbing section and carefully took out all the loaders before the big one showed up. His arm cannons deal fire damage, so we were pretty resistant to anything he could throw at us, but I still took my time because I did not need any setbacks here. After he died, Man, what did I just say? Yeah, so this door just wouldn't let my car through, and that was very scary. I started desperately searching around for some type of way to get out of bounds and found a possible route to sneak in. I would first have to jump up to these rocks and position my vehicle here. I would then have to time a grenade and a melee at the same time to launch my car over to this gap. Timing this was a bit annoying. On top of that, it just wouldn't work 12% of the time. Even the times I did time it well, I had to make sure that the car wasn't going too far back because there's an APEF, or anti-person entry field, that wouldn't let me through. Yeah, I'm not answering that. Anyway, after I pulled that off, I would have to shimmy my way up and over this rock. If this thing was 1 degree steeper, I think I would have failed the run right here. After that, I would pretty much have to Hail Mary and hope to land in the animal enclosure, where I would have to die outside of my car to go grab the feather that opens the cages, and then get back into my car and continue on. Dude, I can't believe getting through a wide open garage door took like an hour and a half to lab up and land. This game's busted. Next, I drove past the stalkers, killed off the skags, and prayed that this door wouldn't have the same issue.
I swear to God.
Oh, thank goodness. We were getting close to the end, I was pretty on edge, and my heart rate spiked when my car started bugging out. Luckily, I managed to unbug it out and started trying to figure out what I was gonna do about these stairs. The answer was trial and error, but how the f did I manage this?
Not sure if I can park there.
After clearing out the last few bad guys, we made it to the Bloodwing fight, and I was f***ing white-knuckling it. I knew that one corrosive dive bomb or some type of AoE attack from Bloodwing could have me going through all of that trauma all over again. Yeah, guys, I was definitely overreacting right there. In reality, she only managed to do 1 claw attack in fire phase, 1 claw attack in shock phase, and in corrosive phase, she only got 1 claw attack and 1 corrosive ball off before the 84 saw blades I put into her appendages finally grounded her. That was an extremely easy fight that I definitely stressed over for no reason.
I can't feel my fingers right now, bro. That fucking looked easy, but that was fucking nerve-wracking.
Driving into her automatically picked up the claptrap upgrade, and I started doing donuts. GG, Bloodwing. Another point for me. I realized I forgot to do the loot dude, so I redid the whole scare you out of bounds jump again, and all I got was a freaking gub. Wow! Anyway, with another scary part of the run done, it was off to recruit Brick and his air support.
Huh?
Oh my fucking God, dude.
Why'd that scare me so much? Why was that so terrifying? Oh my god. I thought getting to my initiation was going to be simple until I did the car equivalent of stepping on a Lego. Actually, what would that even be? A cactus? A nail? A police spike strip? Luckily, we had an alternate route that was less scary, but still janky. It looks like I'm gonna clear this jump, right? I am being robbed. After I cleared the jump properly, I tried to put the stinky on Face McShooty. That didn't work. I finally made it to my initiation, and ooh-wee, this was actually tough. The amount of bandits I had to deal with was the main issue, especially when there's no escaping the building to recover health, and making the Goliaths mad as a distraction didn't seem possible. These guys were also way too smart. They came prepared with corrosive Nova shields that would straight up delete my car, and some of these guys didn't even care about the rules.
Don't do it, car. You got this. You got this, car.
No shot, you just shot my car when I'm not even in it. Look at this fucking dude right here. Look at this fucking goofball. I'm suing, bro. I'm suing. After totaling way too many cars in there, I managed to get past the first wave of big guys and mowed down the little guys until we finished the initiation. Then I hugged Sarcastic Slab with my car, I gave Brick a ride, and we started taking out the loaders. And that was going well until I forgot about the previous no parking area. After grabbing car number 42, we started launching loaders. I noticed that warloaders and superloaders would actually ragdoll when I ran into them. Usually these guys aren't affected by knockback moves, which also means they are stinky proof. So this being a once in a lifetime opportunity, I took it upon myself to stinky the unstinkyable. Yes! First ever warloader stinky. Oh. Rick? Rick? Well, he said over here. Up next was the Jack double assassination job. You could tell this one was a fake Jack because when I shattered his shins with my car bumper, none of the loaders really cared. After he died, I grabbed his pocket watch from a pile of saw blades, found out I could throw my car at people by punching it, debated whether or not it was allowed for the challenge, thought that if someone threw a car at me and I fucking died, it would be safe to say they killed me with a car, decided that it was allowed cause funny, hit some info kiosks, did some stealth car shenanigans, and acquired Jack's voice. We now had everything we needed for the bunker raid, and let me tell you, this was an uphill battle. Breaking the ankles on the first constructor went fine, and the baby turrets were only mildly annoying to hit. And yeah, we actually had a pretty sizable lead on all the enemies spawning because they were just really slow. But you know how it goes being in first place. Now this was concerning, because fighting the bunker and doing the entirety of Angel Core all without losing a car already sounded pretty stressful. But having to do it with the barrel technical because the saw blade's negative aura hitting death walls made this extra scary. So I decided to try and find another way up, and I was met with even more jank. Yeah, so dying here and having to retrieve another car makes it so car walls just show up, but only sometimes? Yeah, I don't know, guys. I would either have to win a coin flip or just re-kill the toaster and turrets again to get past these doors, not to mention having to kill all the mobs on the way up as well. I was able to take out the big toaster from afar and managed to line up a jump to get up there safely, but the door still didn't open. This usually means something that the toaster created was still alive out there, so I had to go finish off the rest of its bloodline. Or oil line? Power line? Screw it, let's just cut all their brake lines. Anyway, hunted down every loader in the vicinity and had a little lapse in judgment. Fuck, I forgot about that. God damn it, dude. Why'd I do that? Other than that, I hit one more goofy death spot I drove over 50 other times just fine, before I finally managed to kill all the necessary household appliances to make it to the bunker. So I got here and started taking out the autocannons, which wasn't bad, they weren't too tanky. I was mostly worried about the laser countermeasures you were supposed to jump over. I really hope I don't have to explain why I can't do that. I don't know if it was the high up third person perspective, but I never noticed that the light railings turn red when lasers were coming. I also never noticed they would start on one end and work their way around the ring. Yeah, some pretty trippy stuff, but the lasers didn't do much damage, so that was cool. The bunker showed up, and for the first half of the fight, it was pretty simple. I just held both triggers down and ignored his autocannons because they don't really deal damage. But at the half health mark, I locked in and started playing safe because I knew that the slag cannon could deal some serious damage and possibly slag me. But even that was kind of easy. I don't know why, but the bunker would straight up overshoot and just miss every time. I tested this a bit later and this thing just straight up whiffs consistently. I know this guy wasn't programmed to fight a car, and maybe he's just aiming at my third-person POV or something, I don't know. I just thought it was kind of funny. So after finding that out, the second half of this fight pretty much played out the same as the first half. And it turns out, the slag lasers didn't even do that much damage. Dude, what am I so scared of? I really thought I was gonna be squishy this whole run. Hey guys, Future Gas Mask here. So during this run, I was under the impression that my car was matching my level of 80 and I would be decimated by things like Boom's Cannon or Bunker's Slag Laser. But it turns out, cars scale to your OP level, so my health bar was actually able to take some of these hits. I still got the dumb under-leveled damage debuff from being level 80, so OP10 was still harder than non-OP levels, but hopefully this explains why my car seems to be way more tankier than it should be. Anyway, another scary part of the run was going to be Angel Core. I needed to get through all of it without losing my car or it will restart from the beginning when I leave. And the worst part about this whole thing? I couldn't even reach the beginning because my car was still too big for this door. I was getting pretty desperate and frustrated, especially since Silence the Voices still managed to kill me in a fucking car-only run. Afraid that this might be the end of the run, I attempted to do the elevator skip speedrun strat with my car, and that went about as well as you could imagine. With no Lakitu bro able to save me from falling off the map, I resorted to my next idea, which was to see if the normal runner would fit. It would suck to lose the damage and extra health, but the runner felt like it healed faster, and that might have been important for Angel Core. But this one also didn't fit. Out of ideas, I planned on resorting to something I really didn't feel good about. The plan was to have my bro Lucas, join the game and go press the travel button while I'm still in the car. That way I could get it into Angel Core. And right as he joined in, a small glimmer of hope showed up. I somehow managed to get my car sideways and it was now halfway through the threshold. Talk about twisted metal, am I right? I was practically prairie dogging this thing, and after a few more good pushes... We're in. Oh my god. The run's alive, baby! No player 2 needed! Get the fuck out of here, Luigi! Now we just need to make sure not to lose our car in Angel Core, and we are home for... Oh my god, did it just vanish into thin air? Oh, thank God it came back after the cutscene. Ooh, that was a close one. All right, so my initial plan for Angel Core was to play it safe. I would press the button to open the door, peek out with my car to deal some damage, and then retreat before the doors closed. But my car had enough prairie dogging for one day. Well, I'm in it now. Locked in, I started fighting the loaders the best I could, making sure to knock them down and making sure not to get cornered by them. If an ion loader showed up, I would let them be. That way all the loaders would group up and I could heal on the other side of Angel's bubble. The laser turrets were a bit scary here, not because they dealt damage, but because they can stop me from healing, so these guys were priority 1. And as funny as it would be, I tried my best to not run Roland over, so I could avoid any potential soft locks. I was yet again gripping the wheel tightly, as this was a pretty stressful fight. I could have probably picked up my chair with how hard I clenched when this angelic guard slagged me and almost killed me. And that wasn't the only time I had a close call either. There were a few times I decided that abandoning ship was just the best option to draw fire away from our car. 2 injectors in, and I was looking for anything to calm my nerves and help me finish this fight. But all I got was Lilith.
Howdy, boys.
Ah, why every time, dude? You just got here. Alright, for real though, the last wave of war and super loaders isn't too bad. Their fire cannons are kinda useless against me, so I managed to take them out and make it through Angel Core first fucking try. Well, the bunker raid went well. Now I just need to use my car to block Jack and save roll. Oh my god, did it just disappear into thin air? No! Oh, never mind, I still have it. Wait, if I still have my car, that means it never disappeared. And Lilith just moved it? Meaning that Lilith helped Jack kill I knew she was a bad guy, I told you guys! Anyway, I couldn't get my car out of Marcus's shop, so I left it there for him. He's gonna be so confused when he finds it. He's gonna walk in there and just be like,
What the?
Marcus Kincaid, you are now the proud new owner of a miniature saw blade technical.
Our next objective was to go to the Hyperion Info Stockade, and usually at this part of the game, the bridge gets raised, causing us to have to go to Sawtooth Cauldron to get some bombs to blow it back down. But as usual, I did not feel like doing all of that. They said I needed a bridge. I say, just fly! Well, I had to go to Sawtooth Cauldron anyway because this game didn't expect anybody to break it. Traversing the cave system down here proved to be a bit annoying. I was hoping to drive past all of the unnecessary mobs, but the tight 90-degree turns and numerous stairs made that harder than I anticipated. My stubbornness got the best of me and I decided to keep trying to brute force it, and the cycle of spawn car, kill one ambush commander, lose car started. After 4 laps of that, I actually managed to escape the tunnel and made the drive over to Boombringer, where we blew it up for being a flying heathen. And after that, we gave Mortar the bumper special and prayed that our car would fit in the elevator. Yeah, so my car would just phase through every part of the elevator except the floor. If I would have also phased through the bottom, this run would be dead. So the fact that the game was cursed just enough and in a good way to get me to the top was absolutely crazy to me. I know I always complain about this game being spaghetti coated, but tonight, I think we should all have spaghetti for dinner. What do you guys say? I was on top of the world up here, and I was taking out buzzards with no issue. I felt invincible, and there was nothing that could... Oh, hello, Goliath Blaster. Right at 4 out of 5 buzzards, too. Anyway, we rode back up, killed the last buzzard, secured the bombs, and drove off the buzzard's nest. Woohoo! Can I park my bicycle here? After that, we made it to the boneyard, where we did all of our usual valve cranking and pipe bursting, but then we ran into another car wall. If we managed to get our car into the pipe, we're stopped by a car wall. If we managed to ramp up the rocks, we're stopped by a car wall. And if we spend an hour trying to land on this pipe, jank myself over this wall, and boost wheelie jump onto this platform, we are still stopped by a car wall. We brought out the good old meat bicycle and found out that even with scroll boosting, there is just no way we are going to be able to clear this wall. So it looks like the run ends here. Or does it? To progress the story, we need to make it to the Hyperion Info Stockade, infiltrate it, and grab the info. And at no point is there any mandatory combat. And as per the rules, the car is not required here. Yeah, I know guys, it kinda sucks that I can't get a car into the Badlands and fight Saturn. This is a lie, I don't wanna fucking do that. But sneaking in might be tough when we don't really blend in and can't fight back at all. But for now, I'm gonna have to say goodbye, car. Until I see you again. Alright, so sneaking past all of the guards is going to be pretty tough. With enough persistence, we could grenade jump up to the front door and tank enough bullets to make it inside and grab the goods. But grenade jumping as Krieg is tough because the developers made him extra heavy so that he wouldn't get tossed around during melee combat. Which makes me realize, Krieg is canonically heavier than a car? Yeah, that makes sense. After about 30 attempts, we managed to sneak in and get the goods, and with the location of the vault now known, it was time for our final drive towards Jack and the Warrior. So, the run up to this point was going surprisingly well, considering that I could only use cars. But you guys want to see my death counter double? So first off, in order to get to the fight at the Claptrap door, we need to do some super jank to get past this car wall. First, we need to boost jump off this part of the map and get enough distance to bypass the death triggers. We would then have to drive towards the claptrap door where we would just... Yeah, bro, I'm not even going to try to figure out how this one works, but anytime we lost a car from here on out, we would have to do that. The claptrap door went well, and right before I made it to Heroes Pass, I realized I forgot to snipe Face McShooty, so I drove a runner up to the bunker's entrance and tried to snipe him. Emphasis on tried, because I just wasn't hitting him at all. I had Luigi come back again to see if the bullets could even reach him, and they weren't even close. But you guys remember when I said I couldn't put the stinky on Face McShooty? Looks like I was wrong.
I'm gonna sing a song. Shoot me at the end of it. Da 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 da. Thank you.
We made it back to the claptrap door and headed towards Heroes Pass. And fun fact, this little platform here, cars just fall right through it. I wish I knew why, and it's kind of scary to know that just at any point in the run, I could have just fallen through any floor, but it was only this one specifically? What? This wasn't a real issue since I could just get enough speed going up the stairs to jump over the gap and press the button before I fell through, so we made it to Heroes Pass. Usually I do a couple of speed run skips to bypass all of the combat in Heroes Pass, but that wasn't an option for this run, so I had to wait for Brick and Mordecai to open the way, which wasn't so bad, especially because Brick would distract the RPG loaders for me, or at least most of the time. Every run through here would also require us to do a wheelie jump over this bridge gap. But with little room to gain speed for the boost and our backboard being made out of trampoline, this jump ended up causing the most deaths out of anything during this run. I would also have to full-on save quit after every death because Brick would turn into a literal brick if I left and re-entered this map, soft locking us. So we made no progress if we lost a car and would have to restart all of the mobbing all over again. Also, the claptrap door was another one of those coin flip doors that would only stop me sometimes. Still not sure what decides this, but oh well. It only takes me 2 minutes to figure out if it's gonna take me another 2 minutes to figure out if it's gonna take me another 2 minutes. The final door I needed to wait for was pretty tough to get by. A lot of loaders were thrown at us here, and the sheer number of them could kill me quick. It wasn't always those guys getting me though. The amount of corrosive and slag guns that the Hyperion guys had was absolutely crazy. It felt like every attempt that I got past the claptrap door, I had to deal with at least one of those elements. The numerous barrels scattered in this map also messed me up a few times, and that dumb guy behind the steering wheel? Don't even get me started with him. And after nearly an hour, I finally managed to get the last door open and had a straight shot towards the vault. On the bright side, I don't have to wait for Brick and Mordecai anymore since they opened both the doors. But on the downside, dark side? Passenger side? I don't even know. All I know is that RPG loaders suck. And with no Brick there to distract them, I was going to have to make this jump while dealing with an RPG loader every single attempt. If he spawned on the lower section, I pretty much just had to hit him directly midair, and if he spawned on the upper section, my only hope was to break his ankles as he rounded this corner. But 90% of the time, he would just shoot me with the rocket launcher, and I would turn into the little psycho from the intro cutscene of this game. After finally making it to the vault, I was ready to fight Jack, fight the warrior, and end the— oh, bro, really? Oh, brother, dude, why is there a car wall here? Cars aren't even supposed to be in this map. Why? Ah, dude, whatever. I guess what are my other options? Great. Yeah, so on top of doing the goofy jump to get into Heroes Pass and hitting this jump without getting blown up, I also have to hit this jump right here. And guess who did it first try? Yeah, not me. Second try though, we got it, and we were able to start our fight with Jack. I was a bit worried here. I couldn't make Jack ragdoll, and the Sawblade Technical's goofy hurtbox made it so I was touching lava and taking damage even when I wasn't even in it. For this reason, finding cover to heal was a bit scary, but there were some safe spots. After I broke Jack's shield and his shield drone, I ended up breaking his AI, and he just kind of let me have it. Yay! The warrior was only slightly scarier than Jack. As you can see, I wasn't really scared of any fire damage. I was kind of vibing in it, honestly. I was mostly afraid of him launching my car into a death pit or something. But as long as I kept my distance and got the occasional crystalisk to ragdoll, oh my god, that looks so weird, I would be fine. And I was fine, because 5 minutes later, the warrior entered its deathbed phase, and we finished this run. Which means, yeah, you can beat Borderlands 2. Oh, wait, hold on. We still gotta kill Jack, don't we? Actually, yeah, let's do something funny. Let's just boost into him or something. Yeah, I wasn't lying when I said I was gonna double my deaths, because for the next 2 hours, I was trying to get a car back to dying handsome Jack. Oh, but you could just let Lilith kill Jack. No, shut the fuck up. You know we're not doing that. No, 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 no. So after dying to this jump, RPG loaders, and corrosive weapons 20 more times, and dying to this jump 7 more times, I finally made the jump again and found out that Jack can't even be killed by running him over. So I decided to just kill him with the goofy alternate fire saw blades that deal like 300 damage. So for real this time, yeah, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only cars. Bonus content time, woo! The last thing I wanted to do was thank Ellie for giving us the upgrade needed to beat this run. Without her, we would have been in so much more trouble. We would have been squishy, low damage, and I don't even know if we would have been able to make some of the jumps we needed to. So to show my appreciation, I stole a bunch of Ellie statues from the local bandits and decorated Ellie's garage before doing one last victory lap. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for sticking around for the full ride. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all of that helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, getting yourself something from GamerSupps using my link, or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I'll leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked down below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Man, I'm sick of this thing. Don't worry guys, when that goes platinum, I will still be making YouTube videos. Anyway, we made our way to Opportunity to go steal Jack's voice. We had a scary clutch moment before taking on the Jack double, and as soon as one of my shots hit him, he decided to sprint as far away as possible. But I was tailing him the whole time, knowing that I had to take him out here and now or go back to the stacking crate. And with a little bit of bullet dodging luck, I managed to take the double down first try and ran around Opportunity to the info kiosks to acquire Jack's voice. That went relatively easily compared to the rest of the challenge, but this is where things really start to fall apart. It was time for the bunker raid, and the cold medicine coursing through my veins really started to mess with my decision making. Dude, 3 fucking times I pre-stacked at this crate just to fail this jump and have to pre-stack again. I literally could have just walked around, but for some reason my stubbornness was on overdrive and I completely forgot how to grenade jump.
Still gonna hit this grenade jump though. Well, let's get back to stacking.
I decided to reboot myself like a haunted animatronic so I could finally make it over this gap and start our fight with the staircase. Took a bit to take it down, but after that we ran into a real problem. Now this entire run, I've been pretty used to dealing no damage, but when it came to these baby turrets, I was dealing no damage. For those who don't know, these wall-mounted turrets are glitched and can't take any splash damage, and since the Wonderlust does pure splash damage, we were screwed. But I mean, if they're gonna cheat, I'll just use Death Trap to get through this part. Oh, yeah, we're super screwed, aren't we? Because in order to pass this barrier, we're going to need a build that is only just barely more viable than Shock Gauge. Okay, so melee gauge is one of those things you do as a joke. I mean, with claws is such a crap skill that calling it a capstone is honestly wild. Come to think of it, all of Gage's skills are backwards. Why do the skills get worse as you go down the skill tree? Riddle me that. Anyway, after a quick respec, we made a plan to kill the turrets with a bladed wand. What am I doing with my life? A bladed Wonderlust and melee gauge. Step 1 of the plan was to pre-stack on an ammo crate near the turrets. After that, we would look for level 89 turrets because these guys can range from 89 to 91 and the difference between the two can really feel like night and day. If we didn't get level 89 turrets, we would have to run back through the scary red circle field so that they would despawn and respawn with a different level. We would then set up our distraction by spawning Death Trap and baiting the turrets to fight him. DT would sit there pretending to help while I would slag the turrets using Betty bullets and start swinging with my Wonderlust. Well, I know it looks like I'm using some crazy claws, but the blade on the Wonderlust is boosting my damage, I promise. And just in case there's some extra new people here, this game has a little quirk called Infinite Vertical Melee, which lets you melee anything directly below or above you from any distance, so I know it looks like I'm killing this thing with my mind, but that's just how the game works. After dealing with both of those turrets, we could not push forward because I had to go back to the normal build and restack again. I don't know if I could plug myself anymore, so shout out to Bulby. They make all the cool music I use in my videos, so if you've been vibing with it, make sure to check them out. Link in the description. Anyway, after that, we ran our way back to the mountain and started our fight with the Super Toaster. Since I'm playing Gage, I find it appropriate to be a nerd and start yammering about a strat I did for this guy. So for the run up until the baby turrets, I've been using the binary version or the ×2 prefix on the Wonderlust to increase my DPS. Now usually, the double prefix isn't always the best option on pistols because it kills your accuracy and lowers your DPR or damage per round. But this gun is so bad that I think it's the only gun that makes the DPS boost from the binary prefix make it so you actually use less ammo because the enemy has less time to regen. This gun is so cursed. Anyway, this giant toaster doesn't have health regen, so for this guy specifically, I pulled out a Wonderlust with the damage prefix to make the absolute most out of my ammo. I knew that even with this strat, he was going to have a good chunk of health left over, that I would have to just wait for the constructor to slowly nuke itself to death for the final chunk. Full ammo with the damage prefix Wonderlust got it down to about 1/3 of its health left. And at that point, I started opening all the ammo crates I could reach safely, and after a few nukes, I found just enough ammo to finally take this thing down. And now we've only got one more thing before the bunker, and that is the Face McShooty snipe.
Alright, by the way, I'm not moving my mouse at all. It's on the right, and then bam, bam.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have tried that with 400 Anarchy stacks. You know what, I'll come back when I have some accuracy. Alright, so the bunker fight was coming up, and taking out the turrets beforehand was pretty annoying. The ones within melee range were fine, but the ones that were far off were hard to hit because my shots would decide to home into the loaders that were rushing me down instead of the turrets. I ended up dying a few times and had to restack while fighting, but we were making progress, right up until the last turret that couldn't get slagged. Usually this means you slagged it while it was still spawning in, but I would never do that, at least on purpose. My theory is when I was trying to kill something else, one of my mischievous shots decided to seek this guy down and ruin my day. Our solution to this problem was some cheese spot on the lower part of the map and stacking off it until it died. Who else just got deja vu? And then it was time for the bunker, and this was gonna be horrible. Lee easy. I camped the fuck out of this guy because there was no reason to get close to the loaders and make those guys angry when I could just sit next to the ammo vendor and let the Wonderlust do its thing. Which is cool that I first tried a boss for once, but dang was it boring. I can already tell my aim for the next time I play Borderlands is going to be terrible because I'm so used to not aiming, but I feel like Gage mains can just say that in general. Wait, conspiracy theory time. Gage mains are made when someone takes a Gage playthrough too far. And when they start playing another character, their aim is so bad that they can't do anything, but instead of blaming their own skill, they just say, oh, I'll just play Gage again. And then the slippery slope starts creating a cycle. Angel Core was up next, and this is where things went to shit. I know this is the third time I've said something along those lines in the video, but it just keeps getting worse. Shooting the injectors was entirely luck-based because our shots would not home into them, so that's kind of funny. But after that, it was just constant stress. If I lost my stacks here, I would have no way to get them back reasonably because leaving Angel Core to go pre-stack would reset the whole section. Things were going okay at first. Roland showed up with a green rarity Torg assault rifle, so I was able to play support for a bit, but I still ended up dying because I wasn't able to shoot the ion loader that was in melee range. I tried desperately to stack off the enemies using Angel's ammo to fuel us, but after Roland left, a wave of 3 laser turrets and 4 loaders put us in a very rough spot. And after we died again, we were soft locked. You know, usually when someone says they're soft locked, it means a glitch is preventing them from progressing, so they have to save quit out of the game and reset. But there was no glitch happening here. We were soft-locked by our lack of DPS and our inability to get ammo to stack because of the horde waiting for us on the other side of this door. And trust me, I tried the most convoluted stacking strats in here just to end up wasting an hour of my life. With no other options, we rode the elevator back up and started stacking. And 20 minutes later, we died to the exact same wave. That would just completely overwhelm us. And once again, we rode the elevator of defeat because we were soft locked. Third time's the charm though, right? Yeah, not in a gas mask run. This time we got glitch soft lock. Angel and Roland kept telling me the injectors were unshielded, but they weren't. And the Tesla towers were really starting to... What the fuck do I even call this? These motherfuckers are playing Skyblock. This game is so fucking cursed. Gage is so fucking cursed. And the fucking Wanderlust is so fucking cursed. You know what? I'm even willing to say it. The Wanderlust is just fucking cursed. I refuse to believe that anybody even play tested this weapon, and honestly, I don't think a lot of you guys play tested this weapon either. Recently, our homie Mick made a video ranking all the pistols in BL2. You should watch that if you haven't. But yeah, in the video, he ranked the Wanderlust as the second worst, but only because the starter pistol can't go past level 33. What I'm about to read to you are real comments left on that video. When I read these to you, please think about all the struggles you've seen in this video so far. Here we go. Isn't the Wanderlust meant to be used on Gage? How did you not think to test that? Honestly, the Wanderlust is okay on Krieg and Gage. Krieg, it can activate Bloodbath, and Gage can have so much raw damage that it can kinda work. Breaking news, local Wanderlust hater doesn't know how to play Hellborn, Krieg, or Anarchy Gage. This thing on Gage would be actually fucking insane. The Wanderlust completely bypasses the downsides of Anarchy while still having just high enough base damage to kill stuff. Still not good, but does have this niche use. The Wanderlust in my eyes wouldn't be the worst pistol, mainly because Gage actually makes surprisingly nice work of it. Given how it is designed to be shot while taking cover, a 1 accuracy pistol that can get a massive damage boost from the 8 times damage of 400 Anarchy, yeah, it can be surprisingly useful on Gage. Guys, this will be the video that breaks me. It's rant time. First off, the Wanderlust does not bypass the negative effects of Anarchy. It just gives you the negative effects without the benefit. Something like the Hot Mama Sniper would bypass the negative effects of Anarchy because it always has 100% accuracy while aiming down sights, but the Wanderlust doesn't do this. This comment also says that it has high enough base damage to kill stuff. What? How about this? Let's compare the Wanderlust to its non-unique counterpart, a normal E-Tech homing dart. All of these stats are the exact same, and we already know the Wanderlust loses all of its accuracy. Now, which of these two stats do you think got increased to balance out the Wanderlust and make it worth using? Well, the Wanderlust does get a whopping 3% status effect chance boost, which is pretty much useless. But what about the damage? A measly 10% buff? Maybe a 20% buff? Yeah, how about a near 30% nerf? Yes, the pearlescent version that you can only get at level 62 or higher and only found from Tubbies loses 30% of its damage and all of its accuracy just to get a 3% boost to dot chance. Just use a fucking dart at this point. Sure, the homing isn't as strong, but at least you can choose your targets, and I would say that's way more important. On top of just using a dart, use a different brand of dart while you're at it, because Maliwan is the only one that takes 3 ammo per shot and has probably the worst DPS out of all of them. Hyperion and Bandit ones don't need to reload every 3 shots. Flat up ones can actually spray down some damage, and Tedier ones have some of the best chuck damage in the game. This thing is hot garbage. But Gas, it's pretty good with 400 Anarchy stacks. Yeah, you know what else is good with 400 Anarchy stacks? Literally every weapon in the game. You know what's not good with 400 Anarchy stacks? The fucking Wanderlust. May I also remind you that this thing came with the same DLC that gave us Digistruct Peak and the OP levels. I think it's fair to say that if a DLC gives us a gun, it should be at least reasonable to use that in said DLC. So what kind of sick joke is this thing? I couldn't even beat the OP4 Peak with an OP10 Wanderlust and 400 Anarchy stacks, because the Wanderlust killed me. And I know it was the Wanderlust because I had full health right as Scorch rammed me, meaning there was a projectile in his forehead that bypassed my health gate. This thing does not go crazy with Max Anarchy. You go crazy with Max Anarchy. One of the arguments I did like was saying to use this on Krieg. Shout out to our homie Mr. TX01 for the gameplay, but with Bloodbath and Krieg gun build, you can do some really cool mobbing with this since every kill will re-proc Bloodbath, giving you a constant 500% damage boost. But unless you jumpstart it with a fastball kill to get your first proc, you aren't going to do much with this thing. But also, just use a fucking dart. Here's a fun little challenge for you guys. I want you to comment down below and tell me why this is a perfect Wonderlust in my eyes. There are a few reasons, but I'll pin the most detailed answer. Good luck. I can't think of a good reason to use this thing. Really, TX? You think you got a good reason? Alright, let's hear it.
But what if it's fun, though? Now, call me a sadist, but I find that this gun can be genuinely enjoyable in the right hands. Just not Gage's hands.
Oh, actually, good point. Games are meant for fun, and if you enjoy using the Wonderlust, that is awesome. I mean, look, I've made this channel off of using terrible guns, and the challenge that this gun has provided has been genuinely fun. So if you think the Wonderlust is fun, use the Wonderlust. I'm not here to tell you not to, but please, oh please, actually use the Wonderlust before you say it's good. The amount of times I see people go, no accuracy? It's factually busted on Gage, is the biggest hasty generalization fallacy I've ever heard. Too often, I see people not trying things and just assuming based on what other people have said. Please experience this thing firsthand. You've seen the struggle in this video, but I still encourage you to get the save file from our Discord server and test it yourself. And if you like it, that's awesome. I know I go pretty bare bones for my runs and don't optimize every little part of the build, but you can build around just about any gun in this game. And for some people, that's just the beauty of Borderlands. Fun is different for everybody, and part of the fun for me is that feeling when a hard fight is finally won. And that's where I find beauty in Borderlands. I personally don't like the Wonderlust and wish that a super rare item like this was worth the payout, but the challenge it possesses is one I have no regrets taking on. I love the beauty in the struggle, and honestly, I don't know if I would change anything about this game, because I always have fun with it. Well, you know, except for when I'm fucking stacking, ugh! Long story short, I hate Gage more than the Wonderlust. Well, I think I got all of that out of my system and ended on a pretty wholesome note at that. But I bet you're wondering about Angel Court now. Well, after failing a few more times to that same big wave and the Wonderlust one-shotting me because it bumped the cover I was trying to use, I tried a new strat and got a little lucky. The plan was to start firing before the big wave started, so I had a bunch of projectiles in the air that would all home in at once. It was like some Netero 99th hand type of thing. This reference is also double funny when you realize the Wonderlust also can't kill an ant. I managed to take out all the turrets like this, and I also got an ion loader to spawn, which was helpful because now the loaders would group up instead of surround me. It was also here that I found out that the Wonderlust's projectiles can actually go through an ion loader shield. Wait, an actual reason to use the Wonderlust? I have to tell everybody. This is going to be groundbreaking. This is gonna change the— oh wait, never mind. Normal darts do that too. Just use a fucking dart. After that wave, Lilith showed up, and this was probably the happiest I was ever to see her. The aggro relief was honestly so refreshing, and I finally had some time to relax. But Lilith didn't like that too much.
There it is. She said it. Good grief. I was just thinking. Imagine if this is the run of all runs. She doesn't say it in a YouTube run. This cursed, goofy Angel Core. Imagine if. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? What is this gun? What I hit? Did I hit Lilith? My Wonderlust targeted Lilith, bro, and it killed me. And now I have to pre-stack again. Well, what I was trying to do was I was trying to save Roland. Shoot. Shoot. Alright. Alright, those are gonna home in and kill Jack. We got this. We got this. Nah, I think they despawned. Yeah, they despawned. I fucking hate this gun.
Anyway, we made it back to Sanctuary and made our way to the Blight. We finally had the better stacking crate, and I was so happy about that. Well, until I remembered I was using the Wonderlust.
No, not the bully. I can't stack here, guys. The fucking Wonderlust shoots the bullymongs. No, bullymongs. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, dude. Hey, hey, hey. Hey now, hey. Calm down. Hey, listen. The gun didn't hurt. You're fine, okay? It didn't do that much damage, okay? We're cool. I know your homie's over in Three Horns, okay? I know him. Yeah, I know him. I also know Anger. I know him too. Yeah, see? We're cool. We're cool. It was an accident, okay? Thank you. Thank you for understanding. Dude, your spine looking dope, by the way. You gotta send me your glute exercises, bro. Send them my way. Thanks.
Up next was Sawtooth Cauldron. I got here and was immediately cornered by the ambush commanders and their horde of goons. The issue of not being able to choose my targets became extremely prevalent here, and they were also just completely surrounding my only ammo vendor. It wasn't long before a stray grenade sent me plummeting down into the lava below, and at first glance this seems like a Rip Stacks moment, but I had a plan.
Hold on. I have a big brain play. Good. Good. We still got all our stacks.
15 minutes of normal gauge gameplay later, we finally took out the ambush commanders and made our way towards Boombringer. I wanted to fight as little enemies as possible, so I decided to try and sneak past them. But this isn't a stealth game, so that didn't work. Now stackless, I realized that my current objective didn't really require stacks, so I decided to just keep trying and hoping the bandits had the same accuracy as me. I also did some grenade jump strats to bypass most of them. Making it to Boombringer took more deaths than time, really. I had no faith that my Wonderlust would home in on Mortar's buzzards, so I decided to just point blank it because I had nothing else to lose. Mortar and the buzzards were up next, so I decided to get more money to stack and then go back to the crate. Just in time for one last mid-roll. Welcome back. I've decided to let Mortar live, but I did break his ankles to teach him a lesson, and rode the elevator up to start fighting the buzzards. If you're wondering, yes, they do fly away faster than my bullets can home into them, and yes, that's fucking annoying. In order to hit these things, we first had to hide in the soup can until we cleared out the bandits. Luckily, we had some help.
Oh, fucking stinky him, dude. Yes! Oh, do it again. Do it again. Yes!
And after that, we just had to time our shots so they were pretty much jousting the buzzards instead of trying to chase them. I managed to get 3 of them before this scavenger ruined everything, and I didn't want to go back to the crate, so I decided to just stack off the guy with broken ankles before making our way back up.
You guys see that Wonderlust shot not knowing to go over the fence? Thank you, Wonderlust. Very cool.
Also, don't worry, he didn't survive. And neither did the buzzards when I got back up there with max stacks. We secured the goods and made our way to the boneyard. We immediately lost our stacks here trying to kill a tubby skag, so I found a cheese spot to stack on the guy. He survived all the way up until I made it to 235, and he did not drop a Wonderlust, which sucks for later. Still not sure why I decided to stack up here. I knew I was just gonna rush the pumping stations, so I speed ran through all of that and stacked up for the Saturn fight. Oh, you wanted to see Saturn himself. Yeah, no, I don't have any footage of that. This is the best you're gonna get. Yeah, so I stood here for a bit, ended up taking 2.5 full ammo backpacks to take the scary red dot down. After that, I immediately lost all my precious stacks to an RPG loader, so it was back to sneaking past all the bad guys to grab the info and get out of there. Alright, we're on the final stride. One last farming session at the crate to get us through the rest of the game. Instead of throwing another ad meme here, I just want to tell you guys how many times I had to pre-stack in this run. What you are watching now is pre-stacking session number 50. And with an average stacking time of 10 minutes, that maths up to 8 hours and 40 minutes of anarchy stacking. And I'm just saying, if that isn't worth your sub, I don't know what is. We met with Claptrap and started our last mobbing section. We played carefully and got pushed all the way back to the entrance of the area and held our triggers down until the door was open. We then ran through Heroes Pass, dodging all the non-necessary fights, and made it to the fight with Jack. And I was truly dreading this fight. A lot of you guys might know that Jack has some extremely strong health regen at OP10 that has given us issues with far stronger weapons. Match this with the fact that he could just teleport away and get shield surveyors we have to deal with, and you can see that this fight could be hard. And if you also remember that the Wonderlust does splash damage, so we can't block him at the terminal to cheese his AI without blowing ourselves up in the process, you see that this fight has to be hard. And our only real hope for this fight was for Jack's AI to break, which could take an indefinite amount of time. And do you know how long it took for Jack's pathfinding to finally break? 0 seconds. He was bugged practically fresh out the womb. His shield broke, and for the first time I have ever seen, he just did not make himself a shield surveyor and just started pacing back and forth. I was ready to be here for 6+ hours, hands together praying, but to my surprise, I was already blessed. Yeah, bro, I have never seen Jack go this freaking broken right off the bat. Like, he was still moving, but it was like you gave your 4-year-old little brother the controller. I don't know. Maybe Jack was like, yikes, he has to play Gauge and use the Wonderlust for this run? I'll just let him have it. But like, thanks? There has to be a god.
Yeah.
There has to be. I don't even know what else to say. I was just baffled and had to fight the warrior now. This was going to be a long fight, and for one last time, we used the Shock Wonderlust to fight the warrior. Shock Gauge isn't real! One of the biggest issues with this fight was just making the Rack angry, and my Wonderlust loved doing that. Don't get me wrong, the Wonderlust was clutching up when I needed it to, which was an extremely weird feeling to just be like, rip stacks and then get a second win so many times, but this was a patience game. I offer you peace. You see this gun I'm holding? It can't decide who it fires. I'm a level with you, Volcanic Rack. I can't aim this thing, okay? You see the bullets chasing you? I have no control over that. This guy, I know, he came up in your house and he's ruining everything. I'm trying to get rid of him, okay? I'm trying my absolute best to get rid of this dude for you, okay? But I need you to evacuate the area. I see your homies over there, and I know you've taken casualties, and some of them are me. But let's be realistic here. If I don't take that thing out, you're all gone. That tail, I've seen it smack so many of you guys out of the fucking air, okay? So let's truce this out. Cool. Pal, is there something I need to give you? Do you want a high five? What's he trying to tell me, guys? I'm a bullymong whisperer. You want to front like that? Huh? Huh? Yeah, what are you gonna do when I keep running into you, huh? Got you by the throat. Yeah, get out of here. They didn't want peace. Anyway, after a few clutches and 1 hour later, the warrior entered his deathbed phase, and we won this fight. We decided to let the real MVP of this run deal the finishing blow to Jack. Shout out to the stacking coaster for being vital to this run and my mental health. And with Jack finally dead, yeah, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the Wonderlust. And yes, you heard that right. Bonus content time, woo! So I quite enjoyed the challenge of this run. That being said, I don't think I will ever be happy if I get a Wonderlust drop from a Tubby. So to finish this run, I decided that in order to complete it, I would have to farm a Wonderlust with the Wonderlust, so that getting one would bring me joy just one time in my life. As said before, this drop can only come from Tubby enemies, which are rare themselves. And on top of that, the chance to get a Wonderlust to drop is roughly 1.67%, which translates to about a 1 in 60 chance. For this, we had 3 options. 1, farm Tubbies in the Badlands and then just stack on them when we found them. This would be slow, and dealing with the whole pack of Skags would make it extremely hard. 2, farm Tubby Varkids on Wham Bam Island. If you get to the point where you're supposed to inject the first pod, Varkids will infinitely spawn, so you won't have to pre-stack on every run. But this can easily get out of hand.
Already an ultimate? Wait, what? Yeah, I don't know if this would be a viable. Because if I can't kill the pods fast enough, then that would be an issue. What the fuck? No! Not you!
And before you ask, I was gonna try, but she despawned. Sorry, guys. Or 3, use the Kleptocurrency Tubby farm to find Tubbies optimally. Option 3 was regrettably our best option. And the issue with this option is that we had to beat most of the fucking Giraffe DLC to unlock this farm. But like, no way I would do that. Could you imagine having to go back to the stacking crate just to fight through all the tanky plant psychos and all the annoying doll guys beaming you with their E-Tech snipers, and then fighting more tanky plant dudes and even tankier doll guys, and fighting even more tanky plant dudes and even more tanky doll guys? just to finally make it to a giant tanky Super Saturn and lose all my stacks because max ammo is nowhere near close enough to kill it, and then have to cheese stack off Uranus. Yes, I just said that. Spend $800 bajillion on ammo and sit there for half an hour watching your homing bullets fail to do the one job they were designed for, just to finally get the kill and get a bunch of cool loot you can't even use. And on top of doing all that, adding another hour of stacking to the run and still have to farm tubbies for a 1 in 60 drop. Can you imagine that? Well, you don't have to, because you just watched it. So how did the tubby farming actually go? Well, anytime I found one of these cute little guys, I would have to pre-stack on them until my damage outdid their health regen. I mean, unless we just happened to fight our way over towards the doll guys nearby by accident, and they so happened to help kill the spider ants for me. Yeah, that was pretty cool when that happened. Tubby after tubby would fall, and I was prepared to be here for months possibly. I would see a pearlescent pistol and get so nervous just to find out it's a stalker or an unforgiven. But on tubby number 15, I ended up using the rest of my luck for the year. Don't forget to look away. I mean, the prediction's up. It almost fell through the fucking floor. You guys see that? There's no way, right guys? There's no way it's happening. There's no way Quad Blades win this, right? Quad Blades isn't gonna win this. Quad Blades isn't winning this, right guys? That's just not gonna happen. Only 15 tubbies? That only took 3 hours. Oh my god. Oh, we got it. Oh my god. I can't believe we got that on day 1. It's OP10 with doll grip. So it's kind of but so is every Wonderlust. I don't even care. Oh. Let's go, it bounced in! Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. And once again, thank you guys for 100,000 subscribers on the channel. You guys are awesome and I cannot express my gratitude enough. If you want to continue to help the channel grow, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, getting yourself something over at GamerSupps using my link, or going to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I will leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live down in the description, and last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below, but until next time, breathe easy, homies. Man, I fucking hate the Wonderlust. So a while back, I posted a video of me trying to beat Borderlands 2 with only Terramorphous gear, and that was probably the hardest challenge overall out of all the ones I've done on this channel. It was also the video with the most comments telling me that I chose the wrong character. So this time around, we're going to answer, can Zero beat Borderlands 2 as Terramorphous? The rules for this will be the same as last time. This is going to be an Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough. Bar will not be allowed, and I must have the Teeth, Breath, Blood, Hide, and Slayer of Terramorphous items equipped at all times. If you don't remember what these items do, well, the Teeth bite, the Breath breathes, the Blood takes up a relic slot, and the Hide makes me hit harder, painful to touch, and sometimes I just explode. The class mod does a whole lot of nothing, really. But to keep it thematic, I have to full spec into every skill boosted by the Slayer of Terramorphous class mod. Here's a quick peek at the build. I'll dive into the important stuff as we go, but with that out of the way, let's get started. So, Tutorial Town in the last Terror run was quite a struggle, because Krieg doesn't have any slagging skills. But this time around, we don't only have slag from Zero's kunai throwing skill, but we also have Deathmark. And if we manage to line up both Deathmark and Slag, we can put out some real damage. These two multipliers are multiplicative with each other, so instead of Slag's usual triple damage, we were getting nearly hexaple damage with Deathmark included. So instead of me dying to each enemy once like last time, each enemy died to me once. I was kind of surprised how much damage the Teeth of Terror was doing. I was prepared for a melee to just outperform the Teeth in all situations, but I was absolutely wrong about that. I was also guessing that the bonus splash damage you get when the full bite animation completes would do more damage, but straight up point blanking enemies was murdering these guys. Oh my god, okay, this thing point blank kinda goes crazy. We're on OP 10, right? So I actually cleared this place out without dying and met up with Hammerlock. I threatened to rip his other arm off if he didn't fix Claptrap for me, so bro got to work pretty quick. Claptrap and I made our way towards Boom Boom, and then I remembered I had the Breath of Terror grenade, so I started testing that thing out. And I mean, it worked, but in a throw all 10 of them to kill a tight group of bandits kind of worked, you know? But honestly, I was just using it because it made the bandits sound terrified. After that, we made it to Boom Boom. Now, this fight might sound a little scary because armored enemies resist fire, and that's all we do, really. But their crit spots are made of flesh, and Zero loves crits, especially when you have to spec 9 points into headshot. Well, that and 1 point into bore, so, prepare your ears, guys. Alright, so if you're new to Boar, it does some goofy stuff with overlapping hitboxes. My bullets are hitting his body and his turret multiple times per shot, and that loud chunking sound you're hearing is the Boar sound effect being spammed. And this is a tame example of this Boar sound. There's some bosses that just straight up get murked by this skill alone. Very sorry, but this is going to take a minute. I would try to slag Boom here, but I recently found out that slagging him in his turret doesn't actually make him take more damage, he just turns purple. And surprising nobody, the same applies to Deathmark here, because this game is more spaghetti than the Thrasher Arm section of the Terramorphous fight. I'm honestly kind of baffled that I never noticed this in my 4,000 hours of playing, but oh well. Jeez, thank goodness that's over, dude. I feel like my ears are ringing. Anyway, after knocking Boom out of his cannon, I retreated to the shadows and planned to assassinate them both. Absolutely huffing the copium, I was assuming I was gonna need melee for the rest of this boss fight, but to my surprise, that just was not working. To be fair, my Roid shield was still up, and in order to get the damage boost, it needs to be broken. Breaking it myself is kind of hard. I could use the Breath of Terror, but that would easily eat my health bar, and I could throw some kunai, but the randomness of the elemental damage would also mean I would just likely mark myself. And even if I could break my shield, I nerfed myself a little bit by giving myself the worst possible parts on the Hide of Terra because I thought having too much Roid damage would trivialize the run. So I figured that I might have been focusing too much into Zero's playstyle, you know, backstabs, assassinations, and I needed to play more into Terramorphous' playstyle, just biting their fucking heads off.
I'm gonna munch. I'm gonna crunch.
Was that the bite of 87?
Oh. Holy shit, Teeth of Terror. Oh my god, Zero's crazy. This is why I don't always choose the optimal character, guys. Dude, this video is gonna be the perfect example of why I chose Krieg. After I dealt with those guys, I saved Claptrap by throwing 10 Breaths of Terror at him. Now, don't worry, he's fire resistant. And after burning the rest of the bandits on our way, we made it to our first scary fight. So, scary fire guy Captain Flint with the fire gun and the fire attacks was going to be a tough fight, and I hope you can guess why. The absolute only way our Teeth of Terror was going to deal any damage to this guy is if we pulled out a bladed one. I faced the fact that this fight might be a little bit more challenging since we had to go for a melee kill, but I really thought I would hit for more than this. Seeing this, I decided a little bit of cheese was net. Oh no. Oh, is this GASMASK guy gonna do the stupid thing again? Bro, why can't you ever fight Flynn normally, bro? Yep, look at him. He's luring him over to the bar. Typical. What's he gonna do? Execute? Yep. Wow. Yep, and there he goes. Flint's just completely passive now. Crazy. But what else are you gonna do when you're trying to kill fire with fire? Well, this should just be a piece of cake at this point. Ain't no way he just died cheesing Flint, bro. Ain't no way. Anyway, yeah, in my mischievous play, karma got the best of me, and the bandits up above managed to take me out to protect their captain. That was the first death of the run, and everybody knows that the first death of the run is always just an opening floodgate. After getting Flint back into position, I ran into another issue. Even with him completely passive, I just didn't deal enough melee damage to beat out his health regen. And if my shield wasn't broken giving me that roid damage, my Thresher tentacle arms just turned to wet noodles. And like, I could find ways to break my shield, but it wouldn't stay broken long enough to get the kill. And if melee wasn't the answer, what was? You know, I once said, whoever said fight fire with fire was an absolute bozo if I'm being frank. And while I stand by that, I did learn that you can fight fire with fire with fire. Now, if you guys are lactose intolerant watching, you may want to look away from the screen for like the next 2 minutes, because what you're about to see is some of the most calcium-rich, lactose-packed cheese you will ever see. Because we took Flint to the curdler. We can throw kunai at Flint, eat 1 or 2 of them to strip our shield, and then get roid off of that. But the fire barrel... Oh, shit. Wait, right here. Wait. Can I hit him from here? Oh, that's crazy. And he gives me the crit. This is huge. This is crazy, actually. Hold on. Just to finish him off proper. So yeah, I'm like the only person in the world who has ever killed Flint with a fire barrel. Just a little flex, you know. Anyway, after clearing out the bandits and getting revenge for ruining the one life, we made it to Three Horns where we met up with the Bullymong homies and got a sick matching car. To the Terramobile! In order to get into Sanctuary, we had to save Corporal Reese. So we found him and threw 10 breaths of terror at him. Do worry, he is not fire resistant. After that, we put the Stinky on the Power Core Psycho so that it would respawn over by Sanctuary and then got out of the camp quickly. I almost forgot to avenge Reese though, so I threw a few kunai and more breaths of terror into the bandit camp to make sure I didn't burn him alive in vain. So we made it back to Sanctuary. You don't want to hear about me pressing 84 buttons here, so instead I'm gonna talk about our partner, GASMASK'S. Attention, all European and Australian homies. GASMASK'S has officially launched stores just for you, which means your shipping times and prices are going to be slashed. No longer will you have to pay $8 for an energy drink that tastes like glass cleaner. And honestly guys, I am so hyped for you. I've made the jump to GASMASK'S and I have not looked back. It tastes better, it's sugar-free, and less than 1 calorie per serving, so it's just better for you. And they have anime ladies. And I know some of you guys don't like anime women, and that's fine, but to that I say, fuck the cup, drink the juice. They have plenty of flavors based on old men if you're looking for something safe for work, but I mean, hey, if you do like anime women, don't fuck the cup. Just drink the juice. One of my favorite things about GASMASK'S is the control you have. Flavor too strong? Add more water. Flavor too light? Add another scoop. Too much caffeine? Get a caffeine-free variant. Want to try something new? Start mixing flavors. Like, bro, you guys are literally living in a timeline where mixing Red 40 into your lean is just straight up the healthier option to a conventional energy drink, and you're letting that slide. That's just crazy. So if you want to try the best energy drink out there, head on over to gamersupps.gg/LGM or use the link in the description to get started. And make sure to use code LGM to get 10% off your order and support the channel. Every tub sold gets us closer to the LilGasmask X GASMASK'S collab, and I could be the anime baddie on the cup. Don't fuck it. Anyway, let's see how the run's going.
This is the Firehawk. Come to Frostburn Canyon or people will die.
Wow, Lilith really taking the whole fire gimmick from me, eh? Typical. Thanks for hiding behind camps full of fire nomads that have explosive tanks on their back so I can't even backstab them easily. Very useful. Anyway, I tried blending in with the pyromaniacs here and just booked it to Lilith. I've done this in pretty much every run, so I've learned a lot of techniques to get through this part safely. Alright chat, you want to know the trick to juking this guy out? Right under his armpit, okay? You have to be able to take a quick whiff, okay? Right under his armpit. You go too wide, he hits you. That's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. Anyway, I found the draft and started the actual mobbing section here. I was excited to throw more breaths at all the fleshy psychos, but the ratio of normies to ironclads was super skewed for this run. These guys were a real rock in my shoe. Actually, you know what? How would a Thresher even wear shoes? Would it be like this or like this? Answer in the comments. Anyway, with how well this challenge was going, it was kind of a nice little challenge to try and deal with these guys. I could get some practice with melee combat, I could work on hitting crits because the last video fucking murdered my aim, or I could just hit him with my specialty. This combat was pretty fun, honestly. The only thing that could make it better is if Lilith wasn't there. She kept stealing my kills, so I decided to start luring the bandits out of her arena so she just wouldn't even be involved. Lilith! Here, I'll show you guys the under the armpit. Under the armpit. Watch this time. We'll even take a little sniff on the way. Oh my god, Lilith almost made me run boost into death off of that guy. That would have been peak content, but here's what you guys do, right? You see that? You see the technique? Ready? It's that easy. It's that easy. Right under the armpit. I put the stinky on him. Anyway, I finished off the bandits and we made our way to the Bloodshot Dam to go save Roland. They didn't think our car was cool enough, so we had to go meet up with Ellie to get a new car. It was here I got the one and only kill with the spike damage on the hide of Terra. Sure, it was an infant spider ant, but we count those dubs. Anyway, we had to kill some bandit trucks and steal their parts. This part was a little scary because I had to get pretty close to these cars in order to bore them, and they could just kind of do a hit and run if they really wanted to. But I actually managed to kill all the technicals and still have time to peacefully ride the caravan back to Ellie's for the first time ever. We finally did it. Finally had a run where we could just take a peaceful ride back to Ellie. Let's go, chat. Let's go.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, hell no, man. What the...
Come on! After we got our new truck, the Bloodshots liked it enough to let us in, and we started our fight with Badma. I kind of fumbled my first attempt, but on the rematch I managed to get a few second wins by boring the little dudes tied to his shield, and Killing Blow managed to finish him off. This skill is absolutely god tier, and it's only a tier 1. Speaking of tier 1 skills, did you know for the 4 base game Vault Hunters, the Slayer of Terramorphous class mod only boosts 5 of the tier 1 skills? But then when it comes to Krieg Engage, they got a special treatment and they actually handpicked certain skills for those class mods. I think it would have been cool if the other 4 Vault Hunters got that type of special treatment, but I might just be mad that Killing Blow is the one that dodged the boost. But, I mean, look on the bright side. At least we have weapon zoom on the shotgun with no range. Anyway, the Bloodshot Stronghold was up next, and I was in my element here. There were tons of fleshy bad guys, and the Teeth was just absolutely devouring them. I mean, I still had issues with the toilet room, but that's just a given at this point. No! No! You are not gonna clog the toilet! They call me a motherfucking plunger. Put the stinky on him. I don't know if it was a plunger. It was more like Drano in that one, but... Don't make me be Drano again, bro. Don't make me be Drano again. The dunk. Let's get it. Anyway, we cleared out the rest of the mobs and gave Mad Mike the flushed away treatment before reaching the end of the fleshy enemy era. This part of the game introduces loaders, and at this point in the last Terramorphous run, it pretty much turned into a glorified melee run. The Teeth of Terra just didn't deal enough damage to even tickle these guys, and this run will be no exception. The bright side about the loaders here at the dam is that they weren't mandatory, but the blue toaster at the end was. I was pretty confident that some well-planned melee attacks could take this guy down, but I swear to God, one day, I will remember how slippery this fucker is. Yeah, things went south here really quick. I just could not deal with the loaders and turrets fast enough to find time to focus on the Warden.
Another one.
What the fuck is that?
And another one.
Another fucking protector? What the fuck is that? And even when I did manage to land a good melee hit, dodging all the bullets and the Warden's big stomp was just not working, especially when it put a fire dot on me. I tried the wedging strat with the back ramp, and even with roid damage, our melee was just not working. My idea of how this run was going to go was just totally backwards. I thought melee was going to be way better than shooting, but I stand corrected. So after a few rough attempts, the drop barge showed up and the Warden took Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag, where I was going to have to find a new plan to deal with this thing. The problem with this fight here is that it can actually be harder. Not only does the toaster make a bunch of loaders, but he now just gets the ability to moonshot more in now. That's helpful. It took a few deaths and a lot of experimenting, but I ended up finding a strategy that could win me this fight. Step 1 was to lure all the loaders to one side of the Warden, and right as they're about to kick my door down, I would use deception, run up to the Warden, and feed a shot right into his eyeball. The good thing about constructor crit spots is that they don't have an elemental resistance, so we could deal a little bit of damage even though we were using fire on armor. After that, we would run over to the other side of the Warden and lure the loaders over there, while occasionally throwing a Breath of Terror to keep the Warden's shield down. I would then repeat this process, spreading the toaster's minions like butter, right up until the Warden was in killing blow range, and we secured the dub. Roland might have been saved, but a new fear was instilled into me. Any future combat with loaders seemed pretty scary, and up next was setting up for the Wilhelm fight. So we made it to the Tundra and started doing the easy stuff first.
You got a fire gun, right?
Do I have a fire gun? He says. Chat, do you think I have a fire gun?
Anyway, we met Mordo, we met Tina, got the explosives to blow up the train, and had a casualty along the way.
He's gonna deflect the train. Bro killed my decoy. No.
So the Wilhelm fight was up next, and while I was ready for a challenge, Borderlands was ready to troll.
Give me 50 seconds while I get my health back. Perfect.
Anyway, I knew the first thing I was going to have to do in this fight was deal with all the loaders Wilhelm spawns in, because I would need to fully focus on the big fire-resistant guy that also has the anti-melee attack aura and the shield surveyors that give him a big ol' fire-resistant shield. You see why this is bad, right? Yeah, so the loaders were pretty simple to deal with for the most part, but fighting against the shield regen of 3 surveyors constantly was a losing battle. If I was lucky, some of them would fly close to each other and Boar would just handle it from there, but I was going to need something skill-based to secure this win, because the surveyor spawning was not going to stop. I tried meleeing them out of the air with execute, but that would only get 1 or 2 of them per deception use. I struggled here for about half an hour, and things were looking grim. But then, like a miracle, the plan came to me. Days before this challenge started, a homie in the Discord by the name of Pee Pee Poo Poo discovered a new glitch for Zero that could win us this fight. And since he is obviously incapable of coming up with a good name, we're gonna call this glitch the Thunder Jacket. Named after a similar glitch in Smash Melee, the Thunder Jacket lets you take your decoy's shock nova it gets from Unforeseen and wrap it around yourself. To do this, you just need to throw your decoy into a wall or object that makes it completely disappear, and after that, when deception ends, you get a shock nova dealing damage to everything around you. Using this, we could go in for melee attacks on the surveyors, and the shock nova could take out all 3 of them and deal a decent chunk of damage to Wilhelm's shield in the process. With this new tech, the tides slowly turned in my favor. I was starting to whittle his health bar down slowly. I just had to play safe and make sure I had enough health to escape after each hit. Surprisingly, the Blood of Terramorphous relic was actually kind of helpful. Zero is notoriously squishy and doesn't have the best health regen skills, so having a flat regen even at 2% was making this fight way more doable. And the winning fight ended up taking a while. I even had to deal with the loaders hitting their respawn timer mid-fight, and that was a little bit nerve-wracking. But after fighting Wilhelm for over an hour, he finally hit killing blow range, and I locked in to finish this fight.
Is that a repair surveyor? Oh god, it's a repair surveyor. Hold on, we gotta get that thing out of here quick. That is a repair surveyor. Let's fucking get it. Holy moly.
Like, I'm not even gonna lie, that fight was honestly one of the most fun Wilhelm fights I've ever had. It was a good amount of challenge, I got some melee practice in, and the new Thunder Jacket tech is honestly super cool. That being said, throwing a nice celebration party back at Sanctuary would go hard right about now. Well, off to the fridge with us. I used a Breath of Terra to melt the ice faster here and ran through this joint, only stopping to kill one rat for a second wind. After we made it through the fridge, we pushed through the extraction plant and started our fight with Lil Bro. Look at this dude. He thinks he could square up with Terramorphous? Look at this dude. I promise this fight was a steamroll, and I even like one-shot him. I swear he did not almost kill me while I barely won because of killing Blow. Nah, I'm the scariest Thresher around. Get this guy out of here. After that, we made it to Overlook and started trying to defend the beacon. My fight with the very first loader pretty much summed up this section.
The beacon's already dead, guys. Just an FYI, the beacon's already dead.
Yeah, so I gave it my all here, but my all wasn't much. 90% of my kills were second wins, and the other 10% were just me getting lucky with Slag Kunai. And don't get me wrong, having Slag in this run was a godsend, but the consistency was pretty bad. And honestly, I think the loaders knew I was struggling a little bit, and they started BMing me. Bro, I know he's not spewing his fucking load all over the beacon, dude. That's disgusting. Yeah, so the beacon got bodied enough times to become invincible, and the fast travel just eventually landed, and I had to make my shameful escape from the toaster and the 24 loaders that just invaded Overlook, but that's their problem now. I've got the preserve to worry about. So I thought that lining the loaders up and using Boar to wound them all at once would be a good idea, and maybe it would have if I wasn't locked to the worst possible element right now. So I had to do the good old die as they're wounded and confuse the game strat so the door would open. After that, I struggled through the rest of the loader mobbing here. I decided to try the kunai eating strat again to just brute force the rest of this, and it was kind of working. I mean, most of my kills were just clawing at loaders while dying anyway. The kunai were just streamlining the process and getting to the end part. This wasn't the worst loader mobbing. I did have a bunch of stalkers distracting them for me, so this part was relatively okay. And the symbiosis didn't end there. I was lucky enough to find a slag stalker homie to help me with the big loader when he showed up. Yo, slag stalker. Oh my god, I recruited a slag stalker. That's crazy. No way you killed my homie. No. No. We gotta avenge slag stalker, guys. Yeah, so basically we just had to do hit and run strats here and waited for health regen in between hits to just whittle this guy down. After that, we dealt with the loot dudes. These guys get unslagged if they go airborne for some reason, so the knockback from execute was kind of screwing us here. So I immediately went back to symbiosis strats and got the local skags to kill the little dudes for me. They gave me a bunch of good relics to use because they knew I needed an upgrade, and they also gave me a bitch, but I had to politely decline because my items are glued to me for this run. After that, we ate like 14 pup skags before making it to the Bloodwing fight. The main concern with this one is the first phase where she's fire resistant, but that was easily fixed by patiently waiting for her to land and meleeing her into shock phase. Here we could fully commit into shooting her with the teeth. Most of the time she was out of our range, but when she was, her size made it easy to land every single pellet. Corrosive phase came along, and that was pretty much synonymous with killing blow range, so we took Bloodwing down first try. Alright guys, real talk. I think I've kind of mastered the Bloodwing fight, and at this point, keeping the rivalry score going just kind of feels like BMing. So my question for you guys is, do we keep keeping score? Do we do something crazy every time the fight is bad? I don't know. Give me your ideas in the comment section. Anyway, up next was recruiting Brick and his air support, because Morty's air support just blew up. Some more fleshy combat here was a nice change of pace. Don't get me wrong, I love some good challenging fights, but sometimes bro just wants to throw 10 breaths of Terra at a group of little dudes. Sure, I added a few deaths, but the initiation was pretty much a breeze, and I got the cremate sarcastic slab. Jack didn't like me hanging with Brick, so he started moonshotting some loaders down. Brick and I were clearing these guys out easily for a bit, but then they started cheating. Oh, hi. I got scammed so hard. Because you're doing a fucking eye laser. No! I'm killing this fool. Stop cheating! Put the stinky on him. He's cheating, bro. He's supposed to fall into the fucking void. Start walking. And on top of cheating, they also just started being really weird. This clip I am about to show you is entirely unedited, but it straight up looks like I added it in post. But on my gas mask, this was a real thing that happened to me. Yeah, bro, this game just gets more and more cursed with age. 20 years from now, Borderlands 2 is going to be completely unrecognizable. Anyway, we recruited Brick and set off to Opportunity to assassinate a Jack Double to steal his voice. My first attempt, I made the mistake of going in without any health, but on round 2, I did the same thing, but this time got close enough to make it so he couldn't run away. And after a few button presses, we had everything we needed for the bunker raid. So, toaster number 1. The strat for this guy was to throw out Deception to trick it into looking the wrong way, and then start doing hit and run strats landing quotation mark big quotation mark melee hits. Since he is looking directly away from us, we would get the backstab bonus, and his missile barrages would sometimes just fly into a wall. Sure, I still had to watch out for nukes, but I could just eat those. After 18 deception backstabs, it was in killing blow range, so I decided to just use Fight for Your Life to milk out the roid damage. Not to toot my own horn, but I did kind of a big brain play here too. I waited until I heard my action skill cooldown sound so I could instantly sneak through the bad guys behind the door that just opened up. After that, we made our way to the baby turrets. Usually these guys can be pretty annoying with their splash immunity and all, but these guys actually leveled me up on a player level. The whole run, I was struggling to find a way to strip my shield for roid damage and focusing on trying to get the max damage from Deception by landing melee hits at the very last moment. But then these turrets reminded me the whole point of having bad guys is that they try to shoot you. And if that's the case, the most optimal way to use melee with this gear is to let the bad guys do the hard work for you and then throw out your kunai and go in for a slick, quick kill. Thank you, Sensei Baby Turrets. I will use your teachings to kill off the rest of your bloodline. Up next was the big toaster. First thing I did against this guy was Boar Chomp, or Bomp, if you will, his turrets off to get half of his health bar for free. After that, I was chilling behind it and doing the same thing I did with the other toaster, but this time I was also shooting it and pretending like that was helping. That one took a little bit longer, but after it died, it was time for the traditional Face McShooty snipe.
No, brother.
That was close. Alright, so for anyone wondering, velocity did not help this, but we still had to take Face McShooty out in style. Anyway, bunker time. The turrets here weren't bad at all. I was truly baffled though how much damage Zero could do with the teeth compared to Krieg, and then I remembered Zero has slag and deathmark. That just makes sense. Surprisingly, I ended up shooting most of these things to death, but the last one I just decided to have a little fun with. Alright, we've dealt with all matters of armored enemies before, but this one was the biggest one yet. We had a long and hard fight ahead of... Yeah, insert joke I stole from Obo Shoes about the bunker being a giant Crunchwrap Supreme that I just ate in one bite again. I don't even know at this point. Bathe in it. Anyway, Control Core was up next, and I was dreading this part the most. Nothing but waves of loaders I would have to slowly take out with melee, but I still had my teachings from Sensei Baby Turret. A lot of my melee encounters would end up at least putting the bad guys into killing blow range, and not every single loader kill was a second wind anymore. I mean, it was still most of them, but like, come on, let me have this. This strat also dealt a lot of damage because the initial hit from throwing a kunai does get roid boost, so our damage output vastly increased. This area right here is probably why I say the original Terramorphous run was the hardest run yet. Yeah, I know some of you guys might be thinking like, what? That was harder than the balloon? That was harder than the stick bug? And yeah, those guys were bosses, so it makes sense that they were hard and took many hours. But do you guys remember the one angelic guard that spawned with a slag sniper that killed me over and over and over for 2 hours straight during that Terramorphous run? No, I mean, you guys might not. But I sure as hell do. That run is the perfect example of why I don't always choose the optimal character. I don't want to make things too easy. That's not the point of a challenge. Challenge is the point of a challenge. I knew Krieg would be terrible without Slag, but I thought the fire melee guy using all the fire melee gear sounded the most thematic and fun, so that's what I did. But now we're here with Zero, and the learning curve is different, and some of the new strats have been really fun to work around. But this is probably one of the easiest runs I've ever done, I'm not gonna lie. Like, sure, the loaders were annoying, but it wasn't really hard. It kind of just felt like if every time I ran up to a loader instead of us fighting, we just played rock, paper, scissors, and the loser died. And, you know, I would die, but I could just try again. And now, I want to do Terramorphous runs on all 6 characters eventually, but not all at once. So if you want to see more, I've made a channel point redemption over on Twitch that will let you pick the next character I do this on. Now, if you're not a Twitch watcher, channel points aren't real money or anything. I got all my greed out in my last video, don't worry. You just get these by watching, and if you watch long enough, you can find out what this run would be like if I can't crutch melee the whole time. Anyway, Angel Core was slow but steady. My gameplay loop was refined at this point. Let loaders hit me, get my damage in, and retreat. And everything was going fine. But then Lilith showed up. She threw a whole rock into the system. This one big loader killed me like 20 times because she would just show up to bait out an AoE slam that would just wreck me. He also lost both of his backstab crit spots, so it was even more annoying. Y'all say my hate for Lilith is unjustified, but she straight up just steals my kills in Frostburn and then literally doesn't do damage here just to mess up my combat loop. Like, what? This game has to be cursed, by the way. Like, bro, Lilith was actively making attempts at my life. Like, watch this. She full-on body blocks one of my shotgun blasts to block my second wind here. Or like right here, I was waiting for this ion loader to strip my shield with its bubble attack, and then Lilith shows up, whispers her dumb one-liner in my left ear, and then just interrupts the ion loader, messing up the whole plan. She was just ruining everything, bro. I'm gonna blame all the Angel Core deaths on her. Anyway, after that, Jack showed up to murk Roland and kidnap Lilith. Oh no to the former, and thank God to the latter. But we still had to go to Sawtooth Cauldron. It's been 7 hours with PhysX. Yep, PhysX ain't getting me today. Oh my God, look at this dude right here. As soon as I pulled this trigger... Jokes aside, Sawtooth wasn't so bad. I got to fight more fleshy dudes and use the fun grenade mod some more. The ambush commanders here were a bit of a mouthful, but nothing crazy, and I'm using mouthful as a Teeth of Terramorphous joke, not a me on my knees in front of them joke. Anyway, I got to Boombringer, and I was in dire need of a second wind here, but I couldn't look at the explosion, so I did a quick 180 to retain my cool guy status before clutching up and getting the second wind anyway. The buzzards up in the nest were up next, and I used my usual hit 'em as they hatch strat. Y'all want the elevator meme a third time? Nah, just kidding. This time around, I incorporated Thunder Jacket into the strat and had undeniable proof that Unforeseen can harm buzzards, which had Spuddy Cube contemplating his life. If you know, you know. Another cool thing about throwing your decoy into a wall is that it makes all the enemies just start walking around as if they never started fighting in the first place, and that makes them a lot easier to hit. Anyway, after a few dogfights, we managed to take out all the buzzards and secure the explosives we needed to get to the boneyard. We did our usual valve cranking run here, and by that I mean I got permaslagged and blown up with rocket launchers. Just your basic run-of-the-mill boneyard run. You guys like Borderlands math? Alright, here's a problem for you. If we have to kill loaders with melee because the Teeth of Terra's fire damage doesn't work, how do we kill the giant loader? Ding ding ding, that's correct, with the Teeth of Terra. So you can get some good bore damage by hitting the colliding herb boxes of its little turrets. These turrets he has are kind of like livers, because even if you kill them halfway, they will regenerate, letting you continuously get bore damage if you're patient with it. And trust me, a slow and painful death is just what this monster deserved. "10 minutes and one close call later, we avenged our little homie, snuck into the info stockade, and got the info we needed. The claptrap door was up next. If I had to deal with this fight earlier in the run, I might have had more trouble, but I knew how to fight loaders now, and I knew how to use Thunder Jacket to bring the surveyors down. I was using everything I learned throughout this run, and I was doing great. I mean, meleeing hot loaders was a necessary evil, and I was kind of overdosing on blue light therapy, but we still breezed through this. After that, we started fighting through Heroes Pass. Usually I use a couple of speedrun skips to get through this part faster, but I'm not allowed to unequip the Breath of Terra to do the grenade jumps I would need. So after fighting through the first section with Brick and Morty, I decided to improvise. Oh, I'm a gamer? I'm a gamer. Hold up. Oh, the skip. Let's go. No nade needed. You guys got the rest. I believe in you. Anyway, the Jack fight was up next, and I was ready for a good fight. I was thinking it's been a while since I was able to fight Jack mano-a-mano with no cheese strats needed, so this was gonna be fun. Step 1 was to break the shield. Our teeth were not sharp enough to break through it, so we started chipping away with our claws. After breaking through that, we could finally sink our teeth into the juicy parts. And like true prey, he started running and using every manner of skunk spray, distraction dropping, and hiding he could. He managed to get away a few times, but in the end, he let his guard down, and a single slag kunai proc secured this fight. Which means, yeah, Zero can beat Oh wait, almost forgot about this guy. Hold on. Gulp. Yo, did we kill him with the spike damage? Hold on. Stop me.
R.I.P. Bozo.
Anyway, after one final aura check on Jack, we can finally say, yes, Zero can beat Borderlands 2 as Terramorphous. Bonus content time, woo! Alright, so this was probably the easiest run on the channel. The whole run took 10 hours total, and I did it in a day. That being said, I think it's only fair that I try and take on Terramorphous himself. I mean, I did try and kill Terramorphous in the last run, but I couldn't even move his health bar. And the same happened here with Zero. But if we combine both characters, we can end the vid with one last bomb. That was too long. Actually, no.
I stand about here for the door.
Kill the little man!
That's crazy.
Easy.
And I won too.
And you won.
Wait. Yo.
Oh, we actually got a pitchfork. That's hilarious. One item I can't use.
Before you go, I just want to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that really helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love hearing your guys' nice words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, using my code to get yourself some delicious gamer subs, or go to GASMASK'S.com to get some merch. I'll leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description, and last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies.
Alright, if you played Borderlands 2, or even any of the Borderlands games, you know the guns can get pretty wacky. Wacky doesn't always mean good though. And today, we're going to be using everyone's favorite cursed weapon and answer. Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the Bane? Alright, like every challenge run, we're going to lay down some ground rules. First off, we're going to do an OP10 playthrough to maximize the difficulty. I can use any Vault Hunter and any of their skills, with discretion of course, because I know the Gunzerker's a little busted. We are going to be using Maya. Some bonus rules. We are making driving cars and holding other weapons for speed a sin punishable by death. For the gear, I kept it pretty simple. Grenade and shield are more boring than Sawtooth Cauldron, and the Vault Hunter relic is there to maybe get some funny drops. Now I could have went with more OP stuff like magic missiles, the B shield, etc., but we're saying screw the training wheels and hopping right on the motorcycle. We do have a legendary cat class mod though, which is going to be a blessing and a curse. Alright, since we're in Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, the game actually has us skip the Knuckle Dragger fight. I'm not really sure why the game has us skip this fight, but it's probably an easy fight anyway, so don't roast me for skipping it. You can totally roast me for the video quality right here though. I'm not sure why it got so bad at this spot, but it gets better in a second. And if you don't believe me, does this not look like a face you could trust? So, as you can see, the Bane makes you slow, and I mean very slow. Which means every time we die it's going to take a while to get back to where we were. It's also annoying. Like, very annoying. Oh, you guys just go full casual on me now? I'm not even past the first boss yet and you can already see the instant regret. Speaking of the first boss, apparently Boom's cannon completely ignores health gate, so we already need to cheese a boss. First off, we lured Boom to the elevator shaft and just kinda took him out there. And then after that, the homie Claptrap actually found us a pretty good cheesing spot for Big Bertha. Anyway, you could see Alyssa there taking off my headset. She was a bit curious about what I was enduring. But even without the headset, I could still hear the gun scream. So pretty early on, I learned a few things. Grenade jumping was going to be our best way to move around. Fighting wasn't always necessary, but it was most of the time. And that, if you're only pulling from one ammo pool, you're going to be stuck in this situation. A lot. So if you haven't noticed, I have a death counter on the bottom left. That number's going to get pretty big. Also, this was the third time climbing up Flint's ship, and I literally felt my brain cells dying. Anyway, so we're at the Flint fight, and I have my first uh-oh cringy moment of the run. Your boy didn't do his research, and apparently the Bane always spawns with an element, making the version I used straight up illegal. I only did this with 2 fights during the whole playthrough, and I went back and fixed them both, but here's me killing them with a shotgun. 10 deaths and 1 messed up grenade jump later, we were off to our first possible run ender. And by first run ender, I mean the 3 horns car jump. We do have to get into cars a few times, but we will never drive them, so don't worry about this. I tried a few basic grenade jumps to get over the bridge, but they just weren't cutting it. I didn't want to have to do it, but we were going to have to use a forbidden cringe technique known as the double grenade. Perform this by throwing a grenade directly up, wait for it to apex, throw a grenade down, and with some tricky timing, the first grenade will hit you up, second grenade will hit you forward. Do be aware though, using this comes at a cost. The Borderlands gods disapprove of this technique, and will punish you with stuff like this. After snagging the power core and totally killing enough bloodshots to avenge Reese, we were finally off to Sanctuary. As usual, I failed to satisfy Alyssa, so I let her take over for a little bit. She was kind enough to handle all the boring beginning Sanctuary tasks for me, but then we had a little bit of fun and customized our character. We decided on this outfit, it looked pretty cursed and it kind of fit the run. 3 hours in and we've made some decent progress and developed some new strategies. Here, you can see me performing a trick I like to call baby boosting. Baby creatures deal a lot of knockback, but not a lot of damage, and if they help me out, I usually spare their life. Usually. Frostburn Canyon was uneventful, blah blah blah, talk to Lilith. Alright, time for the fun part. We're gonna go save our homeboy Roland. We needed a car again, but luckily we're strong enough to just move it by hand. Sadly, our car wasn't good enough, and we needed to go see Ellie for an upgrade. Alright, so we got to the dust, and I'm just gonna say this part took very, very long. On the bright side, the buzzards weren't as strong as I anticipated them to be. I actually didn't take any deaths while in the dust, but this part took like an hour and a half to find all the cars. I couldn't find the last coward until after it got dark, and I still had to run to Ellie, and then run to the Bloodshot stronghold too. After all that work making a car we couldn't even drive, it was time to face Badma. He was kind of a pushover, and in true Karen fashion, we took his kids. With the custody battle over, I had new problems on my hands. Roland's jailbreak wasn't going to be easy, and I had a lot more bloodshots and a lot more loaders to fight through. While we were chasing down the warden to get Roland back, we seen a beautiful work of Borderlands nature. This psycho almost made it to heaven before we intervened. At first, the warden fight was going great, and then the warden fight was going bad, and then it was going absolutely terrible. And then everything went great. Surprisingly, we killed the warden fast enough so that Roland didn't have to go to the gulag. After we saved Roland, we updated our look, and then we set out for Tundra Express. Now this part of the game went pretty boring, so I'll spare you the little details. But I did develop a new investment strategy. With all the deaths I had in this run, I needed a way to keep my money for grenades and ammo, because Overpower 10 makes everything ridiculously expensive. The strategy was to keep a bunch of weapons in my inventory, so that I could sell them if I needed the money, but not lose that money if I die. It's kind of like how people used to hoard Counter-Strike keys as a form of money laundering. Anyway, I wasn't sure how the Wilhelm fight was gonna go, but it actually went pretty easy. He was even kind enough to drop me a Logan's gun. With the plot twist power core installed, Lieutenant Davis was the first of many Sanctuary citizens to be goopified. I was sure that Sanctuary was going to be reduced to a pile of dust by the time Lilith was even able to teleport it. 15 minutes of lunar bombardment later, she finally got everyone but me to safety. Things were looking grim for you, boy. I was homeless, and I had to go through the fridge. I got styled on by this plague rat, and it kinda hit me hard in the self-confidence, not gonna lie. I managed to get through it though. I did think it was kinda funny that I wasn't fast enough to skip the elevator because its slight forward moving angle was faster than my movement speed. Just thought I'd throw that in there and show you. With the fridge finally behind us, it was time to start our journey through the Highlands. I thought I was being a big brain by preventing the exploder from destroying the bridge controls, but I later realized I was being a tiny brain. The crate mover could have gotten me over way faster. The spaghetti monster on the other side of the bridge was easy enough, but it was all downhill from there. The run from here on out actually became a deep descent into madness. These baby turrets, for example, killed me like 9 times. So Maya's ruin skill lets her slag enemies with phase lock, but for some reason these turrets aren't affected by that. It just took me a while to realize it, but I was able to use a slag bane to slag them properly. And about 30 minutes later we made it to Overlook, and it was time for us to defend our beacon. With us having the movement speed of a dead snail, defending the beacon felt more like a Balloons TD simulator. At some point during the fight, my brain stopped registering the sound from the gun, and I guess I just became used to it. I don't know if that was a good thing, but other than that, the fight was pretty easy. This constructor did catch me lacking though, and then it nuked me at spawn too, but that was just a minor setback. And just like that, we were no longer homeless. Up next on our to-do list was to go save Bloodwing. Fighting through everything here wasn't bad, and it was probably because it took like an hour to walk here, and this was far more entertaining. Things started going good, and we even made a little skag friend. Not even about to lie, our little homie carried us through this next fight. Shortly after though, our fun would be over, and it was time for pain. This fight went down easy at first, but alas, it was done illegally. This was the second fight where we used the non-elemental bane. And with the help of Gibbs' save editor, I reverted the game back to this mission and took Bloodwing on properly. Alright, if anyone's wondering, I also used Gibbs' save editor to give me the gear for this run, and I did not sell the illegal bane, I just dropped it on the ground. Alright, back to the run. Long story short, the whole process sucked. I had to go through the preserve again, this fight was stupid hard, I died like 30 times, and this was my first instance of actual anger. Bloodwing was just relentless with her attacks. On top of that, I had to resource manage the few skags that actually spawned for revives and kill skills, and dodging any attack from her required a well-timed grenade jump. I came close so many times, so I knew it was possible. For the most part, this fight was luck-based. She ended up landing on the ground in her last phase, and I was able to finally take her down. This was honestly the worst part of the run. Next on our recruitment list was Brick. Running to him took about an hour, but convincing him to join us was a walk in the park. Only if that park was filled with target circles though. With the squad finally reunited, they could all stand around Sanctuary while I did all the hard stuff. I'ma be real with you guys, I got really lucky during the Jack double fight. This phase lock right here would save the run in the oddest way possible. You see, the Jack double cannot be picked up with phase lock, and he is also programmed to run away from you. Mix that with our movement speed and it was obvious we didn't have a chance to catch him. But when I phase locked this loader, Maya's converge skill actually yanked the Jack double into this weird knockback limbo. I was able to get an easy kill and also hear some of his weird dialogue. He says some funny stuff like, "I can run a mile in 2 minutes." The rest of Overlook was pretty bad. Died a lot, took a long time, the usual. And on top of all that, Angel was making fun of me. Mission, right? Don't say or slowly. Don't say I'm going. I'm doing it. Thank you. On the bright side, at least Borderlands 2 is a totally fair and balanced game with absolutely no glitches. Oh, I was not ready for this. Alright, that's it. You know what? I'm gonna write a bad review. Borderlands 2 is totally unplayable. Nothing is balanced, the gun noises are all unrealistic, the gameplay just feels really slow for some reason, and all the guns that drop are garbage. Psych, I love this game. Back on path, not much more was between us and the bunker. All it took was running through another target circle park, dealing with more invincible baby turrets, and cheesing this super constructor. And after all that, we had one more task before we went to the bunker. What's a Borderlands 2 playthrough if you don't do the most important side mission? That's right, we were gonna see if the Bane had what it took to snipe Face McShooty. Our accuracy even after firing a few shots was not good. I could have taken the class mod off just for the boosted accuracy, but I guess I'm just built different. Since this run is already cursed, here's the Bane being fired ramped up to 666% speed. It only took about 1,000 bullets to get the headshot, but the Bane can snipe Face McShooty, and it will be ranked appropriately on the Face McShooty tier list. I'll be using this same list for future runs as well. The large turrets protecting the bunker were absolutely nothing compared to their small turret counterparts, meaning everything that I've learned from my 2008 Monster Energy condoms is a lie. Killing the bunker was easier than I expected. I died a couple of times, but each fight was like really close, so I wasn't too worried about it. Control Core Angel was pretty average under this run's context, but I almost had an issue with getting back into the main area after dying. For some reason, you have to press this button to get back in after respawning, but the door just kind of closes on you before you can even make it through. Now I knew I could grenade jump through, and so did my homie Skybot. I just thought it was funny that this door required me to grenade jump to get through it. Just imagine the mental breakdown I would have had if this door ended the run. Despite our best efforts, Roland was still sent to the gulag, and we had a lot of running to do. You think running through the dust is bad? Well, imagine running through the friggin' Iridium Blight. The Blight friggin' sucked because I knew that the worst part of the game was coming up, yet I still had to run over and trigger the bridge blowing up scene, die a bunch, all this just to go to the friggin' cauldron. I decided to get there and pick back up where I left off the next day, because screw Sawtooth Cauldron. All my homies hate Sawtooth Cauldron. In between streams, I watched a speedrun of the Sawtooth Cauldron, and I had a plan to get in and out of here as quickly as possible. Step 1. Take out the guards. Step 2. Meet up with Double Agent Lil Lunatic. Step 3. Grenade jump like a boss. Step 4. Royally mess everything up. Step 5. Repent. Step 6. Repeat Step 3. Step 7. Get the goods and head out. Believe it or not, it only took like an hour to get all of Sawtooth Cauldron done, which is pretty fast all things considered. Victory was so close, yet so far away. Our second run through the Iridium Blight was terrible, just like the first one. We eventually made it to the Boneyard, and I had a strategy planned out in advance. I knew I needed a car, so the first thing I did was push the dang thing all the way to the pipeline. I tried a trick where I would bounce on it as I pushed it, and it kinda worked, but I don't think it helped much. The car was in position now, and I just needed to run to all the pumping stations. It took me a while to hit all the stations, but I had a few skags to baby boost me along the way. It also took me a while to figure out how to blow the pipe open without actually driving the car, but it turns out as long as the car is close enough to it, you can just get in the car and it will trigger the explosion. Some of you already know what's going to happen next. Saturn is a totally optional boss, and a lot of people run right past him. However, we can't do that for obvious reasons, so we had to take him out. My ammo when this fight started was pretty much full, but we still ran out. We were so close to the kill, but in the end he caught us lacking. We were too close to victory to give up, so I stocked up on ammo and went for the safety shed again. I didn't care how many bullets it took. We had some Tims to scuff and a challenge run to complete. We managed to get the kill this time around with about a clip left, and the badass constructor on the bridge was easily taken out from afar. The third run through the Iridium Blight wasn't bad, but that's only because I knew it was going to be my last. This last part of the run would prove to be the most annoying, besides the bird. First, I disappointed myself by not hitting this grenade jump first try, and the turrets that Mordo has to take out can respawn for some dumb reason. They're big and protected, so maybe those condoms weren't wrong after all. But you can see it here that dodging their onslaught at my speed was terrible. It gets worse though, so don't worry, cause next, I beat Jack first try, and the warrior after 2 tries. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Oh yeah, I forgot the part where my recording and stream both stopped, so I had no friggin' proof. Dude, it was so friggin' embarrassing too. I shotgunned a monster and everything. I was so hyped. Death counter reads what I know in my heart as the total deaths it actually took me, so that's not gonna change anymore. Anyway, Gibbs' save editor came in clutch once again. I was able to reset the Jack fight. This time around though, was a lot harder. Jack took me out like 4 or 5 times before I finished him off again, but that was fine. Honestly, commentary can't grasp how angry this part made me, so I'm just gonna let some raw audio go through. What is that? No, the f***ing hole again! The f***ing hole! Okay, this is our chance to go get our f***ing... Oh my god, not the hole! Not the hole! Oh no! Again with the fucking hole! Oh, no, no lava, no lava. And we're gonna f***ing dive bomb me? That Crystal X cooperating, you guys should f***ing too. Oh, as soon as I say that, he puts me in the hole. He puts me in the f***ing hole as soon as I say it. Oh my god! Okay, okay. Think. How much time? 15 seconds. Get on this rock. Watch for Crystallis troll in the hole. Oh, fuck. Hole troll! F***ing hole troll. After all these hardships, after all of these deaths, after all 27 hours of this run so far, the warrior finally accepted his fate. Which means you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the Bane. Like I said before, this run in all took a little over 27 hours spanned out over 7 different days. It was a long journey, and I'm glad that it's finally over. The Bane stats are definitely decent, so the only setback this run was the horrible movement speed. I could mention the screaming as well, but that was more of an annoyance rather than an actual performance variable. That might just be me though, I don't know, I'm pretty good at going brain dead. But if the Bane didn't have the movement speed impairment, then I bet I would see a lot more people use it unironically because it's a decent SMG. But it did get me through the whole game though, so I would say this gun is OP10 viable, believe it or not. I recently went back to see if you could get the Bane with the Bane, and during that adventure, I ended up getting another pearl from this tubby spider ant. And this boner got squished and made a wet noise. Anyway, I did manage to get the Bane with the Bane, and decided that I had my piece with this run. This is my first video, and it took a while to make. I put a lot of effort into this, so any feedback would be great. You could do that the simple way, or the specific way. And if I hit 100 subscribers, I'll even do a face reveal. I have another challenge run video in the works, but I'm still open to hear your picks for what gun I should try this challenge with next. It's also pretty obvious, but I did stream this run on Twitch, and I'll do the same for future runs, so maybe come and say hi. Anyway, that's going to wrap up this video. I hope to see you next time. Until then, breathe easy, homies. You ever play that one Borderlands 2 Space DLC and ask yourself, how could I make this any worse? Odds are, you probably aren't a masochist, so maybe it's just me. But today's challenge is going to be long, hard, and full of innuendos. Today's question is, can you beat Borderlands the pre-sequel with only the probe? The rules are simple. We're playing on UVHM to maximize the difficulty. I can use any Vault Hunter and any of their skills, with discretion of course, so I don't just avoid the challenge entirely. No bar allowed and my gear shown here. I use this stuff for the whole run, but the general rule of thumb is that we can't use unique gear except for the class mod. Alright, so we start our run, and uh-oh, we don't have a probe. That is because the probe is a mission item, and that mission isn't available until after we fight the first 2 bosses. I thought about just using Gibbs Save Editor to give us one, but I decided that wouldn't be legit, and a little bit of foreplay would be fine. At first I wasn't sure if I should choose Athena to get me through this first part with all of the melee damage she has, but I later decided being able to hold double the penetrating power would be better for me in the long run. Also, Nisha kind of has a melee build that would do the job fine. First off, we had to save Jack, and it was actually easier than I anticipated. Nisha's The Unforgiven skill makes every enemy that was shot during Showdown explode when Showdown is over. And luckily for us, smacking their cheeks also made them explode. Nisha also uses a whip, so going into Fight for Your Life wasn't a guaranteed death sentence. Without being able to probe the enemies yet, we were going to rely on 2 things. Whipping, of course, and also stomping. Ground slams weren't as helpful on the space station because the gravity was normal here, but it would come in handy later. So Flame Knuckle shows up, and I'm ready to call this run not possible because I did not expect to win this fight. But it turns out, he deals like no damage. The first phase of this fight, he was mostly just focused on Jack, who was pretty much doing nothing anyway. So it was just 10 straight minutes of whipping and stomping. His second phase was a little bit tougher though. I will admit I did try launching him into space, but the game was too smart for that. The main struggle with this fight was the fire damage over time he could inflict. If I was ignited, it was certain death for me. I died a few more times during this fight, but I managed to take him out by using Jack as a distraction. And it turns out, he wasn't happy to see me. He just had a nukem in his pocket. Anyway, Jack did some curse stuff, I was yeeted at the moon in some fancy toaster, and we met the bestower of the probe. But our dominatrix days weren't over yet. We had one more client, boss that needed punishment. Getting to deadlift wasn't the worst thing, but it was definitely a little annoying. But when it came to actually fighting him, it was terrible. His attacks were very strong, and he wouldn't stop moving, so I had to lure him away from his beloved jump pads. I didn't think he would actually chase me down there, but I just had to be patient. He eventually came, and his torture began. After 10 minutes of precision slamming, he finally perished, and I could finally go get my trophy. I managed to rob him for everything he owned, but I also forgot the Moonzoomy key, so I felt kinda dumb after that. But everything was going great. We finally got our probe, Nurse Nina showed us how to use it on her lucky volunteer, and we respect our skill points so we could double fist our new weapon. The next target on our list was Red Belly, and it was going to take some work to get to him. So the probe's initial purpose was to aggravate some Kragans instead of killing them. So the damage on the gun is extremely low. For reference, one clip from the probe equaled about 1 bullet from a normal Maliwan pistol with matching parts, but it was still able to handle most mob enemies pretty well. Baddie enemies and bosses were a totally different story though. I would expend all my ammo prematurely, and Nisha doesn't have any ammo regen abilities that would be effective enough to keep us from running out frequently, and in some cases, I would resort to using my whip to finish them off. After being attacked by a swarm of numbers, we finally infiltrated Red Belly's base. This part of the run was the turning point from causing pain to receiving pain. The big enemies leading up to Red Belly messed me up a lot. The first one just let me kill him. I don't know if he ran out of ammo or was just into it, but we would meet again. We fought off a wave of baby scavs and their babysitter too, and found ourselves in a pretty spooky part of the run. You guys probably think Pyramid Head is scary, but Cylinder Head was my worst nightmare. Those guys hit like a brick, and I was going to need a better probe to win this fight. Save quit farming to change the element of our probe would come in handy a few times during this run. I got a corrosive one because I thought it would be great for armored opponents like them, so I fought through everyone again, and the corrosive one also sucked. I tried a few times and I realized I needed some fire damage. So I fight through everyone again just to accidentally fire a torpedo gun, reset, and fight through everyone a fourth time just to get absolutely dominated by Red Belly. Belly was the main problem. He would be able to take me down the health gate in a single hit, and if he was lucky enough to set me on fire with that hit, I would have very little chance of surviving through it. I would have to use Showdown, shoot him as much as possible because the probe actually heals you slightly based on damage you do, and pray that it was enough to survive all of the burn damage. Even with the cheese strat that I'm doing right here, it took a lot of time and patience to get through all of this. The smaller one was easier to take on, so it didn't take too long to get rid of him. Back at Concordia, the Merif decided that he did want to partake in some of our services. It was apparent upon first glance that the Merif had a slime fetish though. He got a little rowdy after we told him that wasn't our forte, so Jack had to put him down. Ew, very nasty. Ooh, spaghetti. Anyway, alright, back to the run. We changed up our look, did the funny calculator thing, stole a stingray, crashed the game, and then we met up with Pickle Rick. That was probably the cringiest joke you've ever heard, so sorry about that. But anyway, we ran around the map touching knobs and pushing buttons for a while so that we could get on the bosun's ship. All of that was easy, but it was pretty hard when we got inside. The fights in here were pretty tough, and I died a couple of times because of this mugger, and I felt true humiliation when I couldn't even get a kill on this Lil Scab for a second wind. This clip right here really shows how annoying it is to try and kill with this gun. I could not imagine trying to do this challenge without being able to dual wield these pistols. This challenge may have been hard, but in all honesty though, the game itself is well balanced, and just like Borderlands 2, has absolutely no glitches.
What?
Anyway, the booster seat baby man was in for a fight, and so was I. Just like the baby man he is, the bosun relied on others to feed him, so taking out his turrets was the first thing that we needed to do. The turrets themselves were moderately beefy, so it just took time. But with no more turrets to suckle on, this fight was like taking candy from a baby. But instead of it being a baby, it was a grown man dating his own computer. We had our AI, and now it's time to build some robots. At first I thought I met a bunch of cute little Torque friends, but then they did the most sus thing I've ever seen. Like, I know this run was supposed to have a bunch of funny innuendos and stuff, but these Torques took it way too far in my opinion. What kind of synchronized f***ing like nut bust was that? Gross, dude! Oh, y'all motherfuckers nasty. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to do it to you. Rest of this joint was kind of boring. I mean, this is the pre-sequel, so I guess here's a funny gameplay clip. Credit for that. Oh. Oh, you just vibing? You good? You gonna let me put the probe in? You gonna let me do it? Oh. You gonna let me put it in? Doink. The rest of this place was a breeze. There was one tough guy, but he was conveniently placed next to this abyss. But from here on out, it got pretty tough. There were a lot of baddie enemies in the robot factory, and at one point, I was even getting double teamed by a couple of them. The turret calibration segment was annoying as usual, so that sucked. My game crashed shortly after, so that sucked. And then I had to redo the turret calibration, so you know, that sucked. Alright, that's enough pre-sequel bad jokes for now. It's time for a boss fight. Felicity was a little angry about her new job, so we had to teach her a lesson. This was probably one of the toughest fights so far. She was pretty tanky, and she was also able to create repair surveyors. The surveyors themselves weren't that much of a threat, but I was on track to run out of ammo quick. During my second attempt, I ended up opening the last of the ammo crates in the arena, and the fight was really close. Alright, we're going in after this. Fuck. I might have f***ed up. No. No! No! No!
Why'd you do?
can argue that I relied on melee for that kill, but if I didn't open half the ammo crates in my first attempt, I would have had plenty of places to get ammo, so cut me some slack. I'm playing the pre-sequel for Pete's sake. We made it to Helios, and for some reason the Dahl troops weren't mad at us. That was until Claptrap decided to bone the whole space station though. They got real angry about that, so we had no choice but to fight. Okay, I think it's time I insert some more pre-sequel bad jokes. It's been like 2 minutes, so I think we're due for some. Bro, why did they take away the low gravity in this part? Oh, it's so boring. I want to jump. Bro, do we really need to get this guy's picture of his kid for him, dude? What the heck even is this writing? Yo, did they really bring back rabbit stalkers for this one part of the game? Oh my god, Gearbox. I don't want the crappy loot. Just hurry up. Jeez, man. Okay, dude. Oh, come on, dude. Why is this door so slow? Dude, there's a force field behind the door? Why? Why is this a thing? Oh, bruh. Dude, why is there a force field opening like this, dude? It's a force field. Who even made this friggin' game? Okay, that should hit the quota. Anyway, this bodybuilder took me out and is a real homie right after and just let me pass anyway. This guy was the closest thing I had to a friend all run. The brave lad jumped in like the buff anime protagonist he is and started chopping up this torque queen with his katana. Sadly, our homie's plot armor wasn't strong enough to take on the torque. We will never forget you, buff doll homie. Last thing we had to do here was take out this guy, which was easy, just time consuming, cause we're pretty much using a Nerf Maverick to fight things. We ended up saving everyone, then we decided we didn't need the Harry Potter lookalike and his goons, so we murdered him. All jokes aside, this part of the game is usually always enjoyable for me. There are a lot of jump pads and flying and stuff, and falling in the void is more funny than annoying here, so it's actually kind of vibing. I kind of blew right through this area too because there wasn't really any mandatory fights. This level of difficulty wouldn't last long, however. Let me show you why I almost lost this run. Honestly. No! Yeah, guys, that shield regen is friggin' busted. Every time I was close, she denied my satisfaction. Also, who put the new use station behind this electric field? Someone please tell me. Okay, time for some strategy talk. So it was obvious that this fight was going to be tough. So we had to save quit farm for some parts that would hit the spot just right. Which is basically shock element and a Jacob's grip. This combination would give us the best damage per shot. After many deaths, I was on track to beating her. At the time I thought that staying far away and letting her aggro on Jack would stop her constant shield regen move, but in reality there is a good chance that she just has a limited use of that move. So the fight got easier, I guess, but there's still a lot of built up frustration in this fight that I ended up releasing here.
Oh, little beta, little baby. Oh, little baby. Oh no. Oh no, you can't do nothing. You can't regen no more shield, little baby. I don't got any more little rockets. Oh no.
Anyway, Sarpedon wanted to go for round 2. And this time, she didn't even last half as long. We finished her off and Jack was waiting ready for the money shot. It was finally time to disable the eyeball laser, which was simple. We just had to use our big injector on it. I think we injected a little too much though because everything got a little weird. Anyway, Jack sent us on our final mission to finally beat this game. On the way in, we came across this injured soldier and I decided to let him go because I kind of felt bad that my man's was level 0. And we also needed to conserve ammo for the next boss. RK5 or whatever was actually kind of annoying. The two main problems with this fight were lack of ammo and actually landing shots. Molly 1 pistols in general have really low shot speed, and with Walmart Bunker being so far away and moving at pretty high speeds, I had to aim ahead of him in order to land any shots at all. Mix this with the limited ammo crates and the fact that Showdown doesn't account for the distance, and you get a whole lot of wasted shots. Things only get worse though, because I won the fight and beat the game. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Why does that sound familiar? Oh yeah, my footage cut out right at the end of the run, just like last time. How does this happen twice? I redid the fights, but I didn't have footage for this one still for some reason, so I fought Bootleg Bunker again for you guys. If you want a teaser for my next challenge run though, just look at the death counter. Make sure to subscribe to see what monstrous idea caused this pain. Alright, we finally made it to the last boss, and for the peeps that are wondering about the pregnant alien boss, I'm sorry, you guys are getting kink shamed today. The Sentinel fight was actually really long. The whole fight has like 7 phases, and to give you an idea on how long it took, I grabbed this Mox Tail for a little bit of extra gun damage, and it's supposed to last 30 minutes. We made it to the arena with about 28 minutes left, and the long grind started. Like I said before, this fight took a while, but to be honest with you, it wasn't the hardest thing in the world. That title is reserved for me when I finally get to stop playing the pre-sequel. Okay, let's wrap things up. All jokes aside, I actually enjoyed this fight, because everything in this fight was skill-based. Every move that the Sentinel threw out was dodgeable with some sort of precise movement, and I think the pre-sequel should get some props for that, because in Borderlands 2, some enemies are just straight up undodgeable. I think we're going to end this fight by showing you guys a couple of clips from the battle and the finishing blow. The fight itself was probably a full 30 minutes, but I'll keep it short. I messed up.
Not that much. At least 5 naked people.
Oh,
We
come
can
on.
all work together.
Oh my god. Oh no, that is not good. Dude, you need to perish like now. You need to perish like now. No, please. Let's go. No barf. No barf, gang. Hashtag boss Mel. I am glad to say, you can beat Borderlands as a pre-sequel with only the probe. Alright guys, that's gonna wrap it up for this run. If you guys have any feedback, I'm always open to suggestions, so please let me know what you think in the comments below. And remember, 1 like equals 1 torque sent to horny jail. I also want to thank you guys for all the support. I definitely did not expect to hit 100 subs off my first video, and as promised, I'll be doing a face reveal video soon. And if you guys have any questions, post them below and I'll answer them then. Anyway, if you haven't seen my first video, you can check it out here, and until next time, breathe easy homies. Borderlands 2 offers millions of guns, but for the most part, we all use the same 10 or so because the rest just aren't viable. But where's the fun in that? Well, in my never-ending journey to prove the viability of low-tier weapons and gear, I have come across a challenge that almost broke me. Today we will be answering, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the elephant gun? A quick rundown of the rules. We're playing on OP10, all Vault Hunters and all skills are allowed, and of course elephant gun only. As for the rest of the gear, I'll show it on screen. It's all pretty basic except for the class mod, and if you think the class mod is too OP, think again. According to my computer's really weird calculator, the class mod will be taking about 2/3 of my already small shield. Mix that with Squishy Boy Zero and his lack of health regen, and you get pretty much one-shotted to health gate every time. Alright, first thing I did when I started this run was put every point I could into the sniper tree. Usually there are a lot of low tier skills that don't help a lot much damage wise, but with the A- accuracy and awkward handling of this gun, I was going to need all the help I could get. Also, now's probably a good time to mention I made sure to put Jacob stocks on all my elephant guns. For the viewers that don't know, the Jacob stock will increase my recoil by a lot, making this challenge even harder. Right off the bat, I determined the strategy for using this gun would be to reload after each shot. This way, I get the 1 shot 1 kill damage bonus every shot, and it's actually faster to shoot and reload than to just shoot again normally. Within the first minute, I already thought this challenge was impossible, but then I realized I just wasn't slagging anyone or throwing kunai. A running theme in this challenge is me trying to throw my kunai out and not getting a single slag kunai to proc. The elephant gun can definitely be used for mobbing, you just need to be good at the game. Which I wasn't, but I was determined. I hoped by the end of this run I would be a Counter-Strike pro. One-shotting enemies is easy as long as you can slag them in deception. Doing this also doesn't cause you to alert other enemies, which if you think about it, kinda makes Borderlands 2 a stealth game. So some enemies would be super easy, but sometimes the same type of enemy would be a real pain. Like this Ironclad Psycho took 6 bullets to the head, and this one took 1? It really just depends on if they get slagged. We made it to our first boss, and we started to have a bad time. Boom's cannon ignores health gate as usual, and our sniper isn't accurate enough to actually snipe consistently, so we had to resort to other means. Between Boom and Boom, it was obvious we should take out Boom first, which I tried to do without cheesing, but he just wouldn't die. I managed to one-shot him right as he downed me though, so that was kind of annoying. Boom, on the other hand, was just super obnoxious. I tried climbing the tower behind him, but the psychos were just throwing tomahawks like it was a Black Ops 2 Sticks and Stones game. Boom also tried to launch me out of the arena, but I'm a Borderlands 2 genius, so his cheap strats weren't gonna work on me. I managed to snipe this rack and live to die another day. Or another 10 times until I realized I should change up my strategy. The new strat was to just keep running circles around him and landing crits when I could. This strat was used a lot during this run, so for future reference, I'll refer to it as tetherballing, so it sounds like I invented it. I finally knocked Boom out of his booster seat, and he died the same way Boom did. The path to Flint wasn't bad because a lot of the fights weren't mandatory, so I ran past a lot of enemies. My last Borderlands 2 challenge run didn't have this liberty, so I decided to milk the shit out of it. I was sure Flint was gonna end the run, because its mask blocks crits, and no crits equals no dead fire guy. What you're about to witness is the cheesiest boss fight you have ever seen. We're not talking about that good gate-crushing G cheddar. We're talking about that tricking Flint into thinking you're in melee range but you're actually not, then shooting him in the back of the head 46 times until he is diagnosed with death stinky cheese. The homie killed me 10 times, but what's funnier than that is the fact that I was able to get over 10 stacks of critical ascension on him with this piece of rifle. It was finally time to go to Sanctuary, but we got bullied by some Mongs along the way.
Ah! No! Oh, what the f***? Ah! No, bro! Ah!
Driving a car was actually pretty refreshing considering my last challenge run, but almost dying to Door Guy was kind of embarrassing. 34 deaths in, we made it to Sanctuary. I decided to customize our character to make Zero look like an asshole that would hunt elephants. Or like he sells fried chicken. Yeah, definitely the second one. Frostburn Canyon is kind of like Sawtooth Cauldron in a way, because both of them trigger my flight response. I rarely want anything to do with these places and the people they house, so I went any percent mode and ran right through. 95% of this map was just fighting the psychos at the end. Lilith kept messing up my shots, so this took way longer than it should have. Anyway, long story short, everything was going fine until the big psycho showed up and took my life 10 times. Probably would have been fine, but Lilith decided to play hacky sack with them every time I had a shot lined up. After that, we had an easy task for once. You would think killing cars would be tough because you can't crit them, but Zero has Boar, so these things actually got decimated. I think my car destroying abilities got to my head though, because I decided to take on the local raid boss, the Caravan, but I quickly realized that I was still no match for him. Instead, we took on a more realistic challenge. Badma. Nomads with shields in general are a pain, but they are extremely obnoxious if crits are your only means of damage. He killed me 5 times before I found a working strat to take him down, that strat being a mixture of tetherballing and playing Duck Duck Goose around this building. Dubert also helped us seal the deal by distracting Badma so he could land a final crit. I was so appreciative of Dubert that I decided to let him live. The beginning of the Bloodshot Dam was going good. I was hitting all my shots and bandits were dying quick. I was starting to think that this gun wasn't so bad after all. It can hit really hard if you use it to break deception, and I was having a lot of fun with this gun. But this would be the last time I felt joy in this run. Actually, the last time I felt joy at all. For the life of me, I just couldn't kill Mad Mike. His launcher definitely had some rocket speed parts, cause when he shot, I just didn't have any time to react. He killed me like 7 times, but like most mini bosses that give me a hard time, I ended up one-shotting him. This is the part of the game where we get introduced to Roland, which is cool, but we also get introduced to loaders, which is bad. Also, did I mention you can't crit surveyors? Cause you can't. It's like really f***ing dumb. I died way too many times here, but I managed to get to the Warden. The fight went decently smooth because he has a big ol' stationary crit spot and Critical Ascension put in some work. but I was still very fed up with this part of the map, so I finished warding off with a spiteful 360 no scope. Get it? Because there's no scope. I really didn't want to fight the rest of these loaders, and I guess Roland didn't either, because he just let me turn the mission in before we killed them all. This is why people like Roland more than you, Lilith. Come on, you gotta step up your game. Speaking of cool characters, Tina made us some bombs so we could go hijack a train. The loaders on the train weren't too happy with us, though. I wouldn't say we fought the loaders blocking our way. It was more like we slowly dismantled the loaders blocking our way. There were some surveyors too, but if you just jump in place, they get a little confused and stay still, which was a lifesaver for this challenge. So the Wilhelm fight was weird, because it felt doable and impossible at the same time. He has shield regen surveyors, missiles that can track you even in deception, and can spawn loaders, which are just an added annoyance. But on the other hand, he has a decent sized crit spot, the drones could be bore killed very easily, and the drones were good for second wins. My advice for anyone taking on this challenge is to keep your distance, and keep one drone on low health so you have a second wind ready if you do go down. Also, if you want to try this challenge for yourself, I'll put a link to this save in the description. I'll throw in some of my past videos save files too. Anyway, the fight went a lot better than I anticipated, with only 3 casualties. Okay, maybe 4. The next part of the game can be summed up pretty quickly. Lilith made me go through the fridge. To be fair, I literally just ran right through it, but the game gets exponentially worse from here. Everything was going kinda fine until this angelic guard from hell popped up. And I'm no English teacher, but I'm pretty sure that's an oxymoron. Anyway, the loader alone was already obnoxious, but I also had to deal with the fucking Terramorphous wannabe heads with the undodgeable whip arm attack. My last bit of luck got me through this fight. It was distracted by some loaders, and I was able to slag it long enough to kill him from a safe distance. Overlook went as expected. I got there, placed the beacon, befriended the wounded loaders, started putting them back together, met their mother, had an argument with their mother, committed mechanical genocide, and went home. Back at Sanctuary, our boy Michael gave us one last chance at playing the game like a normal human being. And boy, I wish I took his offer, because the preserve was hell. All the hardest enemies for the elephant gun to kill were here. Stalkers, loaders, skags, the f***ing bird! The loaders were the first obstacle. Apparently getting both of your arms shot off isn't considered a wound. I'm pretty sure all 5 of these loaders right here were missing at least one limb, but it just didn't register. So we just had to do it the old-fashioned way and just murder them all. Stalkers were really annoying because A, they're stalkers, and B, they're stalkers. I just feel like trying to land crits on them is so awkward because they move really quick and just turn fucking invisible. The ultimate loader was close to being a run ender. If I can't crit something, I pretty much have no damage. And once you shoot the arms off this guy, it no longer has crit spots. The only reason I was able to take it down is because it didn't have health regen like most normal mobs do. It took a while, but it was killable. Skags are probably the easiest of all the enemies here, but I got pretty unlucky with the rabid spawns. Okay. Ah! Critting skags isn't always easy, so I resorted to grouping them up and trying to bore them. I managed to kill enough to get the door open, and it was time for the Bloodwing fight. Right now, it probably seems like getting through the preserve doesn't seem as bad as I made it sound. But imagine doing all that 5 f***ing times. Oh my fucking gosh, man. Why the f*** did the game crash so many fucking times? On top of all those crashes, Mordecai decided not to help and slag the stupid fucking skags, so second wins weren't even an option. I was in the preserve for 7.5 fucking hours. My guy, look at my deaths. You know how many I walked in with? This fucking many. Oh my fucking gosh, man. Okay. Alright, I was holding that in for about 2 months, so that felt pretty good to let out. Anyway, like I said, Mordecai wouldn't slag the skags for some reason, so I had to devise a new strategy because Bloodwing's attacks are just plain out undodgeable 99% of the time. Step 1 of the plan was to use our secret weapon. which was this 12-year-old Monster Energy sniper shot. I was saving it for a while, but I couldn't think of a better time to use it than this challenge. Step 2 of the plan was to get the skags out of my way. They respawn if they're all killed off, so instead I lured them up the elevator because they aren't able to jump back down for some reason, leaving the arena to just me and the bird. Step 3 was to carefully play peekaboo with Bloodwing. The spot you're seeing right here is safe unless Bloodwing lands on the ground or does her breath attack if she flies in at the right angle. After a few tries using this strat, we finally took her down. No. Bloodwing, no.
Oh my.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh my fucking god. Oh, how did that fucking work? Good job trying to keep still. My fingertips are numb, bro. You guys. No amount of emotional turmoil was going to make me give up on this run. I've suffered too much to quit now, so we were off to recruit Brick, which went very smoothly actually. For the most part, I was able to relax and watch some World Star hip hop type stuff go down. Opportunity was up after that, and it went pretty bad. The Jack Doppelganger should have been an easy assassination mission, but everything went terrible. He is pretty tanky and tries to run away from you. On top of that, the engineers had a thin piece of metal that somehow blocked crits. Sometimes I'd be able to shoot them off, but I felt kinda random and luck based. Also, there's this one ion loader who was a master at strategic positioning because his actions caused like 10 of my deaths. But like most mini bosses that give me a hard time, I ended up one-shotting him. On the way to bunker, I realized I forgot to take the Face McShooty mission like a heathen, and I found this really dumb death spot. The path to bunker was an uphill battle. I don't know where to start, but these guys were just plain out cheating. The combination of jet loaders, super surveyors, and constructors all made this task feel impossible. After slowly taking out all the bots, I had to quickly dispatch the constructor before it made more. The best way to do this was to use his defense turret as boar fodder. It was important that I did not slag the turret as to keep it alive so I could keep the extra boar damage while I stacked up critical ascension. Alright, before we talk about them, let's talk about this. And of course, let's not forget about this. Yeah, I fought those stupid f***ing bots again. I was a big idiot, didn't even see that the f***ing door was open, so I could have just ran past the whole time. But yeah, that took up another fraction of my life. Anyway, back to them. Long story short, baby turret's OP. If anything was going to end the run, it was going to be these heathens right here. Here's what makes these things so f***ing annoying. Number 1, no crisp spot. Number 2, their health regen is busted and my DPS wasn't even keeping up. And number 3, they're immune to most types of slag. These things can't be slagged with kunai or even take damage from my slag grenade. I tried to use a loader as boar fodder, but that just wasn't working. I also tried grenade jumping past them, but they were required kills to progress, so we were gonna have to do some cringe type stuff. I really don't like using shields, grenades, or relics that have gimmicks, but I had to pull out a grenade that could slag with these miniature raid bosses. A simple transfusion grenade did the trick, and after 3 hours of trying, they finally died. Oh. Alright, this place wasn't as bad as the preserve, but I did rack up like 80 deaths just trying to get to the friggin' bunker. Anyway, the super toaster on top of the mountain wasn't bad, it was mostly just this ultimate loader that was making the fight hard. But the critical ascension makes quick work of constructors, so nothing too painful. Speaking of pain, it was time to see if the elephant gun could snipe Face McShooty. The main issue wasn't the lack of scope, but more a lack of natural accuracy. Even with the accuracy boost from my skills, it still took about 15 shots before I landed the crit. Nonetheless, the elephant gun can snipe Face McShooty, so it will go on the top rank of the tier list. I knew the bunker fight was going to be tough. Yeah, the big turrets had crisp spots, so that was in my favor. But was I going to have enough firepower to take on the... Oh yeah. Find it really funny that all those big turrets and the big defense spot were like super easy to take out, and then you have ion loaders who won't even let you in their bubble if you're down? Like for real though, whose idea was it to make it so you just start climbing the bubble? Who? Please, someone please tell me. On top of those fuckers, we also had more invincible baby turrets, but now they had undodgeable laser beams, which sadly means I had to bust out the cringe grenade again, which made me feel like a cheater even though I wasn't cheating. We managed to make it out alive with a little over 400 deaths on the board, and I practically dodged a bullet because my game crashed as soon as I made it back to Sanctuary. TBH, I wasn't hating the idea of going to Sawtooth Cauldron. After all, I've been fighting robots who resist normal bullets for the longest time, and squishy bandits seem to be a lot easier to handle. The ambush commanders weren't bad either because their heads are pretty big and deception can distract them pretty easily. I did get pooped on by mortar though. The buzzards probably would have went perfectly if it wasn't for this goon, but I think he tried to fight a buzzard and just flew away anyway, so he wasn't an issue for long. You could get through this next part of the game pretty quick usually. I don't think there is a single mandatory kill in all of the Arid Nexus, which is a good thing because our boy Saturn can't be slagged and doesn't have a crit spot. But even with running right past everyone, I managed to die right before picking up the info we needed. The final mission was upon us, and I was ready to end this. But the game would not make it so easy though. Taking out loaders with Claptrap was fine, but the combo of Super Surveyors took forever to kill. Eventually I managed to confuse them really close to each other, and Boar took it from there. Hero's Pass was going fine, until I met up with my sworn enemy, Baby Turret. On top of having stupid health regen, no crit spot, and being hard to slag, they are also completely immune to molten lava, I guess. One last time I had to pull out the cringe grenade, cause not even Brick and his infinite hammer supply could take it out. With the turret dead, the path was clear. It was time for the big fight. Jack was our first opponent, and he was definitely a tough one. The fight was more intense than a 1v1 on Rust against the guy that said rude things about your mom on Xbox Live.
Hey kiddo, Jack here, president of Hyperion.
He had health regen, which made this fight last a while. He was also using a lot of crazy movement tech that I've never seen before. I managed to hone in on his one weakness, that being his big shootable face, and went on to the final fight with the warrior, which went a little something like this. With the stakes raised, I finally managed to take out the warrior. Which means, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the elephant gun. With the game finally beat, we did what anyone would do after a run like this. Celebrate with a monster shotgun, and then start a DLC. That's right homies, you're getting some bonus content. Alright, I'll keep this short. So when I do these challenges, I usually like to see if the weapon I'm using can farm itself, and if it comes from a DLC, I try to beat that DLC as well. DLC started out as normal. Our boy Hammerlock was even repping an elephant gun too. His shot explosive rounds though, so that was pretty weird. So on top of being everybody's least liked DLC, it was also nearly impossible. Landing any type of crit, which may I remind you is their only source of damage, was just impossible on these guys. Roll the footage.
World revealed. Weakness is now known to me. Time to go to work. Deceive you. An illusion fools you all. I move for the kill.
Ironically, the most efficient way of killing these guys was actually just to get them to level up to demon form. That gets rid of their impenetrable wooden mask. 2 hours and 30 deaths into this DLC, the last of the hunters got confused, and taking them out got 100 times easier.
Boat working out. Egg. Okay. Let's go.
With all the eggs procured, it was finally time to take out Arizona. And she was a pretty tough boss to figure out. So basically, her crit spots can disappear if they're shot too much, and if not fought properly, she can still have half her health left with no way to crit her. And with the amount of health she has, the fight from there is practically impossible. But if you play your cards right and slag her in deception, she can be killed with 3 precise shots. 5 kills and 3 hours of getting stick bugged later, we managed to farm an elephant gun. After beating Thermotage in a game of tetherball, saving Claptrap was up next. This took a while because I couldn't land any crits, so I relied on boar to get kills. I was doing this for a long time, long enough for the friendly worshippers to respawn. After this, the only mandatory fights for the rest of the game were Poop Spike and these elite savages. Both weren't bad because they could actually be critted, but Jackenstein was a straight up shit show. Every one of this guy's attacks is undodgeable. Mix that with the amount of ion loaders he spawns, you get a whole lot of pain. I had 2 options. Pull out the cringe transfusion grenade again for some type of healing, or use this cheese spot I knew about. After 80 attempts in this fight and 600 deaths total over the run, I chose the latter. So if anyone was wondering, you can beat Sir Hammerlock's big game hunt with only the elephant gun. Barely. Thanks so much for watching, guys. I really appreciate all the kind words I've been getting in the comments. Leaving comments like that and liking the video really helps motivate me to keep doing these runs. And if you guys want to see me suffer some more, consider hitting that subscribe button. And if you really want to see me suffer some more and you're watching this shortly after release, I'm live on Twitch right now starting my next challenge run. So come stop by if you want. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Captain Blade was the most feared pirate on Pandora long, long ago. Through treasure hunting missions, we can find the gear he used to become so infamous. Today we ask ourselves, can you beat Borderlands 2 as Captain Blade? Now obviously, Captain Blade isn't a playable character in Borderlands 2, but his gear scattered throughout the pirate DLC can make us pretty close to the real thing. And all of these items are cursed and provide some type of negative effect on us. To list them off real quick, the rapier makes getting punched hurt more, the orphan maker just plain out hurts to shoot, the manly man shield makes elemental damage hurt more, the auto idol makes fight for your life shorter, and the midnight star ejects child grenades towards the player. Now they do have benefits, but some are just not that helpful. The rapier is the best melee weapon in the game, but since we're on OP10, melee isn't really viable, especially on a gunzerker. The Manly Man Shield adds 40% explosive damage to our melee attacks, but it's also quite useless. The Auto Idol returns health upon kill, but it's only like 8%, and if the Orphan Maker is our main source of damage, it pretty much cancels it out for that one shot. And the Orphan Maker's damage output is pretty good, so we have that going for us. And the Midnight Star has... Wait, what does the Midnight Star have? Increased damage and reduced child grenade count. Huh. Anyway, we're also going to be using a legendary Hoarder class mod to keep on theme with pirate stuff, and it helps us gunzerk more, so all curses can be active at once.
Alright, really quick on the rules. Geared OP 10 challenges are my style, so that's how we're going to go about it. All skills are allowed with discretion as to not avoid the challenge. No bar. And lastly, no left-handing the Orphan Maker. The reason for that last rule is because the self-damage doesn't trigger when left-handing, which would defeat the purpose of the run, and mom ain't raised no game exploiting bitch. Okay, on to the run. First thing I did was choose my skills. I chose Asbestos to counteract the Manly Man shield, and because of the cool gas mask icon. I also picked up Fistful of Hurt and Double Your Fun. I don't play the Gunzerker too often, so the rest of my build was trash. I really want to go back in time and slap myself for not grabbing no kill like Overkill. Most of the beginning of the run was spent learning how not to die, and how to properly go about fights. It was immediately apparent that my fight for your lifetime was short, and 9% slag chance is absolutely infuriating. Also, I literally never played the Gunzerker on PC before, so I had to get used to a lot of dumb shit, like the inconceivable glitch where your guns don't auto-reload after they're empty. I really hate that one. And most importantly, I had to learn the shot pattern of the Orphan Maker. Usually this gun is pretty good, but the Jacob stock makes the accuracy recovery extremely low. 7 quick and brutal deaths in, I realized I forgot to turn my bar off, so we had to restart. Luckily I caught it early. I'd probably need a straitjacket if it happened any later. This time around, I decided to try and use some grenades, and well, that didn't go too great. I also tested how much self-damage the Orphan Maker does. Usually Borderlands gameplay goes, I shoot them and they die. But this time around, it went, I shoot them and we die. So if I don't have any shield, I'm practically not allowed to shoot my gun. I didn't fully learn this lesson until deep into this run though. Making my way to Boom Boom, I tried the Midnight Star again, and just like before, it was actually worthless. So to add to the challenge, I decided that the grenade mod wasn't allowed to come off. So grenade jumps were out of the question. Boom Boom was ready to blow, and I was ready to go. Psych, I got pooped on. Boom, as always, gave me a little bit of trouble before I got lucky and took him out. Boom, on the other hand, killed me many times. I was constantly seeing the blue respawn screen, so I decided to put my new blue light glasses on. Alyssa got them for me recently and said they were for when I was bad at Borderlands. Honestly, best gift ever. Anyway, Boom had too much health regen for my DPS to handle, mainly because I had to take long pauses so my guns didn't kill me. 38 deaths in, I got desperate and found something that will change my challenge runs forever. What? I didn't know I could do this. Dude, I wish I would've known this from my last run. The new strat of getting within neck snapping range worked great. I just lined the psychos up so they couldn't hurt me and started going to town. Also, here's a slagged armored enemy taking nothing but critical hits by this corrosive rapier, and it's doing nothing. This is just for reference on how little damage this thing does. Good thing we had the Orphan Maker though, because this wouldn't have been possible without it. After getting misted by my first monster shotgun of the run, we were off to fight Flint. You can't see it, but the word fight has quotations around it in my script. It also says something about foreshadowing, but that word has too many syllables for me to understand. A common problem I would face in this run is getting shot down to low health right before I tried to shoot the Orphan Maker, making me die. Another common problem was thinking the Midnight Star would actually work this time around. All these issues were building up, and day one of this challenge was really breaking me. I've never been closer to giving up than I was during the Flint fight. The health regen mixed with me always taking damage from other people made this fight impossible. I had one last idea before I was going to throw in the towel. Earlier in the run, I said something I was totally wrong about. 10. Melee Sal on OP10 don't exist. Okay. Yeah, you seen that right. In one last desperate attempt to best Flint, I managed to find the cheesiest cheese ever. I call it Flint locking. Knocking him out of his arena makes him really confused, and he won't try to attack you anymore. And if you try to knock him into the water, this happens.
still here? Just to suffer? Every night, I can feel my leg.
We might have done Flint bolder than Lenny from Of Mice and Men, but he would have the last laugh after tricking me into thinking I got a legendary and jumping into the cold water below. This point of the run was both the victory and the mental health boost. The amount of laughing that occurred from everything that just happened really helped. After that whole fiasco, we had to get the power core for Sanctuary and kill 20 bandits for Reese like the good vault hunter we are, and Sanctuary, as always, was no challenge for obvious reasons, so let's get to Frostburn Canyon. Running past every enemy in this place is always satisfying. I always wish that the game had some type of bee-hopping mechanic that would let you keep momentum if you time your jumps good. Like imagine if you grenade boosted for speed, and then you could just keep the momentum. That would be dope. Okay, I'm getting a little off track. Anyway, I tried doing the spike jump skip for the first time ever, and I nailed it, making my success rate 100%. Get flexed on. And fighting through the psychos here wasn't bad. Melee Sal even worked for a little bit. This might be common knowledge, but if you don't want Lilith getting in your way, I found that fighting on the bridge makes things a lot easier. Up next, we were supposed to get bandit car pieces, which I did, I just forgot to hit record. And when I tried to get the short clips of it from my Twitch VOD, the VOD was just gone, I guess? Which sucks because I got this pearl from a tubby, I just don't have the clip of it. Anyway, here's a fun fact. The saw blades from bandit technicals count as melee damage. So if you have a melee boosting skill or any type of gear that boosts melee damage, they take effect here. You can see that my saw blades are doing bonus explosive damage, and that's from the Manly Man shield. You could try this with the Love Thumper shield and it gets pretty crazy. Anyway, back to the run. Bad Ma was our next mini boss to take out. The fight wasn't bad as soon as his meat shields broke loose. Hubert was my helper this time around, and he was so excited to be free that my man started breakdancing. The Bloodshot Stronghold was one of those mobbing areas that felt really hard for some reason. It may have just been the number of ironclad psychos and shield nomads, but I'm also just bad at the game. I also felt kinda bad for killing these two during a private moment.
Oh, yeah.
But everyone else had it coming, especially Mad Mike. The guy just wouldn't die, and the fact that his corrosive launcher did extra damage because of my shield wasn't helping. After a few tries, I realized that he wasn't even a mandatory fight and the door to the next area was open. So I decided that flushing him like the turd he was totally fair. After saving Roland from getting kidnapped, we had to save Roland from getting kidnapped, which means the Warden was our next target. If you decide to try this challenge, which, save file in the description if you want, it is imperative that you kill Warden before he goes to the gulag. Be patient, be smart, and don't worry, he doesn't have health regen. You need to kill him first try or it's pretty much over. My mistake here was going for the kill instead of taking out that surveyor. If I were to have killed Warden here, it would have saved me hours. But I didn't, and now it was time for pain. Gulag Warden may seem like the same fight, but it's actually harder. Usually shooting Warden in the eye will stop any construction it is doing, but in the Gulag, you actually get ultimate loaders moonshot at you as well. Meaning getting close enough to do damage without dying is pretty much impossible. It wasn't until I realized that the loaders put me on their casting couch that the dread set in. Like holy shit, I really looked like I was gonna cry here. I tried a multitude of different strats, resetting the map to get a jump on the Warden, running around the map and doing run-by shootings, looking for cheese spots, but nothing was working. I had a few options. I could be a baby and reset the mission with the save editor to retry the Bloodshot Dam fight, but the same thing could just happen again. I could be a man and reset the whole playthrough because that would be more legit, or I could be a true man and live with my mistakes. With that being said, the final strat was devised. Step 1, break loaders' kneecaps to slow them down. Step 2, eliminate most loaders to have only 4 on the field. Warden will only spawn up to a certain amount. Step 3, be smart and patient, and do damage when it is a safe option. Even with this strat, the fight was tough. There was an Angelic Guardian dual-wielding Vladoff snipers that really messed me up, and I just wasn't able to kill it, so I just tried avoiding it. Eventually, the loaders got confused and stopped pursuing me for some reason, and I was able to slowly take out Warden from afar. I don't know why they stopped pursuing me right here.
It's almost like Borderlands was meant to be played faster or something, and they just ran out of AI. Either way, I got really f***ing lucky right here. I really hope I never have to go to the Gulag again. Tundra Express was our next destination. The usual order of operations ensued there. Sing Campfire Song with Varkids, meet Mordecai, meet Tina, and try to grenade jump with the Midnight Star. Pretty basic stuff. I was a little overzealous and forgot to grab the damsels, so that was kinda cringe, but oh well. It was time to fight Wilhelm, and I was prepared for an intense battle. I planned to take him out in my first attempt.
It's a trap! The vault key's not on the train. Abort the mission, soldier!
Well, it. I really didn't know that the train could just delete you like that. Well, guess I'm adding that to the random Borderlands facts part of my brain. Anyway, the actual Wilhelm fight was a good fight. Wilhelm in particular is a pretty fair boss, which is ironic because everyone is so surprised when he dies. The best approach to dropping this guy when your gear is bad is to just keep your distance and kill off the loaders. After that, keep your eyes in the sky to see where the scatter missiles go, and always leave one surveyor for second wins. Any more than that, the shield regen gets to be counterproductive, and it also tricks him into making more, which sets up for easy crits. But most importantly, practice your train dodging before you go in and fight him. Do all that and he should go down relatively easy. After dooming Sanctuary and a not so quick run through the fridge, we were finally to the Highlands. My brain at this point was hyper focused for no damn reason, so I was zooming past loaders and constructors alike. This actually helped me learn a new strat though. Dealing with the tickle monster is way easier if it's distracted by loaders, so taking him out was relatively easy as well. Protecting the kidney stone it dropped was a completely different story. For those of you who are too good at the game to know, the beacon can only be destroyed 8 times before it just becomes invincible. I still attempt to protect the beacon in my challenge runs, but it is usually just a waiting game. After a few unfortunate deaths, the fast travel landed, and I made a break for it. Our reunion with the Sanctuary squad was short-lived, as Roland gave us the bad news. We had to go to the preserve. If you've seen my other runs, you know that nothing but pain resides here. Also, if you've watched my other videos, there's a 97% chance you aren't subscribed. So if you like the vids, please consider hitting that sub button. It helps the channel a lot and really motivates me to make these videos. Anyway, back to the run. I needed to mentally prep for the preserve, and by mental prep, I mean shotgunning 3 monsters in the span of 2 minutes. This was the run where I finally figured out how wounding loaders worked. It's not severing body parts like I originally believed, but it's actually just dealing enough damage to them. Which sucks when they have health regen. It's all really weird. Dying while they're wounded though makes it so that the counter doesn't go down, so theoretically you can wound the same loader 3 times if you die. I don't know, all I know is that my blood was practically battery acid at this point, so I needed a physical health boost to counteract my mental health boost. The solution was simple. 3 monsters plus 2 grilled cheese equals 1 monster. Disclaimer time, I'm not a mathematician, nor am I a dietitian, but I do know that a lot of caffeine is not good for you, so please don't try this at home. Make sure you're at a hospital first. After slamming those sandwiches in under a minute and burning my mouth in the process, we plowed right through the rest of the preserve. It seemed as the preparation was working because I was punching pup skags into mist. The only real setback that made me mad was this jump. Like I made the jump right here, but after having to come back through, I just couldn't hit it again. Dumb problems aside, it was time for the fight with my arch rival. Spoiler alert, it sucked. Psych! That bird, she got messed the f up. The main difference with this challenge opposed to my other ones was the ability to actually kill things. Yeah, I might be in a fight for your life in order to spam my Orphan Maker, but at least I'm taking the heathens with me. Also, Cell's insight skill makes dodging Bloodwing actually possible sometimes. I managed to take out Bloodwing in only 3 tries. LilGasmask 1, Bloodwing 2. I still got bodied the last few challenges. After that victory, it was time to go find Mordecai's last remaining friend and then kill all of his friends. A combo of tough guys gave me some trouble, but I managed to glitch one out and it made things a lot easier. These guys often have Nova shields, so the key to giving them the sauce is to make sure you dodge the blast. After a few more little dudes, it was time to take on the final boss, Goliath Jackson. My mans was really moonwalking on me every time he had the chance. After a while, the smooth criminal met his fate. As for the secret ending boss, I decided we're gonna kill him melee Sal style. Dual wielding rapiers gives us enough DPS to actually melee kill him, but that wasn't cool enough. We wanted to send him packing. Fighting loaders with Brick was actually pretty fun, mostly because he was a distraction and I got to punch an ion loader off a cliff. Fuck ion loaders. But our next task is where the run started to hurt again. Jack's body double was next on our hit list. If you watched me play live before, you probably have heard me call the heathens that run and hide cowards. The Jack double is the ultimate coward. His cowardice was so extreme that he ended up disappearing entirely, leaving me to reset the map. The strategy for taking him out was brute force and lack of patience, which worked. After an hour of attempts, with that show out of the way, we're on to the next one. The way to bunker is always hard, this time was no exception. I think jet loaders are moving up a tier on the most hated loaders tier list because they're the biggest cowards of them all. Fly away now! Yes. I also got bodied by this loot homie that didn't even drop anything. But the constructor was the real challenge. I was trying to kill this thing for a while. It was to the point where the beginning loaders started respawning and making it even harder. So I did what I do best. Find an obscure cheese strat for enemies that you should never have to cheese. The strat at hand? Constructor displacement. When this chunky dumpster is spawning, it likes to keep awkward eye contact with you, meaning you have a small amount of time to angle it to your liking. It's best to run up to the left of him so he's facing the door you need to open. This way, when he fires his missiles, they end up hitting the door before they can start tracking you, making for a much easier fight. The usually invincible baby turrets were only a minor annoyance this time around. After that, a wise man said wise words, I shotgunned another battery, watched the most awkward teabag of my life, cheesed the Omega dump truck, and started testing Face McShooty. At first, I wasn't sure what gun to use, but I decided to use the Orphan Maker. Reason being is I might redo a melee version of this challenge in the future, so the rapier can be tested at a later time. So basically, this took well over an hour. Early on, I found a strat that made it easier though. I would get my health really low so Inconceivable would proc more often, and spam shots until my shield was at its lowest before breaking. This was a bit risky though, and I ended up dying 3 times. Like, imagine dying to Face McShooty even once. Anyway, I finally landed a shot, and it was time to face Bunker's turrets. Irony came to play when the usually weak big turrets were the challenge, opposed to their baby man counterparts. The first 10 were fine, but this last one killed me several times. This turret wasn't slaggable for some reason. My guess is that glitch where slagging an enemy before they fully spawn makes them unslaggable. The most common example is slagging loot homies before they land on the ground. Or maybe I just had absolutely no luck, and 9% slag chance never came through. Honestly, both are believable. After a lot of patience, it finally died, and it was time to take on Bunker. The fight wasn't that intense if I'm gonna be real. Had a couple close calls, but the underside of the arena is super safe. Found a cool thing with ion loader domes where you can walk on the bottom side, but that's just random and not helpful. 35 minutes in, Bunker perished, and it was time for another shotgun. This time around, I tried to race with gravity. The goal was to finish the monster before Sal hit the bottom of the elevator. The result? Bad. The tap twisted on me. I couldn't open the top quickly enough. I feel like I could have had it, but now I gotta wait till the next challenge run. Angel Core was actually going great. I surprised myself when I was able to take out angelic guards for the first time, which made me believe this part was possible. After a good chunk of mobbing, the last injector was finally exposed, and it was invincible. No biggie, I'll just reset the map and... Oh. Okay, I guess the mobbing wasn't that bad. I'll just do it again and then destroy the... What the fuck? Okay, I'll leave out the door so it doesn't reset the fight and... Oh, brother, come on! Wow, a third time. Who would have guessed? Alright, Calm Gas Mask is back. So this was actually a hard lock. I literally couldn't proceed. On the third attempt, I noticed that the injectors respawn for some reason. I don't know why, but I thought that this might mess up the game, so I tried a 4th time, and I did it under 25 minutes, which is the time it takes for mobs to respawn, and it still was busted. 3 whole hours of Angel Core and 1 hour of troubleshooting given to make the mission complete, we figured it out. Alright, with that covered, it is time to cover Sawtooth. I hated this too. The ambush commanders actually spawn camped me for a while, and I was having trouble getting shots on them. My most viable strat was to get up close and fight for your life and spam the Orphan Maker. This wasn't a guaranteed kill though. After getting tenderized like a steak for a while, I managed to kill 3 of 4 of them, and the last guy was glitched out of bounds. Oh great, more glitches. My favorite. I thought I had a simple fix. I really thought I could just reset the map on this one, which I did, and I only still had to kill 1, but 4 of them spawned, all at once. On the bright side, I only needed to kill 1. After that, a cowardice buzzard killed me, and I found a weird glitch where if you die in the elevator, you'll respawn on the elevator. It was kind of weird. After finally taking the buzzards out in one of my most grueling Sawtooth runs, it was time for the final sprint. Every time I go to the boneyard, I rewire my brain for its prime directive. Locate valve, crank. Locate valve, crank. Locate valve, crank. After they were cranked, we telefragged the pipe and went to the Badlands. With the amount of mental deterioration these runs put me through, being able to turn my brain off for a bit helps, especially right before the big fight. It was also my birthday, so Alyssa made me baby plum cupcakes. Hashtag wholesome moment. Anyway, I usually run right past Saturn, but since I did that last time, and I really didn't want to deal with him firing at me, I decided we would kill him this time. Now I could have patiently killed Saturn with the Orphan Maker, but I really wasn't about that action. So I propped my Powerade bottle up on my mouse and killed Saturn while I bodied people in Smash Bros. Passive income, man. It will change your life. I bodied Saturn and Mr. Game & Watch practically at the same time. Killing Saturn made retrieving the data a lot easier. It was now time for the final stretch before Jack and the Warrior. Fighting the loaders with Claptrap went like most loader fights. I would kill a few, die, then repeat. This time around though, I was smart, and I baited out the Super Surveyors by severing their homies' limbs. I also found a couple of warloaders dabbing, and I wasn't about to let that amount of cringe exist in the same realm as me any longer. Like, bro, I'm already here. Quit trying to steal my spotlight. I somehow managed to get through this fight with relative ease, but a couple of bullloaders actually started rolling me. Yeah, I was really nailing this part of the Captain Blade cosplay. I would say bullet deflection, bad slag luck, and the weird double shot explosive thing these guys always have amounted to just the right amount of obnoxiousness. And my choice of gear played absolutely no factor in these fights whatsoever. After they were dealt with, the rest got a little easier. I might be a buffoon for thinking that the Midnight Star could get 1 kill before the run ends, but Mordo and Brick are true homies and backed me up. While Mordo was slagging the enemies, Brick and I were beating them to scrap metal.
Happy feet, wombo combo. That ain't Falco. That ain't Falco.
And after Mordo took out the turrets, the rest of the enemies became optional. The final fight with Jack was upon us, and like most of the runs so far, some weird cursed went down. What you're watching is a 40-minute fight sped up a whole lot. As you can see, his shield isn't really dropping. So when I eventually died, I needed a large refresher to keep me motivated. It was my birthday. I was gonna kill this. Shortly after the break, I thought of something. I didn't expect him to be so tanky. Can you spawn with different shields? What happens if the lava touch your no-no square? Hot balls. Oh, what the dude? What the Yeah, so I guess my man's had a turtle shield on or something stupid. I don't even know anymore. Even with his shield down, there was still a challenge at hand. His health regen far surpassed my ability to keep up with him and stay alive. It seems like I would run off to recover health and he would have the same idea, except he was better at it. Out of pure desperation not to lose the run this far in, I decided to make the playing field more suitable for the fight. I started punching loaders into the lava, not to kill them, just to get them out of the way, And shortly after, Jack just stopped. Yeah, I'll play most of the kill right here. I'm not really sure why he did this. My guess was he probably realized it was my birthday and decided to give me the win, but it's likely that this fight was just being glitchy like it always is. Either way, I got the kill, and it was time for the true final boss. This time around, I decided to take him on from a different spot than usual, but the same shoot monster till he dies strategy was used. After a few fails by the hands of Crystalisks, the warrior assumed fate acceptance position. Or so I thought. He tried to pull one last trick on me, but luckily, I'm a very paranoid individual, so my guard was already up. Once his health bar was finally down to practically nothing, I seen my chance to get a kill with the Midnight Star, the final boss, taken out with the worst grenade ever created, all to finish off this treacherous set. Nah, psych, it failed on me again. On top of that, I killed the warrior while left-handing the Orphan Maker. I decided that since I was in Fight for Your Life, the self-damage wouldn't have really did anything, so I let this one slide. The warrior dropped a terrible leech, and I finished Jack off with the obvious choice of weaponry. The proof is here. You can't beat Borderlands 2 as Captain Blade, even on your birthday. Alright, don't go yet. I got some bonus content for you guys. Really quick though, it'd be awesome if you guys subbed, liked, and commented on this video. It really helps with YouTube's algorithm, and I also love hearing what you guys have to say. My Twitch and Discord links are also in the description if you want to check those out. Alright, now let's shiver some timbers. The Pirate DLC plays a lot like normal Borderlands 2. You just get pirate shanties stuck in your head more often. Things started out a little rough, but after outplaying the last few Pirates action movie style, our first real test arrived. So No Beard always spawns with this corrosive stinkpot rifle, so we had to dance our way around this one. On the bright side, the guy's got no beard and 2 left feet, so taking him out was pretty easy. After talking to the most talented ventriloquist on Pandora and fending off a very angry Alfredo noodle, we finally had our first aircraft, sand skiff, which we properly flew into a bigger boat so that we could in return shoot the smaller boats. Whole lot of boatception. Upon meeting Scarlet, she said that we needed to put Sandman to sleep, so we were off to his lair. On the way there, we also dug up another rapier because I wanted to find all the treasures as a bonus challenge. I don't know why I added more challenges because Big Sleep and Sandman were actually pretty annoying to fight. Well, Sandman actually died like a baby man, but Big Sleep is just a dumb boss. Like most enemies I despise, Big Sleep has this undodgeable chain attack that can even hit through walls. On top of that, the guy can just hit the whoa out of nowhere and deflect my bullets that, may I remind you, already hurt to shoot. A little over a dozen deaths later, I had to bring out the special weapon, the gas mask. And before anyone asks, yes, this gear is also cursed. Whoever wears this thing becomes unbelievably sexy at the cost of undying masochistic urges. With my breath steadied, brain cleared, and on the 666 death mark, I noticed something. For some reason, Big Sleep completely whiffed his melee attack right here while I was standing on this crate. Being the large craniumed lad I am, I instantly knew what to do. A simple confusion strat was all it took to take on this heathen. Also, he dropped the 12-pounder, so that was pretty cool. After we dug up our Orphan Maker and Manly Man shield, we raided this Hyperion caravan. Nothing too eventful, just your average Sea of Thieves gameplay experience. Grabbing the auto idol was more significant than talking to Herbert, so I'll include that instead of him. But our next destination was Washburn Refinery, where even robots can be cowards. There was a group of 2 super loaders that took about 20 minutes to kill, and then there was Hurley, who took 2 minutes to kill. Gearbox did my boy Hurley pretty bold when it comes to balancing. The main attack that makes him unique does 4 damage. On top of that, you can blow his arms off, making him the easiest boss in the game. With all 4 parts of the compass found and or jerry-rigged, it was time to set off to the lighthouse. Here we found the last treasure we needed, the Midnight Star. Way to save the best for last, am I right? Surprise, surprise, Scarlet betrayed me and sent her biggest cowards after me. They really said, I'm about to head out as soon as I needed a revive. Nothing too hard, but the lieutenants did mess me up quite a bit before I managed to take them out. We somehow photobombed our own POV of getting eaten and fought Roscoe the Rat Hive. Thinking about it now, the Leviathan has some type of turducken situation going on. Like for real, you have the rack inside of the Rack Hive, and then the Rack Hive inside the Leviathan? I don't know, I'm probably thinking too deep into this.
Anyway, Roscoe was a bigger baby than Sandman, both figuratively and literally, so he died in like 40 seconds. The Leviathan, though, was a whole different story. At first, I was bombarded by sandworms and their deadly corrosive spit, but then after I respawned, they just disappeared. I don't know why, but it was just 10 minutes of dodging rocks and shooting his eyes and heart. After that was done, a whole wave of worms popped up, and I just took them out from a safe spot. It was a very slow process, mostly because when they go underground, they remove any slag applied to them. And, you know, the whole 9% slag. Yeah, you get it. After all that, I had to fight not one, but two sandworm queens before the Leviathan showed its neck. It would have been so simple. I just had to kill the last weak spot, but I left handed. I had no excuse this time. It was tempting to let it slide, but I had to do what was right. Resetting the fight was the only option. So I did this 20-minute fight about 3 times before the Leviathan finally perished. Which means you can beat Captain Scarlet and her pirate's booty as Captain Blade. Alright guys, that's going to wrap up the video and the bonus content. I just want to thank...
Well, another day. Another victory for the OGs. Chat. Are you ready to rumble? Who's ready to get back on this bullshit? Wake the fuck up, everybody. 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 You got the shiny rainbow vomit today? Why is my shit lagging? Does anyone else see it? No, what is that? Nah, dude. That's... What's that about?
Are you just gonna leave the poster dented in like that? I don't know if it's okay to leave like that long term, but I'm just giving you like a forewarning that if
I'll fix it.
and if it breaks, then get it.
What exactly do you see wrong?
Well, you told me that you've seen it too. You see how this whole front top part is like dented and it makes me feel like it's not resting correctly.
No, I fixed the thing so it's like resting in the thing. It's just it's too big and it will like not fit in there.
I don't know what that means. What do you mean? I mean, you can do whatever you want. It's not my art.
What the fuck is my game doing? What is my game doing? Just gonna restart it. I was asleep. Good. Could you grab one for me too, please? That's my caffeine-free one. I was... No, I'm intentionally leaving it in there. I feel like there's more than a swig left. Show me, yeah. Show me if you want. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Give it here.
Probably be like 2 drinks for me. Like when I was laying like this, I was like, is that empty?
Yeah. I thought it was like up to here. I was like, I don't know.
So I would just figured if they did that, then I could get a refill. Sometime.
I wonder if AWS being down. What is AWS? Amazon web servers are down, and it's messing with Borderlands 2. Even though I'm in offline mode. If the Amazon web servers are down, how am I streaming? Yeah, how am I streaming? Twitch is literally owned by Amazon. I'm about to just play TPS chat.
Let's just get this out of the way. Yes, most of my merchandise was ripped from the hands of dead adventurers. Farewell, friend.
I wonder if I could just run my game in offline mode. Or I mean, like, open, like, turn Steam to offline mode. Perfect. Perfect. Let's go! Are you also gonna farm a Wanderlust in Torg DLC? I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's possible. I mean, do those skags at the very beginning have a chance to be Tubby? The answer is no. No. The answer is no. That would be... no. No.
Why, hello?
You won't find better merchandise anywhere else. I made sure of that. Two words, my friend. No refund.
We're at the blimp Kyreek. And he's annoying. Because he's slow. And it's boring. And the buzzards are annoying. Hello, Melrose. How's it going?
Gotcha, baby!
Once my Vault Hunter destroys your airship, they are gonna stomp your cheating ass into the dirt!
I am not a cheater! These are tactics!
The flame's coming back in!
Yo, let's go, Strange. You got the shiny. Let's go. Use the bathroom and hope he doesn't jump down here. He's not seeking him out. Okay, bro.
I'll have some more anarchy, thank you. Don't accidentally reload. Stack 'em up. Anarchy! Give me more anarchy. You can't stop me. Stack 'em and back. Smash the system. Stop now. So many stacks.
No. This blimp's annoying again. I thought I'd have more damage on it, but he's just annoying.
You can be 2 people up.
Huh? Yeah. Have this going in the background.
I think my reload button's broken.
You shake a shaker. I gotta go get more ammo. 1 sec. And then make yours. How's your sleep, Gas? Pretty good.
Makes it sound like you got drugged.
You won't find better merchandise anywhere else. I made sure of that. I'm sure we'll be again soon enough.
Yeah, you could figure that out, Trog. You could probably figure that out. No! You made it! I was about to just... Fair enough. Did anyone redeem the pack of cards last night while I was sleeping? Or is it available right now? Is like Nukem Run better or worse? It's just boring. It's gonna be a lot of waiting. Okay. What's up? Hello? Did I kill him? Shaman of the Ascended City. I don't think I've ever seen this card. Golgoyle the Steel Seismic Smasher. Not this dude, bro. Not Jongler Ghoul. Dandy White Lion. I still like this one. Fishborg Harpooner. Release Brainwashing. Palm Ryziel. Number C32 Shark Drake Levace. Nightmare Apprentice. Wait, that's sick actually. Wait, no, I used that in my domain deck. That's sick actually. That's a good pull. Holy shit. Big find. Goblin Biker Grand Breakout. I can't even read it. Crystal guy. Black Garden. And what? Just a normal card. Sangan Furrow. Hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Crystal guy dub. You're safe. Alright. Now the gaming can begin. One in the chat if you like waiting around. No, I'm gonna miss my moment. It's fine, I still gotta kill the goons anyway. Now let's speed this up. We're using the max DPS ones. I'm not waiting around, bro. If our ammo gets low, we'll do change, but... Are you wearing the handsome Jack mask? No. I usually don't for the YouTube run thing, so I haven't even thought about changing it. I got the wrong class mod on. Is that not the right one? Oh my god. Fallout New Vegas 2. Yeah, so they just have fucking if a thing is leaked, they put up a page before it's even up just cuz people are like, you know. I love a good day at the DMV. Department of me at the forge vomiting because I hate playing Gauge.
Rock lobster.